he was doing. I believe I can continue to fight, maybe in a different manner. I will not run for Speaker again. I'll have the conference pick somebody else.
To first recess.
And for now, North Carolina Congressman Patrick McHenry assumes the role of interim speaker as he was named on a succession list submitted by McCarthy. The House's vote for a new speaker is currently set for next Wednesday. Potential candidates for the next speaker include McCarthy, as well as McCarthy's second-in-command, Steve Scalise. And as the Speaker of the House is not required to be a member of Congress, multiple Republicans, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, said on Tuesday they're putting their backing behind Donald Trump. Back to you.
Well, the latest developments bringing another level of uncertainty there in Congress. Bree, thank you.
Meanwhile, California officially has a brand new senator. LaFonza Butler was sworn in by Vice President Kamala Harris. Butler was appointed to fill the seat of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. She is the first openly LGBTQ person to represent California in the Senate and only the third black woman to serve in that chamber. The second was Kamala Harris. Butler was previously the president of the nonprofit Emily's List.
Donald Trump has been slapped with a partial gag order by the judge presiding over his ongoing fraud case. It was only Mr. Trump's second day in the Manhattan courthouse, where he stands accused of exaggerating the worth of his business empire to seek more favorable loan terms. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the story.
Donald Trump back in a Manhattan courtroom for the second day of the $250 million civil fraud lawsuit against him, revealing he plans to take the stand.
Well, at the appropriate time, I will be.
But it was his comments on social media that prompted a dramatic ruling from the judge after Mr. Trump posted a photo of the judge's law clerk posing with top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer. The judge ordering the post on Truth Social removed, saying personal attacks on any member of my court staff are unacceptable. Consider this a gag order. The Republican frontrunner again going after the Democratic Attorney General who brought the lawsuit.
Judge Engoron has been given false and extremely misleading information about my net worth. Private company, nobody's supposed to know my net worth.
A net worth the state says was deliberately inflated to get more favorable loan rates from lenders, while Mr. Trump's legal team says real estate valuations are subjective. Attorney General Letitia James also in the courtroom once again, her team calling Mr. Trump's longtime accountant to the witness stand. His firm preparing the disputed financial statements at the heart of the case, forced to admit that he learned the Trump organization didn't provide the firm with all of the necessary records.
Our thanks to Laura for that update.
And as Trump went to court in New York, Hunter Biden was arraigned in Delaware. At a Tuesday hearing, the president's son pleaded not guilty to 3 felony firearms charges. The younger Biden was indicted in federal court last month. Now, remember, his initial plea deal on separate tax charges fell apart back in July. It would have spared him jail time, as well as the dropping of the firearms case. At the hearing, Biden's legal team said they will make a number of motions aimed at getting the charges thrown out, citing that botched plea deal. The counts faced by Hunter Biden in the gun case carry sentences ranging from 5 to 10 years, but it will ultimately be up to the judge to decide whether he would serve any jail time.
A senior Defense Department official is now facing federal charges. The Pentagon's Deputy Chief Information Officer has been charged with helping to promote a dogfighting ring in Maryland. Frederick Moorfield Jr. is accused of using encrypted messages to exchange dogfighting videos and to set up fights. Dogs were seized from his home. A Pentagon spokesperson said that they are aware of the complaint and Moorfield is no longer working in the building.
To Italy now, where at least 21 people have been killed in a bus crash near Venice. 2 of the dead are children. 18 other people were injured. While the exact cause of the accident is still being investigated, authorities say the bus fell from an overpass and it burst into flames. The mayor of Venice described the scene as apocalyptic, and getting some of the bodies out of the fire was an added challenge. The bus was carrying foreign tourists, including some Ukrainians.
Today, FEMA will send a text message to every cell phone in the country to test out their emergency system. The system is tested every 3 years, and the text will read, "This is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. No action is needed." A similar message will also be broadcast on radio and TV between 2:20 and 2:50 p.m. Eastern. The system is mostly used to warn about severe weather or other threats and to send Amber Alerts.
Well, actors in Hollywood studios head back to the bargaining table today. On Monday, SAG-AFTRA and studio CEOs met for the first time since the strike started back in mid-July. There's hope that the deal struck with the Writers Guild last week can act as a jumping-off point for negotiations with the actors, who do have similar concerns about pay, streaming, and AI. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Netflix plans to hike the price on its ad-free service sometime after the actors' strike ends. Citing people familiar with the matter, the Journal did not reveal exactly when prices would go up or by how much. Netflix did not comment on the story.
So here's a little suggestion for you. You might want to get that pumpkin spice latte on ice today. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking more record fall temperatures. Michelle, good morning. Kind of tough to hit those, apple orchards and the apple picking with it being so hot.
I know it is, and we're so ready for it. We're ready for everything fall, but it's on hold for at least the next couple of days. By this weekend, it's going to feel like fall, at least into the Northeast. We're starting to feel like fall into parts of the Midwest. That's moving to the east, so it's going to take a couple days. But taking a look at some of these numbers, we are anywhere from 10 up to 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Green Bay today into the upper 70s, near 80 degrees, 16 degrees above normal. We're near 90 degrees in Cincinnati, Nashville, Buffalo, New York. We're looking at 89 degrees, has 26 degrees above average. Warm again tomorrow. There's that cold front that's bringing that relief, but it's taking a while to get here. Chicago, we're looking at 73 degrees today. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, another warm one in parts of the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley. We're looking at temperatures into the 80s. It's cool, though, back behind a cold front into the northern plains. Hot once again in the southern plains. That's going to spark the chance for some strong storms later on this afternoon into the evening hours. All right, guys, that's your Wednesday forecast.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. Sure. Well, the Powerball jackpot has increased yet again after there was no lucky winner on Monday night's drawing. The grand prize now sits at an estimated $1.2 billion. That's a cash value of just $551 million. It's the third largest jackpot in Powerball history. The next drawing does take place tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern time. So here we go, back to the stores. Got to get those tickets just in case.
Okay, we're back in 60 seconds with a fearless Philadelphia mother. Video showing her holding her ground against an armed attacker. Details next here on Early Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with a wild confrontation on the streets of Philadelphia. A mother of 2 small children threatened at gunpoint as she fights back against a biker. Ron Allen has this report.
A shocking confrontation caught on camera on the streets of Philadelphia. A mother with her 2 children in the backseat facing off against an armed assailant after he jumped on her car. Video posted on social media shows a group of dirt bikers driving past City Hall in an apparent street takeover. Nikki Bullock and her family were in a car nearby on their way to deliver food.
They're not paying attention to lanes. They're just doing whatever. So now I'm turning in the lane and then hits the side of the car.
The collision leaving a dent in the side of the car. That man getting off his bike and going on the attack. George Coloni was visiting the city from Florida and shot the now viral video of the incident.
Next thing you know, this guy hops off and jumps on this lady's car.
He jumped up here with 2 feet. He stepped his first foot down, didn't work. So then he was like, went through.
The man shattering the back window with Bullock, her girlfriend, and those 2 children just 5 and 2 years old inside. The man jumping off the car, dropping a gun to the ground. As Bullock gets out to confront him, the suspect picks up the gun and points it right at her head.
It was a little gun, and then at that point, my windshield was already broken. So, like, what was he really going to do to me, for real? So I just started going off.
The 2 squaring off on the street, the attacker headbutting Bullock before getting back on his bike. Bullock pushing him back down before he drove away. She's then seen taking one of her children out of the vehicle before walking away from the scene.
For him to take it that far is just out of control. I mean, to the point where, like, many people could have died in the middle of, in an instant.
Police announcing they now have a person of interest in the case, releasing new images of the suspected attacker. His license plate is not visible in the video, but authorities are highlighting the firearm he used and the decal on his helmet, hoping the public can help track him down.
If that person is caught and I get the chance to charge that person, we will be going very, very vigorously.
A search for a suspect and accountability after an incident that could have ended very differently.
I'm just grateful that my kids are okay. There's not a scratch on them. It was just the simple fact that I had kids in the car. That's why I jumped out like that. That's why I reacted like that. It was just to protect them, honestly.
That's a mama bear for you.
That's right.
Thanks to Ron for that report.
Still to come on Early Today, as baseball swings into the postseason, the Phillies and Marlins cap off a full day of wild card action.
Plus, the longest playoff losing streak in North American sports is now over.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Go ahead. This is it, right?
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
With Lewis's leg here, Julian should be running here to stay out of the double play on the 3-2 count.
Does not go. And now when he's drilled deep to left field, going back for a show, turning, looking, see ya.
We are back to break down the biggest stories in sports, starting with the first games of the MLB playoffs. Royce Lewis was 5 years old the last time the Twins won in the postseason, but he hit a pair of home runs to help lift the Twins over the Blue Jays 3-1, and that gives Minnesota their first playoff win since 2004. And they are calling it a Red October in Philadelphia as the Phillies try to get back to the World Series. They hit the ball all around the park, taking game one over the Marlins 4-1, and around the league, Corbin Carroll helped Arizona beat Milwaukee 6-3, and the Rangers shut out the Rays on the road 4-0. So game two, all these teams are back on for action today.
I cannot believe it's the postseason already, and you might not be able to believe this either from one field to another. Aaron Rodgers says don't rule him out of playing again this season. The Jets quarterback tore his Achilles last month, but then he told the Pat McAfee show that he's way ahead of schedule and he's being as smart as possible with his rehab. He added that he's been, in his words, attacking his rehab and has been focused on his own protocols and timetables despite everything working against him. And Jets fans can identify with everything working against them, but for their sake, for him, I really hope that this is true and that he can get back out there.
Yeah, you see him here, no boot, because he gave the boot, so he's on track right there. Yeah. All right, now to an icon in college basketball. Kentucky head coach John Calipari will be the next recipient of the John R. Wooden Legends of Coaching Award. Wooden's grandson made the announcement yesterday. Calipari is a Basketball Hall of Famer, having led the Wildcats to the 2012 national title. He will receive the award in April and getting applause off the court as well for all the work he's done for the Red Cross.
For sure. Well, when we come back on Early Today, a prominent figure just dropped off the Forbes 400 list of richest Americans.
And could robots take over the kitchen at Chipotle?
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
A robot could be responsible for your next takeout meal and a new retail venture coming up for Macy's. Here's what you need to know early today. Former President Donald Trump has dropped off this year's Forbes 400 list of wealthiest Americans. His estimated worth of $2.6 billion misses the cutoff by $300 million.
Legendary Entertainment has acquired the rights to a film adaptation of the classic 1988 novel, The Alchemist. Enola Holmes' Jack Thorne is set to write the film.
Starting next year, Macy's will open more than 30 smaller stores across the U.S. inside of strip malls. They'll be about the fifth of the size of a traditional size. The move aiming to combat dwindling mall traffic and keep up with competitors.
Chipotle is testing whether a robot can help make its burrito bowls and salads. The tech, made by Hyphen, would be used for the chain's digital orders.
All right, still to come here, a deployed mom overseas makes her big return home. The hero's surprise homecoming right after this.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just mid too.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
2 Iowa brothers received a major surprise all the way from Poland this week after their mother, Master Sergeant Trista Stangl, returned home from deployment. Tom Llamas has more on the special moment.
Hello, all of you beautiful second graders. Hello from Poland.
For almost a year, this is what messages home look like for Master Sergeant Trista Stangl.
I just wanted to send you guys a nice little video today, and especially Keaton.
Watching that message attentively with his class, her youngest son, Keaton, replying back with messages just like this.
From Keaton, Mom, I love you, but you are the best mom in the world.
Master Sergeant Stangl deployed to Poland with the 1133rd Transportation Company, helping resupply NATO allied troops.
Well, it was stressful. It was sad missing my kids.
Traylon, how much do you love your mom?
1 billion.
1 billion? That's a lot.
But finally, after a long 10 months overseas, Master Sergeant Stangl had a plan.
It was hard being away from my kids and not coming straight home to them, but I already had a plan in place, and I really wanted to surprise them in school and make it very special for them.
This military mom surprising her sons at their elementary school in Osage, Iowa. That homecoming meant everything to both boys.
Not anything in the world. Same.
And the best news of all, Mom's not going anywhere.
I'm looking forward to retiring in the near future and being able to stay home with my kids from now on.
The full-time soldier now looking forward to more time with family.
Our thanks to Tom for that report. I love it. It is going to be the end, but so many beginnings, starting with those hugs and all the holidays and everything that's to come.
And thank you to that mom for the service to the country. Enjoy your family. Well, Dunkin' Donuts is getting into the Halloween spirit, releasing its first ever inflatable, a 6-foot-tall spider donut to celebrate the treat's sweet return this month. You can get the light-up lawn decoration now on Dunkin's website for $100. Mark your calendars for October 11th when that spider donut and the rest of the Halloween menu roll out nationwide. You know I have to buy this.
You were just talking about the inflatables and the animatronics that you want to put in your front yard, and that is the iconic Dunkin' Halloween donut right there. No better donut to put in front of your yard. And maybe you can, be the favorite in the neighborhood by putting out a dozen of those donuts
for sure.
out there.
Maybe people can drop them off to me. I'm not sure. Thanks for kicking off your morning with Early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Your news continues right here on NBC. After less than 9 months on the job, Kevin McCarthy becomes the first House Speaker in U.S. history to be ousted. We have a live report from D.C.
Breaking overnight, one or more shooters on the loose still in Baltimore after 5 people were wounded by gunfire at Morgan State University.
A New York judge slaps Donald Trump with a gag order telling him to stop trash-talking the court staff or else. Will it be mission impossible for the freewheeling former president?
Some good news for millennials, with their generation set to do better in retirement than both baby boomers and Generation X. CNBC's Arabile Gamede breaks it all down for us.
And we bring you the touching story of 2 brothers who face off against each other on the baseball diamond, but stand together as their family faces a tough challenge. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And hi, I'm Jessica Layton. This morning, the U.S. House of Representatives finds itself without an elected leader. On Tuesday, Congressman Kevin McCarthy was ousted from his role as Speaker of the House by his own party. That's an unprecedented move that leaves the future of leadership in the chamber in question. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. The threat of removal has been looming over McCarthy since day one. We know that. So what exactly led to this major move in the House?
Good morning, Jessica. So we all remember that as part of the extended process of electing a House Speaker this past January, Kevin McCarthy struck a deal with hardline House Republicans that said any member can call for a vote to remove the Speaker, known as a motion to vacate. Well, just 9 months after McCarthy took the gavel, that motion was invoked. Florida Republican and chief McCarthy foe, Matt Gaetz, filed the motion on Monday. This came amid heavy criticism from those hardline Republicans over the deal McCarthy pushed through Congress over the weekend in order to keep the government funded and avoid a shutdown. While McCarthy initially welcomed the challenge from Gaetz, the arguments presented by his supporters fell short when it came to time to decide his fate. 8 members of the GOP voted for removing McCarthy from the speakership. The 216 to 210 final vote included the yeas of every House Democrat who had expressed anger over McCarthy, saying they were in favor of shutting the government down. While previous House speakers had faced threats to their position before, this became the first successful vote to remove a speaker in congressional history. After a private meeting with his colleagues, McCarthy spoke to reporters about the vote and his future in Congress.
Saturday, I took a risk for the American public. You all know Matt Gaetz. You know it was personal. It had nothing to do about spending. It had nothing to do about everything he accused somebody of he was doing. I believe I can continue to fight, maybe in a different manner. I will not run for Speaker again. I'll have the conference pick somebody else.
to first recess.
And for now, North Carolina Congressman Patrick McHenry assumes the role of interim speaker as he was named on a succession list submitted by McCarthy. The House's vote for a new speaker is currently set for next Wednesday. Potential candidates for the next speaker include McHenry as well as McCarthy's second-in-command, Steve Scalise. And as the Speaker of the House is not required to be a member of Congress, multiple Republicans, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, said on Tuesday that they're putting their backing behind Donald Trump. Francis, Jessica.
Thank you, Bree.
Let's turn now to the breaking news from Baltimore, where 5 young people were shot as they left a homecoming celebration. All of the victims are expected to survive. No suspects have been arrested. Police said they were still investigating whether there were multiple shooters. The commissioner was asked about the decision to lift a shelter-in-place order.
Our SWAT team had cleared the building where we thought the suspect may have ran or where we thought the shot came from. They cleared every single floor twice. And after that, we realized the campus was most likely safe, and we opened it back up because the shooter was nowhere around that we could find.
Morgan State has canceled classes for today, and the HBCU is deciding how to move forward with homecoming week. The FBI says it is helping with the investigation.
And now to Italy, where at least 21 people have been killed in a bus crash near Venice. 2 of the dead are children. 18 others were injured. While the exact cause of the accident is still being investigated, authorities say the bus fell from an overpass and it burst into flames. The mayor of Venice described the scene as apocalyptic, and getting some of the bodies out of the inferno was an added challenge. The bus was carrying foreign tourists, including Ukrainians.
The El Paso area is experiencing a record number of migrant deaths, according to Border Patrol data obtained by the El Paso Times. 148 migrants have died in the region in 2023. That's the highest number the area has seen since data collection began, and a major increase from the 71 deaths recorded in 2022. A majority of the deaths happened during the summer months when the region saw consecutive weeks of triple-degree temperatures. Before last year, the region never saw a death toll higher than 40, dating back to 1989. Now to former President Trump, who has been slapped with a partial gag order by the judge presiding over his ongoing fraud case. Mr. Trump posted a picture to social media showing the judge's law clerk together with Chuck Schumer, implying that she knew the Democratic Senate Majority Leader personally and was therefore biased. Schumer's office denied any relationship with the clerk, saying she was just a constituent photographed with the senator.
Judge Arthur Engeron admonished the Trump team in court, saying, quote, "Personal attacks on members of my court staff are unacceptable, and I won't tolerate it." Now, if Mr. Trump does it again, the judge promised what he called swift and meaningful sanctions. It was the former president's second day in that Manhattan courthouse. On the stand, his former accountant, Donald Bender, who said the Trump organization had provided him with incomplete records.
Mr. Trump and his sons are accused of inflating their net worth to get more favorable terms from lenders. They deny any wrongdoing, and their legal team argues that real estate evaluations are subjective.
And as Trump went to court here in New York, Hunter Biden was arraigned in Delaware. The president's son pleading not guilty to 3 felony firearms charges, counts that his legal team will most certainly try to get dismissed. NBC's Ryan Nobles has more.
Hunter Biden back in a Delaware courthouse, the son of a sitting president now facing a criminal trial. Biden pleading not guilty to 3 felony gun charges for allegedly purchasing a handgun while being an active drug user and lying about it on a federal form. His attorney calling the charges the result of political pressure from President Trump and his MAGA allies to force the Justice Department to ignore the law and deviate from its policies in cases like this one. Special counsel David Weiss filing the charges after his controversial plea deal for the president's son, which would have resulted in no prison time, fell apart under a judge's scrutiny. 2 IRS whistleblowers testified that there was political interference in the DOJ investigation of Hunter Biden, which Weiss denies. If convicted, Hunter Biden facing a sentence of as much as 25 years behind bars, although he's unlikely to serve that much time. And his looming legal problems come as House Republicans step up their impeachment inquiry, hoping to tie Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings to his father.
Whether it was lunches, phone calls, White House meetings, or official foreign trips, Hunter Biden cashed in by arranging access to Joe Biden, the family brand.
A key GOP witness last week testifying there's not enough evidence for impeachment so far. The president has said he was not involved in his son's work.
And what we saw play out Tuesday here in this courthouse could be just the beginning of the legal trouble for Hunter Biden. He's still facing tax charges that could come down by the end of the month in both California and Washington, D.C.
Ryan, thank you.
California officially has a new senator. LaFonza Butler was sworn in by Vice President Kamala Harris. Butler was appointed to fill the seat of late Senator Dianne Feinstein. She is the first openly LGBTQ person to represent California in the Senate and only the third black woman to serve in that chamber. The second was Harris. Butler was previously the president of the nonprofit Emily's List.
Later today, FEMA will send a text message to every cell phone in the country to test out the emergency system. And the system is tested every 3 years. This text will read, "This is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. No action is needed." A similar message will also be broadcast on radio and TV between 2:20 and 2:50 p.m. Eastern. The system is mostly used to warn about severe weather or other threats and to send Amber Alerts.
Record fall heat could mean some strong storms in the coming days. Excuse me. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking it all. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we have some heat ahead of this cold front. We have fall-like weather behind the cold front. That clash zone is going to create some storms later on this afternoon, especially in the southern plains. Could see some pretty gusty storms with heavy rainfall. So out ahead of this front, we're looking at really warm temperatures, 10 to 25 degrees above normal. Once again today, we're going to see that tomorrow as well. Temperatures soaring into the 80s, near 90 degrees in Cincinnati, also in Buffalo. Looking at 83 degrees in New York City. That's 14 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. There is that transition zone, that cold front. And along this cold front, we're going to see severe storms erupting across the southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley with some really heavy rainfall. Downpours may lead to localized flooding. We could see some rivers, streams, creeks rising as well. That is today. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see it moving off to the east. 10 million people at risk, especially where you see this yellow here. So Wichita Falls, Oklahoma City, we're looking at Dallas, Abilene, Midland. We're looking at the chance for some really gusty storms. Large hail up to 2 inches. That's baseball size hail. Could see winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. That could cause some damage. The tornado risk is low, but it's still not zero. Also looking at the chance for that flash flooding as well with rain 2 to 3 inches per hour. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it is warm still in the Great Lakes. We're looking at temperatures in the 80s, but back into the northern plains, temperatures in the 60s, feeling a little fall-like there. It's warm in the southern plains. We have a cold front that's moving through. That's going to spark the chance for strong to severe storms this afternoon. All right, guys, that's your Wednesday forecast.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Early today is back in 60 seconds with a potential price hike in the works for Netflix.
And one generation is pulling ahead when it comes to saving for retirement. But who it is might surprise you.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You got to see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
Actors in Hollywood studios head back to the bargaining table today. On Monday, SAG-AFTRA and studio CEOs met for the first time since the strike started in mid-July. There is hope the deal struck with the Writers Guild last week can act as a jumping-off point for negotiations with actors who have similar concerns about pay, streaming, and AI. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Netflix plans to hike the price on its ad-free service sometime after the actor strike ends. Citing people familiar with the matter, the Journal did not reveal exactly when prices will go up or by how much. Netflix did not comment on the story.
The Labor Department reported an unexpected 9.6 million job openings in August, and that figure is higher than the economists expected and the first increase in available jobs in about 3 months. Experts predicted about 8.9 million postings, which would have been around the same as July's numbers. CNBC reports much of the increase comes from white-collar job openings, accounting for about 500,000 new postings. These numbers come ahead of the September's jobs report, which is due out this Friday.
Now to another number that may be higher than expected, the amount millennials are saving for retirement. CNBC's Arabila Gamede joins us now to break down this new report. Arabila, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. So people born between 1980 and around the 1990s are actually doing a little bit better when it comes to saving for their retirement than initially anticipated. This actually comes because retirement savings or saving for the 401k has actually become mandatory. And that has actually put in a basis of a lot more people being able to save then for their retirement as opposed to the Gen X or those just before the baby boomers, of course. So very interestingly that the notion has actually come forward. Vanguard has actually gone on to put in this cohort really and said that the mid-generation X as well as the late boomers, which are pretty much 4 points behind in terms of this distribution basis here, finding that millennials are the 50th income percentile. At the 50th income percentile, we're on track to reach a substantial replacement of at least 66% when it comes to their retirement. So clearly, we're able to put in those retirement numbers by the end of it. I'm one of those, so I'm going to say yes, I fully agree.
That's great news considering we're talking about, inflation, high interest rates, so good to be able to keep that money in your pockets. Arabila, thank you.
Yeah, and good for you. Still to come here on Early Today, the Girl Scout cookie that became an eBay sensation is off the roster this year.
And the 2023 list of top cities for foodies is here, and the rankings might surprise you. Where does your city rank?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters.
Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Michael Jordan has now made the Forbes 400 list of richest Americans. The former NBA superstar has been a billionaire since 2014. But after selling the Charlotte Hornets this year, he's now worth $3 billion, which just earned him the spot at number 379. The cutoff to make the list is $2.9 billion. He joins the likes of Elon Musk, who's number 1 on the list, followed by Jeff Bezos. Us normal people can't even fathom that kind of wealth, right?
When you get the big names, you got McDonald's, you got Gatorade. Maybe you're familiar with that other little venture, that Nike thing that he's involved with. $260 million is what he got in his last royalty check just for Nike alone.
Not too shabby.
Yeah. Okay, Wallet Hub just released this year's top cities for foodies, and guess what's number 1? See it right there. Can you believe it? Orlando is number 1, and out west, Portland, Oregon took second. You got Sacramento, and then Miami and San Francisco. The list compared more than 108 U.S. cities. Multiple factors were taken into consideration, from how expensive groceries are to high-quality restaurants as well as food festivals. And that makes sense when you take into account the price of groceries, because you got NYC all the way at 20, Los Angeles 13, and Chicago 14, which is astounding to me because these are like food capitals.
I was surprised that New York City wasn't higher on the list, but I guess when you account the cost of the groceries, maybe that's what brought it down. And after sparking chaos during its pilot online-only rollout last year, the Raspberry Rally Girl Scout cookie is being discontinued. The wildly popular flavor quickly sold out last March and soon popped up on eBay with prices ranging from, get this, $15 to $180 for 10 packages. The Girl Scouts organization shared a statement during that fiasco at the time, voicing disappointment with the unauthorized resales, saying it deprived their organizations of its proceeds. I didn't get to try those, did you?
Not at all. Focusing on my Samoas, or Caramel Delights, frozen, along with the Thin Mints.
And the Thin Mints frozen, of course.
Yeah, as long as they don't keep shrinking the packages. I get those every year. My daughter's a Girl Scout. Stop shrinking the packages. And now it's $6, not $5 anymore.
Yes, the price has gone up, but not as high as those last year.
All right, coming up on Early Today, the robot revolution continues, now eyeing a spot inside the kitchens of Chipotle.
And Macy's is resizing its retail plan. More on that next.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters.
Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
How a robot could be responsible for your next takeout meal and a new retail venture for Macy's. Here's what you need to know early today. Former President Trump has dropped off this year's Forbes 400 list of wealthiest Americans. His estimated worth of $2.6 billion misses the cutoff by $300 million.
Legendary Entertainment has acquired the rights to a film adaptation of the classic 1988 novel The Alchemist. Enola Holmes' Jack Thorne is set to write the film.
Starting next year, Macy's will open more than 30 smaller stores across the U.S. inside of strip malls. They will be about the fifth of the size of a traditional store. The move aims to combat dwindling mall traffic and keep up with competitors.
And Chipotle is testing whether a robot can help make its burrito bowls and salads. The technology made by Hyphen would be used for the chain's digital orders.
And still to come, sibling rivalry or brotherly love, the friendly competition between two siblings in the MLB playoffs.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
The Lowe brothers are going to bat in the MLB playoffs with a friendly sibling competition, but their biggest fan may have to miss the action on the field. Sam Brock has more on this family.
In Florida, family on different sides of the diamond.
The first game of this 2023 postseason.
Nathaniel Lowe of the Texas Rangers taking on little brother Josh and the Tampa Bay Rays.
We could be friends on Saturday.
Nathaniel scoring the first run of the playoffs.
That's a line drive and a base hit into center field.
Even as baseball's on the back burner for the two rising talents.
Brothers Lowe taking out the cards for their respective clubs.
A few months ago, in their first professional showdown, their mom Wendy sported a split jersey with Lowe on the front. But right now, the family says she's resting at home, battling brain cancer and cheering for her sons through the TV screen.
It's a lot to go through, and yeah, it's a pretty heavy toll.
How much does it mean to your mom to see you and your brother play in person?
It means everything for her.
These two have had each other's back all season.
Well, not many people are able to say they have a sibling that plays the same professional sport as you.
Having seen him have success that he has is, it makes it feel really good.
But their love and support for their mom is now on full display under baseball's brightest lights.
She's one of the strongest people in our family.
As Wendy enters her third week of chemotherapy.
The more people that know about this, the more prayers that are going to be heard, the more people that are going to be praying for her for a healing. I mean, there's so many different things that are bigger than baseball.
Countless fans at home rooting not for a team, but for a family. Sam Brock, NBC News, St. Petersburg, Florida.
It looks like mom raised some good boys who really love her, and we're all hoping that she has a good recovery.
What a great perspective to say. Even at their position right now, they're like, there's things bigger than baseball.
Yeah.
True testament of that right there. A Chicago woman is living wild and free after becoming the oldest person to tandem skydive. At 104 years old, Dorothy Hoffner set a new record after fearlessly jumping from a plane roughly 13,000 feet in the air. Look at
Love her
face. Hoffner topped last year's record set in Sweden by a 103-year-old. She's not stopping at that. She plans to take a hot air balloon ride for her 105th birthday in December. That is classic YOLO.
Dorothy,
right
you rock. Well, coming up on the Today Show today, an NFL Cinderella story. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy talks about his path from the very last draft pick in 2022 to one of the league's biggest breakout stars. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. See you back here tomorrow. Your news continues right here on NBC and our NBC stations.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, Kevin McCarthy ousted this morning. History unfolding in Washington. The House of Representatives now without a leader after lawmakers vote to remove Kevin McCarthy as Speaker.
So I may have lost a vote today, but as I walk out of this chamber, I feel fortunate to have served the American people.
Now, Congress navigating uncharted territory as the search for a new House Speaker begins. More on the unprecedented vote, plus reaction and what happens next. Tragedy on campus breaking this morning. Police in Baltimore searching for a shooter who opened fire at a historically black university, injuring several people, all during homecoming celebrations. But we're learning about what happened. Plus, a different kind of drug deal. The White House announcing a historic price negotiation between top drug makers and Medicare. More on the program and why it may not be a done deal just yet. And increasing your odds. What if the only thing standing between you and winning the lotto wasn't luck, just a little bit of math? Well, a pair of British professors say they figured out the winning formula. We will try to break it down before tonight's big Powerball drawing.
Oh, well, now we're going to win.
There you go. I know. Magic.
Very exciting.
You got to stay for that. That's quite the tease.
We all win. Yeah. Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being here. We get started this morning, of course, with the turmoil in Washington after a historic vote to remove Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House of Representatives. This was after less than 9 months in that leadership role.
The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
The final vote was 216 to 210 in favor of removing McCarthy from the speakership. 8 Republicans joined all House Democrats in voting to oust him. It's the first time in U.S. history lawmakers have formally voted to remove a sitting speaker in the middle of a term. Opposition to McCarthy grew among Republicans after last weekend's deal to avert a government shutdown. The chair of the Financial Services Committee, North Carolina Congressman Patrick McHenry, is now serving as interim speaker until a replacement is chosen, beginning what could be a long process. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with the latest. Julie, good morning. So certainly an unprecedented day yesterday on Capitol Hill. Just walk us through what happened before the vote, after the vote, and what we're hearing from the now former House Speaker.
Yeah, guys, it was quite a shock, not only to reporters covering this, but also to members who were streaming out of a closed-door Republican conference meeting, some with tears in their eyes, some with shock on their faces. The way this all came about was really since the beginning of McCarthy got his gavel. He made this handshake agreement with some of the far-right conservatives, including Congressman Matt Gaetz, to get their support to get the gavel in the first place, that any one of them can bring up what's called a motion to vacate that triggers a full House vote. And then Easily enough, McCarthy loses his gavel with just a handful of votes. 8 Republicans voting against him. The final tally was 216 to 210 because Democrats decided early in the day yesterday they were not going to get involved in the House Republican internal drama. They were going to stay out of it. But the thing is, they voted against McCarthy here. They sided with Gaetz and those 7 Republicans. And that's unfortunately what caused McCarthy to lose his speakership. I want you to take a listen to what McCarthy had to say right after that all happened. Watch.
Doing the right thing isn't always easy, but it is necessary. I don't regret standing up for choosing governance over grievance. It is my responsibility. It is my job. I do not regret negotiating. I will not run for Speaker again. I'll have the conference pick somebody else.
McCarthy, the forever optimist who was telling us all weekend long, all day long yesterday even, that he is confident, that he never gives up, stepping aside, saying he will not run for Speaker again. Guys, remember, all of this came about after McCarthy worked with Democrats to avoid a last-minute government shutdown on Saturday. That's what really led to this final vote to oust him.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I want to ask you about. Have we heard from Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz? What was his reaction to this vote? And explain to us also how the interim speaker was chosen, because it wasn't known exactly who that would be prior to this going down.
Exactly. Yeah, we have heard from Gaetz. And remember, this is something that McCarthy has long said was personal. Gaetz has denied that, of course. But Gaetz came out of this, and he came out of this victorious. It's not clear, though, what the next steps will be from Gaetz, who he will support for Speaker, and so on. You're right. We do have an interim speaker. That is Patrick McHenry of North Carolina. That was actually a secret list that every single speaker puts together when they get chosen. It doesn't matter if it's McCarthy or the many speakers prior. No one knew who was on this list, but the first person was Patrick McHenry, which is a very, very close ally of McCarthy. Take a listen, though, what Gaetz had to say right after this vote. Watch.
We heard Speaker McCarthy say that he wanted us to bring it on, so I guess we did. Kevin McCarthy couldn't keep his word. He made an agreement in January regarding the way Washington would work, and he violated that agreement. Kevin McCarthy should take a hint. After 15 ballots to become Speaker, after 8 months of a failed speakership, and after removal in this historic manner, I think we should move on and find somebody else.
So obviously McCarthy did take that hint. He said he will not run for Speaker again. The question is, though, who will?
Yeah, and that begs the question, how does this work now? What's next for the House, the process for selecting a new Speaker, and do we have any idea who is potentially in the running for the role?
Yeah, well, look, it's members of leadership, right? We have Tom Emmer, who is the whip, he's the vote counter of Republicans. You see him on your screen. Tom Cole, who's the rules chairman. Steve Scalise, who is by far the most popular choice after McCarthy. They thought for a second that he was going to be the one to take over as Speaker back in January when McCarthy was going those 15 rounds. Elise Stefanik, Jim Jordan, who's, of course, the chair of the Judiciary Committee. Also some outside names like Kevin Hern, who is the chair of the very conservative Republican Study Committee. A lot of people raising their hands now. Right now, the House is actually adjourned until Tuesday. They will come back next week. They will huddle in a room. McCarthy made it very clear that he doesn't want that same 15 ballot situation to happen again. They'll likely choose someone behind closed doors. And then on Wednesday, as soon as Wednesday, they might take to the floor for a full vote on that after they've chosen someone behind closed doors. So it's not likely we're going to see that dramatic process unfold like we did back in January. I think Republicans feel embarrassed by what happened yesterday, and they want to keep further embarrassment off of the block here and do something internally.
All right. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
And turning now overnight to breaking news out of Baltimore, where 5 people were wounded in a shooting at Morgan State University. The shooting prompted an hours-long shelter in place on campus as officials assessed whether they had an active shooter situation. Police say they do not have a suspect in custody. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has the details.
The community here at Morgan State University is reeling after a mass shooting overnight that injured 5 people, including 4 students, though none fatally. Police still investigating and trying to hunt down the shooter. It's homecoming week here at Morgan State, which is supposed to be a time of celebration for students, but that was interrupted overnight when gunshots rang out around 9:25 here on campus. The details of the shooting are still unclear, but a Baltimore City councilman tweeted overnight that police told him they believe there were 3 separate shooters. After police and SWAT teams and federal agents responded here on campus, they locked the campus down for 2.5 hours until at midnight they gave the all clear, deciding that there was no more active shooter threat. Again, the nature of this shooting is not entirely clear at this point. They have made no arrests. The investigation is continuing, and classes here at Morgan State University are canceled today as they decide how to go forward with homecoming week celebrations. Back to you.
All right, just heartbreaking. Kendall Anian, thank you so much.
Here in New York this morning, former President Donald Trump is expected to be back in court for a third day as his $250 million civil fraud trial continues in Lower Manhattan. There was some speculation as to whether Trump would testify. Well, yesterday, speaking to reporters, he confirmed he is ready to take the stand.
Mr. Trump, will you be testifying?
Yes, I will. At the appropriate time, I will be.
NBC's Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside the court in Lower Manhattan. So, Lindsay, Trump was on the attack again yesterday, making comments and posting on social media. And because of that, now the judge has issued a gag order. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, some more police officers just arriving for the day. Media presence not as strong as it was on Monday, day one, but we are expecting to see the former president again today. And yesterday, as you mentioned, the judge, after a lengthened break for lunch, really admonishing the courtroom over a Truth Social post, specifically, obviously, the defendant, the former president. He had posted during the 11 a.m. recess, about a 15-minute break yesterday, floating a conspiracy theory, essentially about one of the judge's staff members saying that she had some kind of personal relationship with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and the judge saying that any kind of disparaging comments about his staff is unacceptable, also saying consider this a gag order for all parties from posting about any members of my staff. So that sort of ended yesterday, but of course the president still at the end of the court hearing yesterday, essentially saying this was a good day. He saw his defense counsel cross-examine the witness, but we can talk more about that if you'd like as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Lindsay, Trump's former accountant, Donald Bender. Tell us more about his testimony that we heard when he was on the stand yesterday.
Right, this is the former president's former primary accountant, and so the Attorney General's office is trying to do a couple of things with this witness. It's very dry, but it's important testimony. They're trying to introduce some documents, these financial statements that the AG's office says are overly inflated, and introduce them into evidence, but also introduce this accountant and say that he compiled these financial statements based on information that Trump and his team were giving him. And in cross-examination, Trump's defense attorney saying, you were the only accountant, not Alan Weisselberg, nobody else at the Trump organization. You were responsible for making sure this information was accurate. And Bender replied, no, it's the company who needs to provide me with accurate information. So that is the cross-examination that we heard the president allude to, saying this is a good day. Joan Savannah.
And so, Lindsay, we know Trump wasn't initially expected to be in court after day two. Says he's going to return to court today. What are we watching out for with today's proceedings?
So we are expecting to hear more cross-examination of Bender, and then the AG's office will get a chance to redirect. But, you know, nothing is really to be expected as part of this, but I imagine that we will hear from the former president again. Basically, any break, he comes out and he sort of makes his case to the court of public opinion, to the cameras, and he says, you know, I should be on the campaign trail, but I have to be here. We should note he's not compelled to be here until he's called to testify, which he is on the witness list for the Attorney General's office. So that's not necessarily saying they guarantee that they'll call him. He says that he'll testify regardless, so the defense could call him if the AG's office doesn't. But we can expect to hear some more rhetoric from the former president, calling this a sham and a scam, saying that there were no victims. But Joan Savannah, the AG's office does not have to prove there were any victims. They just have to prove there was fraud. And we have to keep in mind that the judge already ruled one of those causes, one of the claims brought by the AG's office. He has ruled in favor of the AG's office, saying that there is fraud. This is mostly about the other 6 claims, the other defendants, and now damages. Joan Savannah.
All right, Lindsay Reiser in Lower Manhattan. Lindsay, thank you.
And in another legal battle, President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, pleaded not guilty to federal gun charges at his arraignment in Delaware yesterday. NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles has the latest.
Hunter Biden back in a Delaware courthouse, the son of a sitting president now facing a criminal trial. Biden pleading not guilty to 3 felony gun charges for allegedly purchasing a handgun while being an active drug user and lying about it on a federal form. His attorney calling the charges the result of political pressure from President Trump and his MAGA allies to force the Justice Department to ignore the law and deviate from its policies in cases like this one. Special counsel David Weiss filing the charges after his controversial plea deal for the president's son, which would have resulted in no prison time, fell apart under a judge's scrutiny. 2 IRS whistleblowers testified that there was political interference in the DOJ investigation of Hunter Biden, which Weiss denies. If convicted, Hunter Biden facing a sentence of as much as 25 years behind bars, although he's unlikely to serve that much time. And his looming legal problems come as House Republicans step up their impeachment inquiry, hoping to tie Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings to his father.
Whether it was lunches, phone calls, White House meetings, or official foreign trips, Hunter Biden cashed in by arranging access to Joe Biden, the family brand.
A key GOP witness last week testifying there's not enough evidence for impeachment so far. The president has said he was not involved in his son's work. And what we saw play out Tuesday here in this courthouse could be just the beginning of the legal trouble for Hunter Biden. He's still facing tax charges that could come down by the end of the month in both California and Washington, D.C.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Authorities in Washington are searching for 3 armed suspects who carjacked a member of Congress Monday night. It comes as the nation's capital faces a surge in violent crime. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has that story.
It happened less than a mile from the Capitol. Texas Democrat Henry Cuellar carjacked as he arrived at his D.C. apartment.
I looked to the left, somebody had a gun. To the right, somebody had a gun. I had a third guy behind me. You got to stay calm.
Police recovered Cuellar's car. They're still looking for 3 masked suspects thought to be teenagers. It's been a year of violence in the nation's capital. 753 carjackings, double last year's number. Overall violent crime up 39%. 216 homicides, more than all of last year, and on track to be the deadliest in 20 years.
My son is dead. My son is dead. My son ain't do nothing to nobody.
I've been living here 31 years. This is the worst I've ever seen around here.
While violent crime is flat or down in New York, Los Angeles, and Philly, it's up 8% in Atlanta, up 27% in Chicago, up 28% in Baltimore. Washington's acting police chief says her department is understaffed and stretched beyond capacity.
The most pressing concern that I've heard from community members is the increase in robberies and carjackings and the fear that this creates.
Representative Cuellar isn't the first member of Congress to be a D.C. crime victim. Minnesota Representative Angie Craig was assaulted at her D.C. apartment. A staff member for Senator Rand Paul survived a stabbing last March. Congress and President Biden this year blocked a D.C. council plan that would have increased penalties for some crimes in Washington, but lowered them for others, including carjackings. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thank you.
Well, LaFonza Butler is now California's newest senator after being sworn into office by Vice President Harris. Butler now officially fills the seat of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein, who died last week at the age of 90. She was appointed to the seat by California Governor Gavin Newsom, and the appointment now gives Democrats a 51-49 majority in the Senate again. Butler is the 3rd black woman to serve in the Senate and the first openly LGBTQ person to represent California in the chamber. She has not yet indicated whether she plans to run for a full term in office next year.
It's another day of unseasonably warm temperatures for parts of the country.
That is right. Like here in New York, already pretty warm this morning. Michelle Grossman's here with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, it is so warm. We're about 10 to 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. So we sort of have a battle of the seasons going on. Back to the west, it's fall-like. We're looking at really cool temperatures. And then ahead of this cold front, we're looking at temperatures really warm. We broke records yesterday, the day before that, and the day before that. We're going to break records once again today. Here's that transition zone, that cold front, where we're going to see some strong to severe storms along that front. But first, with the temperatures, we're talking 80s once again in October, near 90 degrees in some spots. Buffalo, New York today, 87 degrees. That's 24 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 80s in Detroit, Chicago, St. Louis, Cincinnati, near 90 degrees as well. 86 in Nashville. And we're warm still in the Northeast. 84 degrees in New York City today. That is 15 degrees above what we typically expect expect this time of year. We're going to do it again tomorrow, once again on Friday in some parts, but there's that cold front that's sweeping through, and it's going to sweep through that warm air. So by tomorrow, we're looking at Chicago, just 4 degrees above normal, 71 degrees. So that's a big drop off, but still in the 80s in Buffalo, 82, 79 in Washington, D.C., 7 degrees above average. And then take a look what happens. Look back to Minneapolis, a huge drop from what we saw yesterday. Temperatures into the 50s by Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 58 degrees, feeling like fall there. Same story in Cleveland. We drop off from 71 to 57 down to 53 on Sunday. And then we'll see that drop too in the Northeast by Sunday, down to the low 60s. It's going to feel like fall, but we're going to bring some rain into the forecast there. So not the best fall foliage looking. So as we look towards the cold front, this is the dividing line from that warm air and cool air. We're looking at the chance for really strong to severe storms and also the chance for heavy rainfall. Where you see these dark colors, that's where we're expecting the heaviest rain. See some purple there? That could indicate some hail is expected. So we could see up to 2 inches in some spots. Severe storms erupting, especially in the southern plains. Downpours are likely. That could lead to flooding and also flash flooding. So low-lying areas, the rivers, the creeks, the streams could be swollen as well. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, we're looking at a line of showers and storms tracking to the east. This is a cold front we've been watching all week long, and it's taking its time getting here, but it will finally get to the northeast. So by tomorrow, we're looking at the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley, portions of the Mississippi Valley down to the Gulf Coast states. And we're looking at the greatest chance from Michigan and Mississippi for some strong storms. So we'll look at that tomorrow. But for this afternoon, a big area that could see some strong to severe storms, especially where you see this yellow area. That includes Dallas. It includes Oklahoma City, also Lubbock down to Midland. And again, baseball-size hail in some spots. That's going to cause a lot of damage. 10 million people at risk in this area. Winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. Keep in mind, this story here will be that rainfall. Lots of rain expected. We could see 2 to 3 inches per hour in some spots. That's going to lead to flash flooding. This is always dangerous, especially with the multiple rounds of training storms over the same area. Sort of that sit and spin where it drops that water in the same spot. So for the rest of the country, we're looking good in the west, nice and quiet, although cooler, as I mentioned, record warmth in the east. It will be smoky all the way down to portions of Florida. That is from the Canadian wildfire. So that high pressure kind of pumps it down to portions of the southeast and could see some Gulf Coast showers as well. Now, as we look towards the weekend, there's that cold front, clear to see where it is on the map, that stripe of green from portions of the northeast into the Tennessee Valley, the Gulf Coast states. That's where we could see the rain there. Still mild out ahead of that. And then behind that front, much, much cooler. West is best. We're looking at lots of sunshine, temperatures comfortable. I went to CB East, and they always said West is best, so it hurts when I say that. But anyway, and then we look towards Saturday, heavy rain in portions of New England. That is from Philippe. I'll show you that track in just a minute, but mild sunshine throughout the middle of the country. An autumn breeze in the southeast, the Tennessee Valley on Sunday, cool and damp. And then we'll talk about Philippe real quick, because we're still looking at a tropical storm, expecting to be a tropical storm as it reaches the New England coast by Saturday and Sunday. And we could see some drenching rains there as well.
Already seeing that coming up in my forecast.
I know.
Only nice for a little.
We're actually going to start a coastal battle between the West Coast and the East Coast here, sparked by Michelle Grossman.
I love y'all's graphics. West is best. And then just nice day.
Yeah, exactly.
Michelle, thank you. All right, much more to come here on Morning News Now later this hour. Unexpected side effects. The new research that shows the impact discrimination could have on your physical health.
First, though, after the break, new details about that remarkable rescue of a 9-year-old girl. What we're learning about the hours before she was found, plus the suspect now under arrest accused of her kidnapping. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
We're back now with new details about that remarkable rescue of a 9-year-old girl. Police say that she was abducted from her family while riding her bike. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park shows us how investigators were able to track down the suspect, who's now charged with kidnapping.
9-year-old Charlotte Senna back with loved ones after vanishing while riding her bike at an upstate New York park. In a statement, the family writing, "We are thrilled that she is home, and we understand that the outcome is not what every family gets." The major break coming after a 2-day-long search when authorities tracked down 46-year-old Craig Nelson Ross Jr. after a ransom note was left at Charlotte's home. The intent? To get money, according to the arraignment memo.
A fingerprint was found that matched what was found on the ransom note.
Authorities say that critical clue was linked to a 1999 DWI and allowed SWAT teams to move in on the suspect's camper, roughly 20 miles from where Charlotte was last seen.
After some resistance, the suspect was taken into custody, and immediately the little girl was found in a cabinet, cupboard. She was rescued, and she knew she was being rescued. She knew that she was in safe hands.
Was the suspect known to the family?
It has not been determined that the suspect was known to the family.
The suspect was arraigned on a charge of first-degree kidnapping. The governor of New York saying they're still looking into the possibility of connections to other cases. NBC News attempted to contact the suspect's attorney, but we haven't heard back.
We're all just like so surprised and shocked that happened just a little girl.
In the neighborhood where officials say Charlotte was found alive and unharmed, crews seen gathering evidence and residents grateful for some closure after days on alert. And the governor of New York calling this an active investigation. The suspect is currently being held at the Saratoga County Jail behind me without bail. Next court appearance is set for October 17th. Back to you.
All right, Kathy Park, thank you.
Let's get you international headlines now, starting in Italy, where several people are dead after a tour bus crash near Venice.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. At least 21 people died and 15 others at least were injured after a bus plunged almost 50 feet off a flyover near Venice. Now the bus filled with foreign tourists returning to their camping site after a visit to the lagoon suddenly fell off the flyover and crashed near railway tracks below. Authorities say Ukrainian and German nationals were among the dead and called the scene apocalyptic. The cause of the accident is still unknown. Now let's go to Brazil now, where more than 100 dolphins have died since last week. The carcasses of the dolphins were found beached on Tefe Lake in the Amazon region. Experts say the likely cause of the deaths is the rise in water temperature, which killed thousands of fish dolphins feed on. The Amazonas governor declared a state of emergency due to a prolonged drought, which caused water temperatures to rise above 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's end this tour of the world in Japan, where one of the most popular shrines is no longer free to visit. The bright orange Itsukushima shrine that appears floating on a lake is one of the most recognizable and photographed attractions in Japan. But local authorities have long struggled with over-tourism. That's why on Sunday they introduced a tourist tax to visit the shrine. But don't worry, the tax is only 100 yen. That's just 67 cents. Back to you, Joe, Savannah.
Something we're seeing all over the planet right now, those little taxes and things. All right.
Interesting. Claudio, thank you so much.
Yeah. Coming up, a major move that could impact millions of Americans. When we come back, what we're learning about a new price negotiation deal involving top drug makers and Medicare.
And carb lovers rejoice. Why researchers now say the way to lose weight doesn't necessarily mean cutting out your favorite foods. We will explain this next. Look at the yay carbs. Next on Morning News Now.
Yay carbs.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back now with a development that could have a major impact on the health and wallets of millions of Americans.
The Biden administration announced Tuesday that drug manufacturers have agreed to participate in new price negotiations with Medicare.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News senior White House reporter Peter Nicholas. Peter, it's great to have you on with us. So what drugs are we talking about here, and what have we heard from the White House about the negotiations?
Well, we're talking about drugs that would treat diseases like, heart disease, arthritis. There are blood thinners on this list. And the White House is very pleased with this. This was a result of passage of the Inflation Reduction Act last year. Gave the government, Medicare, the right, the authority, the power to negotiate with drug companies to reduce drug prices. So President Biden is arguing this is a win for everyday consumers, for senior citizens. And the contrast with House Republicans and the chaos that we saw last night, I think, is pretty stark. The White House is pretty happy about that as well.
So, many of the pharma companies, Peter, are in the process of suing the government, saying that forcing them to negotiate like this, that it's unconstitutional, that the process will threaten future innovation, future profits. So was this just a case of them being forced to the bargaining table? I mean, how are they reacting to all this?
Well, yes, I think they were felt compelled to negotiate. They saw this trend coming, no way to avoid it. So there'll be negotiations that will proceed this year and next year. Any price reductions are probably not going to go into effect until 2026, so maybe a few years before Americans see real-world benefits from this. But the court challenges will proceed. But manufacturers, I think, understood which direction this was going, and wanted to get on board and see if they can cut the best deal possible for themselves.
So, Peter, ultimately, given that, as you're discussing, kind of some of this fighting is still going on over the details here, does this mean that these prices, the lowering of them, is potentially up in the air still?
Yes, I think so. We don't know exactly where this will land. I mean, there's a negotiation that's proceeding, but we will see some real-world benefits by 2026, it sounds like. But it'll be up to the two sides to see what the where the prices will ultimately land.
Peter Nicholas, thank you very much. Important info for all of us.
Let's keep the health news going with our weekly medical checkup. This week, how living in a walkable neighborhood could cut your risk for some cancers.
Plus, the surprising impacts of discrimination on your health and how it could also impact what you eat.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us to discuss some of these health headlines you may have missed. Dr. Patel, good to have you with us. So let's start with this new research out of UCLA, which finds a link between experiencing discrimination and increased health risks. Tell us more about the relationship here.
Yeah, Joe, Savannah, we've got a great set of studies. The first one is the most interesting I've seen in a long time, which really does kind of map out literally how your emotions and responses in your emotions can affect your diet and what you eat. UCLA researchers looked at over 100 patients and gave them some standardized responses to discrimination questions, even questions as simple as, do you feel like you were treated less than you deserve to be treated today? So very wide-ranging questions. Divided the group into people who experienced discrimination and those who did not experience as much discrimination. People who experienced more discrimination, particularly if they were lower socioeconomic status, lower income, actually had physical changes to their brain and changes in their chemistry in their blood, as well as their fecal matter, which all signal kind of an important brain-gut connection that leads to actually eating more sweet and processed foods, which translates to more weight. So this is an important, the doctor's orders here are pretty important. Listen to your brain-gut crosstalk. We've all thought that like our brain and our gut are connected. Indeed, they are. And the responses that we're getting from outside factors can play a really important part in that. And I think an even more important doctor order is kind of feel-good foods might feel good in that moment, but they don't help because they can really feed that cycle that really kind of wires your brain and your gut.
Wow, interesting. All right, Dr. Patel, another new one. Like you said, we've got a lot of good studies today.
Yeah.
Shows that avoiding weight gain in middle age might not be as hard as we think. A minute ago.
Oh, I love it. I am here for it.
Yeah, we had yay carbs written across the bottom of the screen, which I'm not exactly sure is the headline here, but this is out of Harvard. Maybe switching carbs. Tell us about this.
It is yay carbs, yay good carbs. So we looked at, this is one of those amazing studies we've been able to do by looking at a population, 136,000 men and women over 24 years. And they looked for associations and patterns. And what they found, here's kind of to take it to the bottom line, they found that when people actually had better carbs, and I'm talking fruits and vegetables, and then kind of what we would call whole grain carbohydrates. We talked about these before. What are whole grains? Rice is a whole grain, but you need to have the whole grain of the rice and the oats and the farro and the quinoa and all those starchy, kind of those really good carbs that are not as refined. When you did that, even in middle age, as people get older, men and women, they had about a 6.6 pound lesser weight than people who had more sugar and more of those refined carbs. The doctor's orders here, I tell all my patients, including myself, start with small changes. Don't try to make dramatic swaps. If you drink sodas, swap out those sodas for water, put in some fruits, and then it's quality over quantity. So don't try to do everything, but just make sure that the quality swap. But yay carbs is the bottom line.
Just like a quiet, like, yay carbs.
I know, but the carb we were showing, as we said it, by the way, was a massive pizza being made, which I don't think is the take-home.
Maybe here, put on that piece of pizza, put a little bit of broccoli. There you go.
Oh my gosh.
And then, or think about a cauliflower crust, or think about something different. You can still have that pizza.
Is really good, actually.
I agree. I'm in the cauliflower stuff now. All right, one more thing, Dr. Patel. So every step you take could be one step farther away from cancer. A new study from Columbia and New York University researchers found Women living in walkable neighborhoods have lower rates of cancer. Tell us more about this.
Yeah.
Right. We know, first, it starts with a great body of research where we know that obesity can be linked to higher cancer risk. So we know that as a fact from decades of studies. Now we're looking at studies where we're talking about what can you do to modify those behaviors. So things like walkable cities. So they looked at kind of every city in the country and looked at how walkable those cities are. That's things like sidewalks, parks, just having a place outside of your home to be able to walk. Not high intensity jogging or cardio, just walking. They found that people living in the top quartile, the top 25% of the country's walkable cities, actually had a 26% lower association with these obesity-related cancers. So the doctor's orders here, I know it's not that easy to just move, but the doctor's orders here are to really think about just one step at a time. Taking that one step today, even in 5 minutes, can help with that bottom line. And then even if you do not live immediately in a walkable community, your community can get a prescription as in a community to talk about ways to make it more walkable. You've seen people converting malls and other areas into walkable fields. Those are all things. The High Line in New York City is a great example of that. It's possible to do this in your community, and it's all about your health.
Makes a difference. All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you for all your input this morning. We appreciate it.
Great roundup and great to see you. Thank you. Coming up, it's been 27 years since Tupac Shakur was shot and killed. Now the man charged with murdering the rapper is expected in court for the first time.
When we come back, what we know about the suspect and the key evidence that led to his arrest nearly 3 decades later. This is Morning News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with financial headlines. Ford has made a new offer in a bid to end that UAW strike.
Yeah, could be big news. CNBC's Savannah Hanal joins us with that and some other headlines this morning. Hey, Savannah, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Yeah, Ford says it's made a new comprehensive contract offer in a bid to resolve the targeted strike by the UAW that's now in its third week. Ford says the new offer boosts wages for temporary workers, increases 401k contributions, and shrinks the amount of time workers need to get to the top wage rate. The union has declined comment on the offer. Both Ford and General Motors have furloughed more workers this week at plants they say are impacted by the strike. Spotify is making more than 150,000 audiobooks available to premium subscribers. They'll be offered first to customers in the UK and Australia, and in the US later this year. Spotify will offer 15 hours of listening per month with the option to buy an extra 10 hours if needed. The company making the announcement as it tries to expand into other areas of audio and turn a profit. And Barbie has a new neighbor, Stevie Nicks. Mattel unveiling the latest doll in its music collector series earlier this week. The Stevie Nicks doll is inspired by her look on the cover of Fleetwood Mac's album Rumors, with a long black dress with draped sleeves and black shoes. But good luck trying to get your hands on this collector's item. The Stevie Nicks Barbie went on sale on Monday, and it was sold out in less than 24 hours.
Look at her tiny tambourine.
I was just thinking, I love the tambourine.
It's so cute, and it really does look like her.
It's great.
That's awesome. All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Today, the man charged with the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur is set to be arraigned in a Nevada courtroom.
On Friday, Las Vegas police announced the arrest of Dwayne Davis. While investigators do not believe Davis was the trigger man, he has long admitted he was inside the gunman's car when Shakur was shot and killed on the Las Vegas Strip 27 years ago. For more, we are joined by retired New York Police Department Detective Derek Parker. He did not work on this case, but he's here to help us just analyze this investigation. We appreciate you being here with us. Good morning. So this has been a very high-profile case, of course, almost 3 decades. So as a former detective, we're hoping that you can sort of walk us through the process of finding new evidence and why this is happening now so many years after a crime.
Okay, well, the police department in Las Vegas now has they had a grand jury that was convened, and they indicted Keefe D for one of the participants in the murder of Tupac Shakur. He was basically in the car with 3 other individuals at the time, and what happened was that he went on social media proclaiming that he was one of the individuals that was in the car that was conspiring to commit the murder, and he sort of implicated himself. The police department took a lot of time and patience to put this together. It's been a long time, but right now they got a lot of new evidence that they presented to the grand jury. The grand jury found the true indictment, and now we are here with the arrest of him. He gets arraigned today, as a matter of fact, Keefe D, in the murder of Tupac.
Yeah, and we should note that's the nickname Davis has for our viewers who aren't familiar. You know, he's spoken publicly about his involvement in Tupac's murder since 2018, even appearing to implicate himself in his own memoir. He wasn't shy about talking about himself. So a lot of people are wondering, why did it then take so long to make this arrest?
Well, you got to understand something, too. When this shooting happened, I was out in Las Vegas with the detectives back in '96. This was after the homicide. We were trying to gather evidence with the organized crime unit out there to see if we can unearth evidence to find out any new leads or any kind of information that would help. But in this case, it's hard because a lot of the people involved, the witnesses or the people that were involved in the shooting, such as Suge Knight and maybe the entourage, they weren't very cooperative with the Las Vegas Police Department. And at that time, the Las Vegas Police Department didn't know a lot about the hip-hop music industry. I here in New York, myself, they had me as the hip-hop cop. I was back in '96 and '97. I traveled to Vegas and I traveled to Los Angeles and investigated those murders with other detectives. So I know a little bit more about the hip-hop industry than most law enforcement officers do. The reason it took so long again was because you had to be patient. And then Keefe D implicating himself and going on the news outlets saying that he did it just fueled the fire, and it helped them go after him and to arrest him in this case.
So now, with Davis in custody, and then authorities say the other men in the car that night are all dead at this point, is the investigation over? I mean, what does that mean? Where do things go from here?
No, well, right now, he's being charged with the murder of Tupac Shakur. The other 3 individuals are deceased, so you can't do anything with that. While they have him in custody, they're going to try to unearth some new evidence and try to find out, a lot more things, because this is going to either go to a trial or he'll take a plea. So I'm sure he's going to retain counsel. Counsel's going to guide him as to how he's going to deal with this. But this is going to be interesting right now, because I think the police department out in Las Vegas has gathered some other things that they're going to present soon that may put him in with this murder investigation.
Retired New York Police Department Detective Derek Parker, we really appreciate you here with us to analyze this. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Coming up, it's an LA institution built by immigrants. Up next in this Hispanic Heritage Month, we're going to take you inside a beloved Cuban bakery with a fan base that stretches far beyond city lines.
Plus, it turns out winning the lotto isn't just about luck. We are going to talk to a British professor who says he has the formula that guarantees you a winning ticket, at least of sorts. You're watching Morning News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all of your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. Never mind the World Series or the WNBA playoffs. We have an update on the contest that everyone wants to know about, Fat Bear Week. This is a tournament-style bracket where the public votes on their favorite brown bear from Katmai National Park in Alaska as the animals bulk up ahead of their winter hibernation. So this year's 12 furry finalists include bear number 128, that's Grazer, number 151 is Walker, 480 is Otis, and number 32, Chunk. Voting starts today at noon Eastern time at, yes, this is a website, fatbearweek.org.
And Joe, if you remember, this was so popular. There was even a cheating controversy around this last year that people were stuffing the digital ballot box for their favorite bear. It's just, it's awesome.
I guess you could just put them on a scale, but that sounds dangerous.
I think we're going to have to kind of follow it, you know, so we'll let you know who comes out.
Fat Bear Week.
All right, thanks, Joe. Well, as we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, there's a beloved family business in Los Angeles that started like so many with immigrants seeking a better life. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz brings you the story of an LA institution that satisfies the sweet tooth of millions.
It's not your normal business. I mean, it's different. And it's just something unique that we don't even know how to explain it.
Porto's Bakery has been a Los Angeles institution for nearly 50 years.
It's owned by the Porto family, Margarita, Raul Jr., and Betty Porto, who carry a legacy that began on an island during a very different time.
This was something that was born in Cuba, right? How did this start?
I remember being a little girl, and my mom would make cakes for us just for fun, you know. So when Castro comes to power and neither one of them has a job, my dad goes to a labor camp away from the home. My mom has to kind of reinvent herself.
In the midst of 1960s communist Cuba, to make ends meet, their mother Rosa began the underground business of baking right in the family's kitchen.
So it really neighbors and friends knew that she knew how to make cakes, and that's how she started. It wasn't something that she was planning to do, but she just kind of had to jump into it in order to survive.
In Cuba, making cakes and selling them, I mean, that was dangerous, right?
It was illegal because all private property and private business were closed down. And so if he would have been caught, back in those days, it was 25 years in jail.
Then came a hope of a different life via the freedom flights from Cuba to Miami. So one day in 1971, Rosa and her husband Raul Sr. gathered their 3 children with nothing but the clothing on their backs and boarded a plane and left Cuba forever.
Do you remember the day that you left?
I remember my best friend, the bus was leaving and she chased, you know, waving at me. That's what I remember.
And when we came into the airport, there was maybe 100 people that, that were leaving on the same flight to Miami. So I could feel the tension in the room as a kid. I mean, I'll never forget that.
The family settled in California, and within a few years, Rosa opened the first Porto's Bakery, with the whole family pitching in.
We were just trying to have one shop, be successful, and survive, and be able to buy a house one day.
Porto's allure usually starts with a craving for their famous potato balls or guava cheese strudels, and that quickly gives way to their countless cakes, pastries, empanadas, Cuban sandwiches, and specialties. One store led to more, and soon Rosa had started what she hoped would be a family empire.
She wanted us to go to school, to get an education. She didn't realize it until we graduated, and then we decided to start on board. Then she became the opposite. She would tell the children, okay, I built this for you, when are you coming in?
We all enjoyed something in the business, and we liked working alongside them. And then after we graduated from college, we all decided, why should I go anywhere else? And this is something that is great.
The siblings took over the business, and Rosa Porto retired in 2003. Today, with 6 locations in Southern California, the next generation of Portos are already in the mix. Raul's son, Adrian, is a chef.
Butter, ham, pork, 3 pickles, no more, no less. Told, if it's not 3 pickles, it's not a Cuban sandwich. Got it.
Margarita's son, Diego, is also a chef and a master of all things pastry.
My grandmother was like another mother. I see her and everything. I think about her every day. There you go. Not bad.
Mine doesn't look like yours.
No, it's okay. It takes practice.
If you had to sum it up, what is the magic?
The magic is the fact that people can taste the love that we put into everything we do.
Oh, what an amazing story. And I know Joe loves this. He's actually been there. Thanks to Gotti Schwartz for that report. Rosa Porto passed away in 2019, but until the very end, she was still asking how the stores were doing, what was selling. Raul Sr., by the way, is now 91 years old, and great news. Everybody can now have Portos at home with a make-and-bake delivery service.
It was a staple when I worked in L.A. in the L.A. Bureau.
Yeah.
If there's anything we were celebrating, pastry, especially those guava ones,
oh my gosh,
would be
I
there.
love
And
guava.
the lines, when you drove by early in the day, the lines were always out the door.
Oh my gosh, what an incredible story behind the
Exactly.
business.
So glad to see that. I didn't know that.
Fabulous.
Finally this hour, tonight's Powerball drawing is actually the 3rd biggest ever, worth an estimated $1.2 billion. Your chances of winning that prize, as always, just 1 in 292 million.
But what if there was a way to guarantee a winning ticket, at least of sorts? Well, over in the UK, a pair of math professors have come up with a formula that they say does just that.
Dr. David Cushing is a research associate in the mathematics department at the University of Manchester in the UK. Joins us now to explain. Good to have you with us, Dr. Cushing. So you and your research partner have come up with a formula that that I guess guarantees buying a winning ticket in the UK lottery. So explain this, the math behind it, and how many tickets you actually have to buy to make this happen.
Yeah, so good morning and thanks for having me on. So as you said, this works for the UK National Lottery, which is different to the Powerball. There's 59 numbers, 1 to 59. You pick 6 on your ticket and there's no Powerball number. Now there's 45 million different ways to fill out the tickets. So you would have to buy all of these to win the jackpot. However, you can win a prize by matching just 2 numbers. And together with my colleague, we found 27 tickets that if you put these on, no matter what draw comes out, you will guarantee at least 1 ticket matches at least 2 numbers. But unfortunately, it will not guarantee a profit because you might have 26 of these 27 tickets lose.
Okay, I guess how much you
so
win.
So you spend too much. Right. Okay. Let's see, though. I know you said, okay, thank you, because that was helpful to hear, not about the Powerball, that kind of thing. But can this apply to American lotteries, you know, where there is that special ball and tickets are $2 a piece? Using this formula, you think you could win your money back here?
Well, I had a look at the Powerball, and unfortunately, there's no known formula where you just plug in your specific lottery. You have to solve it on a case-by-case basis. And the smallest prize on the Powerball is from just matching the Powerball. So there's 26 balls, so you could just put on 26 tickets, and you would guarantee winning. It gets a bit harder if you remove the Powerball. So the smallest prize without the Powerball would be matching 3 numbers, and it's currently unknown how many tickets you would need for that. The best, it's somewhere between 848 and 1,485. So you would lose a lot of money trying this.
You're like, I'm a winner who just lost more than $1,000.
Yeah.
What inspired you to dig into this? And my understanding is you used an early form of AI that dates back like 50 years?
So cool.
Yes. So one of the reasons why we took this problem is we thought it'd be very attackable with this language called Prolog, which is a 50-year-old language which is mainly known for AI and language processing. And the sort of AI it uses was from the very early sort of AI. We give it something that we ask, is this true? It has a list of things it knows to be true, and it combines these statements in a logical way to rule things out. And in this case, it tells us this cannot be done in 26 tickets. So one of the other reasons we wrote this paper is we're trying to promote the use of Prolog in pure mathematics.
Wow, very cool.
I guess I'm going to go buy 292 million lottery tickets tonight, and then we'll see how it goes. We'll hope for it. All right.
I kind of like the idea of just the 26 at the Powerball, at least.
Exactly. All right. Dr. David Cushing, very fascinating stuff. Thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
It really is. Thanks.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a House divided, an unprecedented ouster on Capitol Hill as a small group of far-right Republicans essentially fire House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. We've got team coverage on what comes next after McCarthy announces he won't run for Speaker again. Tragedy strikes Baltimore, a city anxious and uncertain after an overnight shooting at Maryland's Morgan State University. 5 people were wounded, 4 of them students. Their conditions this morning as police search for answers. Also this morning, Cheat GPT. Later in the hour, we'll head back to school. We're going to take a closer look at how artificial intelligence is impacting the college admissions process. Is it plagiarism to use one of those popular programs on your application? And holding on to hope, fighting for mental health resources on college campuses for the student athletes who need it most. Bring us that conversation coming up live at the end of the hour. Looking forward to that one. It's an important topic for so many.
Turned a tragedy that happened within their family into something really important for so many students across the country.
Looking forward to that. We're going to begin this hour with the first in U.S. history. A sitting Speaker of the House forced out of the speakership in the middle of a term. 8
House Republicans joined Democrats in voting Kevin McCarthy out of this leadership role. The vote took place after Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz filed a motion earlier this week to vacate the Speaker's seat in response to McCarthy's deal to avert a government shutdown. House Republicans won't begin to nominate McCarthy's replacement until next Wednesday, leaving the House of Representatives really in limbo. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
Hey, good morning. This was an historic and a stunning moment on the House floor, the first time in the history of the Republic that a speaker has ever been voted out of the job on the House floor. Now, Kevin McCarthy says he won't seek the speakership again, and he's blaming Democrats and those Republican hardliners for his fall. Today, the Republican-led House in chaos, with no permanent speaker and no clear frontrunner for the job.
The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
Now former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy ousted by a group of 8 far-right rebels, joined by all Democrats.
If I lose my job over doing what I truly believe was right, I'm very at peace with it.
McCarthy saying he won't run for Speaker again, pinning blame on the opposition party and on his GOP opponents, led by Florida conservative firebrand Matt Gaetz.
You all know Matt Gaetz. You know it was personal. I haven't heard him say one true thing yet.
Speaker McCarthy's time is over. I have no personal animus to him. I hope he finds fruitful pastures.
In January, Gaetz was the last GOP holdout to oppose making McCarthy Speaker, ultimately voting present on the 15th ballot. To placate critics, McCarthy made key concessions, including lowering the number of votes required to start the process to oust a speaker to just 1. Last week, after McCarthy relied on Democrats to temporarily avoid a government shutdown, Gaetz vowed to try to remove him. McCarthy's response, bring it on.
We heard Speaker McCarthy say that he wanted us to bring it on, so I guess we did.
House Democrats vowing to stay out of the GOP's civil war made no effort to bail out McCarthy. That just nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy.
Nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy. Nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy. And why should we?
A long line of McCarthy allies denouncing the revolt. Even former President Trump saying on social media, why is it that Republicans are always fighting among themselves? And Congress is headed home for the week without a clear leader for the majority party, in chaos brought about by 8 of its members. Until the House votes on a new speaker, North Carolina Republican Patrick McHenry will serve in an interim role. And in one of his first acts last night, he ordered former Speaker Nancy Pelosi to vacate the office space she had been using in the Capitol, according to Pelosi. The former speaker had been in San Francisco with the family of the late Senator Feinstein and missed yesterday's vote.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. John, good to have you with us. So let's start with just the unprecedented nature of yesterday's vote. Tensions have been brewing among House Republicans long before that deal was reached to avoid a government shutdown. You could say they've been brewing since January. Matt Gaetz was the last GOP holdout opposed to making McCarthy Speaker in the first place. But how did we get to this point?
I think the way that we got to this point is that there is a series of Republicans, a set of Republicans in the House of Representatives that don't really believe, very much in majority rule, that want to be able to exert as much power as possible. This is not the first time we've seen a push for this concept of motion to vacate the chair. Mark Meadows, then a congressman from North Carolina, later the chief of staff to Donald Trump, had tried to do this with John Boehner back in 2015. This has been sitting there for a while. This power, it's as Garrett pointed out in this package, that McCarthy agreed to allow 1 member to bring it up. But at the end of the day, there are a handful of Republican members that are super angry that they are not able to dictate policy, that they're not able to do more to stop the government from operating, that they're not able to do more to put the government into default. And in this case, they figured out a way to exact some revenge on what they believe was the proximate cause, Kevin McCarthy, and Democrats went along with them, basically saying, to hell with McCarthy, despite his working with Democrats, or at least voting with Democrats to keep the government open and to avoid a default.
And let's talk about now what's going on. I mean, the person who's currently filling in as interim speaker, Patrick McHenry, we did not know that that's who would be stepping up. He was put on the secret list that McCarthy provided to the clerk in the event of a vacancy, something that is a longstanding tradition. What should we know about this role for him?
It makes me feel old, Savannah. Patrick McHenry, when he was first elected in 2004, was the first member of Congress younger than me. That is a long time ago, almost 20 years now. And McHenry is somebody who's very well trusted by most of the Republicans. It's possible, of course, that he could become the elected speaker at the end of this process. But he's somebody who came in as a rabble-rouser when he first arrived in Congress. Not exactly a Matt Gaetz type, but somebody who was kind of reviled, certainly by the other side and even by a lot of people in his own party. Over time, he's become a much more serious legislator, to the point that when Kevin McCarthy was put in the position of providing a list of potential emergency successors to the clerk of the House, Patrick McHenry was at the top of that list.
So let's talk about this process for nominating a new speaker next week. What could this look like? Could Republicans take this week, get things in order, come out and make this an easy, seamless process, or could it just be utter chaos again next week?
Oh, the laugh already.
Joe, I love your optimism.
I'm just presenting the two possibilities here.
It's going to look like a volcano erupting into a hurricane in the middle of an earthquake. I mean, this is...
Wow, great.
I mean, could it be fairly easy? I guess, but between now and then, it's going to be very, very ugly.
All right,
There you go.
John, with all the natural disasters.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Hope,
Appreciate
John.
it.
Yeah, thanks. Good to see you. The search is underway for the shooter or shooters responsible for the attack on Morgan State University last night. 5 people were injured during the shooting, 4 of those victims being students at the school. City officials are now calling for a nationwide reform as Baltimore remains on edge. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with the very latest this morning. Hi, Ken. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. It's homecoming week here at Morgan State University, and that's supposed to be a time for celebration for students, but that was interrupted last night by a terrifying shooting that brought police and SWAT teams to campus.
This morning, the entire city of Baltimore's heart aches for the Morgan community.
In Maryland this morning, a community reeling and students wounded, but alive, and police still searching for a suspect. After a mass shooting during Morgan State University's homecoming week, injured 5 people, including 4 students between the ages of 18 and 22. Police say the victims were taken to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Officers responding to gunshots on campus overnight.
They heard discharging, responded to the scene, located multiple victims, multiple windows shattered, and made our officers believe possibly we had an active shooter.
The campus of the historically black university put on lockdown for the next 2.5 hours.
We saw all the police cars and the ambulance, and then we saw the SWAT team running.
The panic shortly after the homecoming coronation of Miss and Mr. Morgan State University.
This was an unbelievably beautiful event this evening.
This is the 3rd year in a row that a shooting incident has marred Morgan State's homecoming celebrations. And it follows other shootings on college campuses this year, including at the University of North Carolina this summer, where a graduate student was charged with killing a faculty member. Baltimore's mayor with a national message overnight.
We have to stop saying not one more. We need action now. When will the sanctity of American lives and the sanctity of American college students and students to get their education outweigh the sanctity of American guns?
Now, the details of this shooting remain unclear, but a Baltimore city councilman tweeted overnight that police told him they believe there may have been 3 shooters. With classes canceled here at Morgan State University, though, people are just glad that the victims survived.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Ken Delaney, thank you very much.
Here in New York, former President Donald Trump is expected to be back in court this morning for a third day as his $250 million civil fraud trial continues in Lower Manhattan. Trump has been making incendiary remarks about the trial outside the courtroom and on social media. Now the judge has issued a warning about those comments. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett reports.
Hey there. With the financial stakes of this trial so high, there are bound to be some heated days in court. But so far, it's what's happening outside of the courtroom that's causing more drama. In a Manhattan courtroom, Donald Trump's financial statements back on trial this morning. But it's Mr. Trump's increasingly inflammatory comments and social media posts outside of court that's landing him in hot water with the judge who will decide the penalty for his namesake company, found liable of engaging in brazen financial fraud.
This trial is a rigged trial. It's a fraudulent trial. Frankly, you saw what was just put out about Schumer and the principal clerk. That is disgraceful.
What was put out by Mr. Trump himself, a photo since taken down of the judge's law clerk posing with Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The unmistakable suggestion that Mr. Trump can't get a fair shake at trial as he continues to rail against the case as politically motivated, causing Judge Engoron to hand down a limited gag order. Mr. Trump now banned from talking about court staff, but continuing to attack New York's Attorney General Letitia James.
Any comment on the gag order?
Her office walking the judge through hours of Mr. Trump's finances in painstaking detail as it tries to prove the Trump organization and its executives intentionally falsified their business records in the hopes of securing favorable loan terms and insurance rates. While Mr. Trump's legal team argues the state cannot prove any intent to defraud. Yet on the witness stand, Mr. Trump's longtime accountant at Mazars admitted that the Trump organization didn't provide his firm with all of the necessary records to accurately complete the financial statement so central to the case.
It is the defendants and the defendants alone who provided the numbers, the data, and the false valuations.
Also central to the case, the Republican presidential frontrunner opting to step off the campaign trail, back in court today, saying he too will take the stand.
Mr. Trump, will you be testifying?
Yes, I will. At the appropriate time, I will be.
In reality, Mr. Trump's testimony is still weeks away. The next major witness likely to take the stand, his company's chief financial officer, who went to prison briefly for tax-related crimes himself, and Mr. Trump has said was the one who was helping to prepare those financial statements that are so contested in this case. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you.
Well, the east is getting some sunshine. Meanwhile, strong to severe storms could be heading down south.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here and tracking it all. Michelle, good morning.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, we're looking at a battle of the seasons here. So we have cooler air to the west. We have warmer air to the east. That middle zone, that clash zone, is where we're going to see those strong to severe storms. So really fall like back to the west, temperatures in the 50s and 60s in a lot of spots. And then out ahead of this front, we're looking at temperatures well above normal once again. Record-breaking temperatures in some spots, even as high as 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Big area of high pressure kind of bringing in that heat. In between here, we have a cold front that's sweeping through slowly. It will finally sweep out this warm air. But first, we're going to see the chance for very strong storms throughout the afternoon to evening hours in the southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley. That includes some really heavy rain, large hail, baseball-sized hail in some spots, and also the chance for some tornadoes. So let's take a look at the temperatures because this remains a really big story. Temperatures so above normal once again into the upper 80s in a lot of spots. Buffalo, New York, 87 degrees today, 24 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. We're ready to see those leaves change, and it's still feeling like summer there. Cincinnati, 88 degrees, 82 in Pittsburgh, 86 in Nashville. It's warm, too, as you go further to the east. New York City today, well above normal, 15 degrees above average today at 84 degrees. Same story in Burlington, Vermont. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to keep the heat in place. That's ahead of the front still, where we're looking at temperatures into the 70s in Chicago, but much better than just 2 days ago. They were into the upper 80s there. Now 71 degrees, still above normal, but getting closer to average as that front gets a little bit closer. 73 in St. Louis, still really warm, though. 82 in Buffalo, 19 degrees above normal for this time of year. There's that cold front. As it moves further east, it's going to bring some rain with it as well, but it's going to bring some much cooler air. So notice in Cleveland, Friday, 71, Saturday, 57, into the low 50s by Sunday. Same story in Boston, into the low 60s as we go towards Sunday. We're going to trade off with some rain there with what's left over from Philippe at that point. And Roanoke, Roanoke, temperatures into the upper 60s on Saturday and low 60s on Sunday. So let's talk about those storms, because this is that dividing line, the transition zone, the clash zone where the warm air meets that cooler air. And that's where we're going to see this chance for some really strong storms, mainly in the southern plains. Some heavy rainfall, though, extending into portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. Downpours may lead to localized flash flooding. That's on the roadways, low-lying areas, but also could make the streams and creeks and rivers rise a bit. So that's today. We're going to watch that throughout the afternoon and evening hours. And there's that cold front on the move tomorrow, a line of showers and storms tracking further to the east. And then the greatest chance for storms and showers, heavy rain from Michigan all the way into Mississippi, where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's where we're expecting the chance for the heaviest amount of rain. And there is a lot of moisture with this system. This is what radar looks like right now. Clear to see where that cold front is. You can see where that rain, kind of that line of rain, that is the cold front. And that's what we're going to be watching as we go throughout the afternoon. Once we really get the daytime heating go, that's going to spark some storms as we go throughout the afternoon. As a result, 10 million people at risk in the southern plains throughout Oklahoma, into portions of Missouri, Arkansas, also Texas, under the risk for some really strong storms. And look at that, large hail up to 2 inches. That's baseball-size hail. Winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. That could bring down trees. It could bring down power lines, because that's hurricane force wind, and a tornado or two is possible, and also that really heavy rain. Mentioned that softball-size hail, even bigger than baseball. We're looking at from the hatched area from Oklahoma City. That includes you. Also, Lubbock could see some very, very large hail, but also portions in Dallas and other portions of Texas could see some large hail as well. We're concerned about the heavy rain that could lead to some flash flooding. So if you're out and about in this area later on this afternoon into the evening hours, you want to keep note with this. You want to listen to your warnings, localized areas where we could see some flooding. Dallas, Texarkana, also Longview, where you see the pink, that's the highest amount, or the likeliest chance of seeing that really heavy rainfall. But there's a good chance for everyone from Texas to Oklahoma, even up to portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. Lots of reds, oranges, and yellows. That's where we're seeing the heaviest amount. Then as we look towards Friday, you see that cold front moving off to the east. So then portions of the northeast, the interior parts, into parts of the Gulf Coast states could see some heavy rain as well.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up, AI on campus. Is the use of programs like ChatGPT or Google's Bard considered cheating if used on a college application? We will take a closer look.
But first, new details in the thwarted kidnapping of 9-year-old Charlotte Senna, including formal charges filed against her suspected abductor. We've got the latest up next.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're back with new details about the kidnapping of 9-year-old Charlotte Senna. The suspected abductor is now in custody and charged with first-degree kidnapping. Officials are now questioning the suspect for a motive behind Charlotte's disappearance. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now with the very latest. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. That suspected kidnapper, Craig Nelson Ross Jr., is being held without bail. And Charlotte's family, they are grateful for the massive response that brought their little girl home. But this morning, there are growing questions as to whether Charlotte was targeted or taken randomly.
This morning, new details coming into focus after the remarkable rescue of 9-year-old Charlotte Senna, who vanished from a park in upstate New York while camping with her family.
I was shocked.
Police releasing this mugshot of 46-year-old Craig Nelson Ross Jr., who's accused of kidnapping Charlotte and leaving a ransom note at her family's home. According to an arraignment memo, the suspect wanted money in exchange for Charlotte's return. He's now in jail without bail, charged with first-degree kidnapping, and authorities say additional charges are likely.
There's still a lot of searches underway. The home that he was registered to, a lot of information, and so you want to make sure that he's not connected with any other cases.
Authorities say Ross Jr. left behind his fingerprint on the ransom note, a critical clue that matched a 1999 DWI. The breakthrough allowed SWAT teams to zero in on a camper behind the suspect's mother's home. That's where they found the girl, hidden inside a cupboard. Investigators combing through the scene Tuesday, collecting evidence.
She appeared to be outwardly physically unharmed at the time.
Charlotte's family telling NBC News, "We are thrilled that she is home, and we understand that the outcome is not what every family gets." At least 400 people worked around the clock to find the fourth grader, including members of the Schenectady Fire Department. Fire Chief Don Moreno says the case was personal because Charlotte's uncle is one of their own.
Everybody was concerned. Everybody was upset. The range of emotions were, tremendous, to shock, to anger.
Now relief and gratitude with Charlotte back in the arms of family.
The outcome was great, and everybody's elated today.
And the suspect's court date is scheduled for later on this month. NBC News has reached out to his attorney, but we are still waiting for a response.
All right.
Joe?
Kathy Park, thank you so much. Now to some international headlines. In India, police have launched sweeping raids on journalists. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Police in Delhi say they raided the homes of several journalists linked to an independent news website, which is known to have been critical to the Indian government and to India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the past. Now, during the raid, 46 people linked to the NewsClick website, that's the name, have been questioned, and digital devices and documents were seized. Police say they arrested the news organization's founder and editor under an anti-terror law, but critics called the law draconian and the raid an attack to press freedom. Now let's go to the Philippines, where authorities opened an investigation into the collision between a Filipino fishing boat and a so-called foreign vessel in the South China Sea, which killed 3 Filipino fishermen. According to survivors and the Philippine Coast Guard, the fishing boat was struck by another boat in the early hours of Monday. Today, the Coast Guard said they will reach out to an oil tanker that was traveling from South Korea to Singapore, which was in the area at that time. And finally, let's head to Indonesia, where an endangered rhino gave birth to a calf that gives its species a little hope. The calf is from a critically endangered Sumatran rhino and was born in a national park. There are only 80 Sumatran rhinos left in Indonesia, so it's no wonder that the country's Environment and Forestry Minister called the birth happy news not just for Indonesia, but for the rest of the world. But the happiest of them all, of course, looks like is the mother, of course, who looks like on those pictures that is taken good care of her.
Oh my goodness, what an adorable little rhino. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, Tupac is back in the headlines this morning as the man who has been charged with his murder heads to court today, more than 25 years after the rapper's death. So what sparked the arrest? Turns out it was his own words. We'll explain next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The man charged with the 1996 murder of rapper Tupac Shakur is scheduled to make his first court appearance in Las Vegas today. Duane Davis is not the accused gunman, but investigators say he ordered the killing of Shakur. And now, 27 years after the murder, new details have been released in the case. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
For the first time in nearly 3 decades, police have made an arrest in the murder of Tupac Shakur. Now that suspect will be in court today as we see new evidence for the first time.
The evidence shown to the grand jury includes surveillance video of Tupac Shakur leaving a casino shortly before he was gunned down, and new photos of the crime scene, the rapper's bullet-riddled car. Investigators say it helped lead to the arrest of the man they say orchestrated the drive-by shooting, self-described gang member Duane Davis, making his first court appearance today.
For 27 years, the family of Tupac Shakur has been waiting for justice.
Investigators say it was Davis's own words that reinvigorated their case. Some of his previous interviews, like in this BET documentary, shared with the grand jury.
Who shot Tupac?
The keeper for the code of the streets. It just came from the backseat for him.
While detectives do not believe Davis was the shooter, he has long admitted he was inside the gunman's car when shots were fired.
Wayne Davis was the shot caller for this group of individuals that committed this crime, and he orchestrated the plan.
Police say the shooting was in retaliation for this brawl in which Tupac and record executive Suge Knight were seen beating up Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson, who was said to be the alleged gunman. The dueling parties affiliated with gangs. Retired LAPD detective Greg Kading says Davis confessed to his role in the shooting during a 2009 plea agreement in which his office gave Davis a reduced drug charge in exchange for testimony.
The proffer agreement just simply says that when you sit down and talk to us, whatever you say that is self-incriminating, we won't use against you. It's not immunity.
Authorities say the other men in the car that night are all dead. Tupac's brother says the family still has questions.
We're feeling grateful. We're in shock to a certain
degree because it's been so long. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. We're cautiously optimistic.
Today's court hearing is an arraignment. It's unclear if the suspect will enter a plea. We do also expect a judge to set the first date for the trial. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you. After a summer plagued by high airfares, travelers will be happy to know prices are dropping. The Consumer Price Index tells us flights are down 13% year over year. But will these lower prices last as we head into the holiday season? For the latest on fall travel trends, let's bring in Katie Nastro, travel expert at Going. Good to have you with us. All right, so we're thinking about Thanksgiving, maybe even thinking about Christmas. Should we be booking now? Should we have booked already? When should we be booking?
Well, you should definitely be booking now if you haven't already done so. And, you know, consider this. Thanksgiving's actually the hidden best time out of the entire year to fly internationally. So many people are looking to visit family and friends domestically, sort of pushing up the price for domestic airfare. However, not many people are looking to fly internationally, and cheap flights are to be had at that time period. You can fly from New York over to Porto, Portugal for $419 round trip. Maybe you're based in Atlanta, you can head down to Costa Rica for only $290. Or maybe you're on the West Coast, you can fly over to Dublin from LA for only $498 round trip, all over the week of Thanksgiving, and are bookable now.
And then your family can argue and debate who has to make the meals while you're in these
They can come
other
with.
places.
You can see them
or just abandon your family. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
You're like,
over the winter
bye.
holidays. You'll see them at the next holiday.
Okay, got it. All right, sounds good. So what if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them? What are your best tips for using those things for your travel?
Sure. So if you are considering going away over the winter holidays when cash prices tend to be on the higher side, this is actually a really great time to consider using your rewards. When cash prices are high, you usually get the best reward value or your redemption value for things like points and miles. And you know, you don't have to just hoard those points and miles and use them towards front of the plane seats. You can definitely take advantage and use them for economy trips and ask yourself, are these rewards in allowing me to take trips that I wouldn't necessarily have been able to otherwise?
That's a good mindset, right? This is a reward. You should treat it like a reward, right?
Hey, any travel, any class of travel is good travel, in my opinion.
Exactly. All right, so you mentioned international travel. For a lot of people, that's been a challenge because of processing passport applications. It's been such a slow process. Is that getting better? Where does that stand?
I have great news.
Okay, good.
For the first time since February, or March, I should say, we've actually seen standard processing times for passports down by 2 weeks. So it went from 10 to 13, sometimes more. We've heard stories of way more. Now quoted to be 8 to 11, and even less for expedited, 5 to 7. So if you are considering some international travel for Thanksgiving or over the winter holidays, send that passport in. Pony up, do expedited, just to be sure. But it is definitely a sigh of relief for many people that are considering sending their passport in or applying for one.
And the reminder for folks, a lot of times who are traveling, maybe their passport expires 6 months from now. That doesn't mean you can travel now, right? That
Correct.
You need to get that taken care of?
You should definitely dust off the passport, see how much time you have left, because oftentimes countries won't, or you won't even be allowed on that plane if you don't have a certain amount of time left on your passport after. 6 months is a good rule of thumb, but again, you should just be a bit proactive with your passport expiration date, always.
All right, it's good. Get us in the mood of thinking about our holiday travel. Appreciate it. Katie Nasser, good to have you with us.
Thanks so much.
All right, coming up, is it cheating to use AI programs like ChatGPT on your college application? Well, after the break, Savannah is going to take a closer look at how artificial intelligence is transforming the admissions process. Stick around. We'll be right back.
our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
We're back with financial headlines and some bad news. A couple of the big streamers are expected to raise their prices again. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, because things aren't expensive enough already. Discovery Plus is hiking the price of its ad-free version from $6.99 to $8.99 a month. Existing subscribers will see their monthly rate increase on their next bill. Prices for subscriptions with ads won't change, and the Wall Street Journal reports Netflix will raise the price of its ad-free service a few months after the Hollywood actor strike ends. It's discussing raising prices in several markets, but will likely begin with the U.S. and Canada. Gmail is getting more tools to help fight spam. Starting in February, anyone who tries to send more than 5,000 messages to Gmail addresses in a single day will now have to authenticate the email. Google says this will close loopholes typically used by spammers or hackers. Bulk senders will also be required to set up an unsubscribe option. Google will also start enforcing a clear spam threshold to prevent users from being bombarded with unwanted messages. And a steep rise in the price of cocoa and sugar are set to hit lovers of candy and other sweets in their wallets. Sugar prices hit their highest level in 12 years recently, and cocoa reaching a 4-decade high. The increases being driven by supply fears with extreme weather conditions in Asia and West Africa is threatening production. Analysts say this is all likely to feed through into higher retail prices. Consumers can also expect shrinkflation with smaller package sizes. I've already seen smaller package sizes.
I know. I'm just going to give out apples for Halloween this year.
Yeah.
All right. Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
You got it.
The first round of college application deadlines are just a few weeks away, and one big thing on students' minds this year is artificial intelligence. In one survey of 1,000 students, nearly half said they were using AI in their schoolwork. So how does that impact the all-important college essay? Here's what I found.
ChatGPT, Bard, and Bing all offer free AI that can generate a college application essay in seconds, and it's sparking a growing debate. Are these apps giving students a helpful leg up or an outright way to cheat? With so much gray area, we tested them out ourselves.
I went back to school and I wrote a college admissions essay. I used one of the prompts from the Common app that asks you to describe a challenge or a setback and how you overcame it. What I decided to talk about was the anxiety disorder that I had when I was in high school. Now I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to ask it to write me a college essay using this prompt and giving it a couple of the details about myself. All I've told it so far is the prompt, and it's already writing an entire essay.
There are noticeable differences between the two. My essay sounds a little more casual and personal. I wrote, I worried constantly about saying the right thing to my peers, all people I perceived to be much cooler than me. I didn't want to get out of the car several days a week when it was time for my dad to drop me off. The ChatGPT version, more formal. It all started during my early teenage years when I began experiencing severe anxiety about attending school. Each morning, the simple act of stepping onto the school bus or walking through the school doors filled me with a paralyzing dread. But to really put it to the test, I brought both versions to the University of Maryland. Shannon Gundy has spent over 30 years in college admissions.
I think it's pretty obvious. There is a humanity in the essay that you wrote that doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist in the AI essay.
So for you, this would pretty quickly make you feel that the student had not actually taken the assignment in the proper way.
Absolutely. We get the same information, but I don't care about the person behind it.
Can you point out some things in this essay, the AI one, that just don't sound like a 17 or 18-year-old wrote it?
The sentence that ends the first paragraph. This obstacle not only reshaped my life, but also laid the foundation for my personal growth and success. That's not how students talk.
Gundy says an overly polished essay that doesn't sound like the student won't help gain admission.
It's not going to benefit a student to present a picture of themselves that's inauthentic, that's just not true in some cases, because then you don't land in the right place.
Is using AI in this college admissions process cheating?
I don't think using it is cheating. I think that using it to do your work for you is cheating.
The tools are going to get better, and admissions officers are going to have to figure out ways to police that.
Saul Khan, the founder of one of the country's largest education nonprofits, has created Conmigo, an AI education tool with a new college admission essay brainstorming feature to help students in a different way.
It won't write the essay for you, but it can give you feedback.
Used correctly, Khan says AI could help kids with fewer resources, like guidance counselors or tutors, improve their essay and democratize the admissions process.
It can brainstorm with you so that you can, to some degree, get the same help that some more affluent kids are already getting and frankly have been getting for decades.
Still, this may mark a new era in college admissions. The question is, are we ready for it?
Are you concerned that you're going to be inundated in the admissions office by essays that look and sound like this AI one, given how widespread the technology is?
I certainly hope not. What I would like in my ideal world is for students to understand that this is an opportunity for them to sort of open the door and allow us a peek inside who they are. We can't do that. If they choose to take advantage of this kind of technology, if they choose not to share that information with us, it's going to hurt them in the process.
We reached out to the big companies making these AI products. Google says, in part, we see Bard as a collaborative tool and that Bard can be a useful tool to supplement a student's existing work. Microsoft and OpenAI declined to comment. For now, many schools don't have official rules about what does and doesn't count as cheating. As we discussed with both of our interview subjects, there's a huge gray area of what might be okay and what might not be, but it's a problem that won't go away anytime soon.
Let's keep the conversation going and bring in Professor Christian Hammond, a professor of computer science at Northwestern University. Good to have you with us. So, many would argue using ChatGPT to write college admissions essays is a form of plagiarism or cheating. How much of a challenge is this for colleges? And realistically, how easy is it for them to detect the use of these AI tools?
It's an astounding challenge right now. And that is that what we're now looking at is a world in which we have a semi-professional writer at the disposal of every single person who has access to a computer. And how do we manage the fact that sometimes we want to evaluate people based upon their writing skills when those writing skills are now freely available to them? And I would have to say, from my perspective, use of these tools is not cheating. It's not plagiarism, in that is that you get style, but not word for word. And the issue is when someone puts together a new essay using these tools, understanding that in order for them to be really great, in order for the essay to read well, in order for it to be truthful and come from them, they have to interact with those tools a great deal. And it's not just that the system is building something, it's the system and the person are building something. Mm-hmm. And the skill that manifests is an astoundingly powerful skill, particularly for the coming era.
Yeah, as we look to the future. Right? So let's look at maybe another argument, which is some say these AI tools can be beneficial to certain applicants. They democratize admissions, giving those students who might not have had access to a tutor or a counselor. They get a leg up with that. Is that fair? Are there positive aspects to this beyond what you described, which is helping to sort of educate kids to use AI for the future?
It absolutely democratizes sort of the access to the skills needed. So when in the era before, when I applied to college, I actually had an English teacher look at my essays and give me feedback. But not everybody has that. And having a system that you can use to either help you generate or help you refine your work is something that actually it levels the playing field. And yes, as the admissions counselor had said, sometimes the result is not quite human, but it can be made so. That is that you have to work it, and understanding how to work it, and understanding how to change the language, understanding what you want, understanding how to communicate that. Those are genuine cognitive skills that we want everyone to have, and to be able to look at the result and look at that result critically, and edit things as needed. Again, unbelievably powerful, useful skills. So we are not in an era of writing everything out longhand anymore. We're in an era of tools that can help us think, that can help us write, that can help us be better, and that will work in partnership with us.
We only have like 30 seconds left here, but because of this, do you foresee colleges potentially just ending these essays altogether?
Oh, no, not at all. I think that what it means is the bar is going to go up.
Mm-hmm.
That we're going to be looking for more from our applicants. We're going to be looking for better from our applicants, because the bar that the tools that we have a set is already high, and we are going to ask students to be even better than that. And it's going to be a matter of how to embrace these technologies, not how to deny them.
All right, Professor Hammond from Northwestern University, my alma mater, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Oh, no, thank you for having me.
Coming up, holding on to hope. After the break, we're going to take you inside the fight to bring comprehensive mental health services and resources to the student athletes who need them most. That's next on Morning News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Welcome back. This week is National Student Athlete Mental Health Week, and we want to take a look at some of the stresses this group of young people face and the resources that are there to help. That brings us to the story of Tyler Hilinski. He was a promising young quarterback at Washington State University who took his own life in 2018. In the wake of that tragedy, Tyler's parents started the Hilinski Hope Foundation, a nonprofit formed to promote awareness and education on mental wellness for student athletes and strengthen mental health resources on campus. They also created this week to focus on the important work that needs to be done, and we are lucky enough to be joined by them now. Thank you both so very much for being here in studio with us to talk about this work. And first, I hope, if you don't mind, to talk about your son, to talk about Tyler. Just, I'd love to hear from both of you just about his legacy, his memory, you know, what he was like as your son.
Sure.
Yeah, we love talking about him. It's hard because he's not here with us, but he was a good, sweet, kind kid. He was the middle of our three sons. was loved by his teammates, by his coaches, by his friends. We doted on him so much. And he had this wonderful energy for life, right? And he was good to people. And we never noticed that he was struggling. He never shared that maybe he was depressed or anxious. And one day, January 16th, 2018, he took his life by firearm, and he didn't even know how to use the gun that he used. And we thought if our sweet Tyler, who would just give anybody the shirt off his back, was struggling so much, how many other student athletes out there are struggling? How many other Tylers are so afraid to reach out and ask for help because they feel that it's a weakness, and it truly isn't. It's a strength. But these set of stressors on these student athletes that they're dealing with, you know, their lives are full of a lot of pressure. And that, I think, really affects their mental health.
Let's talk about that. What is it that these student athletes are facing, especially if a parent, like you're saying, maybe has no idea that they are struggling with something? Help us understand what it's like to be in that position and how tough it is to come forward.
Well, I think, you know, we get asked a lot, what should we do differently? And we're not mental health practitioners, and there's some really great ones out there that we get to work with. But you got to follow your gut. And I know that seems super obvious. And in Tyler's case, you know, as Kim was sort of describing, happy kid, fun, you know, I'm going to go throw rocks at a tree. Great, let's go. You know, it didn't really matter what we were doing. And so to lose somebody with that much energy in life, what was his last couple days like? What was he really struggling with? And that's been a journey of ours since we started. But we got to get in front of our student athletes. What's different, in addition to school, in the game they love? You know, they were the best on their team when they were in high school, most likely in that group. College sports and athletics is different. Now you've got NIL and the transfer portal. And, you know, of course, they're all, this last group had to go through COVID. So I think there's a tremendous amount of stress already. And we've added a few more things.
And at an age where you don't fully know how to handle that. You're not equipped.
That's exactly right.
No, you know, we're taught from a young age. We teach our kids, our athletes, you know, how to eat right, how to train right, but they're not really taught how to take care of their mental health as they grow up. And then you throw in social media and everything that is going on with the phones and fans, you know, that are not too kind to our athletes. It's just a lot that they are juggling on their plate. They've got school, they've got tests, they've got exams, and they've got these practices that they need to get to and games where they want to perform well. And it's a struggle for all of them to get through all of it.
How do we make it easier for them to say, I need help?
I think to us, one of the most important things is to address the stigma. You know, to be able to be here and to talk about this stuff. Suicide's an ugly word, and mental health is a difficult topic for some of our guys. But what Kim and I see, you know, we've been to 200 campuses across the country in the last few years, and despite the number of resources one campus may have over the other, we've got to get them to ask for help. To sort of self-identify. And so at Holinsky's Hope, we've created a modular series, you know, just a very, it's a beginning sort of conversations about mental health. We don't have those at the high school level or even pre-high school.
Wow.
So that's an important topic to discuss, is the education.
And let's talk about this week. Over 160 universities and colleges, right?
Yep.
What does this week mean? What resources does it provide? If you are a student athlete on one of these campuses, what do you see?
Yeah, well, what we see is as we prepare these boxes of hope and we put in helmet decals, lapel pins, hair ties, cheer bows, we've got some patches, some temporary tattoos, and our bands, we ship them out to these schools, and it runs September 30th through October 7th, and it changes each year. But what happens, what really strikes us and the impact is what happens on the campus, what these mental health professionals and what these student athletes do to come together to say, I matter, my mental health matters, and we're going to focus on it, and we're going to take care of our mental health this week and moving forward. So the things that they do, they bring in, animal support dogs. They just get together for meals. They journal. They do art projects. They do yoga out on the football field. They bring in special speakers. And it's just a week where I think the world can come together to let our student athletes know how much they matter, how much their mental health matters, and they have to take care of it.
In 20, 30 seconds, a young person watching or their parent, what's the biggest takeaway you want them to hear from your message, your family?
That there's no difference between mental health help and physical health help. If sadly you were diagnosed with cancer, we'd immediately find you the best oncologist and the treatment plans. There should be no difference here. Don't be embarrassed. It takes a lot of guts right now, but it should be an everyday thing to ask to treat your mental health.
Mark and Kim, thank you for joining. Thank you for sharing about Tyler. We appreciate it. Such an important conversation that we're happy to amplify.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. Thank you for that conversation, Savannah. Finally, this hour, they are not the first siblings to play against each other in a Major League Baseball game. But as the playoffs get underway, two brothers on opposing sides are united over something bigger than the game. Here's Sam Brock.
In Florida, family on different sides of the diamond. Nathaniel Lowe of the Texas Rangers taking on little brother Josh and the Tampa Bay Rays.
We could be friends on Saturday.
Nathaniel scoring the first run of the playoffs, even as baseball's on the back burner for the two rising talents.
Brothers Lowe taking out the cards for their respective clubs.
A few months ago, in their first professional showdown, their mom Wendy sported a split jersey with Lowe on the front. But right now, the family says she's resting at home, battling brain cancer and cheering for her sons through the TV screen.
It's a lot to go through, and yeah, it's a pretty heavy toll.
How much does it mean to your mom to see you and your brother play in person?
It means everything for her.
These two have had each other's back all season.
Well, not many people are able to say they have a sibling that plays the same professional sport as you. Having seen him have success that he has is it makes it feel really good.
But their love and support for their mom is now on full display under baseball's brightest lights.
She's one of the strongest people in our family.
As Wendy enters her third week of chemotherapy.
The more people that know about this, the more prayers that are going to be heard, the more people that are going to be praying for her for a healing. I mean, there's so many different things that are bigger than baseball.
Countless fans at home rooting not for a team, but for a family. Sam Brock, NBC News, St. Petersburg, Florida.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, Kevin McCarthy ousted this morning. History unfolding in Washington. The House of Representatives now without a leader after lawmakers vote to remove Kevin McCarthy as Speaker.
So I may have lost a vote today, but as I walk out of this chamber, I feel fortunate to have served the American people.
Now, Congress navigating uncharted territory as the search for a new House Speaker begins. More on the unprecedented vote, plus reaction and what happens next. Tragedy on campus breaking this morning. Police in Baltimore searching for a shooter who opened fire at a historically black university, injuring several people, all during homecoming celebrations. But we're learning about what happened. Plus, a different kind of drug deal. The White House announcing a historic price negotiation between top drug makers and Medicare. More on the program and why it may not be a done deal just yet. And increasing your odds. What if the only thing standing between you and winning the lotto wasn't luck, just a little bit of math? Well, a pair of British professors say they figured out the winning formula. We will try to break it down before tonight's big Powerball drawing.
Oh, well, now we're going to win.
There you go. I know. Magic.
Very exciting.
You got to stay for that. That's quite the tease.
We all win. Yeah. Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being here. We get started this morning, of course, with the turmoil in Washington after a historic vote to remove Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House of Representatives. This was after less than 9 months in that leadership role.
The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
The final vote was 216 to 210 in favor of removing Carthy from the speakership. 8 Republicans joined all House Democrats in voting to oust him. It's the first time in U.S. history lawmakers have formally voted to remove a sitting speaker in the middle of a term. Opposition to McCarthy grew among Republicans after last weekend's deal to avert a government shutdown. The chair of the Financial Services Committee, North Carolina Congressman Patrick McHenry, is now serving as interim speaker until a replacement is chosen, beginning what could be a long process. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with the latest. Julie, good morning. So certainly an unprecedented day yesterday on Capitol Hill. Just walk us through what happened before the vote, after the vote, and what we're hearing from the now former House Speaker.
Yeah, guys, it was quite a shock, not only to reporters covering this, but also to members who were streaming out of a closed-door Republican conference meeting, some with tears in their eyes, some with shock on their faces. The way this all came about was really since the beginning of McCarthy got his gavel. He made this handshake agreement with some of the far-right conservatives, including Congressman Matt Gaetz, to get their support to get the gavel in the first place, that any one of them can bring up what's called a motion to vacate that triggers a full House vote. And then, easily enough, McCarthy loses his gavel with just a handful of votes. 8 Republicans voting against him. The final tally was 216 to 210 because Democrats decided early in the day yesterday they were not going to get involved in the House Republican internal drama. They were going to stay out of it. But the thing is, they voted against McCarthy here. They sided with Gaetz and those 7 Republicans. And that's unfortunately what caused McCarthy to lose his speakership. I want you to take a listen to what McCarthy had to say right after that all happened. Watch.
Doing the right thing isn't always easy, but it is necessary. I don't regret standing up for choosing governance over grievance. It is my responsibility. It is my job. I do not regret negotiating. I will not run for speaker again. I'll have the conference pick somebody else.
McCarthy, the forever optimist who was telling us all weekend long, all day long yesterday even, that he is confident, that he never gives up, stepping aside, saying he will not run for speaker again. Guys, remember, all of this came about after McCarthy worked with Democrats to avoid a last-minute government shutdown on Saturday. That's what really led to this final vote to oust him.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I want to ask you about. Have we heard from Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz? What was his reaction to this vote? And explain to us also how the interim speaker was chosen, because it wasn't known exactly who that would be prior to this going down.
Exactly. Yeah, we have heard from Gaetz. And remember, this is something that McCarthy has long said was personal. Gaetz has denied that, of course. But Gaetz came out of this, and he came out of this victorious. It's not clear, though, what the next steps will be from Gaetz, who he will support for speaker, and so on. You're right. We do have an interim speaker. That is Patrick McHenry of North Carolina. That was actually a secret list that every single speaker puts together when they get chosen. It doesn't matter if it's McCarthy or the many speakers prior. No one knew who was on this list, but the first person was Patrick McHenry, which is a very, very close ally of McCarthy. Take a listen, though, what Gaetz had to say right after this vote. Watch.
We heard Speaker McCarthy say that he wanted us to bring it on, so I guess we did. Kevin McCarthy couldn't keep his word. He made an agreement in January regarding the way Washington would work, and he violated that agreement. Kevin McCarthy should take a hint. After 15 ballots to become Speaker, after 8 months of a failed speakership, and after removal in this historic manner, I think we should move on and find somebody else.
So obviously McCarthy did take that hint. He said he will not run for speaker again. The question is, though, who will?
Yeah, and that begs the question, how does this work now? What's next for the House, the process for selecting a new speaker, and do we have any idea who is potentially in the running for the role?
Yeah, well, look, it's members of leadership, right? We have Tom Emmer, who is the whip, he's the vote counter of Republicans. You see him on your screen. Tom Cole, who's the rules chairman. Steve Scalise, who is by far the most popular choice after McCarthy. They thought for a second that he was going to be the one to take over as speaker back in January when McCarthy was going those 15 rounds. Elise Stefanik, Jim Jordan, who's, of course, the chair of the Judiciary Committee. Also some outside names like Kevin Hearn, who is the chair of the very conservative Republican Study Committee. A lot of people raising their hands now. Right now, the House is actually adjourned until Tuesday. They will come back next week. They will huddle in a room. McCarthy made it very clear that he doesn't want that same 15 ballot situation to happen again. They'll likely choose someone behind closed doors. And then on Wednesday, as soon as Wednesday, they might take to the floor for a full vote on that after they've chosen someone behind closed doors. So it's not likely we're going to see that dramatic process unfold like we did back in January. I think Republicans feel embarrassed by what happened yesterday, and they want to keep further embarrassment off of the block here and do something internally.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
And turning now overnight to breaking news out of Baltimore, where 5 people were wounded in a shooting at Morgan State University. The shooting prompted an hours-long shelter-in-place on campus as officials assessed whether they had an active shooter situation. Police say they do not have a suspect in custody. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has the details.
The community here at Morgan State University is reeling after a mass shooting overnight that injured 5 people, including 4 students, though none fatally. Police still investigating and trying to hunt down the shooter. It's homecoming week here at Morgan State, which is supposed to be a time of celebration for students, but that was interrupted overnight when gunshots rang out around 9:25 here on campus. The details of the shooting are still unclear, but a Baltimore City Councilman tweeted overnight that police told him they believe there were 3 separate shooters. After police and SWAT teams and federal agents responded here on campus, they locked the campus down for 2.5 hours until at midnight they gave the all clear, deciding that there was no more active shooter threat. Again, the nature and of this shooting is not entirely clear at this point. They have made no arrests. The investigation is continuing, and classes here at Morgan State University are canceled today as they decide how to go forward with homecoming week celebrations. Back to you.
All right, just heartbreaking. Ken Delanian, thank you so much.
Here in New York this morning, former President Donald Trump is expected to be back in court for a 3rd day as his $250 million civil fraud trial continues in Lower Manhattan. There was some speculation as to whether Trump would testify. Well, yesterday, speaking to reporters, he confirmed he is ready to take the stand.
Mr. Trump, will you be testifying?
Yes, I will. At the appropriate time, I will be.
NBC's Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside the court in Lower Manhattan. So, Lindsay, Trump was on the attack again yesterday, making comments and posting on social media. And because of that, now the judge has issued a gag order. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, some more police officers just arriving for the day. Media presence not as strong as it was on Monday, day 1, but we are expecting to see the former president again today. And yesterday, as you mentioned, the judge, after a lengthened break for lunch, really admonishing the courtroom over a Truth Social post, specifically, obviously, the defendant, the former president. He had posted during the 11 a.m. recess, about a 15-minute break yesterday, floating a conspiracy theory, essentially about one of the judge's staff members saying that she had some kind of personal relationship with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and the judge saying that any kind of disparaging comments about his staff is unacceptable, also saying consider this a gag order for all parties from posting about any members of my staff. So that sort of ended yesterday, but of course the president still at the end of the court hearing yesterday, essentially saying this was a good day. He saw his defense counsel cross-examine the witness, but we can talk more about that if you'd like as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Lindsay, Trump's former accountant, Donald Bender. Tell us more about his testimony that we heard when he was on the stand yesterday.
Right, this is the former president's former primary accountant, and so the Attorney General's office is trying to do a couple of things with this witness. It's very dry, but it's important testimony. They're trying to introduce some documents, these financial statements that the AG's office says are overly inflated, and introduce them into evidence, but also introduce this accountant and say that he compiled these financial statements based on information that Trump and his team were giving him. And in cross-examination, Trump's defense attorney saying, you were the only accountant, not Alan Weisselberg, nobody else at the Trump organization. You were responsible for making sure this information was accurate. And Bender replied, no, it's the company who needs to provide me with accurate information. So that is the cross-examination that we heard the president allude to, saying this is a good day. Joan Savannah.
And so, Lindsay, we know Trump wasn't initially expected to be in court after day 2, says he's going to return to court today. What are we watching out for with today's proceedings?
So we are expecting to hear more cross-examination of Bender, and then the AG's office will get a chance to redirect. But, you know, nothing is really to be expected as part of this, but I imagine that we will hear from the former president again. Basically, any break, he comes out And he sort of makes his case to the court of public opinion, to the cameras, and he says, you know, I should be on the campaign trail, but I have to be here. We should note he's not compelled to be here until he's called to testify, which he is on the witness list for the Attorney General's office. So that's not necessarily saying they guarantee that they'll call him. He says that he'll testify regardless, so the defense could call him if the AG's office doesn't. But we can expect to hear some more rhetoric from the former president, calling this a sham and a scam, saying that there were no victims. But Joe and Savannah, the AG's office does not have to prove there were any victims. They just have to prove there was fraud. And we have to keep in mind that the judge already ruled one of those causes, one of the claims brought by the AG's office. He has ruled in favor of the AG's office, saying that there is fraud. This is mostly about the other 6 claims, the other defendants, and now damages. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Lindsay Reiser in Lower Manhattan. Lindsay, thank you.
And in another legal battle, President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, pleaded not guilty to federal gun charges at his arraignment in Delaware yesterday. NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles has the latest.
Hunter Biden back in a Delaware courthouse, the son of a sitting president now facing a criminal trial. Biden pleading not guilty to 3 felony gun charges for allegedly purchasing a handgun while being an active drug user and lying about it on a federal form. His attorney calling the charges the result of political pressure from President Trump and his MAGA allies to force the Justice Department to ignore the law and deviate from its policies in cases like this one. Special counsel David Weiss filing the charges after his controversial plea deal for the president's son, which would have resulted in no prison time, fell apart under a judge's scrutiny. 2 IRS whistleblowers testified that there was political interference in the DOJ investigation of Hunter Biden, which Weiss denies. If convicted, Hunter Biden facing a sentence of as much as 25 years behind bars, although he's unlikely to serve that much time. And his looming legal problems come as House Republicans step up their impeachment inquiry, hoping to tie Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings to his father.
Whether it was lunches, phone calls, White House meetings, or official foreign trips, Hunter Biden cashed in by arranging access to Joe Biden, the family brand.
A key GOP witness last week testifying there's not enough evidence for impeachment so far. The president has said he was not involved in his son's work. And what we saw play out Tuesday here in this courthouse could be just the beginning of the legal trouble for Hunter Biden. He's still facing tax charges that could come down by the end of the month in both California and Washington, D.C.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Authorities in Washington are searching for 3 armed suspects who carjacked a member of Congress Monday night. It comes as the nation's capital faces a surge in violent crime. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has that story.
It happened less than a mile from the Capitol. Texas Democrat Henry Cuellar carjacked as he arrived at his D.C. apartment.
I looked to the left, somebody had a gun. To the right, somebody had a gun. I had a third guy behind me. You got to stay calm.
Police recovered Cuellar's car. They're still looking for 3 masked suspects thought to be teenagers. It's been a year of violence in the nation's capital. 753 carjackings, double last year's number. Overall violent crime up 39%. 216 homicides, more than all of last year, and on track to be the deadliest in 20 years.
My son is dead. My son is dead. My son ain't do nothing to nobody.
I've been living here 31 years. This is the worst I've ever seen around here.
While violent crime is flat or down in New York, Los Angeles, and Philly, it's up 8% in Atlanta, up 27% in Chicago, up 28% in Baltimore. Washington's acting police chief says her department is understaffed and stretched beyond capacity.
The most pressing concern that I've heard from community members is the increase in robberies and carjackings and the fear that this creates.
Representative Cuellar isn't the first member of Congress to be a D.C. crime victim. Minnesota Representative Angie Craig was assaulted at her D.C. apartment. A staff member for Senator Rand Paul survived a stabbing last March. Congress and President Biden this year blocked a D.C. council plan that would have increased penalties for some crimes in Washington, but lowered them for others, including carjackings. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thank you.
Well, LaFonza Butler is now California's newest senator after being sworn into office by Vice President Harris. Butler now officially fills the seat of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein, who died last week at the age of 90. She was appointed to the seat by California Governor Gavin Newsom, and the appointment now gives Democrats a 51-49 majority in the Senate again. Butler is the third black woman to serve in the Senate and the first openly LGBTQ person to represent California in the chamber. She has not yet indicated whether she plans to run for a full term in office next year.
It's another day of unseasonably warm temperatures for parts of the country.
That is right. Like here in New York, already pretty warm this morning. Michelle Grossman's here with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, it is so warm. We're about 10 to 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. So we sort of have a battle of the seasons going on. Back to the west, it's fall-like. We're looking at really cool temperatures. And then ahead of this cold front, we're looking at temperatures really warm. We broke records yesterday, the day before that, and the day before that. We're going to break records once again today. Here's that transition zone, that cold front, where we're going to see some strong to severe storms along that front. But first, with the temperatures, we're talking 80s once again in October, near 90 degrees in some spots. Buffalo, New York today, 87 degrees. That's 24 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 80s in Detroit, Chicago, St. Louis, Cincinnati, near 90 degrees as well. 86 in Nashville. And we're warm still in the Northeast. 84 degrees in New York City today. That is 15 degrees above what we typically expect this time of year. We're going to do it again tomorrow, once again on Friday in some parts, but there's that cold front that's sweeping through, and it's going to sweep through that warm air. So by tomorrow, we're looking at Chicago, just 4 degrees above normal, 71 degrees. So that's a big drop off, but still in the 80s in Buffalo, 82, 79 in Washington, D.C., 7 degrees above average. And then take a look what happens. Look back to Minneapolis, a huge drop from what we saw yesterday. Temperatures into the 50s by Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 58 degrees, feeling like fall there. Same story in Cleveland. We drop off from 71 to 57, down to 53 on Sunday. And then we'll see that drop, too, in the Northeast by Sunday, down to the low 60s. It's going to feel like fall, but we're going to bring some rain into the forecast there. So not the best fall foliage looking. So as we look towards the cold front, this is the dividing line from that warm air and cool air. We're looking at the chance for really strong to severe storms and also the chance for heavy rainfall. Where you see these dark colors, that's where we're expecting the heaviest rain. See some purple there? That could indicate some hail is expected. So we could see up to 2 inches in some spots. Severe storms erupting, especially in the southern plains. Downpours are likely. That could lead to flooding and also flash flooding. So low-lying areas, the rivers, the creeks, the streams could be swollen as well. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, we're looking at a line of showers and storms tracking to the east. This is a cold front we've been watching all week long, and it's taking its time getting here, but it will finally get to the northeast. So by tomorrow, we're looking at the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley, portions of the Mississippi Valley down to the Gulf Coast states. And we're looking at the greatest chance from Michigan and Mississippi for some strong storms. So we'll look at that tomorrow. But for this afternoon, a big area that could see some strong to severe storms, especially where you see this yellow area. That includes Dallas. It includes Oklahoma City, also Lubbock down to Midland. And again, baseball-sized hail in some spots. That's going to cause a lot of damage. 10 million people at risk in this area. Winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. Keep in mind, hurricane force speed, Category 1 is 74 miles per hour. Could see a tornado or two. Not a whole lot. That's not the biggest threat, but still could see a few tornadoes. The biggest story here will be that rainfall. Lots of rain expected. We could see 2 to 3 inches per hour in some spots. That's going to lead to flash flooding. This is always dangerous, especially with the multiple rounds of training storms over the same area. Sort of that sit and spin where it drops that water in the same spot. So for the rest of the country, we're looking good in the west, nice and quiet, although cooler, as I mentioned, record warmth in the east. It will be smoky all the way down to portions of Florida. That is from the Canadian wildfire. So that high pressure kind of pumps it down to portions of the southeast and could see some Gulf Coast showers as well. Now, as we look towards the weekend, there's that cold front, clear to see where it is on the map, that stripe of green from portions of the Northeast into the Tennessee Valley, the Gulf Coast states. That's where we could see the rain there. Still mild out ahead of that. And then behind that front, much, much cooler. West is best. We're looking at lots of sunshine, temperatures comfortable. I went to CB East, and they always said West is best, so it hurts when I say that. But anyway, and then we looked towards Saturday, heavy rain in portions of New England. That is from Philippe. I'll show you that track in just a minute, but mild sunshine throughout the middle of the country. An autumn breeze in the southeast, the Tennessee Valley on Sunday, cool and damp. And then we'll talk about Philippe real quick, because we're still looking at a tropical storm, expecting to be a tropical storm as it reaches the New England coast by Saturday and Sunday. And we could see some drenching rains there as well.
Already seeing that coming up in my forecast.
I know.
Only nice for a little.
You're actually going to start a coastal battle between the West Coast and the East Coast here.
Nice best.
Sparked by Michelle Grossman.
I love y'all's graphics. Best is best. And then just nice day.
Yeah, exactly.
Michelle, thank you. All right, much more to come here on Morning News Now later this hour. Unexpected side effects. The new research that shows the impact discrimination could have on your physical health.
First, though, after the break, new details about that remarkable rescue of a 9-year-old girl. What we're learning about the hours before she was found, plus the suspect now under arrest accused of her kidnapping. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now with new details about that remarkable rescue of a 9-year-old girl. Police say that she was abducted from her family while riding her bike. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park shows us how investigators were able to track down the suspect, who's now charged with kidnapping.
9-year-old Charlotte Senna back with loved ones after vanishing while riding her bike at an upstate New York park. In a statement, the family writing, "We are thrilled that she is home, and we understand that the outcome is not what every family gets." The major break coming after a 2-day-long search when authorities tracked down 46-year-old Craig Nelson Ross Jr. after a ransom note was left at Charlotte's home. The intent? To get money, according to the arraignment memo.
A fingerprint was found that matched what was found on the ransom note.
Authorities say that critical clue was linked to a 1999 DWI and allowed SWAT teams to move in on the suspect's camper, roughly 20 miles from where Charlotte was last seen.
After some resistance, the suspect was taken into custody, and immediately the little girl was found in a cabinet, cupboard. She was rescued, and she knew she was being rescued. She knew that she was in safe hands.
Was the suspect known to the family?
It has not been determined that the suspect was known to the family.
The suspect was arraigned on a charge of first-degree kidnapping. The governor of New York saying they're still looking into the possibility of connections to other cases. NBC News attempted to contact the suspect's attorney, but we haven't heard back.
We're all just like so surprised and shocked that happened to the little girl.
In the neighborhood where officials say Charlotte was found alive and unharmed, crews seen gathering evidence and residents grateful for some closure after days on alert. And the governor of New York calling this an active investigation. The suspect is currently being held at the Saratoga County Jail behind me without bail. Next court appearance is set for October 17th. Back to you.
All right, Kathy Park, thank you.
Let's get you international headlines now, starting in Italy, where several people are dead after a tour bus crash near Venice.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. At least 21 people died and 15 others at least were injured after a bus plunged almost 50 feet off a flyover near Venice. Now the bus filled with foreign tourists returning to their camping site after a visit to the lagoon suddenly fell off the flyover and crashed near railway tracks below. Authorities say Ukrainian and German nationals were among the dead and called the scene apocalyptic. The cause of the accident is still unknown. Now let's go to Brazil now, where more than 100 dolphins have died since last week. The carcasses of the dolphins were found beached on Tefe Lake in the Amazon region. Experts say the likely cause of the deaths is the rise in water temperature, which killed thousands of fish dolphins feed on. The Amazonas governor declared a state of emergency due to a prolonged drought, which caused water temperatures to rise above 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's end this tour of the world in Japan, where one of the most popular shrines is no longer free to visit. The bright orange Itsukushima shrine that appears floating on a lake is one of the most recognizable and photographed attractions in Japan. But local authorities have long struggled with over-tourism. That's why on Sunday they introduced a tourist tax to visit the shrine. But don't worry, the tax is only 100 yen. That's just 67 cents. Back to you, Joe, Savannah.
Something we're seeing all over the planet right now, those little taxes and things. All right.
Interesting. Claudio, thank you so much.
Yeah. Coming up, a major move that could impact millions of Americans. When we come back, what we're learning about a new price negotiation deal involving top drug makers and Medicare.
And carb lovers rejoice. Why researchers now say the way to lose weight doesn't necessarily mean cutting out your favorite foods. We will explain this next. Look at the yay carbs. Next on Morning News Now.
Yay carbs.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We are back now with a development that could have a major impact on the health and wallets of millions of Americans.
The Biden administration announced Tuesday that drug manufacturers have agreed to participate in new price negotiations with Medicare.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News senior White House reporter Peter Nicholas. Peter, it's great to have you on with us. So what drugs are we talking about here, and what have we heard from the White House about the negotiations?
Well, we're talking about drugs that would treat diseases like, heart disease, arthritis. There are blood thinners on this list. And the White House is very pleased with this. This was the result of passage of the Inflation Reduction Act last year. Gave the government, Medicare, the right, the authority, the power to negotiate with drug companies to reduce drug prices. So President Biden is arguing this is a win for everyday consumers, for senior citizens. And the contrast with House Republicans and the chaos that we saw last night, I think, is pretty stark. The White House is pretty happy about that as well.
So, many of the pharma companies, Peter, are in the process of suing the government, saying that forcing them to negotiate like this, that it's unconstitutional, that the process will threaten future innovation, future profits. So was this just a case of them being forced to the bargaining table? I mean, how are they reacting to all this?
Well, yes, I think they were felt compelled to negotiate. They saw this trend coming, no way to avoid it. So there'll be negotiations that'll proceed this year and next year. Any price reductions are probably not going to go into effect until 2026, so maybe a few years before Americans see real-world benefits from this. But the court challenges will proceed. But manufacturers, I think, understood which direction this was going, and wanted to get on board and see if they can cut the best deal possible for themselves.
So, Peter, ultimately, given that, as you're discussing, kind of some of this fighting is still going on over the details here, does this mean that these prices, the lowering of them, is potentially up in the air still?
Yes, I think so. We don't know exactly where this will land. I mean, there's a negotiation that's proceeding, but we will see some real-world benefits by 2026, it sounds like. But it'll be up to the two sides to see what the where the prices will ultimately land.
Peter Nicholas, thank you very much. Important info for all of us.
Let's keep the health news going with our weekly medical checkup. This week, how living in a walkable neighborhood could cut your risk for some cancers.
Plus, the surprising impacts of discrimination on your health and how it could also impact what you eat.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us to discuss some of these health headlines you may have missed. Dr. Patel, good to have you with us. So let's start with this new research out of UCLA, which finds a link between experiencing discrimination and increased health risks. Tell us more about the relationship here.
Yeah, Joe, Savannah, we've got a great set of studies. The first one is the most interesting I've seen in a long time, which really does kind of map out literally how your emotions and responses in your emotions can affect your diet and what you eat. UCLA researchers looked at over 100 patients and gave them some standardized responses to discrimination questions, even questions as simple as, do you feel like you were treated less than you deserve to be treated today? So very wide-ranging questions. Divided the group into people who experienced discrimination and those who did not experience as much discrimination. People who experienced more discrimination, particularly if they were lower socioeconomic status, lower income, actually had physical changes to their brain and changes in their chemistry in their blood, as well as their fecal matter, which all signal kind of an important brain-gut connection that leads to actually eating more sweet and processed foods, which translates to more weight. So this is an important, the doctor's orders here are pretty important. Listen to your brain-gut crosstalk. We've all thought that like our brain and our gut are connected. Indeed, they are. And the responses that we're getting from outside factors can play a really important part in that. And I think an even more important doctor order is kind of feel-good foods might feel good in that moment, but they don't help because they can really feed that cycle that really kind of wires your brain and your gut.
Wow, interesting. All right, Dr. Patel, another new one. Like you said, we've got a lot of good studies today.
Yeah.
Shows that avoiding weight gain in middle age might not be as hard as we think. A minute ago.
Oh, I love it. I am here for it.
Yeah, we had yay carbs written across the bottom of the screen, which I'm not exactly sure is the headline here, but this is out of Harvard. Maybe switching carbs. Tell us about this.
It is yay carbs, yay good carbs. So we looked at, this is one of those amazing studies we've been able to do by looking at a population, 136,000 men and women over 24 years. And they looked for associations and patterns. And what they found, here's kind of to take it to the bottom line, they found that when people actually had better carbs, and I'm talking fruits and vegetables, and then kind of what we would call whole grain carbohydrates. We talked about these before. What are whole grains? Rice is a whole grain, but you need to have the whole grain of the rice and the oats and the farro and the quinoa and all those starchy, kind of those really good carbs that are not as refined. When you did that, even in middle age, as people get older, men and women, they had about a 6.6 pound lesser weight than people who had more sugar and more of those refined carbs. The doctor's orders here, I tell all my patients, including myself, start with small changes. Don't try to make dramatic swaps. If you drink sodas, swap out those sodas for water, put in some fruits, and then it's quality over quantity. So don't try to do everything, but just make sure that the quality swap. But yay carbs is the bottom line.
They're just like quiet, like, yay carbs.
I know, but the carb we were showing, as we said it, by the way, was a massive pizza being made, which I don't think is the take-home.
Maybe here, put on that piece of pizza, put a little bit of broccoli. There you go.
Oh my gosh.
And then, or think about a cauliflower crust, or think about something different. You can still have that pizza.
Is really good, actually.
I agree. I'm into cauliflower stuff now. All right, one more thing, Dr. Patel. So every step you take could be one step farther away from cancer. A new study from Columbia and New York University researchers found women living in walkable neighborhoods have lower rates of cancer. Tell us more about this.
Yeah.
Right. We know, first, it starts with a great body of research where we know that obesity can be linked to higher cancer risk. So we know that as a fact from decades of studies. Now we're looking at studies where we're talking about what can you do to modify those behaviors. So things like walkable cities. So they looked at kind of every city in the country and looked at how walkable those cities are. That's things like sidewalks, parks, just having a place outside of your home to be able to walk. Not high intensity jogging or cardio, just walking. They found that people living in the top quartile, the top 25% of the country's walkable cities, actually had a 26% lower association with these obesity-related cancers. So the doctor's orders here, I know it's not that easy to just move, but the doctor's orders here are to really think about just one step at a time, taking that one step today, even in 5 minutes, can help with that bottom line. And then even if you do not live immediately in a walkable community, your community can get a prescription as in a community to talk about ways to make it more walkable. You've seen people converting malls and other areas into walkable fields. Those are all things. The High Line in New York City is a great example of that. It's possible to do this in your community, and it's all about your health.
Makes a difference. All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you for all your input this morning. We appreciate it.
Great roundup and great to see you. Thank you. Coming up, it's been 27 years since Tupac Shakur was shot and killed. Now the man charged with murdering the rapper is expected in court for the first time.
When we come back, what we know about the suspect and the key evidence that led to his arrest nearly 3 decades later. This is Morning News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's this
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're back now with financial headlines. Ford has made a new offer in a bid to end that UAW strike.
Yeah, could be big news. CNBC's Savannah Hanal joins us with that and some other headlines this morning. Hey, Savannah, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Yeah, Ford says it's made a new comprehensive contract offer in a bid to resolve the targeted strike by the UAW that's now in its 3rd week. Ford says the new offer boosts wages for temporary workers, increases 401k contributions, and shrinks the amount of time workers need to get to the top wage rate. The union has declined comment on the offer. Both Ford and General Motors have furloughed more workers this week at plants they say are impacted by the strike. Spotify is making more than 150,000 audiobooks available to premium subscribers. They'll be offered first to customers in the UK and Australia, and in the US later this year. Spotify will offer 15 hours of listening per month with the option to buy an extra 10 hours if needed. The company making the announcement as it tries to expand into other areas of audio and turn a profit. And Barbie has a new neighbor, Stevie Nicks. Mattel unveiling the latest doll in its music collector series earlier this week. The Stevie Nicks doll is inspired by her look on the cover of Fleetwood Mac's album Rumors, with a long black dress with draped sleeves and black shoes. But good luck trying to get your hands on this collector's item. The Stevie Nicks Barbie went on sale on Monday, and it was sold out in less than 24 hours.
Look at her tiny tambourine.
I was just thinking, I love the tambourine.
It's so cute, and it really does look like her.
It's great.
That's awesome. All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Today, the man charged with the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur is set to be arraigned in a Nevada courtroom.
On Friday, Las Vegas police announced the arrest of Dwayne Davis. While investigators do not believe Davis was the trigger man, he has long admitted he was inside the gunman's car when Shakur was shot and killed on the Las Vegas Strip 27 years ago. For more, we are joined by retired New York Police Department Detective Derek Parker. He did not work on this case, but he's here to help us just analyze this investigation. We appreciate you being here with us. Good morning. So this has been a very high-profile case, of course, almost 3 decades. So as a former detective, we're hoping that you can sort of walk us through the process of finding new evidence and why this is happening now so many years after a crime.
Okay, well, the police department in Las Vegas now has, they had a grand jury that was convened, and they indicted Keefe D for one of the participants in the murder of Tupac Shakur. He was basically in the car with 3 other individuals at the time, and what happened was that he went on social media proclaiming that he was one of the individuals that was in the car that was conspiring to commit the murder, and he sort of implicated himself. The police department took a lot of time and patience to put this together. It's been a long time, but right now they got a lot of new evidence that they presented to the grand jury. The grand jury found a true indictment, and now we are here with the arrest of him. He gets arraigned today, as a matter of fact, Keefe D, in the murder of Tupac.
Yeah, and we should note that's the nickname Davis has for our viewers who aren't familiar. You know, he's spoken publicly about his involvement in Tupac's murder since 2018, even appearing to implicate himself in his own memoir. He wasn't shy about talking about himself. So a lot of people are wondering, why did it then take so long to make this arrest?
Well, you got to understand something, too. When this shooting happened, I was out in Las Vegas with the detectives back in '96. This was after the homicide. We were trying to gather evidence with the organized crime unit out there to see if we can unearth evidence to find out any new leads or any kind of information that would help. But in this case, it's hard because a lot of the people involved, the witnesses or the people that were involved in the shooting, such as Suge Knight and maybe the entourage, they weren't very cooperative with the Las Vegas Police Department. And at that time, the Las Vegas Police Department didn't know a lot about the hip-hop music industry. I here in New York, myself, they had me as the hip-hop cop. I was back in 96 and 97. I traveled to Vegas and I traveled to Los Angeles and investigated those murders with other detectives. So I know a little bit more about the hip-hop industry than most law enforcement officers do. The reason it took so long again was because you had to be patient. And then TPD implicating himself and going on the news outlets saying that he did it just fueled the fire, and it helped them go after him and to arrest him in this case.
So now, with Davis in custody, and then authorities say the other men in the car that night are all dead at this point, is the investigation over? I mean, what does that mean? Where do things go from here?
No, well, right now, he's being charged with the murder of Tupac Shakur. The other three individuals are deceased, so you can't do anything with that. While they have him in custody, they're going to try to unearth some new evidence and try to find out a lot more things, because this is going to either go to a trial or he'll take a plea. So I'm sure he's going to retain counsel. Counsel's going to guide him as to how he's going to deal with this. But this is going to be interesting right now, because I think the police department out in Las Vegas has gathered some other things that they're going to present soon that may put him in with this murder investigation.
Retired New York Police Department Detective Derek Parker, we really appreciate you here with us to analyze this. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Coming up, it's an LA institution built by immigrants. Up next in this Hispanic Heritage Month, we're going to take you inside a beloved Cuban bakery with a fan base that stretches far beyond city lines.
Plus, it turns out winning the lotto isn't just about luck. We are going to talk to a British professor who says he has the formula that guarantees you a winning ticket, at least of sorts. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference, because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You got to see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You got to see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Never mind the World Series or the WNBA playoffs. We have an update on the contest that everyone wants to know about, Fat Bear Week. This is a tournament-style bracket where the public votes on their favorite brown bear from Katmai National Park in Alaska as the animals bulk up ahead of their winter hibernation. So this year's 12 furry finalists include bear number 128, that's Grazer, number 151 is Walker, 480 is Otis, and number 32, Chunk. Voting starts today at noon Eastern Time at, yes, this is a website, thatbearweek.org.
And Joe, if you remember, this was so popular. There was even a cheating controversy around this last year that people were stuffing the digital ballot box for their favorite bear. It's awesome.
I guess you could just put them on a scale, but that sounds dangerous.
I think we're going to have to kind of follow it, so we'll let you know who comes out.
That Bear Week.
All right, thanks, Joe. Well, as we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, there's a beloved family business in Los Angeles that started like so many with immigrants seeking a better life. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz brings you the story of an LA institution that satisfies the sweet tooth of millions.
It's not your normal business. I mean, it's different. And it's just something unique that we don't even know how to explain it.
Porto's Bakery has been a Los Angeles institution for nearly 50 years. It's owned by the Porto family, Margarita, Raul Jr., and Betty Porto, who carry a legacy that began on an island during a very different time. This was something that was born in Cuba, right? How did this start?
I remember being a little girl, and my mom would make cakes for us just for fun, So when Castro comes to power and neither one of them has a job, my dad goes to a labor camp away from the home. My mom has to kind of reinvent herself.
In the midst of 1960s communist Cuba, to make ends meet, their mother Rosa began the underground business of baking right in the family's kitchen.
So it really neighbors and friends knew that she knew how to make cakes, and that's how she started. It wasn't something that she was planning to do, but she just kind of had to jump into it in order to survive.
In Cuba, making cakes and selling them, that was dangerous, right?
It was illegal because all private property and private business were closed down. And so if you would have been caught, back in those days, it was 25 years in jail.
Then came a hope of a different life via the freedom flights from Cuba to Miami. So one day in 1971, Rosa and her husband Raul Sr. gathered their 3 children with nothing but the clothing on their backs and boarded a plane and left Cuba forever. Do you remember the day that you left?
I remember my best friend, the bus was leaving and she chased, waving at me. That's what I remember.
And when we came into the airport, there was maybe 100 people that were leaving on the same flight to Miami. So I could feel the tension in the room as a kid. I'll never forget that.
The family settled in California, and within a few years, Rosa opened the first Porto's Bakery, with the whole family pitching in.
We were just trying to have one shop, be successful, and survive, and be able to buy a house one day.
Porto's allure usually starts with a craving for their famous potato balls or guava cheese strudels, and that quickly gives way to their countless cakes, pastries, empanadas, Cuban sandwiches, and specialties. One store led to more, and soon Rosa had started what she hoped would be a family empire.
She wanted us to go to school, to get an education. She didn't realize it until we graduated, and then we decided to start on board. Then she became the opposite. She would tell the children, okay, I built this for you, when are you coming in?
We all enjoyed something in the business, and we liked working alongside them. And then after we graduated from college, we all decided, why should I go anywhere else? And this is something that is great.
The siblings took over the business, and Rosa Porto retired in 2003. Today, with 6 locations in Southern California, the next generation of Portos are already in the mix. Raul's son, Adrian, is a chef.
Butter, ham, pork, 3 pickles, no more, no less. I've been told if it's not 3 pickles, it's not a Cuban sandwich. Got it.
Margarita's son, Diego, is also a chef and a master of all things pastry.
My grandmother was like another mother. I see her and everything. I think about her every day. There you go. Not bad.
Mine doesn't look like yours.
No, it's okay. It takes practice.
If you had to sum it up, what is the magic?
The magic is the fact that people can taste the love that we put into everything we do.
Oh, what an amazing story. And I know Joe loves this. He's actually been there. Thanks to Gotti Schwartz for that report. Rosa Porto passed away in 2019, but until the very end, she was still asking how the stores were doing, what was selling. Raul Sr., by the way, is now 91 years old, and great news. Everybody can now have porters at home with a make-and-bake delivery service.
It was a staple when I worked in L.A. in the L.A. Bureau. If
Yeah.
there's anything we were celebrating, pastries, especially those guava ones,
Oh my gosh,
would be
I
there.
love
And
guava.
the lines,
That's
when you drove by early in the day, the lines were always out the door.
Oh my
So-
gosh, what an incredible story behind the
Exactly.
business.
So glad
Yeah.
to see that. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
fabulous.
Finally this hour, tonight's Powerball drawing is actually the third biggest ever, worth an estimated $1.2 billion. Your chances of winning that prize, as always, just 1 in 292 million.
But what if there was a way to guarantee a winning ticket, at least of sorts? Well, over in the UK, a pair of math professors have come up with a formula that they say does just that.
Dr. David Cushing is a research associate in the mathematics department at the University of Manchester in the UK. Joins us now to explain. Good to have you with us, Dr. Cushing. So you and your research partner have come up with a formula that I guess guarantees buying a winning ticket in the UK lottery. So explain this, the math behind it, and how many tickets you actually have to buy to make this happen.
So good morning and thanks for having me on. So as you said, this works for the UK National Lottery, which is different to the Powerball. There's 59 numbers, 1 to 59. You pick 6 on your ticket and there's no Powerball number. Now there's 45 million different ways to fill out the tickets. So you would have to buy all of these to win the jackpot. However, you can win a prize by matching just 2 numbers. And together with my colleague, we found 27 tickets that if you put these on, no matter what draw comes out, you will guarantee at least 1 ticket matches at least 2 numbers. But unfortunately, it will not guarantee a profit because you might have 26 of these 27 tickets lose.
Okay, I guess
I
how
see.
much you
so
win.
you spend too much.
Right,
Right. Okay. Let's see, though. I know you said, okay, thank you, because that was helpful to hear, not about the Powerball, that kind of thing. But can this apply to American lotteries, you know, where there is that special ball and tickets are $2 a piece? Using this formula, you think you could win your money back here?
Well, I had a look at the Powerball, and unfortunately, there's no known formula where you just plug in your specific lottery. You have to solve it on a case-by-case basis. And the smallest prize on the Powerball is from just matching the Powerball. So there's 26 balls, so you could just put on 26 tickets,
right,
and you would guarantee winning. It gets a bit harder if you remove the Powerball. So the smallest prize without the Powerball would be matching 3 numbers, and it's currently unknown how many tickets you would need for that. The best, it's somewhere between 848 and 1,485. So you would lose a lot of money trying this.
You're like, I'm a winner who just lost more than $1,000.
Yeah.
What inspired you to dig into this? And my understanding is you used an early form of AI that dates back like 50 years?
So cool.
Yes, so one of the reasons why we took this problem is we thought it would be very attackable with this language called Prolog, which is a 50-year-old language which is mainly known for AI and language processing. And the sort of AI it uses was from the very early sort of AI. We give it something that we ask, is this true? It has a list of things it knows to be true, and it combines these statements in a logical way to rule things out. And in this case, it tells us this cannot be done in 26 tickets. So one of the other reasons we wrote this paper is we're trying to promote the use of Prolog in pure mathematics.
Wow, very cool.
I guess I'm going to go buy 292 million lottery tickets tonight, and then we'll see how it goes. We'll hope for it. All right.
I kind of like the idea of just the 26 at the Powerball, at least.
Exactly. All right. Dr. David Cushing, very fascinating stuff. Thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
It really is. Thanks.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a House divided, an unprecedented ouster on Capitol Hill as a small group of far-right Republicans essentially fire House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. We've got team coverage on what comes next after McCarthy announces he won't run for Speaker again. Tragedy strikes Baltimore, a city anxious and uncertain after an overnight shooting at Maryland's Morgan State University. 5 people were wounded, 4 of them students. Their conditions this morning as police search for answers. Also this morning, Cheat GPT. Later in the hour, we'll head back to school. We're going to take a closer look at how artificial intelligence is impacting the college admissions process. Is it plagiarism to use one of those popular programs on your application? And holding on to hope, fighting for mental health resources on college campuses for the student athletes who need it most. Bring us that conversation coming up live at the end of the hour. Looking forward to that one. It's an important topic for so many.
Turned a tragedy that happened within their family into something really important for so many students across the country.
Looking forward to that. We're going to begin this hour with the first in U.S. history. A sitting Speaker of the House forced out of the speakership in the middle of a term. 8
House Republicans joined Democrats in voting Kevin McCarthy out of this leadership role. The vote took place after Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz filed a motion earlier this week to vacate the Speaker's seat in response to McCarthy's deal to avert a government shutdown. House Republicans won't begin to nominate McCarthy's replacement until next Wednesday, leaving the House of Representatives really in limbo. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
Hey, good morning. This was an historic and a stunning moment on the House floor, the first time in the history of the Republic that a speaker has ever been voted out of the job on the House floor. Now, Kevin McCarthy says he won't seek the speakership again, and he's blaming Democrats and those Republican hardliners for his fall. Today, the Republican-led House in chaos, with no permanent speaker and no clear frontrunner for the job.
The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
Now former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy ousted by a group of 8 far-right rebels, joined by all Democrats.
If I lose my job over doing what I truly believe was right, I'm very at peace with it.
McCarthy saying he won't run for Speaker again, pinning blame on the opposition party and on his GOP opponents, led by Florida conservative firebrand Matt Gaetz.
You all know Matt Gaetz. You know it was personal. I haven't heard him say one true thing yet.
Speaker McCarthy's time is over. I have no personal animus to him. I hope he finds fruitful pastures.
In January, Gaetz was the last GOP holdout to oppose making McCarthy Speaker, ultimately voting present on the 15th ballot. To placate critics, McCarthy made key concessions, including lowering the number of votes required to start the process to oust a speaker to just 1. Last week, after McCarthy relied on Democrats to temporarily avoid a government shutdown, Gaetz vowed to try to remove him. McCarthy's response, bring it on.
We heard Speaker McCarthy say that he wanted us to bring it on, so I guess we did.
House Democrats vowing to stay out of the GOP's civil war made no effort to bail out McCarthy. That just nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy.
Nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy. Nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy. And why should we?
A long line of McCarthy allies denouncing the revolt. Even former President Trump saying on social media, why is it that Republicans are always fighting among themselves? And Congress is headed home for the week without a clear leader for the majority party, in chaos brought about by 8 of its members. Until the House votes on a new speaker, North Carolina Republican Patrick McHenry will serve in an interim role. And in one of his first acts last night, he ordered former Speaker Nancy Pelosi to vacate the office space she had been using in the Capitol, according to Pelosi. The former speaker had been in San Francisco with the family of the late Senator Feinstein and missed yesterday's vote.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. John, good to have you with us. So let's start with just the unprecedented nature of yesterday's vote. Tensions have been brewing among House Republicans long before that deal was reached to avoid a government shutdown. You could say they've been brewing since January. Matt Gaetz was the last GOP holdout opposed to making McCarthy Speaker in the first place. But how did we get to this point?
I mean, I think the way that we got to this point is that there is a series of Republicans, a set of Republicans in the House of Representatives that don't really believe, very much in majority rule, that want to be able to exert as much power as possible. This is not the first time we've seen a push for this concept of motion to vacate the chair. Mark Meadows, then a congressman from North Carolina, later the chief of staff to Donald Trump, had tried to do this with John Boehner back in 2015. So that, this has been sitting there for a while. This power, it's as Garrett pointed out in his package, that McCarthy agreed to allow one member to bring it up. But at the end of the day, there are a handful of Republican members that are super angry that they are not able to dictate policy, that they're not able to do more to stop the government from operating, that they're not able to do more to put the government into default. And in this case, they figured out a way to exact some revenge on what they believe was the proximate cause, Kevin McCarthy, and Democrats went along with them, basically saying, to hell with McCarthy, despite his working with Democrats, or at least voting with Democrats to keep the government open and to avoid a default.
And let's talk about now what's going on. I mean, the person who's currently filling in as interim speaker, Patrick McHenry, we did not know that that's who would be stepping up. He was put on the secret list that McCarthy provided to the clerk in the event of a vacancy, something that is a longstanding tradition. What should we know about this role for him?
It makes me feel old, Savannah. Patrick McHenry, when he was first elected in 2004, was the first member of Congress younger than me. That is a long time ago, almost 20 years now. And McHenry is somebody who's very well trusted by most of the Republicans. It's possible, of course, that he could become the elected speaker at the end of this process. But he's somebody who came in as a rabble-rouser when he first arrived in Congress. Not exactly a Matt Gaetz type, but somebody who was kind of reviled, certainly by the other side and even by a lot of people in his own party. Over time, he's become a much more serious legislator, to the point that when Kevin McCarthy was put in the position of providing a list of potential emergency successors to the clerk of the House, Patrick McHenry was at the top of that list.
So let's talk about this process for nominating a new speaker next week. What could this look like? Could Republicans take this week, get things in order, come out and make this an easy, seamless process, or could it just be utter chaos again next week?
Oh, the laugh already.
Joe, I love your optimism.
I'm just presenting the two possibilities here.
It's going to look like a volcano erupting into a hurricane in the middle of an earthquake. I mean, this is...
Wow, great.
I mean, could it be fairly easy? I guess, but between now and then, it's going to be very, very ugly.
All right.
There you go.
John, with all the natural disasters.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Hope,
Appreciate
John.
it.
Yeah, thanks. Good to see you. The search is underway for the shooter or shooters responsible for the attack on Morgan State University last night. 5 people were injured during the shooting, 4 of those victims being students at the school. City officials are now calling for a nationwide reform as Baltimore remains on edge. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now with the very latest this morning. Hi, Ken. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. It's homecoming week here at Morgan State University, and that's supposed to be a time for celebration for students, but that was interrupted last night by a terrifying shooting that brought police and SWAT teams to campus.
This morning, the entire city of Baltimore's heart aches for the Morgan community.
In Maryland this morning, a community reeling and students wounded, but alive. And police still searching for a suspect after a mass shooting during Morgan State University's homecoming week injured 5 people, including 4 students between the ages of 18 and 22. Police say the victims were taken to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Officers responding to gunshots on campus overnight.
They heard discharge and responded to the scene, located multiple victims, multiple windows shattered, and made our officers believe possibly we had an active shooter.
The campus of the historically black university put on lockdown for the next 2.5 hours.
We saw all the police cars and the ambulance, and then we saw the SWAT team running.
The panic shortly after the homecoming coronation of Miss and Mr. Morgan State University.
This was an unbelievably beautiful event this evening.
This is the third year in a row that a shooting incident has marred Morgan State's homecoming celebrations. And it follows other shootings on college campuses this year, including at the University of North Carolina this summer, where a graduate student was charged with killing a faculty member. Baltimore's mayor with a national message overnight.
We have to stop saying not one more. We need action now. When will the sanctity of American lives and the sanctity of American college students and students to get their education outweigh the sanctity of American guns?
Now, the details of this shooting remain unclear, but a Baltimore City councilman tweeted overnight that police told him they believe there may have been 3 shooters. With classes canceled here at Morgan State University, though, people are just glad that the victims survived.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Ken Delaney, thank you very much.
Here in New York, former President Donald Trump is expected to be back in court this morning for a third day as his $250 million civil fraud trial continues in Lower Manhattan. Trump has been making incendiary remarks about the trial outside the courtroom and on social media. Now the judge has issued a warning about those comments. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett reports.
Hey there. With the financial stakes of this trial so high, there are bound to be some heated days in court. But so far, it's what's happening outside of the courtroom that's causing more drama.
In a Manhattan courtroom, Donald Trump's financial statements back on trial this morning. But it's Mr. Trump's increasingly inflammatory comments and social media posts outside of court that's landing him in hot water with the judge who will decide the penalty for his namesake company, found liable of engaging in brazen financial fraud.
This trial is a rigged trial. It's a fraudulent trial. Frankly, you saw what was just put out about Schumer and the principal clerk. That is disgraceful.
What was put out by Mr. Trump himself, a photo since taken down of the judge's law clerk posing with Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The unmistakable suggestion that Mr. Trump can't get a fair shake at trial as he continues to rail against the case as politically motivated, causing Judge Engoron to hand down a limited gag order. Mr. Trump now banned from talking about court staff, but continuing to attack New York's Attorney General Letitia James.
Any comment on the gag order?
Her office walking the judge through hours of Mr. Trump's finances in painstaking detail as it tries to prove the Trump Organization and its executives intentionally falsified their business records in the hopes of securing favorable loan terms and insurance rates. While Mr. Trump's legal team argues the state cannot prove any intent to defraud. Yet on the witness stand, Mr. Trump's longtime accountant at Mazars admitted that the Trump Organization didn't provide his firm with all of the necessary records to accurately complete the financial statement so central to the case.
It is the defendants and the defendants alone who provided the numbers, the data, and the false valuations.
Also central to the case, the Republican presidential frontrunner opting to step off the campaign trail, back in court today, saying he too will take the stand.
Mr. Trump, will you be testifying?
Yes, I will. At the appropriate time, I will be.
In reality, Mr. Trump's testimony is still weeks away. The next major witness likely to take the stand, his company's chief financial officer, who went to prison briefly for tax-related crimes himself, and Mr. Trump has said was the one who was helping to prepare those financial statements that are so contested in this case. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you.
Well, the east is getting some sunshine. Meanwhile, strong to severe storms could be heading down south.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here and tracking it all. Michelle, good morning.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, we're looking at a battle of the seasons here. So we have cooler air to the west. We have warmer air to the east. That middle zone, that clash zone, is where we're going to see those strong to severe storms. So really fall like back to the west, temperatures in the 50s and 60s in a lot of spots. And then out ahead of this front, we're looking at temperatures well above normal. Once again, record-breaking temperatures in some spots, even as high as 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Big area of high pressure kind of bringing in that heat. In between here, we have a cold front that's sweeping through slowly. It will finally sweep out this warm air. But first, we're going to see the chance for very strong storms throughout the afternoon to evening hours in the southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley. That includes some really heavy rain, large hail, baseball-sized hail in some spots, and also the chance for some tornadoes. So let's take a look at the temperatures, because this remains a really big story. Temperatures so above normal once again into the upper 80s in a lot of spots. Buffalo Buffalo, New York, 87 degrees today, 24 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. We're ready to see those leaves change, and it's still feeling like summer there. Cincinnati, 88 degrees, 82 in Pittsburgh, 86 in Nashville. It's warm, too, as you go further to the east. New York City today, well above normal, 15 degrees above average today at 84 degrees. Same story in Burlington, Vermont. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to keep the heat in place. That's ahead of the front still, where we're looking at temperatures into the 70s in Chicago, but much better than just 2 days ago. They were into the upper 80s there. Now 71 degrees, still above normal, but getting closer to average as that front gets a little bit closer. 73 in St. Louis, still really warm though. 82 in Buffalo, 19 degrees above normal for this time of year. There's that cold front as it moves further east. It's going to bring some rain with it as well, but it's going to bring some much cooler air. So notice in Cleveland, Friday 71, Saturday 57, into the low 50s by Sunday. Same story in Boston, into the low 60s as we go towards Sunday. We're going to trade off with some rain there with what's left over from Philippe at that point. And Roanoke, temperatures into the upper 60s on Saturday and low 60s on Sunday. So let's talk about those storms, because this is that dividing line, the transition zone, the clash zone, where the warm air meets that cooler air, and that's where we're going to see this chance for some really strong storms, mainly in the southern plains. Some heavy rainfall, though, extending into portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. Downpours may lead to localized flash flooding. That's on the roadways, low-lying areas, but also could make the streams and creeks and rivers rise a bit. So that's today. We're going to watch that throughout the afternoon and evening hours. And there's that cold front on the move tomorrow, lined with showers and storms tracking further to the east. And then the greatest chance for storms and showers, heavy rain from Michigan all the way in Mississippi, where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's where we're expecting the chance for the heaviest amount of rain. And there is a lot of moisture with this system. This is what radar looks like right now. Clear to see where that cold front is. You can see where that rain, kind of that line of rain, that is the cold front. And that's what we're going to be watching as we go throughout the afternoon. Once we really get the daytime heating go, that's going to spark some storms as we go throughout the afternoon. As a result, 10 million people at risk in the southern plains throughout Oklahoma, into portions of Missouri, Arkansas, also Texas, under the risk for some really strong storms. And look at that, large hail up to 2 inches. That's baseball-size hail. Winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. That could bring down trees. It could bring down power lines, because that's hurricane-force wind, and a tornado or two is possible, and also that really heavy rain. Mentioned that softball-size hail, even bigger than baseball. We're looking at from the hatched area from Oklahoma City. That includes you. Also, Lubbock could see some very, very large hail, but also portions of in Dallas and other portions of Texas could see some large hail as well. We're concerned about the heavy rain that could lead to some flash flooding. So if you're out and about in this area later on this afternoon into the evening hours, you want to keep note with this. You want to listen to your warnings, localized areas where we could see some flooding. Dallas, Texarkana, also Longview, where you see the pink, that's the highest amount, or the likeliest chance of seeing that really heavy rainfall. But there's a good chance for everyone from Texas to Oklahoma, even up to portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. Lots of reds, oranges, and yellows. That's where we're seeing the heaviest amount. Then as we look towards Friday, you see that cold front moving off to the east. So then portions of the northeast, the interior parts, into parts of the Gulf Plains, Gulf Coast states could see some heavy rain as well.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up, AI on campus. Is the use of programs like ChatGPT or Google's Bard considered cheating if used on a college application? We will take a closer look.
But first, new details in the thwarted kidnapping of 9-year-old Charlotte Senna, including formal charges filed against her suspected abductor. We've got the latest up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We're back with new details about the kidnapping of 9-year-old Charlotte Senna. The suspected abductor is now in custody and charged with first-degree kidnapping. Officials are now questioning the suspect for a motive behind Charlotte's disappearance. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now with the very latest. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. That suspected kidnapper, Craig Nelson Ross Jr., is being held without bail. And Charlotte's family, they are grateful for the massive response that brought their little girl home. But this morning, there are growing questions as to whether Charlotte was targeted or taken randomly. This morning, new details coming into focus after the remarkable rescue of 9-year-old Charlotte Senna, who vanished from a park in upstate New York while camping with her family.
I was shocked.
Police releasing this mugshot of 46-year-old Craig Nelson Ross Jr., who's accused of kidnapping Charlotte and leaving a ransom note at her family's home. According to an arraignment memo, the suspect wanted money in exchange for Charlotte's return. He's now in jail without bail, charged with first-degree kidnapping, and authorities say additional charges are likely.
There's still a lot of searches underway. The home that he was registered to, a lot of information, and so you want to make sure that he's not connected with any other cases.
Authorities say Ross Jr. left behind his fingerprint on the ransom note, a critical clue that matched a 1999 DWI. The breakthrough allowed SWAT teams to zero in on a camper behind the suspect's mother's home. That's where they found the girl, hidden inside a cupboard. Investigators combing through the scene Tuesday, collecting evidence.
She appeared to be outwardly physically unharmed at the time.
Charlotte's family telling NBC News, "We are thrilled that she is home, and we understand that the outcome is not what every family gets." At least 400 people worked around the clock to find the fourth grader, including members of the Schenectady Fire Department. Fire Chief Don Moreno says the case was personal because Charlotte's uncle is one of their own.
Everybody was concerned. Everybody was upset. The range of emotions were, tremendous, to shock, to anger.
Now relief and gratitude with Charlotte back in the arms of family.
The outcome was great, and everybody's elated today.
And the suspect's court date is scheduled for later on this month. NBC News has reached out to his attorney, but we are still waiting for a response.
All right,
Joe?
Kathy Park, thank you so much. Now to some international headlines. In India, police have launched sweeping raids on journalists. NBC's Claudio Labonga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Police in Delhi say they raided the homes of several journalists linked to an independent news website, which is known to have been critical to the Indian government and to India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the past. Now, during the raid, 46 people linked to the NewsClick website, that's the name, have been questioned, and digital devices and documents were seized. Police say they arrested the news organization's founder and editor under an anti-terror law, but critics call the law draconian and the raid an attack to press freedom. Now let's go to the Philippines, where authorities opened an investigation into the collision between a Filipino fishing boat and a so-called foreign vessel in the South China Sea, which killed 3 Filipino fishermen. According to survivors and the Philippine Coast Guard, the fishing boat was struck by another boat in the early hours of Monday. Today, the Coast Guard said they will reach out to an oil tanker that was traveling from South Korea to Singapore, which was in the area at that time. And finally, let's head to Indonesia, where an endangered rhino gave birth to a calf that gives its species a little hope. The calf is from a critically endangered Sumatran rhino and was born in a national park. There are only 80 Sumatran rhinos left in Indonesia, so it's no wonder that the country's Environment and Forestry Minister called the birth happy news not just for Indonesia, but for the rest of the world. But the happiest of them all, of course, looks like is the mother, of course, who looks like on those pictures that he's taking good care of her.
Oh, my goodness. What an adorable little rhino. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, Tupac is back in the headlines this morning as the man who has been charged with his murder heads to court today, more than 25 years after the rapper's death. So what sparked the arrest? Turns out it was his own words. We'll explain next.
Stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The man charged with the 1996 murder of rapper Tupac Shakur is scheduled to make his first court appearance in Las Vegas today. Dwayne Davis is not the accused gunman, but investigators say he ordered the killing of Shakur. And now, 27 years after the murder, new details have been released in the case. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
For the first time in nearly 3 decades, police have made an arrest in the murder of Tupac Shakur. Now that suspect will be in court today as we see new evidence for the first time.
The evidence shown to the grand jury includes surveillance video of Tupac Shakur leaving a casino shortly before he was gunned down, and new photos of the crime scene, the rapper's bullet-riddled car. Investigators say it helped lead to the arrest of the man they say orchestrated the drive-by shooting, self-described gang member Dwayne Davis, making his first court appearance today.
For 27 years, the family of Tupac Shakur has been waiting for justice.
Investigators say it was Davis's own words that reinvigorated their case. Some of his previous interviews, like in this BET documentary, shared with the grand jury.
Who shot Tupac?
The keeper for the code of the streets. It just came from the backseat for him.
While detectives do not believe Davis was the shooter, he has long admitted he was inside the gunman's car when shots were fired.
Wayne Davis was the shot caller for this group of individuals that committed this crime, and he orchestrated the plan.
Police say the shooting was in retaliation for this brawl, in which Tupac and record executive Suge Knight were seen beating up Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson, who was said to be the alleged gunman. The dueling parties affiliated with gangs. Retired LAPD detective Greg Kading says Davis confessed to his role in the shooting during a 2009 plea agreement, in which his office gave Davis a reduced drug charge in exchange for testimony.
The proffer agreement just simply says that when you sit down and talk to us, whatever you say that is self-incriminating, we won't use against you. It's not immunity.
Authorities say the other men in the car that night are all dead. Tupac's brother says the family still has questions.
We're feeling grateful. We're in shock to a certain degree because it's been so long. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. We're cautiously optimistic.
Today's court hearing is an arraignment. It's unclear if the suspect will enter a plea. We do also expect a judge to set the first date for the trial. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you. After a summer plagued by high airfares, travelers will be happy to know prices are dropping. The Consumer Price Index tells us flights are down 13% year over year. But will these lower prices last as we head into the holiday season? For the latest on fall travel trends, let's bring in Katie Nastro, travel expert at Going. Good to have you with us. All right, so we're thinking about Thanksgiving, maybe even thinking about Christmas. Should we be booking now? Should we have booked already? When should we be booking?
Well, you should definitely be booking now if you haven't already done so. And, consider this. Thanksgiving's actually the hidden best time out of the entire year to fly internationally. So many people are looking to visit family and friends domestically, sort of pushing up the price for domestic airfare. However, not many people are looking to fly internationally, and cheap flights are to be had at that time period. You can fly from New York over to Porto, Portugal for $419 round trip. Maybe you're based in Atlanta, you can head down to Costa Rica for only $290. Or maybe you're on the West Coast, you can fly over to Dublin from LA for only $498 round trip, all over the week of Thanksgiving, and are bookable now.
And then your family can argue and debate who has to make the meals while you're in these
they can
other
come
places.
You can see them
or just abandon your family.
Over,
I see.
Yeah,
you're like,
over the
bye.
winter holidays. You'll see them at the next holiday.
Okay, got it. All right, sounds good. So what if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them? What are your best tips for using those things for your travel?
Sure. So if you are considering going away over the winter holidays when cash prices tend to be on the higher side, this is actually a really great time to consider using your rewards. When cash prices are high, you usually get the best reward value or your redemption value for things like points and miles. And you don't have to just hoard those points and miles and use them towards front of the plane seats. You can definitely take advantage and use them for economy trips and ask yourself, are these rewards in allowing me to take trips that I wouldn't necessarily have been able to otherwise?
That's a good mindset, right? This is a reward. You should treat it like a reward, right?
Hey, any travel, any class of travel is good travel, in my opinion.
Exactly. All right, so you mentioned international travel. For a lot of people, that's been a challenge because of processing passport applications. It's been such a slow process. Is that getting better? Where does that stand?
I have great news.
Okay, good.
For the first time since February, or March, I should say, we've actually seen standard processing times for passports down by 2 weeks. So it went from 10 to 13, sometimes more. We've heard stories of way more. Now quoted to be 8 to 11, and even less for expedited, 5 to 7. So if you are considering some international travel for Thanksgiving or over the winter holidays, send that passport in. Pony up, do expedited, just to be sure. But it is definitely a sigh of relief for many people that are considering sending their passport in or applying for one.
And the reminder for folks, a lot of times who are traveling, maybe their passport expires 6 months from now. That doesn't mean you can travel now, right? That
Correct.
You need to get that taken care of?
You should definitely dust off the passport, see how much time you have left, because oftentimes countries won't, or you won't even be allowed on that plane if you don't have a certain amount of time left on your passport after. 6 months is a good rule of thumb, but again, you should just be a bit proactive with
Yes,
your passport expiration date, always.
All right, it's good. Get us in the mood of thinking about our holiday travel. Appreciate it. Katie and Astor, good to have you with us.
Thanks so much.
All right, coming up, is it cheating to use AI programs like ChatGPT on your college application? Well, after the break, Savannah is going to take a closer look at how artificial intelligence is transforming the admissions process. Stick around. We'll be right back.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
We're back with financial headlines and some bad news. A couple of the big streamers are expected to raise their prices again. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, because things aren't expensive enough already. Discovery Plus is hiking the price of its ad-free version from $6.99 to $8.99 a month. Existing subscribers will see their monthly rate increase on their next bill. Prices for subscriptions with ads won't change, and the Wall Street Journal reports Netflix will raise the price of its ad-free service a few months after the Hollywood actors' strike ends. It's discussing raising prices in several markets, but will likely begin with the U.S. and Canada. Gmail is getting more tools to help fight spam. Starting in February, anyone who tries to send more than 5,000 messages to Gmail addresses in a single day will now have to authenticate the email. Google says this will close loopholes typically used by spammers or hackers. Bulk senders will also be required to set up an unsubscribe option. Google will also start enforcing a clear spam threshold to prevent users from being bombarded with unwanted messages. And a steep rise in the price of cocoa and sugar are set to hit lovers of candy and other sweets in their wallets. Sugar prices hit their highest level in 12 years recently, and cocoa reaching a 4-decade high. The increases being driven by supply fears with extreme weather conditions in Asia and West Africa is threatening production. Analysts say this is all likely to feed through into higher retail prices. Consumers can also expect shrinkflation with smaller package sizes. I've already seen smaller package sizes.
I know. I'm just going to give out apples for Halloween this year.
Yeah.
All right. Savannah Henao, thank you so much.
You got it.
The first round of college application deadlines are just a few weeks away, and one big thing on students' minds this year is artificial intelligence. In one survey of 1,000 students, nearly half said they were using AI in their schoolwork. So how does that impact the all-important college essay? Here's what I found.
ChatGPT, Bard, and Bing all offer free AI that can generate a college application essay in seconds, and it's sparking a growing debate. Are these apps giving students a helpful leg up or an outright way to cheat? With so much gray area, we tested them out ourselves.
I went back to school and I wrote a college admissions essay. I used one of the prompts from the Common app that asks you to describe a challenge or a setback and how you overcame it. What I decided to talk about was the anxiety disorder that I had when I was in high school. Now I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to ask it to write me a college essay using this prompt and giving it a couple of the details about myself. All I've told it so far is the prompt, and it's already writing an entire essay.
There are noticeable differences between the two. My essay sounds a little more casual and personal. I wrote, I worried constantly about saying the right thing to my peers, all people I perceived to be much cooler than me. I didn't want to get out of the car several days a week when it was time for my dad to drop me off. The ChatGPT version, more formal. It all started during my early teenage years when I began experiencing severe anxiety about attending school. Each morning, the simple act of stepping onto the school bus or walking through the school doors filled me with a paralyzing dread. But to really put it to the test, I brought both versions to the University of Maryland. Shannon Gundy has spent over 30 years in college admissions.
I think it's pretty obvious. There is a humanity in the essay that you wrote that doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist in the AI essay.
So for you, this would pretty quickly make you feel that the student had not actually taken the assignment in the proper way.
Absolutely. We get the same information, but I don't care about the person behind it.
Can you point out some things in
Sure.
this essay, the AI one, that just don't sound like a 17 or 18-year-old wrote it?
The sentence that ends the first paragraph. This obstacle not only reshaped my life, but also laid the foundation for my personal growth and success. That's not how students talk.
Gundy says an overly polished essay that doesn't sound like the student won't help gain admission.
It's not going to benefit a student to present a picture of themselves that's inauthentic, that's just not true in some cases, because then you don't land in the right place.
Is using AI in this college admissions process cheating?
I don't think using it is cheating. I think that using it to do your work for you is cheating.
The tools are going to get better, and admissions officers are going to have to figure out ways to police that.
Saul Khan, the founder of one of the country's largest education nonprofits, has created Conmigo, an AI education tool with a new college admission essay brainstorming feature to help students in a different way.
It won't write the essay for you, but it can give you feedback.
Used correctly, Khan says AI could help kids with fewer resources, like guidance counselors or tutors, improve their essay and democratize the admissions process.
It can brainstorm with you so that you can, to some degree, get the same help that some more affluent kids are already getting and frankly have been getting for decades.
Still, this may mark a new era in college admissions. The question is, are we ready for it?
Are you concerned that you're going to be inundated in the admissions office by essays that look and sound like this AI one, given how widespread the technology is?
I certainly hope not. What I would like in my ideal world is for students to understand that this is an opportunity for them to sort of open the door and allow us a peek inside who they are. We can't do that. If they choose to take advantage of this kind of technology, if they choose not to share that information with us, it's going to hurt them in the process.
We reached out to the big companies making these AI products. Google says, in part, we see Bard as a collaborative tool and that Bard can be a useful tool to supplement a student's existing work. Microsoft and OpenAI declined to comment. For now, many schools don't have official rules about what does and doesn't count as cheating. As we discussed with both of our interview subjects, there's a huge gray area of what might be okay and what might not be, but it's a problem that won't go away anytime soon.
Let's keep the conversation going and bring in Professor Christian Hammond, a professor of computer science at Northwestern University. Good to have you with us. So, many would argue using ChatGPT to write college admissions essays is a form of plagiarism or cheating. How much of a challenge is this for colleges? And realistically, how easy is it for them to detect the use of these AI tools?
It's an astounding challenge right now. And that is that what we're now looking at is a world in which we have a semi-professional writer at the disposal of every single person who has access to a computer. And how do we manage the fact that sometimes we want to evaluate people based upon their writing skills when those writing skills are now freely available to them? And I would have to say, from my perspective, use of these tools is not cheating. It's not plagiarism, in that is that you get style, but not word for word. And the issue is when someone puts together a new essay using these tools, understanding that in order for them to be really great, in order for the essay to read well, in order for it to be truthful and come from them, they have to interact with those tools a great deal. And it's not just that the system is building something, it's the system and the person are building something. Mm-hmm. And the skill that manifests is an astoundingly powerful skill, particularly for the coming era.
Yeah, as we look to the future. Right? So let's look at maybe another argument, which is some say these AI tools can be beneficial to certain applicants. They democratize admissions, giving those students who might not have had access to a tutor or a counselor. They get a leg up with that. Is that fair? Are there positive aspects to this beyond what you described, which is helping to sort of educate kids to use AI for the future?
It absolutely democratizes sort of the access to the skills needed. So when in the era before, when I applied to college, I actually had an English teacher look at my essays and give me feedback. But not everybody has that. And having a system that you can use to either help you generate or help you refine your work is something that actually it levels the playing field. And yes, as the admissions counselor had said, sometimes the result is not quite human, but it can be made so. That is that you have to work it, and understanding how to work it, and understanding how to change the language, understanding what you want, understanding how to communicate that. Those are genuine cognitive skills that we want everyone to have, and to be able to look at the result and look at that result critically and edit things as needed. Again, unbelievably powerful, useful skills. So we are not in an era of writing everything out longhand anymore. We're in an era of tools that can help us think, that can help us write, that can help us be better. And that will work in partnership with us.
We only have like 30 seconds left here, but because of this, do you foresee colleges potentially just ending these essays altogether?
Oh, no, not at all. I think that what it means is the bar is going to go up. Mm-hmm. That we're going to be looking for more from our applicants. We're going to be looking for better from our applicants, because the bar that the tools that we have a set is already high, and we are going to ask students to be even better than that. And it's going to be a matter of how to embrace these technologies, not how to deny them.
All right, Professor Hammond from Northwestern University, my alma mater, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Oh, no, thank you for having me.
Coming up, holding on to hope. After the break, we're going to take you inside the fight to bring comprehensive mental health services and resources to the student athletes who need them most. That's next on Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. This week is National Student Athlete Mental Health Week, and we want to take a look at some of the stresses this group of young people face and the resources that are there to help. That brings us to the story of Tyler Hilinski. He was a promising young quarterback at Washington State University who took his own life in 2018. In the wake of that tragedy, Tyler's parents started the Hilinski Hope Foundation, a nonprofit formed to promote awareness and education on mental wellness for student athletes and strengthen mental health resources on campus. They also created this week to focus on the important work that needs to be done, and we are lucky enough to be joined by them now. Thank you both so very much for being here in studio with us to talk about this work. And first, I hope, if you don't mind, to talk about your son, to talk about Tyler.
Yeah.
Just, I'd love to hear from both of you just about his legacy, his memory, you know, what he was like as your son.
Sure.
Yeah, we love talking about him. It's hard because he's not here with us, but he was a good, sweet, kind kid. He was the middle of our three sons. Was loved by his teammates, by his coaches, by his friends. We doted on him so much. And he had this wonderful energy for life, right? And he was good to people. And we never noticed that he was struggling. He never shared that maybe he was depressed or anxious. And one day, January 16th, 2018, he took his life by firearm, and he didn't even know how to use the gun that he used. And we thought if our sweet Tyler, who would just give anybody the shirt off his back, was struggling so much, how many other student athletes out there are struggling? How many other Tylers are so afraid to reach out and ask for help because they feel that it's a weakness, and it truly isn't. It's a strength. But these set of stressors on these student athletes that they're dealing with, you know, their lives are full of a lot of pressure. And that, I think, really affects their mental health.
Let's talk about that. What is it that these student athletes are facing, especially if a parent, like you're saying, maybe has no idea that they are struggling with something? Help us understand what it's like to be in that position and how tough it is to come forward.
Well, I think
you know, we get asked a lot, what should we do differently? And we're not mental health practitioners, and there's some really great ones out there that we get to work with. But you got to follow your gut. And I know that seems super obvious. And in Tyler's case, you know, as Kim was sort of describing, happy kid, fun, you know, I'm going to go throw rocks at a tree. Great, let's go, you know. It didn't really matter what we were doing. And so to lose somebody with that much energy in life, what was his last couple days like? What was he really struggling with? And that's been a journey of ours since we started. But we got to get in front of our student athletes. What's different, in addition to school, in the game they love? You know, they were the best on their team when they were in high school, most likely in that group. College sports and athletics is different. Now you've got NIL and the transfer portal. And, you know, of course, they're all, this last group had to go through COVID. So I think there's a tremendous amount of stress already. And we've added a few more things.
And at an age where you don't fully know how to handle that. You're not equipped.
That's exactly right.
No, you know, we're taught from a young age. We teach our kids, our athletes, you know, how to eat right, how to train right, but they're not really taught how to take care of their mental health as they grow up. And then you throw in social media and everything that is going on with the phones and fans, you know, that are not too kind to our athletes. It's just a lot that they are juggling on their plate. They've got school, they've got tests, they've got exams, and they've got these practices that they need to get to and games where they want to perform well. And it's a struggle for all of them to get through all of it.
How do we make it easier for them to say, I need help?
I think to us, one of the most important things is to address the stigma. You know, to be able to be here and to talk about this stuff. Suicide's an ugly word, and mental health is a difficult topic for some of our guys. But what Kim and I see, you know, we've been to 200 campuses across the country in the last few years, and despite the number of resources one campus may have over the other, we've got to get them to ask for help, to sort of self-identify. And so at Holinsky's Hope, we've created a modular series, you know, just a very, it's a beginning sort of conversations about mental health. We don't have those at the high school level or even pre-high school.
Wow.
So that's an important topic to discuss, is the education.
And let's talk about this week. Over 160 universities and colleges, right?
Yep.
What does this week mean? What resources does it provide? If you are a student athlete on one of these campuses, what do you see?
Yeah, well, what we see is as we prepare these boxes of hope and we put in helmet decals, lapel pins, hair ties, cheer bows, we've got some patches, some temporary tattoos, and our bands, we ship them out to these schools, and it runs September 30th through October 7th, and it changes each year. But what happens, what really strikes us, and the impact is what happens on the campus, what these mental health professionals and what these student athletes do to come together to say, I matter, my mental health matters, and we're going to focus on it, and we're going to take care of our mental health this week and moving forward. So the things that they do, they bring in, you know, animal support dogs. They just get together for meals. They journal. They do art projects. They do yoga out on the football field. They bring in special speakers. And it's just a week where I think the world can come together to let our student athletes know how much they matter, how much their mental health matters, and they have to take care of it.
In 20, 30 seconds, a young person watching or their parent, what's the biggest takeaway you want them to hear from your message, your family?
That there's no difference between mental health help and physical health help. If sadly you were diagnosed with cancer, we'd immediately find you the best oncologist and the treatment plans. There should be no difference here. Don't be embarrassed. It takes a lot of guts right now, but it should be an everyday thing to ask to treat your mental health.
Mark and Kim, thank you for joining. Thank you for sharing about Tyler. We appreciate it. Such an important conversation that we're happy to amplify.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. Thank you for that conversation, Savannah. Finally, this hour, they are not the first siblings to play against each other in a Major League Baseball game. But as the playoffs get underway, two brothers on opposing sides are united over something bigger than the game. Here's Sam Brock.
And he's got
In Florida, family on different sides of the diamond. Nathaniel Lowe of the Texas Rangers taking on little brother Josh and the Tampa Bay Rays.
We could be friends on Saturday.
Nathaniel scoring the first run of the playoffs, even as baseball's on the back burner for the two rising talents.
Brothers Lowe taking out the cards for their respective clubs.
A few months ago, in their first professional showdown, their mom Wendy sported a split jersey with Lowe on the front. But right now, the family says she's resting at home, battling brain cancer and cheering for her sons through the TV screen.
It's a lot to go through, and yeah, it's a pretty heavy toll.
How much does it mean to your mom to see you and your brother play in person?
It means everything for her.
These two have had each other's back all season.
Well, not many people are able to say they have a sibling that plays the same professional sport as you. Having seen him have success that he has is it makes it feel really good.
But their love and support for their mom is now on full display under baseball's brightest lights.
She's one of the strongest people in our family.
As Wendy enters her third week of chemotherapy.
The more people that know about this, the more prayers that are going to be heard, the more people that are going to be praying for her for a healing. I mean, there's so many different things that are bigger than baseball.
Countless fans at home rooting not for a team, but for a family. Sam Brock, NBC News, St. Petersburg, Florida.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a House divided, an unprecedented ouster on Capitol Hill as a small group of far-right Republicans essentially fire House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. We've got team coverage on what comes next after McCarthy announces he won't run for Speaker again. Tragedy strikes Baltimore, a city anxious and uncertain after an overnight shooting at Maryland's Morgan State University. 5 people were wounded, 4 of them students. Their conditions this morning as police search for answers. Also this morning, Cheat GPT. Later in the hour, we'll head back to school. We're going to take a closer look at how artificial intelligence is impacting the college admissions process. Is it plagiarism to use one of those popular programs on your application? And holding on to hope, fighting for mental health resources on college campuses for the student athletes who need it most. Bring us that conversation coming up live at the end of the hour. Looking forward to that one. It's an important topic for so many.
Turned a tragedy that happened within their family into something really important for so many students across the country.
Looking forward to that. We're going to begin this hour with the first in U.S. history. A sitting Speaker of the House forced out of the speakership in the middle of a term. 8
House Republicans joined Democrats in voting Kevin McCarthy out of this leadership role. The vote took place after Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz filed a motion earlier this week to vacate the Speaker's seat in response to McCarthy's deal to avert a government shutdown. House Republicans won't begin to nominate McCarthy's replacement until next Wednesday, leaving the House of Representatives really in limbo. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
Hey, good morning. This was an historic and a stunning moment on the House floor, the first time in the history of the Republic that a speaker has ever been voted out of the job on the House floor. Now, Kevin McCarthy says he won't seek the speakership again, and he's blaming Democrats and those Republican hardliners for his fall. Republican-led House in chaos, with no permanent speaker and no clear frontrunner for the job.
The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
Now former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy ousted by a group of 8 far-right rebels, joined by all Democrats.
If I lose my job over doing what I truly believe what's right, I'm very at peace with it.
McCarthy saying he won't run for Speaker again, pinning blame on the opposition party and on his GOP opponents, led by Florida conservative firebrand Matt Gaetz.
You all know Matt Gaetz. You know it was personal. I haven't heard him say one true thing yet.
Speaker McCarthy's time is over. I have no personal animus to him. I hope he finds fruitful pastures.
In January, Gaetz was the last GOP holdout to oppose making McCarthy Speaker, ultimately voting present on the 15th ballot. To placate critics, McCarthy made key concessions, including lowering the number of votes required to start the process to oust a speaker to just 1. Last week, after McCarthy relied on Democrats to temporarily avoid a government shutdown, Gates vowed to try to remove him. McCarthy's response, bring it on.
We heard Speaker McCarthy say that he wanted us to bring it on, so I guess we did.
House Democrats vowing to stay out of the GOP's civil war made no effort to bail out McCarthy. That just nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy.
Nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy. Nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy, and why should we?
A long line of McCarthy allies denouncing the revolt. Even former President Trump saying on social media, why is it that Republicans are always fighting among themselves? And Congress is headed home for the week without a clear leader for the majority party, in chaos brought about by 8 of its members. Until the House votes on a new speaker, North Carolina Republican Patrick McHenry will serve in an interim role. And in one of his first acts last night, he ordered former Speaker Nancy Pelosi to vacate the office space she had been using in the Capitol, according to Pelosi. The former speaker had been in San Francisco with the family of the late Senator Feinstein and missed yesterday's vote.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. John, good to have you with us. So let's start with just the unprecedented nature of yesterday's vote. Tensions have been brewing among House Republicans long before that deal was reached to avoid a government shutdown. You could say they've been brewing since January. Matt Gaetz was the last GOP holdout opposed to making McCarthy speaker in the first place. But how did we get to this point?
I think the way that we got to this point is that there is a series of Republicans, a set of Republicans in the House of Representatives that don't really believe, very much in majority rule, that want to be able to exert as much power as possible. This is not the first time we've seen a push for this concept of motion to vacate the chair. Mark Meadows, then a congressman from North Carolina, later the chief of staff to Donald Trump, had tried to do this with John Boehner back in 2015. This has been sitting there for a while. This power, it's as Garrett pointed out in his package, that McCarthy agreed to allow one member to bring it up. But at the end of the day, there are a handful of Republican members that are super angry that they are not able to dictate policy, that they're not able to do more to stop the government from operating, that they're not able to do more to put the government into default. And in this case, they figured out a way to exact some revenge on what they believe was the proximate cause, Kevin McCarthy, and Democrats went along with them, basically saying, to hell with McCarthy, despite his working with Democrats, or at least voting with Democrats to keep the government open and to avoid a default.
And let's talk about now what's going on. The person who's currently filling in as interim speaker, Patrick McHenry, we did not know that that's who would be stepping up. He was put on the secret list that McCarthy provided to the clerk in the event of a vacancy, something that is a longstanding tradition. What should we know about this role for him?
It makes me feel old, Savannah. Patrick McHenry, when he was first elected in 2004, was the first member of Congress younger than me. That is a long time ago, almost 20 years now. And McHenry is somebody who's very well trusted by most of the Republicans. It's possible, of course, that he could become the elected speaker at the end of this the end of this process. But he's somebody who came in as a rabble-rouser when he first arrived in Congress. Not exactly a Matt Gaetz type, but somebody who was kind of reviled, certainly by the other side and even by a lot of people in his own party. Over time, he's become a much more serious legislator, to the point that when Kevin McCarthy was, was put in the position of providing a list of potential emergency successors to the clerk of the House, Patrick McHenry was at the top of that list.
So let's talk about this process for nominating a new speaker next week. What could this look like? Could Republicans take this week, get things in order, come out and make this an easy, seamless process, or could it just be utter chaos again next week?
Oh, the laugh already.
Joe, I love your optimism.
I'm just presenting the two possibilities here.
It's going to look like a volcano erupting into a hurricane in the middle of an earthquake. This is
great.
Could it be fairly easy? I guess, but between now and then, it's going to be very, very ugly.
All right,
There you go.
John, with all the natural disasters.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Hope,
Appreciate
John.
it.
Yeah, thanks. Good to see you. The search is underway for the shooter or shooters responsible for the attack on Morgan State University last night. 5 people were injured during the shooting, 4 of those victims being students at the school. City officials are now calling for a nationwide reform as Baltimore remains on edge. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with the very latest this morning. Hi, Ken. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. It's homecoming week here at Morgan State University, and that's supposed to be a time for celebration for students, but that was interrupted last night by a terrifying shooting that brought police and SWAT teams to campus.
This morning, the entire city of Baltimore's heart aches for the Morgan community.
In Maryland this morning, a community reeling and students wounded but alive, and police still searching for a suspect after a mass shooting during Morgan State University's homecoming week injured 5 people, including 4 students between the ages of 18 and 22. Police say the victims were taken to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Officers responding to gunshots on campus overnight.
They heard discharge and responded to the scene, located multiple victims, multiple windows shattered, and made our officers believe possibly we had an active shooter.
The campus of the historically black university put on lockdown for the next 2.5 hours.
We saw all the police cars and the ambulance, and then we saw the SWAT team running.
The panic shortly after the homecoming coronation of Miss and Mr. Morgan State University.
This was an unbelievably beautiful event this evening.
This is the 3rd year in a row that a shooting incident has marred Morgan State's homecoming celebrations. And it follows other shootings on college campuses this year, including at the University of North Carolina this summer, where a graduate student was charged with killing a faculty member. Baltimore's mayor with a national message overnight.
We have to stop saying not one more. We need action now. When will the sanctity of American lives and the sanctity of American college students and students to get their education outweigh the sanctity of American guns?
Now, the details of this shooting remain unclear, but a Baltimore city councilman tweeted overnight that police told him they believe there may have been 3 shooters. With classes canceled here at Morgan State University, though, people are just glad that the victims survived.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Ken Delaney, thank you very much.
Here in New York, former President Donald Trump is expected to be back in court this morning for a 3rd day as his $250 million civil fraud trial continues in Lower Manhattan. Trump has been making incendiary remarks about the trial outside the courtroom and on social media. Now the judge has issued a warning about those comments. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett reports.
Hey there. With the financial stakes of this trial so high, there are bound to be some heated days in court. But so far, it's what's happening outside of the courtroom that's causing more drama.
In a Manhattan courtroom, Donald Trump's financial statements back on trial this morning. But it's Mr. Trump's increasingly inflammatory comments and social media posts outside of court that's landing him in hot water with the judge who will decide the penalty for his namesake company, found liable of engaging in brazen financial fraud.
This trial is a rigged trial. It's a fraudulent trial. Frankly, you saw what was just put out about Schumer and the principal clerk. That is disgraceful.
What was put out by Mr. Trump himself, a photo since taken down of the judge's law clerk posing with Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The unmistakable suggestion that Mr. Trump can't get a fair shake at trial as he continues to rail against the case as politically motivated, causing Judge Engoron to hand down a limited gag order. Mr. Trump now banned from talking about court staff, but continuing to attack New York's Attorney General Letitia James.
Any comment on the gag order?
Her office walking the judge through hours of Mr. Trump's finances in painstaking detail as it tries to prove the Trump Organization and its executives intentionally falsified their business records in the hopes of securing favorable loan terms and insurance rates. While Mr. Trump's legal team argues the state cannot prove any intent to defraud. Yet on the witness stand, Mr. Trump's longtime accountant at Mazars admitted that the Trump Organization didn't provide his firm with all of the necessary records to accurately complete the financial statement so central to the case.
It is the defendants and the defendants alone who provided the numbers, the data, and the false valuations.
Also central to the case, the Republican presidential frontrunner opting to step off the campaign trail back in court today, saying he too will take the stand.
Mr. Trump, will you be testifying?
Yes, I will. At the appropriate time, I will be.
In reality, Mr. Trump's testimony is still weeks away. The next major witness likely to take the stand, his company's chief financial officer, who went to prison briefly for tax-related crimes himself, and Mr. Trump has said was the one who was helping to prepare those financial statements that are so contested in this case. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you.
Well, the east is getting some sunshine. Meanwhile, strong to severe storms could be heading down south.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here and tracking it all. Michelle, good morning.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, we're looking at the battle of the seasons here. So we have cooler air to the west. We have warmer air to the east. That middle zone, that clash zone, is where we're going to see those strong to severe storms. So really fall like back to the west, temperatures in the 50s and 60s in a lot of spots. And then out ahead of this front, we're looking at temperatures well above normal once again. Record-breaking temperatures in some spots, even as high as 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Big area of high pressure kind of bringing in that heat. In between here, we have a cold front that's sweeping through slowly. It will finally sweep out this warm air. But first, we're going to see the chance for very strong storms throughout the afternoon to evening hours in the southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley. That includes some really heavy rain, large hail, baseball-sized hail in some spots, and also the chance for some tornadoes. So let's take a look at the temperatures, because this remains a really big story. Temperatures so above normal, once again, into the upper 80s in a lot of spots. Buffalo, New York, 87 degrees today, 24 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. We're ready to see those leaves change, and it's still feeling like summer there. Cincinnati, 88 degrees, 82 in Pittsburgh, 86 in Nashville. It's warm, too, as you go further to the east. New York City today, well above normal, 15 degrees above average today at 84 degrees. Same story in Burlington, Vermont. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to keep the heat in place. That's ahead of the front still, where we're looking at temperatures into the 70s in Chicago, but much better than just 2 days ago. They were into the upper 80s there. Now 71 degrees, still above normal, but getting closer to average as that front gets a little bit closer. 73 in St. Louis, still really warm, though. 82 in Buffalo, 19 degrees above normal for this time of year. There's that cold front. As it moves further east, it's going to bring some rain with it as well, but it's going to bring some much cooler air. So notice in Cleveland, Friday, 71, Saturday, 57, into the low 50s by Sunday. Same story in Boston, into the low 60s as we go towards Sunday. We're going to trade off with some rain there with what's left over from Philippe at that point. And Roanoke, temperatures into the upper 60s on Saturday and low 60s on Sunday. So let's talk about those storms, because this is that dividing line, the transition zone, the clash zone, where the warm air meets that cooler air, and that's where we're going to see this chance for some really strong storms, mainly in the southern plains. Some heavy rainfall, though, extending into portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. Downpours may lead to localized flash flooding. That's on the roadways, low-lying areas, but also could make the streams and creeks and rivers rise a bit. So that's today. We're going to watch that throughout the afternoon and evening hours. And there's that cold front on the move tomorrow, a line of showers and storms tracking further to the east. And then the greatest chance for storms and showers, heavy rain from Michigan all the way into Mississippi, where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's where we're expecting the chance for the heaviest amount of rain. And there is a lot of moisture with this system. This is what radar looks like right now. Clear to see where that cold front is. You can see where that rain, kind of that line of rain, that is the cold front. And that's what we're going to be watching as we go throughout the afternoon. Once we really get the daytime heating go, that's going to spark some storms as we go throughout the afternoon. As a result, 10 million people at risk in the southern plains throughout Oklahoma, into portions of Missouri, Arkansas, also Texas, under the risk for some really strong storms. And look at that, large hail up to 2 inches. That's baseball-size hail. Winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. That could bring down trees. It could bring down power lines, because that's hurricane force wind, and a tornado or two is possible, and also that really heavy rain. Mentioned that softball-size hail, even bigger than baseball. We're looking at from the hatched area from Oklahoma City. That includes you. Also, Lubbock could see some very, very large hail, but also portions in Dallas and other portions of Texas could see some large hail as well. We're concerned about the heavy rain that could lead to some flash flooding. So if you're out and about in this area later on this afternoon into the evening hours, you want to keep note with this. You want to listen to your warnings, localized areas where we could see some flooding. Dallas, Texarkana, also Longview, where you see the pink, that's the highest amount, or the likeliest chance of seeing that really heavy rainfall. But there's a good chance for everyone from Texas to Oklahoma, even up to portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. Lots of reds, oranges, and yellows. That's where we're seeing the heaviest amount. Then as we look towards Friday, you see that cold front moving off to the east. So then portions of the northeast, the interior parts, into parts of the Gulf Plains, Gulf Coast states could see some heavy rain as well.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up, AI on campus. Is the use of programs like ChatGPT or Google's Bard considered cheating if used on a college application? We will take a closer look.
But first, new details in the thwarted kidnapping of 9-year-old Charlotte Senna, including formal charges filed against her suspected abductor. We've got the latest up next.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC. We're back with new details about the kidnapping of 9-year-old Charlotte Senna. The suspected abductor is now in custody and charged with first-degree kidnapping. Officials are now questioning the suspect for a motive behind Charlotte's disappearance. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now with the very latest. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. That suspected kidnapper, Craig Nelson Ross Jr., is being held without bail. And Charlotte's family, they are grateful for the massive response that brought their little girl home. But this morning, there are growing questions as to whether Charlotte was targeted or taken randomly.
This morning, new details coming into focus after the remarkable rescue of 9-year-old Charlotte Senna, who vanished from a park in upstate New York while camping with her family.
I was shocked.
Police releasing this mugshot of 46-year-old Craig Nelson Ross Jr., who's accused of kidnapping Charlotte and leaving a ransom note at her family's home. According to an arraignment memo, the suspect wanted money in exchange for Charlotte's return. He's now in jail without bail, charged with first-degree kidnapping, and authorities say additional charges are likely.
There's still a lot of searches underway. The home that he was registered to, a lot of information, and so you want to make sure that he's not connected with any other cases.
Authorities say Ross Jr. left behind his fingerprint on the ransom note, a critical clue that matched a 1999 DWI. The breakthrough allowed SWAT teams to zero in on a camper behind the suspect's mother's home. That's where they found the girl, hidden inside a cupboard. Investigators combing through the scene Tuesday, collecting evidence.
She appeared to be outwardly physically unharmed at the time.
Charlotte's family telling NBC News, "We are thrilled that she is home, and we understand that the outcome is not what every family gets." At least 400 people worked around the clock to find the fourth grader, including members of the Schenectady Fire Department. Fire Chief Don Moreno says the case was personal because Charlotte's uncle is one of their own.
Everybody was concerned. Everybody was upset. The range of emotions were, tremendous, to shock, to anger.
Now relief and gratitude with Charlotte back in the arms of family.
The outcome was great, and everybody's elated today.
And the suspect's court date is scheduled for later on this month. NBC News has reached out to his attorney, but we are still waiting for a response.
All right.
Joe?
Kathy Park, thank you so much. Now to some international headlines. In India, police have launched sweeping raids on journalists. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Police in Delhi say they raided the homes of several journalists linked to an independent news website, which is known to have been critical to the Indian government and to India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the past. Now, during the raid, 46 people linked to the NewsClick website, that's the name, have been questioned, and digital devices and documents were seized. Police say they arrested the news organization's founder and editor under an anti-terror law, but critics call the law draconian and the raid an attack to press freedom. Now let's go to the Philippines, where authorities opened an investigation into the collision between a Filipino fishing boat and a so-called foreign vessel in the South China Sea, which killed 3 Filipino fishermen. According to survivors and the Philippine Coast Guard, the fishing boat was struck by another boat in the early hours of Monday. Today, the Coast Guard said they will reach out to an oil tanker that was traveling from South Korea to Singapore, which was in the area at that time. And finally, let's head to Indonesia, where an endangered rhino gave birth to a calf that gives its species a little hope. The calf is from a critically endangered Sumatran rhino and was born in a national park. There are only 80 Sumatran rhinos left in Indonesia, so it's no wonder that the country's Environment and Forestry Minister called the birth happy news not just for Indonesia, but for the rest of the world. But the happiest of them all, of course, looks like is the mother, of course, who looks like on those pictures that he's taking good care of her.
Oh, my goodness. What an adorable little rhino. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, Tupac is back in the headlines this morning as the man who has been charged with his murder heads to court today, more than 25 years after the rapper's death. So what sparked the arrest? Turns out it was his own words. We'll explain next.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Back The man charged with the 1996 murder of rapper Tupac Shakur is scheduled to make his first court appearance in Las Vegas today. Dwayne Davis is not the accused gunman, but investigators say he ordered the killing of Shakur. And now, 27 years after the murder, new details have been released in the case. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
For the first time in nearly 3 decades, police have made an arrest in the murder of Tupac Shakur. Now that suspect will be in court today as we see new evidence for the first time.
The evidence shown to the grand jury includes surveillance video of Tupac Shakur leaving a casino shortly before he was gunned down, and new photos of the crime scene, the rapper's bullet-riddled car. Investigators say it helped lead to the arrest of the man they say orchestrated the drive-by shooting, self-described gang member Dwayne Davis, making his first court appearance today.
For 27 years, the family of Tupac Shakur has been waiting for justice.
Investigators say it was Davis's own words that reinvigorated their case. Some of his previous interviews, like in this BET documentary, shared with the grand jury.
Who shot Tupac?
To keep it from the cold of the streets. It just came from the backseat for him.
While detectives do not believe Davis was the shooter, he has long admitted he was inside the gunman's car when shots were fired.
Dwayne Davis was the shot caller for this group of individuals that committed this crime, and he orchestrated the plan.
Police say the shooting was in retaliation for this brawl, in which Tupac and record executive Suge Knight were seen beating up Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson, who was said to be the alleged gunman. The dueling parties affiliated with gangs. Retired LAPD detective Greg Kading says Davis confessed to his role in the shooting during a 2009 plea agreement, in which his office gave Davis a reduced drug charge in exchange for testimony.
The proffer agreement just simply says that when you sit down and talk to us, whatever you say that is self-incriminating, we won't use against you. It's not immunity.
Authorities say the other men in the car that night are all dead. Tupac's brother says the family still has questions.
We're feeling grateful. We're in shock to a certain degree because it's been so long. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. We're cautiously optimistic.
Today's court hearing is an arraignment. It's unclear if the suspect will enter a plea. We do also expect a judge to set the first date for the trial. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you. After a summer plagued by high airfares, travelers will be happy to know prices are dropping. The Consumer Price Index tells us flights are down 13% year over year. But will these lower prices last as we head into the holiday season? For the latest on fall travel trends, let's bring in Katie Nastro, travel expert at Going. Good to have you with us. All right, so we're thinking about Thanksgiving, maybe even thinking about Christmas. Should we be booking now? Should we have booked already? When should we be booking?
Well, you should definitely be booking now if you haven't already done so. And, consider this. Thanksgiving's actually the hidden best time out of the entire year to fly internationally. So many people are looking to visit family and friends domestically, sort of pushing up the price for domestic airfare. However, not many people are looking to fly internationally, and cheap flights are to be had at that time period. You can fly from New York over to Porto, Portugal for $419 round trip. Maybe you're based in Atlanta, you can head down to Costa Rica for only $290, or maybe you're on the West Coast, you can fly over to Dublin from LA for only $498 round trip, all over the week of Thanksgiving, and are bookable now.
And then your family can argue and debate who has to make the meals while you're in these
they can
other
come
places.
can see them
or just abandon your family.
Over,
I see.
Yeah,
you're like,
over the
bye.
winter holidays. You'll see them at the next holiday.
Okay, got it. All right, sounds good. So what if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them? What are your best tips for using those things for your travel?
Sure. So if you are considering going away over the winter holidays when cash prices tend to be on the higher side, this is actually a really great time to consider using your rewards. When cash prices are high, you usually get the best reward value or your redemption value for things like points and miles. And you don't have to just hoard those points and miles and use them towards front of the plane seats. You can definitely take advantage and use them for economy trips and ask yourself, are these rewards in allowing me to take trips that I wouldn't necessarily have been able to otherwise?
That's a good mindset, right? This is a reward. You should treat it like a reward, right?
Hey, any travel, any class of travel is good travel, in my opinion.
Exactly. All right, so you mentioned international travel. For a lot of people, that's been a challenge because of processing passport applications. It's been such a slow process. Is that getting better? Where does that stand?
I have great news.
Okay, good.
For the first time since February, or March, I should say, we've actually seen standard processing times for passports down by 2 weeks. So it went from 10 to 13, sometimes more. We've heard stories of way more. Now quoted to be 8 to 11, and even less for expedited, 5 to 7. So if you are considering some international travel for Thanksgiving or over the winter holidays, send that passport in. Pony up, do the expedited, just to be sure. But it is definitely a sigh of relief for many people that are considering sending their passport in or applying for one.
And the reminder for folks, a lot of times who are traveling, maybe their passport expires 6 months from now. That doesn't mean you can travel now, right? That
Correct.
You need to get that taken care of.
You should definitely dust off the passport, see how much time you have left, because oftentimes countries won't, or you won't even be allowed on that plane if you don't have a certain amount of time left on your passport after. 6 months is a good rule of thumb, but again, you should just be a bit proactive with your passport expiration date, always.
All right, it's good. Get us in the mood of thinking about our holiday travel. Appreciate it. Katie and Astor, good to have you with us.
Thanks so much.
All right, coming up, is it cheating to use AI programs like ChatGPT on your college application? Well, after the break, Savannah is going to take a closer look at how artificial intelligence is transforming the admissions process. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
We're back with financial headlines and some bad news. A couple of the big streamers are expected to raise their prices again. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, because things aren't expensive enough already. Discovery Plus is hiking the price of its ad-free version from $6.99 to $8.99 a month. Existing subscribers will see their monthly rate increase on their next bill. Prices for subscriptions with ads won't change, and the Wall Street Journal reports Netflix will raise the price of its ad-free service a few months after the Hollywood actors strike ends. It's discussing raising prices in several markets, but will likely begin with the U.S. and Canada. Gmail is getting more tools to help fight spam. Starting in February, anyone who tries to send more than 5,000 messages to Gmail addresses in a single day will now have to authenticate the email. Google says this will close loopholes typically used by spammers or hackers. Bulk senders will also be required to set up an unsubscribe option. Google will also start enforcing a clear spam threshold to prevent users from being bombarded with unwanted messages. And a steep rise in the price of cocoa and sugar are set to hit lovers of candy and other sweets in their wallets. Sugar prices hit their highest level in 12 years recently, and cocoa reaching a 4-decade high. The increases being driven by supply fears with extreme weather conditions in Asia and West Africa is threatening production. Analysts say this is all likely to feed through into higher retail prices. Consumers can also expect shrinkflation with smaller package sizes. I've already seen smaller package sizes.
I know. I'm just going to have to give out apples for Halloween this year.
Yeah.
All right. Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
You got it.
The first round of college application deadlines are just a few weeks away, and one big thing on students' minds this year is artificial intelligence. In one survey of 1,000 students, nearly half said they were using AI in their schoolwork. So how does that impact the all-important college essay? Here's what I found.
ChatGPT, Bard, and Bing all offer free AI that can generate a college application essay in seconds, and it's sparking a growing debate. Are these apps giving students a helpful leg up or an outright way to cheat? With so much gray area, we tested them out ourselves.
I went back to school and I wrote a college admissions essay. I used one of the prompts from the Common app that asks you to describe a challenge or a setback and how you overcame it. What I decided to talk about was the anxiety disorder that I had when I was in high school. Now I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to ask it to write me a college essay using this prompt and giving it a couple of the details about myself. All I've told it so far is the prompt, and it's already writing an entire essay.
There are noticeable differences between the two. My essay sounds a little more casual and personal. I wrote, I worried constantly about saying the right thing to my peers, all people I perceived to be much cooler than me. I didn't want to get out of the car several days a week when it was time for my dad to drop me off. The ChatGPT version, more formal. It all started during my early teenage years when I began experiencing severe anxiety about attending school. Each morning, the simple act of stepping onto the school bus or walking through the school doors filled me with a paralyzing dread. But to really put it to the test, I brought both versions to the University of Maryland. Shannon Gundy has spent over 30 years in college admissions.
I think it's pretty obvious. There is a humanity in the essay that you wrote that doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist in the AI essay.
So for you, this would pretty quickly make you feel that the student had not actually taken the assignment in the proper way.
Absolutely. We get the same information, but I don't care about the person behind it.
Can you point out some things in
Sure.
this essay, the AI one, that just don't sound like a 17 or 18-year-old wrote it?
The sentence that ends the first paragraph. This obstacle not only reshaped my life, but also laid the foundation for my personal growth and success. That's not how students talk.
Gundy says an overly polished essay that doesn't sound like the student won't help gain admission.
It's not going to benefit a student to present a picture of themselves that's inauthentic, that's just not true in some cases, because then you don't land in the right place.
Is using AI in this college admissions process cheating?
I don't think using it is cheating. I think that using it to do your work for you is cheating.
The tools are going to get better, and admissions officers are going to have to figure out ways to police that.
Saul Khan, the founder of one of the country's largest education nonprofits, has created Conmigo, an AI education tool with a new college admission essay brainstorming feature to help students in a different way.
It won't write the essay for you, but it can give you feedback.
Used correctly, Khan says AI could help kids with fewer resources, like guidance counselors or tutors, improve their essay and democratize the admissions process.
It can brainstorm with you so that you can, to some degree, get the same help that some more affluent kids are already getting and frankly have been getting for decades.
Still, this may mark a new era in college admissions. The question is, are we ready for it?
Are you concerned that you're going to be inundated in the admissions office by essays that look and sound like this AI one, given how widespread the technology is?
I certainly hope not. What I would like in my ideal world is for students to understand that this is an opportunity for them to sort of open the door and allow us a peek inside who they are. We can't do that. If they choose to take advantage of this kind of technology, if they choose not to share that information with us, it's going to hurt them in the process.
We reached out to the big companies making these AI products. Google says, in part, we see Bard as a collaborative tool and that Bard can be a useful tool to supplement a student's existing work. Microsoft and OpenAI declined to comment. For now, many schools don't have official rules about what does and doesn't count as cheating. As we discussed with both of our interview subjects, there's a huge gray area of what might be okay and what might not be, but it's a problem that won't go away anytime soon.
Let's keep the conversation going and bring in Professor Christian Hammond, a professor of computer science at Northwestern University. Good to have you with us. So, many would argue using ChatGPT to write college admissions essays is a form of plagiarism or cheating. How much of a challenge is this for colleges? And realistically, how easy is it for them to detect the use of these AI tools?
It's an astounding challenge right now. And that is that what we're now looking at is a world in which we have a semi-professional writer at the disposal of every single person who has access to a computer. And how do we manage the fact that sometimes we want to evaluate people based upon their writing skills when those writing skills are now freely available to them? And I would have to say, from my perspective, use of these tools is not cheating. It's not plagiarism, in that is that you get style, but not word for word. And the issue is when someone puts together a new essay using these tools, understanding that in order for them to be really great, in order for the essay to read well, in order for it to be truthful and come from them, they have to interact with those tools a great deal. And it's not just that the system is building something, it's the system and the person are building something. Mm-hmm. And the skill that manifests is an astoundingly powerful skill, particularly for the coming era.
Yeah, as we look to the future. So let's look at maybe another argument, which is some say these AI tools can be beneficial to certain applicants. They democratize admissions, giving those students who might not have had access to a tutor or a counselor. They get a leg up with that. Is that fair? Are there positive aspects to this beyond what you described, which is helping to sort of educate kids to use AI for the future?
It absolutely democratizes sort of the access to the skills needed. So when in the era before, when I applied to college, I actually had an English teacher look at my essays and give me feedback. But not everybody has that. And having a system that you can use to either help you generate or help you refine your work is something that actually it levels the playing field. And yes, as the admissions counselor had said, sometimes the result is not quite human, but it can be made so. That is that you have to work it, and understanding how to work it, and understanding how to change the language, understanding what you want, understanding how to communicate that. Those are genuine cognitive skills that we want everyone to have. and to be able to look at the result and look at that result critically and edit things as needed. Again, unbelievably powerful, useful skills. So we are not in an era of writing everything out longhand anymore. We're in an era of tools that can help us think, that can help us write, that can help us be better, and that will work in partnership with us.
We only have like 30 seconds left here, but because of this, do you foresee colleges potentially just ending these essays altogether?
Oh, no, not at all. I think that what it means is the bar is going to go up. That we're going to be looking for more from our applicants. We're going to be looking for better from our applicants, because the bar that the tools that we have a set is already high, and we are going to ask students to be even better than that. And it's going to be a matter of how to embrace these technologies, not how to deny them.
All right, Professor Hammond from Northwestern University, my alma mater, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Oh, no, thank you for having me.
Coming up, holding on to hope. After the break, we're going to take you inside the fight to bring comprehensive mental health services and resources to the student athletes who need them most. That's next on Morning News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. This week is National Student Athlete Mental Health Week, and we want to take a look at some of the stresses this group of young people face and the resources that are there to help. That brings us to the story of Tyler Hilinski. He was a promising young quarterback at Washington State University who took his own life in 2018. In the wake of that tragedy, Tyler's parents started the Hilinski Hope Foundation, a nonprofit formed to promote awareness and education on mental wellness for student athletes and strengthen mental health resources on campus. They also created this week to focus on the important work that needs to be done, and we are lucky enough to be joined by them now. Thank you both so very much for being here in studio with us to talk about this work. And first, I hope, if you don't mind, to talk about your son, to talk about Tyler. Just, I'd love to hear from both of you just about his legacy, his memory, you know, what he was like as your son.
Sure.
Yeah, we love talking about him. It's hard because he's not here with us, but he was a good, sweet, kind kid. He was the middle of our 3 sons. Was loved by his teammates, by his coaches, by his friends. We doted on him so much. And he had this wonderful energy for life, right? And he was good to people. And we never noticed that he was struggling. He never shared that maybe he was depressed or anxious. And one day, January 16th, 2018, he took his life by firearm, and he didn't even know how to use the gun that he used. And we thought if our sweet Tyler, who would just give anybody the shirt off his back, was struggling so much, how many other student athletes out there are struggling? How many other Tylers are so afraid to reach out and ask for help because they feel that it's a weakness, and it truly isn't. It's a strength. But these set of stressors on these student athletes that they're dealing with, you know, their lives are full of a lot of pressure. And that, I think, really affects their mental health.
Let's talk about that. What is it that these student athletes are facing, especially if a parent, like you're saying, maybe has no idea that they are struggling with something? Help us understand what it's like to be in that position and how tough it is to come forward.
Well, I think, you know, we get asked a lot, what should we do differently? And we're not mental health practitioners, and there's some really great ones out there that we get to work with. But you got to follow your gut. And I know that seems super obvious. And in Tyler's case, you know, as Kim was sort of describing, happy kid, fun, you know, I'm going to go throw rocks at a tree. Great, let's go. You know, it didn't really matter what we were doing. And so to lose somebody with that much energy in life, what was his last couple days like? What was he really struggling with? And that's been a journey of ours since we started. But we got to get in front of our student athletes. What's different, in addition to school and the game they love? You know, they were the best on their team when they were in high school, most likely in that group. College sports and athletics is different. Now you've got NIL and the transfer portal. And, you know, of course, this last group had to go through COVID. So I think there's a tremendous amount of stress already. And we've added a few more things. And
at an age where you don't fully know how to handle that. You're not equipped.
That's exactly right.
No, you know, we're taught from a young age. We teach our kids, our athletes, you know, how to eat right, how to train right. But they're not really taught how to take care of their mental health as they grow up. And then you throw in social media and everything that is going on with the phones and fans, you know, that are not too kind to our athletes. It's just a lot that they are juggling on their plate. They've got school, they've got tests, they've got exams, and they've got these practices that they need to get to and games where they want to perform well. And it's a struggle for all of them to get through all of it.
How do we make it easier for them to say, I need help?
I think to us, one of the most important things is to address the stigma. You know, to be able to be here and to talk about this stuff. Suicide's an ugly word, and mental health is a difficult topic for some of our guys. But what Kim and I see, you know, we've been to 200 campuses across the country in the last few years. And despite the number of resources one campus may have over the other, we've got to get them to ask for help. To sort of self-identify. And so at Helinski's Hope, we've created a modular series, you know, just a very, it's a beginning sort of conversations about mental health. We don't have those at the high school level or even pre-high school.
Wow.
So that's an important topic to discuss, is the education.
And let's talk about this week. Over 160 universities and colleges, right? Yep. What does this week mean? What resources does it provide? If you are a student athlete on one of these campuses, what do you see?
Yeah, well, what we see is as we prepare these boxes of hope and we put in helmet decals, lapel pins, hair ties, cheer bows, we've got some patches, some temporary tattoos, and our bands. We ship them out to these schools, and it runs September 30th through October 7th, and it changes each year. But what happens, what really strikes us, and the impact is what happens on the campus, what these mental health professionals and what these student athletes do to come together to say, I matter, my mental health matters, and we're going to focus on it, and we're going to take care of our mental health this week and moving forward. So the things that they do, they bring in, animal support dogs. They just get together for meals. They journal. They do art projects. They do yoga out on the football field. They bring in special speakers. And it's just a week where I think the world can come together to let our student athletes know how much they matter, how much their mental health matters, and they have to take care of it.
In 20, 30 seconds, a young person watching or their parent, what's the biggest takeaway you want them to hear from your message, your family?
That there's no difference between mental health help and physical health help. If sadly you were diagnosed with cancer, we'd immediately find you the best oncologist and the treatment plans. There should be no difference here. Don't be embarrassed. It takes a lot of guts right now, but it should be an everyday thing to ask to treat your mental health.
Mark and Kim, thank you for joining. Thank you for sharing about Tyler. We appreciate it. Such an important conversation that we're happy to amplify.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. Thank you for that conversation, Savannah. Finally, this hour, they are not the first siblings to play against each other in a Major League Baseball game. But as the playoffs get underway, two brothers on opposing sides are united over something bigger than the game. Here's Sam Brock.
In Florida, family on different sides of the diamond. Nathaniel Lowe of the Texas Rangers taking on little brother Josh and the Tampa Bay Rays.
We could be friends on Saturday.
Nathaniel scoring the first run of the playoffs, even as baseball's on the back burner for the two rising talents.
Brothers Lowe taking out the cards for their respective clubs.
A few months ago, in their first professional showdown, their mom Wendy sported a split jersey with Lowe on the front. But right now, the family says she's resting at home, battling brain cancer and cheering for her sons through the TV screen.
It's a lot to go through, and yeah, it's a pretty heavy toll.
How much does it mean to your mom to see you and your brother play in person?
It means everything for her.
These two have had each other's back all season.
Well, not many people are able to say they have a sibling that plays the same professional sport as you. Having seen him have success that he has is it makes it feel really good.
But their love and support for their mom is now on full display under baseball's brightest lights.
She's one of the strongest people in our family.
As Wendy enters her third week of chemotherapy.
The more people that know about this, the more prayers that are going to be heard, the more people that are going to be praying for her for a healing. I mean, there's so many different things that are bigger than baseball.
Countless fans at home rooting not for a team, but for a family. Sam Brock, NBC News, St. Petersburg, Florida.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Happy Wednesday. We're so glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, October 4th, Republican reckoning. Speaker Kevin McCarthy was forced out of his position after an historic House vote. Who will now step up and become the new GOP leader?
Healthcare walkout. More than 75,000 Kaiser Permanente employees striking, claiming unfair pay and staffing shortages. How negotiations turned sour and what it means for millions of patients.
Deadly crash. At least 21 people were killed and 15 were hurt after a bus fell off an elevated street just outside Venice, Italy. What officials are saying happened to the driver that caused him to swerve off the road.
Life lessons, diversity skyrocketing in this country, but representation doesn't always follow suit in equal proportions. We'll talk to the creators of a new children's book that teaches kids to celebrate and embrace their multiracial identities.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the historic removal of House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. This is the first time ever that a Speaker of the House has been stripped of the gavel, and it happened with the support of 8 members of his own party.
I leave the speakership with a sense of pride, accomplishment, and yes, optimism. From the day I entered politics, my mission has always been to make tomorrow better than today. I fought for what I believe in, and I believe in this country of America.
All right, well, right now, the search for a new Republican leader, it begins. McCarthy has already said that he will not throw his hat in the ring this time around. In fact, this morning, Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan became the first Republican to formally announce his speaker bid. Sources have confirmed to NBC News that Majority Leader Steve Scalise is also making phone calls to shore up support for himself. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from Capitol Hill. Julie, this has been a sort of whirlwind 24 hours. We mentioned Congressman Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan, potential frontrunners, but tell us more about each of these candidates and really what the caucus members are looking for in their new speaker.
And that's going to be the big question for the caucus, to be able to coalesce around one speaker rather than those 15 ballots that we saw in the beginning of the year. And you're right, Jim Jordan, he currently chairs the Judiciary Committee. He's been tasked with leading the House Republican charge on those impeachment inquiries into President Biden. Given his son Hunter Biden, they were exploring some of those records that they had there, calling witnesses, really being the forceful charge on this, which is something that a lot of the base, the Republican base, wants to see. This is also somebody that has the ear of former President Trump. They are close allies. He's often campaigned for the former president. He's endorsed him this time around as well. When you look at Steve Scalise, he's somebody who's been a member of Republican leadership for quite some time now. You'll remember that he actually is now recovering from cancer as well. He was shot a couple of years ago at a congressional baseball game, and he is currently the top in leadership. He was right under the Speaker McCarthy. He also, before that, was the whip, the vote counter among Republicans. So these are two fixtures, really, in the Republican conference in the House. It'll be interesting to see as support shores up which way it will fall, either for Jordan or for Scalise, but certainly those two, the front runners now.
Julie, this obviously has never happened before. Walk us through what happens next in this process, and what's the timeline? How soon could we see someone put up for a full House vote?
Well, even though the House technically adjourned until next Tuesday, we're seeing lawmakers walk around this building. They were meeting this morning, including with a Texas GOP delegation that was here. So they are clearly working. We saw Speaker McCarthy as well. They are taking this time to huddle and really coalesce around one individual. As McCarthy has told them, he doesn't want to see that multiple rounds of ballots go again. Of course, McCarthy said he will not run. But when you look at the calendar and the timeline, on Tuesday, when the full House returns, they will meet behind closed doors and sort of try and pick someone without the press watching, without the cameras on, without the House floor in full display. Then on Wednesday, the idea is they will be able to elect someone actually behind closed doors before going to the floor and having a full House vote on that person. And that, again, can happen as early as next Wednesday.
All right, we'll be watching. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, thank you.
Well, today, 75,000 workers at Kaiser Permanente are launching a 3-day strike, the largest healthcare strike really in U.S. history. Kaiser is the largest medical group in the entire country, serving nearly 1.3 million people. The employees striking, well, they make up 40% of Kaiser's total staff, impacting their facilities on the West Coast, mostly in California, in Virginia, and on the East Coast in Washington, D.C. NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us now from just outside one of their medical centers there in Los Angeles. David, it's good to see you this Wednesday. Look, how close are both sides to actually making a deal?
You know, it depends on who you ask, Morgan. Kaiser says that they're actually very close to the union on some key issues. The union says Kaiser is not even negotiating in good faith, in some cases not even showing up to the bargaining table. That's why they're out here today in force. I want to show you, this is a very long, you're only seeing a small part of it, but it's a very long, very loud picket line. Just at this facility in LA, you have 2,000 workers. They say there are severe understaffing problems and the Kaiser is not paying enough to make up for them. Kaiser says they already pay better than all of their competitors and that the workers should make do with what they're already making, essentially. Now, we spoke to a union member who says that in an industry that's in crisis, better than average is just not good enough. Here's what he had to say.
Well, that just means that they suck less. That does not mean that they're doing better. They just are not as bad. And for us in labor, that's not good enough for our patients.
So, Morgan, you can think of this 3-day strike as sort of a warning shot to Kaiser to force them to come back to the table with what the union says needs to be more serious willingness to come to an agreement. What happens from here, we'll have to see. Morgan?
And we're talking a lot of frontline workers here, David. I mean, these are workers who include nurses, technicians, janitors in the building, the people who really ultimately keep this hospital running. So what is Kaiser ultimately doing to make sure their doors even stay open during the strike?
Yeah, so you forget how many people are involved in making a hospital like this run, right? You think of doctors and you think of nurses, but there are tons of other job positions that keep a place like this operating from day to day. The answer to your question is Kaiser is bringing in temporary non-union workers. That means the hospital stays open, people can still come in to get care, but those people aren't familiar with the systems, the machines, the processes. This is going to be, no matter what, a very disruptive strike. Morgan?
All right, NBC News correspondent David Noriega. And David, thank you for this report, but also welcome to NBC News. We love having you on our air and look forward to seeing you more often.
All right, Morgan, just minutes ago, the arraignment ended for the man arrested in the 1996 murder of rapper Tupac Shakur after the judge issued a continuance in this case. 60-year-old Dwayne Keith D. Davis was taken into custody last week. Shakur was gunned down at a stoplight along the Las Vegas Strip. His murder had gone unsolved for nearly 30 years.
Tupac Shakur should not be going down as an unsolved mystery. His murder is known, and now somebody's being held accountable, so it's a good day.
NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Los Angeles. So, Dana, first, let's talk about this hearing. Why did the judge issue this continuance?
Well, Vicki, because you have to have an attorney present for an arraignment to be carried out. And Dwayne Davis spoke to the judge and said that he has an attorney, but that he would not be available for the next 2 weeks. So this appearance lasted less than 2 minutes, and the judge continued the case to October 19th. Keefe D will remain in jail. They have not allowed bail. We also heard from the Clark County District Attorney Steve Woolson. He spoke moments after this court appearance. He says that Davis deserves a presumption of innocence. However, he says he is confident that he will be convicted on the charges. I think we have a graphic to show you what those charges are. It includes murder, and there's also a gang enhancement charge connected to that. Vicki?
So, Dana, you also talked with retired LAPD homicide detective Greg Kading. He was in the room when Davis allegedly confessed to this murder back in 2009. What did Kading have to say about this arrest? And really, why did it take so long?
Yeah, so, and the connection here is that LAPD had a proffer agreement with Davis for him to tell his side of the story, but that did not guarantee immunity from prosecution in Las Vegas. And Kading says they've known all along who was involved, but it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Listen.
It's just, I'm elated at the fact that we finally got some closure in Tupac's case. We knew about this guy back in 2009 when he confessed that due to a bunch of different circumstances, we couldn't prosecute him, but now we can. And I'm really excited about seeing history set.
So there were 4 people inside that white Cadillac that pulled up alongside Tupac's car where those deadly shots were fired. All 3 co-conspirators have since died, including the trigger man, who was also killed in a gang-related shooting here in Los Angeles. Vicki?
Dana, has anyone from Tupac Shakur's family said anything about these new charges against Davis?
Yeah, so we've heard from Tupac's sister, Sakiwa. She wrote in a statement that this arrest is a pivotal moment, but she did not praise authorities who are investigating this case. We also heard from 2 fans at the courthouse. They heard about Tupac's death when they were teenagers. So it just goes to show that so many people are interested in this, that they showed up just to kind of be part of this moment in history. Vicki?
NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Dana, thank you so much.
Well, it is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Mortgage demand is now the lowest level we've seen actually since 1996, speaking of the 90s. That's all according to the Mortgage Bankers Association.
CNBC markets and investing reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now. So, Pippa, how much has demand dropped? And let me guess, it's because of interest rates.
That's right, Vicki. Mortgage demand fell 6% compared to last week. That's 22% lower than the same week a year before. And it is rising interest rates. They continue to push demand down. The interest rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage climbed to 7.53% last week. That's up from 7.41% just the week before. Meantime, Uber is now offering to return your packages for you. Both Uber and Uber Eats will provide a return a package feature that will allow customers to send up to 5 packages back to a UPS, FedEx, or USPS facility. The service costs a flat fee of $5 or $3 for Uber One members. The feature is available in dozens of major metro areas across the country. And it is National Taco Day, even though it isn't Tuesday. While the roots of the holiday aren't entirely clear, many point to a 2009 ad campaign by Del Taco, with the restaurant offering a free taco to anyone who came in and said, "Happy National Taco Day." Now it's expanded to include several chains across the country. And Americans love their tacos. According to a Boston University report, we ate 4.5 billion of them last year. That number really took me by surprise.
Huh. Oh my God, you haven't been to our house then, Pippa. You would know. We're contributing a great deal to that number.
I'm trying to say a happy National Boba Tea Day.
Oh,
CNBC Markets and Investing reporter Pippa Stevens. Pippa, thanks so much.
Coming up, Simone Biles and Team USA taking the next step toward the 2024 Olympics in Paris. How the gymnastics icon is dominating the World Championships right now. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
At least 21 people were killed and dozens more injured in a fiery bus crash near Venice, Italy on Tuesday. You can actually see here, let's pull it up on your screen. That's the moment the bus plummeted 50 feet off of an elevated road right there. The passengers on board, they were mostly tourists. The city's mayor has declared a state of mourning, and the cause of that crash, well, it's still under investigation. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga is following this more, investigating for us from Rome. Claudio, some officials are saying that they think the bus driver, who was actually killed in the crash, may have gotten sick just before the bus went over a guardrail. Do we have any more details on that?
Oh, that's right, Morgan. During a press conference this morning by the local prosecutor, he said that they believe that the cause of the accident may have been the sudden illness of the driver because they're excluding everything else for now. If you look carefully at that CCTV footage, and they did the same, well, it shows the bus driving slowly, so speeding is not one of the causes of the crash. It drives slowly and then suddenly comes to almost a sudden stop before it just flips over the flyover. And now they also say that at least by the look at that CCTV footage, the bus didn't touch or didn't crash into any of the vehicles, so it wasn't pushed over. So they think there could be only two reasons: one, a driver illness, or two, a mechanical failure of some sort of the bus. But they have now found the black boxes of the bus, so they'll probably figure that out very soon. And as you said, the driver is dead now, is among the dead, and so they probably perform an autopsy on him. Morgan?
Okay, so they found the black box. Claudia, what do we know about the people who did survive that crash? How are they faring?
Well, there's about 15 people were injured. 8 of them are still in ICU, in intensive therapy. The prosecutors say that they are very important. They want to speak to them because they want to find out what happened. But only 3 or 4 right now are in the condition to speak to the prosecutor. And that shows you how badly injured the other people are. They are all foreign tourists from Ukraine, Austria, Germany, Croatia, and Spain. And hopefully, of course, they will improve because the death toll is already high enough. 21 people. That's a lot of people.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Vivanga there in Italy. Thank you so much, Claudia.
Oh, just heartbreaking, Morgan. We're going to switch gears now. In just over an hour, Simone Biles will be competing again with Team USA at the Gymnastics World Championships in Belgium. And just 2 days ago, Biles made history. She was the first woman to land a double pike vault on the international stage. Now Team USA, led by Biles, is heavily favored to win gold. This would be their 7th straight world title. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Antwerp, Belgium. Megan, you got a great assignment. Tell us a little bit more about what you're expecting to see from Biles today.
I suspect that we are going to see more of Simone Biles and her greatness. I mean, she has been incredibly consistent throughout this entire tournament, making headlines left and right. Now, we don't know exactly what she's going to do out on the mats when this kicks off in about an hour from now, but that's part of what makes watching her so exciting, because she's consistent but also unpredictable. Now, I suspect that we will likely see her perform one of the 5 moves that are named after her. So that's definitely something that we're going to want to watch out for.
Megan, we know Simone, she took that 2-year break from gymnastics in part because she said she wanted to take care of her mental health. Now she's back, seemingly better than ever. Have we heard from Simone Biles about how she is doing mentally as she continues to basically dominate in these competitions?
Yeah, you know, it's such a good question. And the answer is no, we've not heard from her. But that is in line with the new Simone Biles that we're seeing. She took that 2-year hiatus and she really focused on her mental health. So she's being very intentional about what she does, how much she talks to the media. And so that is why we've not heard from her today. But you got to feel that you got to expect that she's feeling pretty good, because, I mean, the performance that she's put on the last several days is just really incredible, especially when you consider the fact that she has taken a 2-year hiatus. She really hasn't missed a beat, guys.
And a big congrats to the men's team who won bronze, Megan. They're now going to the Summer Olympics next year in Paris. Megan, go enjoy yourself at the competition there. Thank you so much for your great reporting.
All right, and more NBC News Daily coming up just after the break. Politics and faith colliding in several Texas school districts. How students there are reacting to its effect on their education. You're watching NBC News Daily.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Across California, there are growing concerns about the rise of self-driving cars. So as we've reported, people are blaming them for blocking traffic and really making some pretty random stops.
Yeah, now there's more controversy over the number of Chinese-based companies testing their robo-taxis on U.S. roads. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward explains.
They turn heads in San Francisco. Robot taxis ferrying passengers all over the city.
I think the technology is amazing.
But also causing plenty of frustration, occasionally clogging streets.
Look at this.
Or interfering with a fire truck.
I'm seeing at least one incident a day now.
And even malfunctioning during NBC Bay Area's test ride with a long-time driving instructor.
This is not good.
Most robot taxis in this city are run by American companies, Google's Waymo or GM's Cruise, which say their cars are safer than human drivers despite the high-profile hiccups. But these cars don't just raise safety questions, they're also at the center of a technological arms race. An hour south of the city, this prototype roams the streets. It's made by Pony AI, a company founded here, but one with most of its operations in China.
Now buckle up, mask on, let's start the trip.
In fact, 10 of the 40 companies currently licensed to test self-driving cars in California are Chinese or operate under Chinese authority.
China is trying to corner infrastructure investment in a lot of different parts of the world.
Infrastructure like ports, mining, electrical grids.
And I think part of infrastructure is going to be autonomous mobility.
So while Chinese companies accounted for only 124 test vehicles in California last year, the Chinese push to build robot taxis here is starting to raise eyebrows. Even in Congress, there is growing bipartisan attention.
Any more inaction from Congress will result in the Chinese defining and owning the technology.
I am concerned that China and other countries are taking advantage of our inaction.
Some lawmakers have even proposed restricting Chinese robot car companies here, pointing out that similar U.S. companies are banned from test driving in China.
Think how much data the CCP is collecting on the United States and its citizens. That's a concern.
And the technology does collect a lot of data.
We utilize the data we collected from all operation sites, including the U.S. and China, for various driving scenarios.
A Pony AI spokesperson declined to comment on growing legislative pressure. Meanwhile, autonomous driving is a fiercely competitive business. In 2018, a Chinese national who'd worked for Apple fled the United States after his house was raided, and he was charged with 6 counts of stealing secrets from Apple.
Among the materials discovered from the devices in Wang's home was the source code for Apple's entire autonomous systems project.
And here's that same man in videos posted on YouTube listed as head of autonomous driving for Chinese company Jidu. Baidu, the Chinese megatech firm that runs that driverless car company, tells us he is no longer employed there. Efforts to reach him directly were unsuccessful. China's growing traffic problems has it desperate for efficiency. And as the world's largest car market, it is forecast to also be the world's largest robot car market. One study forecasts that by 2040, most mileage there will not involve a human driver. It's unclear exactly how many Chinese autonomous vehicles are driving in the U.S. today, but we do know they are on the road. 2, including one from Pony AI, reported collisions last month as required by California regulators. Nobody was hurt. Pony AI's CEO did not address U.S. testing in a recent interview with Bloomberg, but he did discuss the massive push happening across China.
We actually launched driverless operations in all 4 Tier 1 cities. I think the autonomous driving testing miles, at least it's equivalent or maybe even bigger than what's happening in the U.S.
As his company and others learn to drive on Chinese streets, it's clear that they are also eager to learn ours. Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
Well, the singer Grimes is taking legal action against Elon Musk over parental rights. She actually filed a petition last week in San Francisco to establish a parental relationship with the billionaire mogul, who she shares 3 children with.
Now, this comes just weeks after Grimes posted to Musk's social media site X, telling her former partner to, quote, "Let me see my son, or please respond to my lawyer." The couple split back in 2022 after 4 years of dating.
Coming up next, a revolutionary discovery in the fight against skin cancer. How researchers are working to potentially stop cancer cells from growing. You're watching NBC News Daily. And you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and of course Peacock. But look at all those places. Try them out. Plex, Tubi. Great spots. The news continues right after this.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back this Wednesday, and thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. More than 14,000 people in Hawaii are asking the governor to delay opening West Maui to tourism. This petition comes after months of heated debate over whether the town of Lahaina is ready to welcome back travelers. In August, one of the deadliest wildfires in U.S. history swept through Lahaina, killing at least 98 people. Hawaii Governor Josh Green says plans to reopen Maui will begin Sunday.
FEMA and the FTC are planning a nationwide test of the emergency alert system today, and that alert will be sent to all cell phones, TVs, radios at 2:20 p.m. Eastern. The agencies say the test is to ensure national alert systems are still an effective way to warn the public about emergencies.
Canada has just elected its first black Speaker of the House of Commons. Liberal lawmaker Greg Fergus was elected Tuesday after former Speaker Anthony Rota stepped down last week. Rota received backlash after honoring a man who fought for a Nazi military unit during World War II. Fergus was elected as Canada's new Speaker through a secret ballot.
Well, right now, police are searching for the gunman who opened fire at Morgan State University in Baltimore, Maryland just last night.
5 people were hurt in that shooting. Students described a scene of chaos, confusion, and fear. This all happened during homecoming week celebrations at the historically black college. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is live in Baltimore for us today. So, Gary, update us on the search for the suspect. Do authorities think there was more than one shooter?
Well, Vicki, there are a number of questions that we don't have the answer to yet. One of them is how many suspects the police are actually looking for in this case. This all began as some of the 9,000 students that attend this historically black college were ending and leaving a coronation ball, one of their big homecoming week events here at Morgan State. They were heading outside, and that's where shots rang out. 5 people were injured. We know 4 of them were students. It was 4 men and 1 woman who were transported to local hospitals. And we've spent the morning talking to some students on campus. Classes are canceled today, so there's students walking around. They tell me they're scared to go to future big campus events. Take a listen.
I love the school, but it's like my safety comes first, so it's like I don't think I will be able to attend homecoming at all.
I shouldn't have to fear for my safety or have to worry about if I'm even safe in my own building. I've heard that there were gunshots inside of the building. Like, all of this is crazy.
Now, there is an all-hands-on-deck effort here. The FBI, the ATF, Maryland State Police, Baltimore Police, and the state police from across the region were here helping out. And something to note here, Vicki, this is the 3rd Morgan State homecoming in a row that there has been a shooting on campus.
All right. NBC's Gary Grumbach for us there. Gary, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And former President Donald Trump is back in court today here in New York City. It's day 3 of his $250 million civil fraud trial. Just late yesterday, the judge overseeing the case issued a partial gag order. It came after Mr. Trump posted on social media about one of the judge's law clerks.
Well, legal analyst Angela Senadella joins us now. So, Angela, let's talk about this gag order. It prevents the former president from making any sort of public comments about the court's staff. Is the judge still fair game? And what happens if he violates this partial gag order?
Yes, this is so unusual, which is why it's confusing. And the judge is excluded from this gag order. So technically, Trump can say whatever he wants to about the judge. As we see, he's already been doing. But the point of this gag order is to protect the staff. And I actually think if he breaks this gag order, that he is going to be sanctioned, because the judge has already proven that he is willing to put fines upon the attorneys. He already fined them $7,500 each just for repeating arguments that he thought were dumb. So I expect sanctions to happen if he does violate this.
Okay. Now, Mr. Trump has said that he plans, Angela, to testify at some point during this trial. If you were the defense attorney on this case, what would your strategy be? Would you allow him to testify? Who else would you call to the stand?
Morgan, I think I might resign if Trump said he was really going to testify. Look, what he says right now, I'm going to testify, I'm not going to testify, is totally irrelevant to whether or not he actually does. Now, this is unusual because the judge already ruled fraud has happened. Now, Trump is going to say, he's going to go on that stand, say, no, fraud didn't happen. That's irrelevant. There's no jury. It's just the judge who's already decided. So all he has on that stand is his entire criminal trials across the country to lose. Anything he says on that stand can be used against him in any other trial. So really, he's not going to take the stand.
You would not advise it. Here's the thing. Judges are supposed to be objective, but that at the end of the day, they're human beings with opinions and biases. Having heard all the disparaging remarks Donald Trump has already made about this judge, I mean, what do you think going into it as his attorneys? Is he going to get a fair shake?
Well, at this point, it's really just about mitigating the damages, right? So if I were his defense attorney, I would put all sorts of people up there to say, there are no damages here. There was no wrongdoing. The whole point of damages in a civil trial is to make a wrong right. Now, there's no money lost at this point.
No one was harmed financially.
No, right.
Right.
All right, Angela Senadella for us. Angela, thank you so much. We really appreciate you joining us in studio, no less. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Angela. Well, researchers at East Carolina University have made a potentially game-changing discovery in the fight against skin cancer.
That's right. The medical team there found a way to possibly stop cancer cells from forming. Here's Jalen Holloway with our North Carolina affiliate WITN with a closer look at the molecule that could save thousands of lives.
A lot of late nights and early mornings are being spent inside the ECU Brody School of Medicine's 6th-floor labs by Dr. Rukia Vandross Anderson and her team.
We're trying to make a difference. We have a molecule that has been very, very effective in killing cancer cells.
Vandross Anderson is spearheading melanoma skin cancer research as she and her colleagues have developed a molecule they believe is built to potentially stop cells from growing.
Although it is not a cancer that is as common as non-melanoma skin cancer, it is the most deadly skin cancer.
Something as rigorous as cancer research can be taxing. That's why lab research specialist Kathleen Thane says it's a collective effort, especially in times of trial and error.
It's great to be part of a team that's really working toward a cure, and like Dr. Vandross said, we really are a very cohesive team, and we're able to get a lot done even though we're a very small lab.
Vandross Anderson has dedicated most of her 18 years at ECU to finding a cancer-stopping solution. She says losing both her mother and father to aggressive forms of cancer had a role in her desire to research.
That experience with my parents just intensified my interest in cancer research and really trying to contribute in some way to lessen the suffering that people have to go through.
Vandross Anderson has since started a pharmaceutical company named Claridel after her parents. The National Institutes of Health is providing funding for current lab testing, but Vandross Anderson says they'll need more future investors to keep research going. Some may question if the new drug developed will actually work if things continuously progress, but not Vandross Anderson and her team.
Why not us? Yeah, maybe we've got it. We'll see. We are working on the research to get there, to find out if it really is the answer.
Again, what we want to do is to make sure that patients have more options. The more options that they have for treatment, the greater, the better the outcome.
That was Jalen Holloway with our NBC affiliate WTAN reporting.
Well, now to Texas, where politics and faith are seeping into the school systems. It is creating conflict between teachers and parents and making many students feel uncomfortable.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton visited a region that's known for restricting lessons and banning books.
Hey there, this happens to be Banned Book Week in the U.S., when organizers draw attention to book censorship in libraries and schools. But in one Texas school district, limits on what can be taught or discussed go well beyond what books are allowed on the shelves. Amanda Guthrie is adapting to a new routine. After years as an award-winning history teacher in Texas, she says politics and religion compelled her to leave the job she loved.
What was it like being around your kids?
Oh, it was the best part of every day.
But in recent years, her old school district of Grapevine-Colleyville passed sweeping policies, banning certain discussions of gender, regulating the bathroom use of transgender students, and restricting lessons on race, gender, and sexuality. While some parents are in favor of the new policies, Guthrie isn't. And she says she felt like she couldn't teach her students the full context about American history. So she quit before the school year was over.
Embrace simple truths. There's only two genders. Teachers shouldn't be forced to use your freaking made-up fantasy pronouns.
Why not stick it out a few more months?
It felt unsafe. They were openly disparaging the work that teachers were doing in the classrooms of the district that they're supposed to advocate for.
Pastor and North Texas Representative Nate Schatzline is one of the state's most outspoken conservative legislators.
There's nothing more important that we could be doing than this right here, worshiping and praying in the middle of the Capitol.
He's also voted to hire religious chaplains as unlicensed mental health counselors in public schools. Schatzline spoke with NBC News for the new podcast, Grapevine. Do you believe in the fundamental separation of church and state?
I believe that church and state, in the Constitution, what was written about it was written to keep the state out of the church, not to keep the church out of the state.
We spoke to some North Texas students who say their education is too politicized.
It's frustrating, strange, and hypocritical to see the "In God We Trust" signs being put up everywhere, while at the same time books are being removed from our library shelves.
Did you ever get the sense that a teacher was trying to push their political or gender-related views on you in school?
Absolutely not.
The Grapevine-Colleyville Independent School District declined requests for interviews, but told NBC News we review all feedback and continuously look at how we can better serve and support our employees. As for Amanda Guthrie, she was one of more than 160 staffers who resigned from her district last school year, an 83% increase from a year earlier based on our analysis of district data. Back to you.
Well, you can listen to much more of Antonia's new series, Grapevine, wherever you get your podcasts.
And straight ahead, we're going to speak with an author and illustrator working to make more children's books that feature multiracial families. More NBC News Daily right after this.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
The number of Americans who identify as mixed race is skyrocketing. According to the Census Bureau, the multiracial population jumped to nearly 34 million people in 2020. That is more than 3 times what it was back in 2010, when there were about 9 million multiracial people here in the U.S. Nearly a third of the mixed race population is under the age of 18.
Yeah, but this growing group, it's seeing a different story on the bookshelves. Less than 1% of children's books are about multiracial characters or are written by multiracial authors. So, 2 guests we have with us today are trying to change that landscape. Author Colin Hall and illustrator Crystal Dawn Chafee. They worked on this book, Mostly Me, which you see on your screen there. It teaches children to celebrate and embrace their multiracial identities. Thank you all for joining us. We really appreciate it. Such a cool concept, really cool idea. Why? Why did you decide to tell this story?
I mean, I had my first daughter, and growing up, there just wasn't a lot of resources for mixed race kids trying to find their own identity. So really, I wanted to provide her like this foundational approach to who she was and kind of answer some questions and validate some feelings that I had growing up, and a lot of mixed race kids have.
And Crystal, as the illustrator here, you really literally chose a blue-green character, literally 2 colors mixing, and sometimes they identify with more the blue side of themselves or the green side. Talk us through that thought process in working with Colin and how you decided to come up with a character in this way.
Yeah, so for the character, well, blue-green was because blue and green are just easier to rhyme with, as far as so that's how the color was chosen. But as far as getting all of the visuals together, we really wanted to make sure that the visuals had a wide net, so it wasn't just about race. It could be about anything as far as you're in between and whatever that is to you.
Mm-hmm. It's really interesting that you used colors. I think about the story that, I love the term multiracial because it applies to me and my family, and I think about my mother-in-law telling the story about she went to pick my husband up from school. My mother-in-law's white, his father's African, and the kids were like, no, you can't be David's mom. Yeah. And she was like, no, I am. And she pulled the kids inside. She's a school teacher. She took a brown marker and she took a white marker and she mixed it together. And she's like, see, here's David. You talked about validating the feelings that you even had, Colin, growing up. What are those feelings you were trying to capture here?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of uncertainty when you're mixed race growing up. I think you're kind of unsure of where you fit in, what you're allowed to do. You just need a little bit of confidence to find out where you are. And I think a lot of that confidence actually comes from inside of yourself. I don't think there's going to be anybody that validates you externally. Mm-hmm. That has to come from inside. So hopefully this book gives a little jump start for kids to do that on their own.
Mm-hmm. When parents read this with their kids, what's the kind of conversation that you're hoping that they will have about their identities? And I love what you said. It doesn't have to be race or ethnicity. It can be other things that you might find yourself grappling with.
Yeah, I think what I hope that both kids and adults take away from this book, no matter where they are at on the spectrum of life, I think it's about celebrating your unique identity and kind of, not letting people put you in one box.
Define
you can, yeah, exactly. You can just really own both spaces that you're in.
We're at an interesting moment in this country where you look at some states and they're banning books, right? Mm-hmm. That talk about things that some politicians think are, untoward, right? And then on the other hand, we have places like New York City where they are promoting campaigns that celebrate cultural diversity and what kids bring in their lunch boxes, for example. What do you think about the atmosphere that you're now entering as author and illustrator?
Yeah. I think in general, I don't think any city or state is immune to book bans. It's happening everywhere, and it's sad, frankly. And I just hope the more awareness we bring to it, and I think, as long as we are trying to do our best, both on the publishing side and on the creator side, to really get those stories to be seen, because every story from every perspective deserves to be seen.
Yeah, Colin, weigh in on that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's very unfortunate that it's happening. I think. Especially in Texas and Florida, I grew up and live in Texas. It's hard to see. It's unfortunate because banning those books doesn't erase those things happening. You know, all it does is kind of delay children learning about themselves and learning about other people, which is just sad.
Well said. Author Colin Hall and illustrator Crystal Dawn Chafee, thank you both so much. And the book is called Mostly Me.
That's right. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Artificial intelligence has been a hot topic in schools and at work, but now celebrities, they're criticizing the technology for recreating their likeness without their consent. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff shows us how these deep fake videos are only becoming even easier to make.
Today we are launching an investment project.
From Elon Musk pitching an investment opportunity to Gayle King promoting a weight loss product.
Follow the link right now and learn more about my secret.
It seems fake ads made with AI are everywhere. Even Tom Hanks has found himself an unwilling spokesperson, warning his Instagram followers, there's a video out there promoting some dental plan with an AI version of me. I have nothing to do with it. While celebrity endorsement scams are nothing new, in the age of AI, these deceitful deepfakes are becoming more convincing, fooling those who buy into them. The FBI says last year victims lost a record $10.2 billion to scams and other online crimes. Even if deepfakes aren't scams, some say they can take an emotional toll. AI-generated videos of late comedian Robin Williams have been viewed by thousands. Over the weekend, his daughter Zelda speaking out, writing, "I've already heard AI used to get my dad's voice to say whatever people want. I find it personally disturbing." And now celebrities are fighting back.
It feels great to be back in front of a crowd. But
After a computer created this fake Tom Brady comedy special, the football legend sent the people behind the hour-long video a cease and desist letter, reportedly calling the video highly offensive and saying it presented Brady in a false light. The creators later removed the video but defended their actions.
I don't think we're in any way presenting Mr. Brady at all. It's simply a parody of the idea of Tom Brady doing stand-up.
The music industry is looking to mute the use of AI too.
Talking to a diva, yeah, she on my nerves.
After this computer-generated Drake song became a viral hit, the Grammy-winning rapper and his record label slammed the use of AI to create fake songs. But it hasn't stopped AI music producers from cloning the voices of Rihanna, Beyonce, and Taylor Swift.
This is serious breaking news.
In 2021, I sat down with Miles Fisher, one of the men behind deepfake Tom Cruise.
I'm a big Dave Matthews guy.
A TikTok account that went viral for posting these wild videos that appeared to be the actor.
I think the technology is morally neutral. As it develops, the positive output will so far outweigh the negative, nefarious uses.
But while these fakes were made to be funny, 2 years later, many aren't laughing, as the use of AI has exploded and become increasingly more difficult to manage. Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
Florida, a man is facing charges after police released video showing him attacking a McDonald's employee with a cup of hot coffee. Julia Bagg from NBC Miami spoke to the victim about what happened.
A confrontation at the drive-thru ends with a customer tossing hot coffee at a McDonald's manager in Miami Springs.
As soon as I pulled out the coffee to give it to him, he smashed the coffee and coffee went everywhere. It burned my arm from here to here. So I was like, okay, now what happens?
Miami Springs police say the incident happened back on August 25th when a man named Elisa Ravello pulled up to a McDonald's drive-thru and got into an argument with an employee. Restuccia told us she tried to intervene, but the customer remained irate. The hot coffee left burn marks on her skin. She saw a doctor and used cream to minimize scarring.
I would just like to tell him, you know what you did is wrong.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Julia Bagg.
All right, and here's what's trending right now. Music legend Stevie Nicks officially has her own Barbie doll, and guess what? It's already sold out. The Fleetwood Mac singer's look-alike is inspired by her look on the 1977 Rumors album cover.
Look at that hair.
Yeah.
Nicks posted about the doll on X, saying, "When I look at her, I see my 27-year-old self. All the memories of walking out on a big stage in that black outfit and those gorgeous boots come rushing back. And then I see myself now in her face." That's a great doll. Sometimes
I love that.
They don't come out so good.
I want the Celia Cruz doll.
Oh,
yeah. Lanita's ready. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream. Your news continues after this.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Hey there, everyone, and good Wednesday to you. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, October 4th. Historic strike. Tens of thousands of healthcare workers walking off the job today, and what the union members are demanding and how all of this could impact medical facilities from California to Virginia.
Unsolved murder nearly 3 decades after Tupac Shakur was gunned down. His suspected killer is appearing in court for the first time. What we're learning about the man who police say was the mastermind behind the iconic rapper's death.
Going for gold. Legendary gymnast Simone Biles set to compete later on this hour at the World Championships. We're live in Belgium, where the Team USA is looking to win its 7th straight title.
Acing your application. It is that time of year again when many high school students are getting ready to apply to college. We're going to hear from an expert about navigating the stressful process and what parents need to know.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Wednesday, and thanks so much for joining us. We start right now with the largest healthcare strike in U.S. history. Today, 75,000 workers at Kaiser Permanente are launching a nationwide 3-day strike. Everyone from nurses to x-ray technicians, janitors, the people who really ultimately keep that hospital running, they're joining the picket line.
They are calling for better working conditions, more hiring, and better pay. Kaiser is the largest medical group in the country, serving nearly 13 million people. It was once considered to be one of the best places to work in the industry, but clearly workers are now fed up. NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us from outside one of the medical centers there in Los Angeles. A lot of activity behind you, picketers, we can see. So, David, Kaiser says, look, we agree with the union. We know we're understaffed. We're trying to address this. How close are these two sides right now to making a deal and preventing an even longer strike?
Yeah, so it really depends on who you ask, right? Like you said, Kaiser says that it's pretty close to the union on some of the key points. But when you talk to the union, when you talk to the workers who are out here today, they say something very different. They say Kaiser is not even negotiating in good faith. A lot of times they don't even show up to the bargaining sessions. That's why they're out here today in such force. Just at this one medical facility in LA, you have around 2,000 workers who are picketing today. It's a big crowd. It's a very loud crowd. They're getting lots of support from drivers going by. This is a main street here in LA. They're saying that the main issue, one of the main issues, is staffing. They're burned out. They've been burned out for years. We talked to one of the lead negotiators for the group of unions representing these workers, and here's what she had to say.
In the negotiations for the last 2 weeks, we haven't had a break day and night, 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and we are asking the Kaiser executives come to the table. I'm physically, mentally tired. I'm tired of seeing a short-staffing hospital. I'm sick and tired of coming to the table and Kaiser not showing up.
So you can think of this 3-day strike as sort of a warning shot to Kaiser, telling them to come back to the negotiating table more seriously. If that doesn't happen, we'll probably see more action like this in the coming weeks.
But David, this is Morgan here. What happens in the meantime? I mean, with so many just key employees, janitors, x-ray technicians on strike, how does Kaiser sort of plan to just keep things up and running as emergencies continue to come up?
Yeah, Morgan, you forget, you think of a hospital, you think of doctors and nurses, you forget just the sheer number of people required to make a place like that run. Those are the people who are out here today. Those are the people who are saying that they're not getting paid enough, that there aren't enough of them doing this job. Now, what Kaiser has done is it's brought in temporary non-union workers to fill their position during these 3 days. That means these facilities stay open, but it's definitely going to be disruptive because those workers aren't familiar with the systems. They aren't just as familiar with these jobs as these workers here are. So the disruption will be significant no matter what.
All right, NBC News correspondent David Noriega for us there. David, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Morgan, just hours ago, the man accused in the 1996 murder of rapper Tupac Shakur appeared before a judge. 60-year-old Dwayne Keefe Davis was set to be arraigned, but instead, the judge issued a 2-week continuance. Davis's arrest last week was the first sign in almost 3 decades of justice in this unsolved murder. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Los Angeles. So, Dana, first, can you explain why Davis's hearing was so short, and also what led to his arrest last week?
Yeah, Vicky, so that appearance lasted less than 2 minutes because you have to have an attorney present for the proceeding to continue on. And Davis acknowledged that he has hired L.A. attorney Edie Fall, who's been also tied to some other high-profile cases. He is being held without bail. He was arrested Friday for the murder of Tupac. Investigators say he was not the trigger man, but say that he was the shot caller and the man that secured the weapon that was used to kill Tupac. They also say that Tupac's murder was retaliation for a fight that happened earlier in the night involving his nephew, who was jumped inside the MGM after a boxing match that they were all attending. Investigators say Davis has also confessed to being involved not only in his memoir, but through several media appearances that he made. Vicky?
Dana, you spoke to a retired LAPD homicide detective who was actually in the room when Davis allegedly confessed to this murder back in 2009. So what did this detective say about what was happening between East Coast and West Coast rappers and the chance of any of this being connected to Sean Diddy Combs?
Yeah, so I raised that question because there's been so much speculation. Even people have been messaging me on social media asking, is Diddy going to be involved in this case? So I asked Kading, and he says no. Listen.
Although Keefe D does mention Puffy Combs in his proffer session and that they had a discussion about some conflict that Puffy Combs was having with Suge Knight, with Tupac, but that stands independent of Keefe D's own confession, which incriminates him and the actual co-conspirators in the murder.
Now, to be clear, we don't want to implicate Diddy involved in this case, but there has been a lot of speculation because he was best friends with Biggie. And there was this, East Coast, West Coast battle that was going on, and a lot of conspiracy theories about possibly, this being connected to this case. We are working to reach out to Diddy to try to get comment from him. So we'll be watching this case and see what kind of witnesses will be asked to testify. Vicky?
All right, Dana Griffin. Dana, thank you so much.
Now to the reckoning that's happening within the Republican ranks in the wake of Kevin McCarthy's removal from House leadership. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan became the first lawmaker to announce his bid for Speaker just this morning. And Majority Leader Steve Scalise has also hinted that he'll throw his own hat into the ring. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has been following all of this for us from her post. Ali, look, this has just been a whirlwind, 24 hours. We saw McCarthy there kind of trying to fight for his job, at times sort of resigned, at times indignant. Who are the current frontrunners at this point? And frankly, are they going to face anything different should they get this post?
Probably not. And honestly, I've asked a few of these potential contenders why they think anything is going to be different with them in the driver's seat as opposed to McCarthy. But there are a few people who nevertheless are coming to the fore as wanting this job. One of them, as you mentioned, is the current number 2, Steve Scalise. He's been in Congress for several terms now, initially from Louisiana, just outside the New Orleans area. And he's someone who our audience is likely familiar with, in large part because he survived an assassination attempt, a shooting at the Congressional baseball field several years ago. It's partly why he still walks with a cane around this building. And in the video I'll show you next, he's wearing a mask, and that's because he's undergoing treatment right now for blood cancer that he was just diagnosed with in August. This is part of my conversation that I had with Leader Scalise. Watch. And are you ready to say you're officially running for Speaker?
We haven't sent anything out formally, but
you could tell us.
We will.
And you know that Chairman Jordan is also running. He put a letter in officially. Any reaction to that?
Oh, look, I'm sure a lot of people are going to look at this, as they should. This is really important that we get this right.
He's right there, Morgan. A lot of people are probably going to look at this because another name on the list is the current chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan. He's also the person who's leading the current impeachment inquiry alongside several other chairmen on powerful committees here. He's been an ally of Speaker McCarthy in recent years, but the Ohio lawmaker is also someone who's a founding member of the Freedom Caucus and no stranger to the kind of thorn in the side agitation that we have seen from people like Matt Gaetz and others, because Jordan was part of the initial group of Freedom Caucus men who were threatening the speakerships of people like John Boehner and Paul Ryan. In fact, in my conversations with sources, the fact that Jordan is running now as someone who could potentially get the consensus of the Republican conference is making some of these longtime Republicans laugh, because back in 2017, 2018, this was unthinkable.
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting, especially because now you're seeing this competition between these known quantities here, these known commodities. It would be clear to see how quickly they make this decision. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale for us there. Ali, thanks.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, private payroll growth in September came in a lot lower than expected. Payroll processing firm ADP says job growth totaled just 89,000 for the month.
Senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us this Wednesday. Dom, that's a lot lower than the 180,000 payrolls that we saw just in August, frankly. Just take us through this report, if you can, and what it sort of tells us about the labor market as a whole.
So, Morgan, Vicky, the report provides some signs that a historically tight labor market could actually be loosening just a bit. Now, if that's the case, it would give the Federal Reserve a compelling reason to stop raising interest rates. Annual wage growth, by the way, also slowed to just under 6% year over year, marking the 12th consecutive monthly decline on that measure. So keep an eye on that. But it's important to note that the ADP numbers can differ very significantly from the government's official count from the Labor Department, which comes out on Friday. Streaming is about to get more expensive on yet another service. This is Netflix, reportedly planning to become the latest to raise its prices. The streaming giant plans to make the change after the Hollywood actor strike ends. That's according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. How much prices will go is not yet clear. And Krispy Kreme says it wants to put its focus back on the donuts. The company said this week it is exploring options for its majority ownership in Insomnia Cookies, including an all-cash sale. Krispy Kreme acquired control of the late-night cookie brand in 2018, and since then, it's added another 115 locations. I will say I'm not terribly familiar with the concept of a late-night cookie.
Stop it.
But I think that donuts are good all times of the day.
I think cookies are good all times of the day. Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it, Dom.
We've had them out here on the East Coast, Dom. Have you had an Insomnia cookie before? Any time of day?
No, I've never had it. This is the first time I've even heard of that brand. Right.
Okay. You don't know about the warm gooiness of the Insomnia cookie, Dom? We're going to have to send a box your way.
Listen, I'm an OG Mrs. Fields guy from when I was a kid, so I'll stick with what I know.
Speaking directly to my heart, that's where we were every Sunday at the mall. All right, Dom Chu, thank you so much.
All right, well, students often ask parents, their teachers, their counselors for help with those daunting college essays. But how about asking a robot? That's right. Coming up next, we're going to look into how students are turning to, you guessed it, artificial intelligence for new help. You're watching NBC News Daily.
our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
All right, so 1 in 5 college students admits to using some form of AI to help them in school, and that's according to a recent survey.
Well, now some are turning to artificial intelligence for help with their college essays. Here's NBC's Savannah Sellers.
The first round of college application deadlines are just a few weeks away, and one big thing on students' minds this year is artificial intelligence. In one survey of 1,000 students, nearly half said they were using AI in their schoolwork. So how does that impact the all-important college essay? Here's what I found.
ChatGPT, Bard, and Bing all offer free AI that can generate a college application essay in seconds, and it's sparking a growing debate. Are these apps giving students a helpful leg up or an outright way to cheat? With so much gray area, we tested them out ourselves.
I went back to school and I wrote a college admissions essay. I used one of the prompts from the Common app that asks you to describe a challenge or a setback and how you overcame it. What I decided to talk about was the anxiety disorder that I had when I was in high school. Now I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to ask it to write me a college essay using this prompt and giving it a couple of the details about myself. All I've told it so far is the prompt, and it's already writing an entire essay.
There are noticeable differences between the two. My essay sounds a little more casual and personal. I wrote, I worried constantly about saying the right thing to my peers, all people I perceived to be much cooler than me. I didn't want to get out of the car several days a week when it was time for my dad to drop me off. The ChatGPT version, more formal. It all started during my early teenage years when I began experiencing severe anxiety about attending school. Each morning, the simple act of stepping onto the school bus or walking through the school doors filled me with a paralyzing dread. But to really put it to the test, I brought both versions to the University of Maryland. Shannon Gundy has spent over 30 years in college admissions.
I think it's pretty obvious. There is a humanity in the essay that you wrote that doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist in the AI essay.
So for you, this would pretty quickly make you feel that the student had not actually taken the assignment in the proper way.
Absolutely. We get the same information, but I don't care about the person behind it.
Can you point out some things in
Sure.
this essay, the AI one, that just don't sound like a 17 or 18-year-old wrote it?
The sentence that ends the first paragraph. This obstacle not only reshaped my life, but also laid the foundation for my personal growth and success. That's not how students talk.
Gundy says an overly polished essay that doesn't sound like the student won't help gain admission.
It's not going to benefit a student to present a picture of themselves that's inauthentic, that's just not true in some cases, because then you don't land in the right place.
Is using AI in this college admissions process cheating?
I don't think using it is cheating. I think that using it to do your work for you is cheating.
The tools are going to get better, and admissions officers are going to have to figure out ways to police that.
Saul Khan, the founder of one of the country's largest education nonprofits, has created Conmigo, an AI education tool with a new college admission essay brainstorming feature to help students in a different way.
It won't write the essay for you, but it can give you feedback.
Used correctly, Khan says AI could help kids with fewer resources, like guidance counselors or tutors, improve their essay and democratize the admissions process.
It can brainstorm with you so that you can, to some degree, get the same help that some more affluent kids are already getting and frankly have been getting for decades.
Still, this may mark a new era in college admissions. The question is, are we ready for it?
Are you concerned that you're going to be inundated in the admissions office by essays that look and sound like this AI one, given how widespread the technology is?
I certainly hope not. What I would like in my ideal world is for students to understand that this is an opportunity for them to sort of open the door and allow us a peek inside who they are. We can't do that. If they choose to take advantage of this kind of technology, if they choose not to share that information with us, it's going to hurt them in the process.
We reached out to the big companies making these AI products. Google says, in part, we see Bard as a collaborative tool and that Bard can be a useful tool to supplement a student's existing work. Microsoft and OpenAI declined to comment. For now, many schools don't have official rules about what does and doesn't count as cheating. As we discussed with both of our interview subjects, there's a huge gray area of what might be okay and what might not be, but it's a problem that won't go away anytime soon.
It's such a big discussion point in so many schools. At our school, I know the English department says, look, we gotta wrap our minds around this. All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
School board candidates in 3 North Texas districts have passed sweeping policies that restrict lessons on race, gender, and sexuality.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton spoke with a group of students who worry that the church is creeping into their public education system.
It's Anisha Menez's senior year, but she spent less time celebrating making honor society or getting excited about college.
I think we all just feel exhausted.
Instead, she's often worried about politics in her North Texas school district of Grapevine-Colleyville.
In my school, all I can see is people pitted against each other.
Over the course of the last 2 years, school board candidates backed by conservative Christian activists in 3 local districts, Grapevine-Colleyville, Southlake, and Keller, have passed sweeping policies restricting lessons on race, gender, and sexuality, the bathroom use of trans students, and removing hundreds of books, parents weighing in.
Teachers shouldn't be forced to use your freaking made-up fantasy pronouns.
We're clouding their mind with these ideas of gender confusion.
But students at all 3 districts told us they now worry the church is creeping into the state and their schools.
How have you seen religion influence your schools?
It's frustrating, strange, and hypocritical to see the "In God We Trust" signs being put up everywhere, while at the same time books are being removed from our library shelves.
On the first day of the Texas legislative session, pastor and North Texas Representative Nate Schatzline led a prayer in the Texas Capitol.
There's nothing more important than we could be doing than this right here, worshiping and praying in the middle of the Capitol.
During the session, he voted to restrict drag performances and to hire religious chaplains as unlicensed mental health counselors in public schools. He canceled an on-camera interview but agreed to speak to NBC News for the new podcast, Grapevine. What we hear from LGBTQ children right now is that this slate of bills has made them feel less safe in their community. How do you square that reality with your Christian faith?
I think Christianity is always rooted in truth, and our emotions are always going to tell us things. You know, what we have never done is encourage hatred towards that community.
Do you believe in the fundamental separation of church and state?
I believe that church and state, in the Constitution, what was written about it was written to keep the state out of the church, not to keep the church out of the state.
That sentiment drove award-winning history teacher Amanda Guthrie away from public education for good.
You made the decision to leave in the middle of the school year.
I did.
Why not stick it out a few more months?
It felt unsafe. The people that work in that district are hardworking, caring people, but even they have no control over what the school board does or says.
Leaders from all 3 districts declined to be interviewed. Grapevine Colleyville told NBC News, "We review all feedback and continuously look at how we can better serve and support our employees." Southlake's Carroll School noted, "As required by Texas law, we have policies and processes that respect parental rights and appropriately review curriculum." And Keller ISD saying, "We believe that mutual respect and dignity build unity."
In a time where the climate is so hostile, it's nice to be able to find solace in just friends you can talk to.
They are proud that these battles have taught them how to find their voice. Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Grapevine, Texas.
Those kids are learning a lot. You can listen to Antonia's new series, Grapevine, wherever you get your podcasts.
LaFonza Butler was sworn into office on Tuesday, officially becoming California's newest senator. She was sworn in by Vice President Kamala Harris, who has been her longtime advisor as well as her ally. Butler fills the vacant seat left behind by late Senator Dianne Feinstein, who died just last week at the age of 90.
Butler is only the 3rd black female senator in U.S. history. She is the first openly LGBTQ person to represent California. She will remain in office until the next election in November of 2024.
Still ahead, a frightening scene at a college campus in Baltimore. The latest on the mass shooting that injured several students and where that investigation stands right now. That's all that and more coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, Fire TV, Android TV, all that and more. Your news continues right after this.
fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now at 1:30 this Wednesday. We're so glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. At least 21 people are dead, 15 others injured after a tour bus in Venice, Italy, plunged from a bridge and then burst into flames. You can look there on your screen. The mayor of Venice describing that scene as apocalyptic. Officials say 3 children, including a baby, were among those killed. 39 people were in that bus when it crashed. There is no word yet on what caused that incident.
FIFA has just announced that the 2030 World Cup will be hosted by Morocco, Spain, and Portugal, and the 3 opening matches will be played in South America. The first opening game will take place in Uruguay, which is where the first World Cup was held back in 1930. It will be the first World Cup ever to be held across 3 different continents.
And in less than an hour, FEMA and the FCC will be doing a nationwide test of their emergency and wireless alert system. That means sending a message to every television, radio, cell phone in the country. Now, in addition to a worded message, you can also expect every cell phone that's powered on and not in airplane mode to vibrate and emit a loud sound. The systems being tested are typically used to send notifications like Amber Alerts as well as severe weather warnings.
Former President Donald Trump just left a court in Lower Manhattan. Today marks day 3 of his $250 million civil fraud trial.
Now, as he walked out of the courtroom last hour, he once again slammed the case, lashed out against the New York Attorney General. This all follows a judge issuing a partial gag order after Mr. Trump posted on social media about one of the judge's law clerks. For legal analysis, let's go ahead and bring in Angela Sanadella. Angela, this is a pretty unusual gag order, especially because it's just so narrow in scope. It's effectively saying, look, you can talk about the courtroom staff, but you can't talk about the judge. Why?
Well, talking about the judge and the attorney general is really at the heart of the First Amendment. So even though what he's saying might be totally abhorrent, you're supposed to be able to talk about when you feel you're being persecuted by the government, especially for political reasons. I mean, that's literally the point of the First Amendment. Now, with the staff, it's a little different. The comments he made about the staff had nothing to do about justice. They were very personal. And a judge feels like he has to protect his staff in the courtroom. So I don't expect we will see a gag order about not speaking out against the attorney general or the judge, but we can see it being brought in other ways about the content of the trial, etc.
Yeah, and specifically protecting the staff here. He could face sanctions if he violates that partial gag order. I want to talk about what happened on the witness stand today with one of Mr. Trump's former accountants who testified, I didn't see any red flags in the valuation of these companies. How does that help the defense?
It doesn't help him that much because this man worked for Trump. He worked for the organization. So of course he's going to say that. Is he really going to go on the stand and say, oh, I closed my eyes or I was part of a conspiracy to the crime? So it makes sense he would say that. But what I do expect could be interesting is if bank officials take the stand, because banks do separate valuations, separate assessments.
Yeah.
If you get a mortgage, you know you don't just submit paperwork and they say, yes, they give you money.
Right.
So will the bank officials agree to Trump's valuations? Will they agree to the judge? Like, how will that work? That could really help the defense.
That would be revealing.
Well, speaking of looking ahead, Angela, I mean, we noticed that Mr. Trump's attorneys just filed this notice of appeal. So what does that mean? I mean, how could that then impact this case going forward?
So Trump's lawyers will be filing appeals at every step, which they have. For every motion that the judge rules on, Trump's team is going to fight it, based on the fact that Trump's already been determined to be liable for persistent fraud. It's almost like this case is over. This entire trial is just about mitigating damages. So I expect there will be an appeal. It's not just going to be this one judge deciding everything. It's going to be a team of judges at the appellate level reviewing every decision.
So this is going to go on long past December. Legal analyst Angela Sanadella, as always, thank you so much for your insight.
Thanks, Angela. Chaos, confusion, and fear on the campus of Morgan State University down in Baltimore, Maryland. A gunman opened fire after a homecoming week celebration just last night. That shooting injured 5 people, and the search for a suspect continues right now. NBC News reporter Gary Grumback is live there in Baltimore with more. Gary, look, you have some brand new details coming out about this investigation and about what happened there. What did you learn?
Hey there, Morgan. Yeah, we've heard from the Baltimore Police Commissioner within the last hour, and he tells us a little bit of how this went down. Apparently, there was a dispute between two smaller groups as some of the 9,000 people that go to this school were leaving a homecoming event at one of the buildings behind me. 3 of the people in that small group had weapons, and 2 of the people with weapons targeted one individual without a weapon. That person was actually not hit. 5 others were injured by this. They were taken to the hospital. They all are expected to survive. In fact, one of them is already out of the hospital. But this has really concerned so many students on this campus that tell me they don't want to attend large campus events anymore.
I love the school, but it's like my safety comes first, so it's like I don't think I will be able to attend homecoming at all.
I shouldn't have to fear for my safety or have to worry about if I'm even safe in my own building. I've heard that there were gunshots inside of the building. Like, all of this is crazy.
Now, Morgan, this is the 3rd year in a row there has been a shooting on the campus of Morgan State during their homecoming week, and this has been an all-hands-on-deck effort to try to find these suspects. The ATF, the FBI, and local police are all on hands.
And Gary, I mean, you mentioned that this really isn't the first time this has happened. How is the school responding? You mentioned how scared students are. What are they doing to really assuage the fears of not only those students, but their parents and their families who sent them there?
So classes were canceled today. We talked to one person who said he had called his mother. His mother wanted to drive up from Virginia to be with him because she was so concerned about her freshman son. But this is actually, from the campus point of view, they handled this as well as could be expected. Between the time the 911 call came in and the first alert came out on everyone's cell phones was 3 minutes, which is a rapid time when we're talking about this sort of response. So the shelter-in-place order was within 3 minutes of those first 911 calls. Morgan?
All right, great reporting there. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach for us there on the ground. Gary, thanks.
Morgan, turning now to the White House, where President Biden has announced $9 billion in student loan forgiveness. This just 3 days after payments resumed for borrowers nationwide. This plan is expected to relieve debt for nearly 125,000 Americans. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. Hey, Gabe, good to see you. So let's talk about where this additional relief is going to come from and who exactly it's going to go to.
Hi there, Vicki. Good afternoon. Well, the White House has been touting this student debt relief just in a short time after the Supreme Court struck down the president's hallmark debt relief package. And this new money, the White House says, will come from several existing programs that, already that had problems in the past. And you see right there on your screen, this will go to 53,000 borrowers who worked more than 10 years in public service, also 51,000 borrowers who made payments for more than 20 years, and also another 22,000 borrowers with total or permanent disability. Again, this is a smaller number than would have seen relief under the president's larger plan that was struck down by the Supreme Court. But the White House says this is extremely important, and the president speaking just a few moments ago touting this new plan, even as the president also took questions about the chaos unfolding on Capitol Hill after Speaker Kevin McCarthy was ousted. But the White House trying to create a split-screen moment here, arguing that the president and the White House is trying to do something for ordinary Americans rather than the dysfunction on Capitol Hill. Again, the president speaking just moments ago, Vicki.
Gabe, to that end, this brings the Biden administration's total student debt forgiveness to $127 billion. So when does that relief come for the borrowers? And if you are one of those people who qualifies, how do you get that money?
Yeah, that's right. And again, the White House saying that these discharges bring that total approved to $127 billion. And this is something that the White House, again, is arguing will, be affected in just a short time. That the people receiving this money will be able to take it in just a short time. And this is just 3 days after those student loan programs resumed after 3 years or so of that hiatus following the pandemic. So again, the White House touting this accomplishment today after it talked about several other programs that it was working for yesterday, Vicki.
Okay, yeah, and I should say they're not receiving the money. It's more that they won't have to pay back the money that they owe if they're in that category.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Sorry.
All right, no, that's great.
Vicki.
It's good news for a lot of borrowers. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
All right, and Simone Biles just moments away from competing in the team finals at the World Gymnastics Championships in Belgium.
Just 2 days ago, the 26-year-old Olympic medalist made history when she landed a double pike vault on the international stage. That move is now named after Simone Biles, one of many. And now she's looking to bring home another gold for Team USA. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Belgium. So, hey, Megan, good to see you. What can we expect to see from Biles and her team today?
Guys, good to be with you. Look, we can expect to see more of Simone Biles and her greatness. I mean, she has been phenomenal. She has dominated this championship. She's been making headlines left and right. I mean, the competition level here is just really extraordinary. We don't know exactly what she will do when she takes the mat, but we suspect that she will likely do one of the 5 moves that's been named after her. But this is part of what makes Simone Biles so exciting to watch, is the fact that we really just don't know, but we're always impressed, guys.
And give us a sense, Megan. I mean, we hear the activity behind you. A lot of people excited about this. Simone took a 2-year hiatus after telling the public that she really wanted to focus on her mental health, and now she's making a pretty big, historic comeback. I mean, have we heard from Biles about how she feels, how she's doing now?
You know, it really is such a great question, and the answer is no, we've not heard from her, but that's part of what she did over the last 2 years. She reevaluated things. She took time to focus on her mental health, so now she's prioritizing that. She's being intentional about when she speaks to the media, if she speaks to the media. So we haven't heard from her today, but you gotta imagine that she's feeling pretty darn good. I mean, her performance has been solid, and I suspect that that's exactly what we will see when she takes the mat again tonight, guys.
Megan, we cannot let you go without talking about the men's team. They won bronze. They have secured their spot in the Summer Olympics next year. This is monumental.
It really is, and it couldn't have happened to a better group of guys. I mean, these young guys are outstanding. They're so articulate, they're so energetic, they're so excited, they're so talented. I mean, this is the first time that we have seen the U.S. men's team medal in nearly a decade. They, of course, have their sights set on Paris, and that's what they're going to be gunning for. Now, of course, we won't know the U.S. Olympic team until June, but we're certainly pulling for these guys.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald with the best assignment of the day. Megan, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Coming up, college application season. It is heating up for students in their final year of high school. What's changed about the process this year and what parents can do to help their kids through this very stressful time? That is up next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
High school seniors across the country, they're gearing up to apply to college, and for many students, this can feel like one of the most stressful things they have ever done.
In a lot of cases, it is. I mean, from writing the perfect essay to asking teachers for their recommendation letters, all of it can be overwhelming. But there are things that parents can do to help sort of alleviate some of that stress and really set their kids up for success. Joining us now, we have certified educational planner Barry Norman. She is the co-founder and head counselor of Expert Admissions. Barry, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate your time.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
You know, a lot of the college admissions process is actually fundamentally changed since a lot of us applied to school. What are the biggest changes right now?
So there are the changes that have happened since parents and those of us watching have applied to school, but then there's also the post-pandemic changes. So many more applicants, many fewer seats. It's a totally different ballgame from when you applied. However, since the pandemic, we've got test optional, which is the biggest change, and it's had a lot of impacts in a lot of different ways.
Oh, I see that here on our screen.
Yeah, that's been the biggest shift for sure.
Is it really true? Are you hurt if you don't take an SAT or an ACT?
It depends.
What do you advise your clients?
I think both can be true, right? It is truly test optional. I can give you many examples, even up to the Ivy League schools where students have gotten in without scores.
Okay.
However, everything is about context. So which student, which school are they applying to? What demographics? There's a lot of things that go into it. So it's true that it is test optional. And it's also true that in some instances, it can be helpful to send in good scores.
Okay. I think that this is not changed in so many years, that it is one of the most stressful things a kid can go through, and parents sometimes add to that stress. What do you tell parents to do to support their children, take a step back and know that they're going to be fine, and maybe pushing them too hard is more harmful than helpful?
Yeah, the most important thing is to listen to your kids. It is a stressful process, so validate that, right? I think a lot of parents are trying to fix it and just want to get it done. You want to get it done well. You want to get it done in a healthy frame of mind. And so just validating, being there as a support. Sometimes it can be organizational, scheduling tours, things like that. Talking about schools. Don't give your opinion if they didn't ask you for it, but ask them how they feel about the schools and listen and then respond.
Barry, you talked about sort of context, and one of the most helpful places to deliver context is sharing your own narrative in that college essay format, but that's also just one of the most daunting tasks a kid can face. What are your tips when it comes to writing that personal narrative?
Yeah, this is really the only time the student gets to speak. It's really, really important. First is, and this might sound like very basic advice, but you have to read the question. So many students, especially on the supplements, they don't read the question, or they answer a sort of an adjacent question that another school asked, but in a slightly different way. So pay attention to the question. It's not a school paper. This is a personal story. And students will often tend to overwrite. So they kind of make it too complicated. Simplify the language. Talk how you would speak to somebody you are really telling your story to. It really is just about being yourself, which I think is the easiest and also the hardest advice to take.
What are some of the most common questions you get from parents and students this time of year?
People want to know about the essays, and they want to know, what do I need to do, or what are my chances? And everything in college admissions really is that it depends. Everything is about context. And so what's right for one student is not necessarily right for another. And so you really have to speak. You can speak with your counselor at school, if you have an outside counselor. Talk about your profile, your goals, your activities, and get a sense of what are my chances. But it really is about finding the right fit. If you find the right fit, where you'll thrive, find your people, it's all good.
And Barry, we have to wrap in just a minute, but quickly, what about the big question of when? I know when we were applying, there was a big question between early admissions, regular, when should kids be applying?
So applications open up August 1st. Early deadlines tend to start mid-October, early November. There are some schools that roll, meaning the earlier you apply, the faster you get a decision, the easier it is to get in. But it's a small number of schools relatively. So you're basically starting to work in the summer before senior year and then get those applications out.
All right. Certified educational planner Barry Norman. Thank you so much for that great advice. We appreciate you.
Thanks so much,
Pleasure.
Barry. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Across California, there are growing concerns about the rise of self-driving cars. As we have reported right here on NBC News Daily, people are blaming them for blocking traffic, causing accidents, making random stops.
Well, now there's new controversy over the number of Chinese-based companies testing their robo-taxis on U.S. roads. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward has more.
They turn heads in San Francisco. Robot taxis ferrying passengers all over the city.
I think the technology is amazing.
But also causing plenty of frustration, occasionally clogging streets.
Look at this.
Or interfering with a fire truck.
I'm seeing at least one incident a day now.
And even malfunctioning during NBC Bay Area's test ride with a long-time driving instructor.
This is not good.
Most robot taxis in this city are run by American companies, Google's Waymo or GM's Cruise, which say their cars are safer than human drivers despite the high-profile hiccups. But these cars don't just raise safety questions, they're also at the center of a technological arms race. An hour south of the city, this prototype roams the streets. It's made by Pony AI, a company founded here, but one with most of its operations in China.
Now buckle up, mask on, let's start the trip.
In fact, 10 of the 40 companies currently licensed to test self-driving cars in California are Chinese or operate under Chinese authority.
China is trying to corner infrastructure investment in a lot of different parts of the world.
Infrastructure like ports, mining, electrical grids.
And I think part of infrastructure is going to be autonomous mobility.
So while Chinese companies accounted for only 124 test vehicles in California last year, the Chinese push to build robot taxis here is starting to raise eyebrows. Even in Congress, there is growing bipartisan attention.
Any more inaction from Congress will result in the Chinese defining and owning the technology.
I am concerned that China and other countries are taking advantage of our inaction.
Some lawmakers have even proposed restricting Chinese robot car companies here, pointing out that similar U.S. companies are banned from test driving in China.
Think how much data the CCP is collecting on the United States and its citizens. That's a concern.
And the technology does collect a lot of data.
We utilize the data we collected from all operation sites, including the U.S. and China, for various driving scenarios.
A Pony AI spokesperson declined to comment on growing legislative pressure. Meanwhile, autonomous driving is a fiercely competitive business. In 2018, a Chinese national who'd worked for Apple fled the United States after his house was raided, and he was charged with 6 counts of stealing secrets from Apple.
Among the materials discovered from the devices in Wang's home was the source code for Apple's entire autonomous systems project.
And here's that same man in videos posted on YouTube listed as head of autonomous driving for Chinese company Jidu. Baidu, the Chinese megatech firm that runs that driverless car company, tells us he is no longer employed there. Efforts to reach him directly were unsuccessful. China's growing traffic problems has it desperate for efficiency. And as the world's largest car market, it is forecast to also be the world's largest robot car market. One study forecasts that by 2040, most mileage there will not involve a human driver. It's unclear exactly how many Chinese autonomous vehicles are driving in the U.S. today, but we do know they are on the road. 2, including one from Pony AI, reported collisions last month as required by California regulators. Nobody was hurt. Pony AI's CEO did not address U.S. testing in a recent interview with Bloomberg, but he did discuss the massive push happening across China.
We actually launched driverless operations in all 4 Tier 1 cities. I think the autonomous driving testing miles, at least it's equivalent or maybe even bigger than what's happening in the U.S.
As his company and others learn to drive on Chinese streets, it's clear that they are also eager to learn ours. Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
All right, here's what's trending right now. Fans of Hulu's hit show Only Murders in the Building have a lot more to look forward to. The platform has renewed the show for a 4th season. Fans heard the news on the same day that the season 3 finale was released. The popular show is Hulu's highest viewed original comedy series ever.
And Spotify has announced that premium subscribers will now be able to listen to 15 hours of audiobooks for free every month. That means listeners will have access to 150,000 titles. The feature is expected to roll out in the United States later this year for those premium members. That is very cool.
That is pretty cool, right?
Do you do audiobooks?
I don't.
Me neither. I read
I'm
a book,
looking to get into
but I'm going to try it too. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. That's really wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues right now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, October 4th, 2023, a House divided. Capitol Hill is at a standstill after House Republicans voted out Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Now, the scramble is on to find a new speaker, what it means for every American, with another potential shutdown looming.
Suspect at large. Police are searching for a gunman who shot 5 people at a college in Maryland. What we know about the victims and the investigation.
Critical condition. Thousands of hospital workers around the country have walked off the job in the largest healthcare strike in U.S. history. The potential impact on those who need life-saving care.
And behind the story, how does the Black community see itself portrayed in the news media? And what do they make of it? They're revealing new research that shows there's a lot of room for improvement.
That's going to be an interesting discussion coming up.
For sure. We got a lot of news to cover, and we're going to start in Washington with the chaos overtaking Capitol Hill. The House remains without a permanent speaker following Kevin McCarthy's historic ouster, and there is no clear replacement for the top job. Members of Congress have returned home for the week.
That means nothing will happen in the chamber until at least mid-next week. Major agenda items like funding the government, authorizing more aid for Ukraine, all hang in the balance. And the clock is very much ticking. We are 44 days away from another potential government shutdown after lawmakers passed that short-term fix over the weekend. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us. He's been following this. I don't know. Did you sleep at all, Ryan? I'm not sure.
That's enough.
So that's enough.
A little bit.
So, okay, so the House, I mean, I think everybody knows this by now. They voted out Kevin McCarthy without a clear replacement. Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio, I know have said they're going to run for Speaker. Who else could be in the running? Who might have the most support?
Well, I think one thing is clear right now, Kate, and that there is no one who has 218 votes of the Republican conference in order to guarantee that they'll become the next speaker. And so there are a number of names that are being floated. Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise have both formally jumped into the race. There's another name, Kevin Hern of Oklahoma, who's expressed interest. There are some members of Congress who are suggesting that Donald Trump be considered as the next Speaker of the House. It is a little known fact that you do not have to be a member of Congress in order to be elected Speaker. So there are a lot of possibilities that are floating out there right now. But the bigger issue is that this is a fractured Republican Party in the House of Representatives right now. They are in an all-out civil war, and it's going to take some time for them to figure out exactly where they all stand before they coalesce around one single candidate. They're not even going to begin to really have this conversation until Tuesday of next week. And as you rightly point out, Kate, that means nothing is getting done on Congress, in Congress, I should say, in the interim.
And to that end, Ryan, right now this job is open. Of course, wanting the job and doing the job are two very different things, given the current split in the Republican Party and their razor-thin majority in the House, regardless of who gets to be Speaker. I'm sure a lot of American people are just wondering, will they accomplish anything now?
Yeah, it is a fair question, Zinkley, and a very good one, because the vacancy at the top is only part of the problem for the House of Representatives right now. In addition to figuring out who the next speaker is going to be, they're going to have a serious conversation about the rules that govern the functions of the House of Representatives. Specifically, will they continue to have this provision in place where any one member at any time can bring to the floor a motion to vacate and set the chaos into place, just like we saw play out over the weekend? There are some Republican members who are saying that they need to raise that threshold, to adjust it in some way to prevent this from happening going forward. And no one really has a clear idea how to fix the problems that are kind of at the core of all of these issues. And in addition to Speaker, they will have to elect Majority Leader, a whip, on down the line. So there's a lot of work that Congress needs to do here in a very short period of time.
A lot of work for Congress and a lot of work covering it for you. Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill for us. Thank you.
I want to bring in NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson to help us put all of this in context. Hallie, I know you're making a face already, but thank you for being with us, Hallie, because as we mentioned, there are significant issues, items on the to-do list for the House. I think maybe that's what our viewers need to know about, right? There's another government shutdown looming in less than 6 weeks. There are spending bills. How important is it to try to elect a speaker, and can it happen quickly?
It is important. We don't know. To answer both of your two questions in very short form, Kate and Zinkley, and it's great to be with you. I mean, here's the thing. This is why you heard President Biden talking just within the last couple hours about the need to try to get new leadership in place in the House of Representatives quickly, because there is stuff that Congress has to do. Now, it is, close to 40 days away, the next government shutdown deadline, but there are, as you point out, spending bills, et cetera. One of the things that I think we're trying to run down and get some clarity on today is the idea of what can the temporary speaker do? This is Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McHenry. Is it possible you could still see bills brought up, negotiations, governing happen? It's a huge question mark when there's not actually structured leadership in place. Now, I get that the thinking is that maybe a week from today, there will be at least an internal election inside the Republican conference to determine who that consensus candidate would be, who could emerge as the next House Speaker. But Kate and Zinkley, what if that doesn't happen, right? I think the real concern here is what if that drags? Big picture, you've heard concerns from Republicans about what this dysfunction, and that's what it is, says to allies internationally, for example. Will there be an impact on the markets if this drags on longer? These are all the questions that we don't know the answer to, but that we got to watch pretty closely here.
And Hallie, let's talk about those Republican concerns you mentioned, right? How much of this ouster is about Kevin McCarthy, the man himself, or are we talking about collateral damage in a larger GOP rift here in the country?
So, listen, there is something to be said that this is a portrait, right, of where the Republican Party is writ large, to a degree, because remember, it's only 8 people. It's only 8 of these so-called Republican rebels who made this move. The vast majority of the GOP conference supported Kevin McCarthy in the speakership here. But you are seeing this to a degree with this discussion over what is the future? Like, what is the soul of the Republican Party? Where is the base? What do people want? But remember, this is all about politics, right? And by that, I mean the 8 Republicans who voted to oust Kevin McCarthy are largely in very safe red districts. That is not the case for some of these more vulnerable moderates on the other end of the spectrum. When you ask how much of it is Kevin McCarthy, he ticked off people on both sides of the aisle, right? He made these ultra-conservatives very angry. Look at back in May, for example, when he came to a deal with President Biden to avoid what would have been a catastrophic economic default. And then 6 weeks later, roughly, he infuriated Democrats when he, in their view, went back on the terms of that deal. So he just, as we saw, didn't have a lot of allies on either side.
Hallie Jackson.
Or enough allies.
Enough allies. It's so good to have you. Always great to have your analysis. Appreciate it. You can catch Hallie, by the way, on Hallie Jackson Now. That is today at 5 p.m. Eastern. That's on our streaming channel, NBC News Now.
Classes are canceled today as police search for whoever shot 5 people at Morgan State University in Baltimore, Maryland. The shooting happened after a homecoming week ceremony last night at the historically black university. 4 of the 5 victims are students. Everyone is expected to be okay. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is live outside the campus for us. Gary, it's hard to talk about another shooting on a college campus, but here we are. So what are police saying about the investigation this afternoon, and do we know how many suspects they're looking for right now?
Yeah, we're just getting new information in from the police commissioner this afternoon, who tells us it was a dispute between 2 groups. 3 people had firearms, and 2 people were targeting an individual without a firearm. When those 2 people shot their weapon, they didn't hit their intended target. Instead, they hit 5 passerbys, and that's where we come up with the 5 folks that were injured, 4 men, 1 woman. They all were sent to local hospitals. One of them has already been released. All of them are expected to be okay. But it really speaks to the larger issue here. This was a homecoming weekend, right? This is a homecoming week, a real big celebration, especially on HBCU campuses. And 9,000 people go to this school, many of them telling me they really are worried about going to large-scale events in the future, guys.
Yeah, and that's a hard thing, as back-to-school season has only just begun. With all that said, what is the school saying about plans for the rest of the week? And you talked about student sentiment. What are they telling you?
So these classes were canceled today. We have no word on classes for the rest of the week, and we have no word on homecoming events for the rest of the week, because there was a meeting this morning with administrators where they were going to decide what exactly was going to happen. But we spoke to some students this morning. Here's what they had to say.
I wasn't planning on going to homecoming, but seeing this now, I'm definitely not going because my safety comes first.
Which is really insane to me. As a student who goes here, I shouldn't have to fear for my safety or have to worry about if I'm even safe in my own building.
And at this hour, guys, we're told that police have not made any arrests yet.
Gary Grumbach, thanks so much.
Former President Donald Trump has officially appealed a New York judge's ruling that the Trump Organization manipulated the value of its real estate assets for financial benefit. That request will be considered now by a Manhattan appeals court. But while the appeal is considered, the trial goes on. Mr. Trump was back in court today for a third day to determine penalties and damages from last week's ruling, which could top $250 million. Our Lindsay Reiser's outside the courthouse for us once again. Lindsay, what new information are we learning today in testimony in court?
Well, Kate, things got really fiery right before they broke for lunch with the former accountant Donald Bender on the stand, with the judge at times getting frustrated with the repetitive nature of the cross-examination from Trump's attorneys, basically going property after property, year after year, saying, can't we lump these together? Going from at one point joking and saying Bender's not the one on trial, someone else is, to actually yelling this is ridiculous and pounding on the bench. Then Trump's attorney saying this is his opportunity to defend his client, saying that Bender seems to only recall what the government wants him to recall and that he's never had to negotiate how to ask questions. Now, interestingly, the president's been watching all of this. He was in court. He's left now, but he was shaking his head at the drama unfolding in front of him. At times, he has lifted his arms up in the air. He has looked in the gallery behind him, at one point even saying, you know, I can't hear a word he says, talking about Bender and the volume with which he was speaking. And then it seemed like maybe Bender had heard and was actually speaking a little bit louder, just to give you an idea of some of what's gone on in the courtroom. So the purpose of this accountant is to set documents into evidence about these financial documents that the AG's office says are overinflated, and the president has been using the breaks to address the cameras and call this a sham of a trial. Kate?
Lindsay Reiser for us outside the court again. Lindsay, thank you.
Time for today's CNBC Money Minute. Markets are rebounding after sliding sharply yesterday.
And listen to this, a Seattle-based company launching the world's first beanless coffee. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Kate and Clay. Well, let's start with the S&P 500, the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ. They're all rising today as Treasury yields pull back from multi-year highs following the release of ADP's jobs data. The payroll company reported a gain of 89,000 jobs last month, well below the Dow Jones forecast of 160,000. So that's a sign that the hot jobs market is starting to cool down and has investors betting that the Federal Reserve may not need to be as aggressive with interest rates if the economy is cooling. However, it's important to note that ADP numbers can differ significantly from the government's official count, which comes on Friday. Saudi Arabia and Russia confirmed today the countries will keep up voluntary oil supply cuts throughout the end of the year. The move could keep oil prices high and continue to drive up prices at the pump. And one company wants to brew a cup of coffee without a main ingredient, the bean. Seattle-based startup Atomo Coffee is working on a beanless brew, which uses superfoods and upcycled ingredients to reproduce the coffee flavor. It says the coffee cuts carbon emissions by 93% and uses 94% less water.
Interesting.
I just, wonder what the superfoods and upcycled ingredients
upcycle got me. I don't know if I want recycled coffee, but if it's sustainable, maybe.
Something to watch.
Christina Partsinevelos, thank you.
Thanks.
Coming up, it is the largest healthcare workers' strike in U.S. history. The reason people are hitting the picket lines, that has nothing to do with better pay or benefits. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Right now, another major strike is just beginning, this one impacting hospitals and medical offices nationwide.
Yeah, more than 75,000 union members are picketing outside facilities of Kaiser Permanente after their contract expired on Saturday. The union says it's the largest healthcare walkout in U.S. history. Striking workers include vocational nurses, pharmacists, various technicians, but notably doctors are not walking off the job. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following the latest for us. Hi, Tom.
Yeah, good afternoon. I was there on the picket line in Springfield, Virginia today, and as you mentioned, this could be a very big strike nationwide. The states most affected, California, Colorado, Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia. No doctors are involved, as you mentioned, and for the most part, no nurses. These are mostly vocational nurses that have walked off the job, demanding better pay and demanding more staff. We talked to some on the line about what their concerns are.
We are here because of them today. We are here because they have been dealing with a short staffing crisis caused by Kaiser executives for months, if not years. And Kaiser has not had the will, even though they've had the resources to fix it.
Again, this is Kaiser Permanente employees on strike, keeping in mind that there has been a high burnout rate in healthcare. We've talked about that for years now. Because of the pandemic, low staffing, and they believe low pay. They're demanding better pay and better staffing. And if this continues for some time, it could be quite disruptive. Already, Kaiser says hospitals and ERs are staying open, but some elective procedures are being canceled or delayed because of the impact of all of these folks who are very critical to the healthcare system. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, you hit on the sticking points there. What does this all mean for the patients, though? Could patients outside of Kaiser Permanente be impacted by this strike?
I don't think outside of Kaiser necessarily, other than you may get some people who normally go to Kaiser and they're desperate for some care and they go to somebody else for care, and that may therefore gum up the works a bit. But I just a moment ago got done doing an interview with a lady who lives in Fresno, California. She's got an 18-month-old son who has terrible ear pain, ear infections constantly, supposed to get tubes put into his ears, as soon as tomorrow. That appointment was just rescheduled for December because of the lack of staff. So this has real implications for people who really want to help, for example, their child.
Tom Costello for us. Tom, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Well, the White House has announced another $9 billion in student debt relief just days after loan repayments resumed. Today's announcement impacts 125,000 borrowers under three categories: those who have worked 10 or more years in public service, people who have made payments for 20 or more years, and people who cannot work because of a total or permanent disability. President Biden says his administration is not done trying to help people who need relief.
This kind of relief is life-changing for individuals and their families. But it's good for our economy as a whole as well. By freeing millions of Americans from the crushing burden of student debt, it means they can go and get their lives in order.
The White House says it has canceled $127 billion in student debt during President Biden's time in office.
The late California Senator Dianne Feinstein is lying in state inside San Francisco's City Hall Rotunda right now, where she spent a decade as the city's first female mayor. Mourners are paying their respects, with everyone from elected leaders to city residents expected to come by and say goodbye. Feinstein died last week in her Washington home after a series of illnesses. A memorial service will be held tomorrow outside City Hall.
Well, coming up on NBC News Daily, it's a court hearing nearly 30 years in the making. The man accused of orchestrating the murder of rap legend Tupac faces a judge. What we're learning about the evidence against him, you're watching NBC News Daily.
is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
A history teacher in Texas says she learned a hard lesson in the classroom this year, prompting her to quit her job. She says she finds herself at a stressful crossroads between students, parents, and politics. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has more.
Amanda Guthrie is adapting to a new routine. After years as an award-winning history teacher in Texas, she says politics and religion compelled her to leave the job she loved.
What was it like being around your kids? Oh, it was the best part of every day.
But in recent years, her old school district of Grapevine-Colleyville passed sweeping policies, banning certain discussions of gender, regulating the bathroom use of transgender students, and restricting lessons on race, gender, and sexuality. While some parents are in favor of the new policies, Guthrie isn't. And she says she felt like she couldn't teach her students the full context about American history. So she quit before the school year was over.
Embrace simple truths. There's only two genders. Teachers shouldn't be forced to use your freaking made-up fantasy pronouns.
Why not stick it out a few more months?
It felt unsafe. They were openly disparaging the work that teachers were doing in the classrooms of the district that they're supposed to advocate for.
Pastor and North Texas Representative Nate Schatzline is one of the state's most outspoken conservative legislators.
There's nothing more important that we could be doing than this right here, worshiping and praying in the middle of the Capitol.
He's also voted to hire religious chaplains as unlicensed mental health counselors in public schools. Schatzline spoke with NBC News for the new podcast, Grapevine. Do you believe in the fundamental separation of church and state?
I believe that church and state, in the Constitution, what was written about it was written to keep the state out of the church, not to keep the church out of the state.
We spoke to some North Texas students who say their education is too politicized.
It's frustrating, strange, and hypocritical to see the "In God We Trust" signs being put up everywhere, while at the same time books are being removed from our library shelves.
Did you ever get the sense that a teacher was trying to push their political or gender-related views on you in school?
Absolutely not.
Antonia Hilton, NBC News.
The Texas Rangers defeated the Tampa Bay Rays last night in Game 1 of the AL wildcard. But it's not just the teams facing off. The series is pitting brother against brother. Josh and Nathaniel Lowe have squared off before, and they're not the first brothers to play against each other. But their meeting took on a special meaning for reasons that go far beyond baseball. NBC's Sam Brock explains.
In Florida, family on different sides of the diamond.
The first game of this 2023 postseason.
Nathaniel Lowe of the Texas Rangers taking on little brother Josh and the Tampa Bay Rays.
We could be friends on Saturday.
Nathaniel scoring the first run of the playoffs, even as baseball's on the back burner for the two rising talents.
Brothers Lowe taking out the cards for their respective clubs.
A few months ago, in their first professional showdown, their mom Wendy sported a split jersey with Lowe on the front. But right now, the family says she's resting at home, battling brain cancer and cheering for her sons through the TV screen.
It's a lot to go through, and yeah, it's a pretty heavy toll.
How much does it mean to your mom to see you and your brother play in person?
It means everything for her.
These two have had each other's back all season.
Well, not many people are able to say they have a sibling that plays the same professional sport as you. Having seen him have success that he has is it makes it feel really good.
But their love and support for their mom is now on full display under baseball's brightest lights.
She's one of the strongest people in our family.
As Wendy enters her third week of chemotherapy.
The more people that know about this, the more prayers that are going to be heard. The more people that are going to be praying for her for a healing. I mean, there's so many different things that are bigger than baseball.
Countless fans at home rooting not for a team, but for a family. Sam Brock, NBC News, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Coming up, back at the table, the Actors Union negotiating with Hollywood studios again. Could the end of that strike be near?
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot, an incredible picture out of Croatia where a massive fire ripped through a plastics factory today. You can see those huge flames and thick, dark smoke filled the air as firefighters rushed to put the flames out. Firefighters had a hard time putting them out due to toxic fumes from the plastics inside. Unfortunately, 3 firefighters were hurt. More NBC News Daily right after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mail delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
At least 21 people are dead. 18 others are hurt after a bus crash in Venice, Italy. Investigators say the bus was carrying foreign tourists when it fell from an elevated street and then caught on fire. The mayor of Venice called the crash scene, quote, apocalyptic.
Tennessee Democratic Representative Justin Jones has filed a federal lawsuit against the State House Speaker. The lawsuit challenges the House rules that led to Jones's expulsion earlier this year. Jones argues they violated his right to free speech and due process. Both Jones and another Democratic representative were ousted from the Tennessee State House after protesting for gun control back in April.
And plans are already starting up for the 2030 World Cup. Soccer matches will be spread across 6 countries and 3 continents to mark 100 years since the very first World Cup. Spain, Portugal, and Morocco will be the main host nations for the tournament, but opening matches will take place in Uruguay, the host of the very first World Cup, as well as Paraguay and Argentina. Pretty cool.
Nearly 3 decades after the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur, the man who is now charged with his murder faced a judge for the first time today. Investigators say Dwayne Davis orchestrated the attack and was inside the car that opened fire on Tupac back in 1996. Now, we're seeing new evidence in this case. NBC's Dana Griffin is following all the details for us and joins us now. So, Dana, talk to us about this new evidence.
Hi, Clay. So there are new surveillance images and also crime scene crime scene images that were released by investigators. These are the images that were showed to the grand jury before they issued their indictment on the suspect, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. So investigators say this brawl that we're seeing at the MGM was essentially what sparked the retaliatory killing of Tupac. Tupac, as well as his label exec Suge Knight, along with their entourage, were jumping on a man, Orlando Anderson, who investigators say was the trigger man in this case. Dwayne Davis happened to be in the vehicle, and investigators say he is the one who provided the weapon to his nephew in order to kill Tupac. A lot of people have wondered what took so long, because a lot of this evidence has been known. Investigators say that they knew who was involved, but retired LAPD detective Greg Kading told me it's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove. Listen.
Las Vegas Police Department recognized that the optics were horrible because everybody's wondering why nobody's doing anything about it. And so now somebody's going to finally face charges.
So today, Dwayne Davis faced a judge. It lasted less than 2 minutes because he didn't have an attorney present, so the arraignment could not continue. That arraignment has now been continued to 2 weeks from now, on the 19th of October. He is facing charges of murder with a deadly weapon used to commit a crime for the benefit of a gang, which investigators alleged here. So we'll hopefully be able to give you more updates when that court case comes. Dan Clay?
We know you'll stay on this one. A lot of attention on it. Dana Griffin, thank you.
Opening statements today in the case of Sam Bankman-Fried. He's the founder of the now defunct cryptocurrency exchange FTX. Prosecutors allege he siphoned investor funds for his own purposes, like buying real estate in the Bahamas and propping up his private hedge fund. Bankman-Fried has pleaded not guilty to all charges. CNBC's Kate Rooney joins us now from outside the courthouse in New York City. So, Kate, what have we heard in court so far today?
So we did just get opening statements. Jury selection wrapped up this morning. The judge laid it out as if you're going to get a movie over the next 6 weeks with this trial. Today was the trailer from both sides. You got sort of a highlight of what they're going to present in terms of evidence. The prosecution, so the government side in this case, really painted Sam Bankman-Fried as a villain. They said that he knew about some of the customer losses and that he knowingly hid those and tried to cover it up. And $10 billion was the number they used in terms of the hole that he knew about and tried to cover up. They called it a house of cards and said that the business was not legitimate. He knew about it and that he lied to customers and essentially stole customer funds. Those were some of the highlights and the way that they painted Sam Bankman-Fried. The defense and Sam Bankman-Fried's lawyers said the opposite. They said that he was a nerd, as they described it. They said that he didn't go out, he didn't party or drink, he was building a legitimate business, and that he was doing what he thought was reasonable at the time. He was making decisions he thought were legal and reasonable. They said it's not it's not illegal to run a bankrupt exchange, as they described it. So that's some of how they're going to defend him.
And just quick, do we know who's expected to testify in the trial?
We do. So among the high-profile testimonies we're going to get, Sam Bankman-Fried's ex-girlfriend, who also ran Alameda, that was the investment firm that was tied into all of this. And the defense today actually talked about her and really tried to place some of the blame on her and pour some cold water on her as a witness, which was interesting. But we will hear from her, likely Sam Bankman-Fried's parents, possibly his brother as well, and then some high-profile investors who lost money in this, as well as FTX customers.
I saw Anthony Scaramucci on the list there, the former Trump employee. Is that?
He's on it as well.
Is that because he was an investor?
Exactly, investor there.
Okay.
He was an investor, yes. So he's got a political career we all know about, but was also an investor.
Exactly. Kate Rooney for us. Kate, thanks so much. Negotiations are back on today to end the writers' strike.
That's right. Representatives from the actors union SAG-AFTRA and the studios are meeting today to try and reach the terms of a new contract. Actors have been off the set and on the picket lines for the last 82 days. Let's bring in NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas. So, Chloe, some high-profile execs are set to join the negotiations today. How significant is that?
You know, it's really significant because it has been over 80 days since SAG-AFTRA first went on strike, and that first meeting after more than 2 months didn't take place until Monday. So to see the big executives coming to the bargaining table is significant because we saw that towards the end of the negotiations with the Writers Guild. It signifies that they are serious, they want to get this deal done, and they want to get Hollywood back to work. We know that 17,000 jobs, more than that, were lost due to both of these strikes, essentially shutting Hollywood down. And even with the writers going back to work, and you know, in some cases, some of them are holding out till a deal is done with SAG, and really Hollywood and the other businesses that are affected by this, like construction and dry cleaning and so many other businesses that are affected, you know, nobody can get up and running without the actors. So hopefully, if negotiations go well today, we should see those continue throughout the week, maybe even into the weekend like they did with the Writers Guild, and hopefully things can come to a resolution soon.
So, Chloe, Netflix reportedly is going to raise subscription prices again once these negotiations are over. Actors, we know, are asking to be paid more, and writers got some of that. Are the studios and streaming companies going to shift the cost of higher wages for their people to the consumer?
So we know that Netflix was planning to do a price hike for their subscription service soon. We knew it was going to be sometime within the next year. Wall Street Journal is reporting this. Now, we at NBC News have reached out to Netflix for comment, but we don't know exactly how much they're going to increase. You know, right now, it's about $15 to about $20 for their no ads subscription service. And obviously, there's the $6.99 one with ads. But you're seeing this across the board. I just want to point out that as of Disney is also raising prices. Even NBC Universal's Peacock is raising prices as well. So you're seeing this across the board. We can't exactly, NBC News can't say that this is directly correlated to SAG-AFTRA, but obviously Hollywood has lost a lot of money because of the strikes, and they have to recoup it somehow.
Yeah. Chloe Melas, thank you.
It's college application season, and for tens of thousands of students, the first round of deadlines is rapidly approaching. But now, with artificial intelligence at our fingertips, some are turning to the tool for help with the oft-dreaded personal essay. Here's NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers.
ChatGPT, Bard, and Bing all offer free AI that can generate a college application essay in seconds, and it's sparking a growing debate. Are these apps giving students a helpful leg up or an outright way to cheat? With so much gray area, we tested them out ourselves.
I went back to school and I wrote a college admissions essay. I used one of the prompts from the Common app that asks you to describe a challenge or a setback and how you overcame it. What I decided to talk about was the anxiety disorder that I had when I was in high school. Now I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to ask it to write me a college essay using this prompt and giving it a couple of the details about myself. All I've told it so far is the prompt, and it's already writing an entire essay.
There are noticeable differences between the two. My essay sounds a little more casual and personal. I wrote, I worried constantly about saying the right thing to my peers, all people I perceived to be much cooler than me. I didn't want to get out of the car several days a week when it was time for my dad to drop me off. The ChatGPT version, more formal. It all started during my early teenage years when I began experiencing severe anxiety about attending school. Each morning, the simple act of stepping onto the school bus or walking through the school doors filled me with a paralyzing dread. But to really put it to the test, I brought both versions to the University of Maryland. Shannon Gundy has spent over 30 years in college admissions.
I think it's pretty obvious. There is a humanity in the essay that you wrote that doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist in the AI essay.
So for you, this would pretty quickly make you feel that the student had not actually taken the assignment in the proper way.
Absolutely. We get the same information, but I don't care about the person behind it.
Can you point out some things in
Sure.
this essay, the AI one, that just don't sound like a 17 or 18-year-old wrote it?
The sentence that ends the first paragraph. This obstacle not only reshaped my life, but also laid the foundation for my personal growth and success. That's not how students talk.
Gundy says an overly polished essay that doesn't sound like the student won't help gain admission.
It's not going to benefit a student to present a picture of themselves that's inauthentic, that's just not true in some cases, because then you don't land in the right place.
Is using AI in this college admissions process cheating?
I don't think using it is cheating. I think that using it to do your work for you is cheating.
The tools are going to get better, and admissions officers are going to have to figure out ways to police that.
Saul Khan, the founder of one of the country's largest education nonprofits, has created Khanmigo, an AI education tool with a new college admission essay brainstorming feature to help students in a different way.
It won't write the essay for you, but it can give you feedback.
Used correctly, Khan says AI could help kids with fewer resources, like guidance counselors or tutors, improve their essay and democratize the admissions process.
It can brainstorm with you so that you can, to some degree, get the same help that some more affluent kids are already getting and, frankly, have been getting for decades.
Still, this may mark a new era in college admissions. The question is, are we ready for it?
Are you concerned that you're going to be inundated in the admissions office by essays that look and sound like this AI one, given how widespread the technology is?
I certainly hope not. What I would like in my ideal world is for students to understand that this is an opportunity for them to sort of open the door and allow us a peek inside who they are. We can't do that. If they choose to take advantage of this kind of technology, if they choose not to share that information with us, it's going to hurt them in the process.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
Wow, fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad my kids went through this before AI.
Absolutely. There's something to writing it yourself, but maybe tech can help. Well, coming up, Pew Research takes its first wide-ranging survey of how Black Americans see themselves portrayed in the media. We'll break down the problems being pointed out and where there's room for improvement. That's next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
There's a new study of nearly 5,000 Black adults and talks about their experiences with news.
That's right. It finds that Black people see a range of problems with how the media covers them. According to Pew Research Center, 63% of Black Americans say news about Black people is often more negative than news about other racial and ethnic groups.
It's the first broad-based look at how Black people view the media.
Joining us now to talk about this is Eric Deggans. He is an NPR TV critic and media analyst, also the author of the book Race Baiter, How the Media Wields Dangerous Words to Divide a Nation. Eric, I'm so glad we have you. I've read your book years ago, and today we're in 2023 with this survey. It's 3 years after George Floyd was killed, which really forced a lot of news outlets to take a closer look at how we cover Black communities. So what's your take on how the media has done covering issues that affect communities of color since 2020?
Well, you know, a lot of what we see, I think, is a tug of war of sorts. The murder of George Floyd, I think, made a lot of people and institutions aware of the fact that systemic racism was actually killing Black people. In terms of how law enforcement reacts to Black people, in terms of how safe Black people feel doing everyday things. It was obvious that there were systemic and persistent problems. And then once that resulted in protests and widespread recognition, even some TV shows got canceled, you saw a backlash to that. And I think we're sort of steeped in that backlash right now with this debate about, critical race theory, this debate about critical race theory in schools and debate over how Black history is taught and things like that. And all of this, in some ways, is a tug of war over the image of Black people in media, how they're depicted, and what the results of those depictions are for Black people as they go out and live their everyday lives.
Let me ask about one of the results. 43% of the people surveyed said that news coverage largely stereotypes Black people. In your opinion, what are the big problems here, and what can the news media do to stop perpetuating stereotypes?
Well, first of all, I say if you know any Black people, or if you have been in contact with Black folks, this is not a news flash. we have thought this for decades, and it has been true for decades. And part of the problem, of course, is that people don't often know communities of color that they should be covering. One of my struggles as someone who is a journalist who's tried to educate people and spread diversity and better coverage of marginalized communities is that local newspapers and TV stations don't do a great job of covering communities of color in their area. And so when newsrooms don't know what's going on in those communities, it's hard for them to judge when a major news event happens, how to depict it. And then there's also news outlets out there, or media outlets out there, that profit from spreading stereotypes about Black people. And I'm going to focus particularly on Fox News Channel. My book, Race Baiter, which you can see over my shoulder, has a whole chapter devoted to how Fox News Channel has exploited fears about Black people and used it to drive their own ratings and bring people to that channel. And that's a persistent problem as well.
So with the problems you're outlining, how can newsrooms be intentional about recruiting and retaining diverse talent to make sure that, the stories that we're telling represent the communities that we're in?
Well, one of the things I've always advocated is what I call the Rooney Rule for media, which is making sure that whenever you have an opening, that you interview qualified applicants of color with an eye towards seriously considering them for the jobs. I also think it's important to develop a wide array of diverse sources. You can't keep going to the same people of color in the community and asking them to cover every issue that you're trying to cover involving non-white people. And finally, you have to really have a keen eye for when stereotypes arise in your own coverage, and make sure that people do better.
This is so good. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. We got a lot more news ahead.
air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For the first time in a decade, nearly a decade, the men's gymnastics team is taking home a medal.
That's right. They won bronze at the World Championships yesterday. The team joined the Today Show live this morning to talk about overcoming the incredible pressure to perform.
Your performance on the high bar last night brought it home for Team USA. What was that pressure like? As you step up to the bar. I mean, I can't even imagine that.
It was crazy. Honestly, I felt like the world's kind of on your shoulders. I'm representing the U.S. I'm representing this group of guys right here. I feel like I have to put on for all the people who have helped me in my life. But I just remembered everybody who's been there for me. I trusted that it's not just me doing this routine, it's everybody. And so I hopped on that bar. I was thinking about these guys the whole time, and I just fought for every skill and put it down with the stick at the end. And it was definitely the highlight of my career. The adrenaline, crazy. Could not sleep last night.
The team from Japan took home the gold for the first time since 2015. Pretty cool.
Very cool.
Well, this weekend, Sunday Night Football on NBC matchup features a decades-old rivalry with a true underdog now emerging as an NFL star.
23-year-old quarterback Brock Purdy and his San Francisco 49ers are hosting the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think Taylor will be there. Before becoming the team's starter, Purdy was actually the backup's backup. And as our Kaylee Hartung found out, though, he has a long history of flying under the radar.
Game after game, the budding legend of Brock Purdy grows.
Are you ready for next week? Joe Nani.
As he makes the most of every opportunity.
You have never lost a regular season game as the starting quarterback for the 49ers. How is the guy sitting across from me today different from the player who was overlooked by 31 teams in the draft?
I've always believed in myself that I'm the same guy, the same human being, and I'm just playing football.
With the 262nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brock Purdy.
Last season, you go from the last player selected in the NFL Draft to then injuries taking down the two guys ahead of you, and you're the starter. How do you describe the ride of that year?
It was a crazy year, for sure. I learned a lot, just patience, being ready.
His underdog story captivating the NFL.
Mr. Relevant hits Kyle Juszczyk with a touchdown pass.
But leaving the 49ers one win short of the Super Bowl as he suffered a potentially career-threatening elbow injury.
But did you doubt that you would be able to play this year?
Well, there's some dark days to it.
But today, it's all sunshine.
Every time I run out of the tunnel, you can just feel the energy and the electricity in this place. So it's every time I run out, I get the butterflies.
Next up, this Sunday on NBC, an iconic rivalry renewed.
The Niners, Cowboys, the playoff games, Aikman versus Young, and Dion versus Irvin. So a lot of history with it.
But have you had to take a breath at times and really soak in the situations you find yourself in?
Yeah, there's been times, we'll win a big game or something, and I just go to my locker and see my name in an NFL locker. And to me, it's like, man, what a blessing.
I think when a lot of people imagine the life of starting NFL quarterback, they think about big houses and fast cars. What is the reality for Brock Purdy at home?
So I still have a roommate, one of the offensive linemen here. So he and I are, still splitting rent. I still drive, my Toyota Sequoia, and other than that, it's pretty simple.
He credits his faith, his family, and his fiancée Jenna with keeping him grounded and focused.
What's the last moment you took a snapshot of in your mind and said, I got to enjoy this?
This last game, we just beat the Cardinals, and then just driving home with Jenna, holding her hand, and then ordering some food, her making some cookies at night, and just being able to just enjoy where we're at.
When's the wedding?
Wedding is March 9th.
After the
season? Yep.
And a few more wins.
Yep, that's it. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe that'll be the second ring on your finger.
We'll see. We'll see.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Nice. Well, Travis Kelce Another football player saying what a lot of people are thinking right now. The NFL, he says, is overdoing it with the Taylor Swift coverage. The Kansas City Chiefs tight end made those comments today on his podcast with his brother Jason Kelsey. It comes, of course, after Swift made appearances at his past couple of games, fueling dating rumors between the two. I mean, if you don't know this part, you haven't been paying attention. Travis says it's fun when the NFL shows who's at the game, but they're overdoing it a bit. They've been putting her on the Jumbotron.
I mean, the ratings speak for themselves. I'm Zink Clay.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zink Clay.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, October 4th, 2023, open house. Congress grinds to a halt after Republicans fire their own speaker. The potential replacements and what the decision could mean for millions of Americans.
Sick and tired, tens of thousands of healthcare workers walking off the job. It's the largest healthcare strike ever in U.S. history. What it means for patients coast to coast.
Evidence exposed. The suspect charged in the death of rapper Tupac Shakur is in court today. What newly released video is revealing about the night of that infamous shooting.
And Admissions 101, the college application process can feel overwhelming sometimes for students and parents. A former top admissions officer joins us with her lesson plan.
Can't wait to get to that one.
Having been through that recently with my kids.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
a doozy.
It is, and parents want to know how to help and not overdo it.
We're going to have some answers for you, but we're going to start this hour in Washington, D.C., and, of course, the chaos overtaking Capitol Hill. The House remains without a permanent speaker following Kevin McCarthy's historic ouster, and there is no clear replacement for the top job. Members of Congress have returned home for the week.
That means nothing will happen in the chamber until at least mid next week. Major agenda items like funding the government and authorizing more aid for Ukraine hanging in the balance. And the clock very much ticking. We are 44 days out from another potential government shutdown after lawmakers, you remember, passed that short-term fix over the weekend. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now. Garrett, long night for you. The House voted out Kevin McCarthy without a clear replacement. Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio. I know they've both said today that they will run for Speaker. Who else could be in there, Garrett, and who might have support?
Yeah, Kate, and we've got some long days ahead as this all gets worked out, mostly behind the scenes among House Republicans. Majority Leader Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan are going to be the two most likely candidates to make it through this. Scalise is already the #2 House Republican. He has a significant base of support across the South, and he's very well known and well liked amid the conference. Jordan, of course, leads the Judiciary Committee. He's been in charge of some of the sort of big ticket House investigations this year. That makes him particularly popular on the far right. He was also a founding chairman of the House Freedom Caucus. But they probably won't be the only candidates. I think you might see some more moderate name get floated here, perhaps to try to appeal to some of the Kevin McCarthy's more institutional-minded supporters. And we've already seen a couple of members mention they think Donald Trump ought to be the next Speaker of the House. Now, technically speaking, the Speaker doesn't have to be a member of this body, but I don't think we should take that float particularly seriously, except to point out how unsettled this all is within the Republican conference.
And Garrett, it is important to point out that wanting the job and doing the job of Speaker are, of course, two very different things. And given the current split in the Republican Party and their razor-thin majority in the House, regardless of who gets this job, I bet a lot of Americans are just wondering, will the Speaker be able to accomplish anything once appointed?
Yeah, look, it's a huge problem. I've heard from a number of Republicans today who've suggested that they've got to change their own rules so that whoever the next speaker is has a freer hand to work than did Kevin McCarthy. One Republican lawmaker told me today, if you don't change the rules that lets one member call for a vote to get rid of the speaker, you're just changing the driver on the clown car, and that whoever they choose next would be no more successful than Kevin McCarthy. The reality has always been this. For House Republicans, they control 1 out of 3 branches of government. They're not going to pass big bills, but they at least want to be able to do their oversight and investigations in a competent way. And until you get a speaker in control here again, really not much of substance will happen in that body.
All right, Garrett Hake with the latest for us from Capitol Hill. Thank you very much.
Let's bring in NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson to help us put some of this in context. Hallie, great to see you. Thanks for being here. Significant issues are before the House right now, like the government shutting down potentially, like spending bills that they have to pass. If they don't do anything, how important is it to elect a speaker quickly? Like, I guess that's my question. Can that happen quickly?
It's exactly the right question to be asking, Kate and Zinkley, because, you know, that government shutdown deadline is coming up here next month, right? So it's like 39, 40 days away. So there is right now the expectation that in perhaps a week from today, you would have that internal vote by House Republicans to kind of figure out who the next person they'll put forward to be Speaker could be. Okay, but if it drags past that, right, that is when you start getting into some of that really risky territory, most urgently and imminently as it relates to the potential for a government shutdown. That's a whole can of worms that we haven't even started to unpack yet. But there's also other issues at play. You mentioned spending bills. What about money to help Ukraine fight off the invasion of Russia? That is something that is critically important to some Republicans, especially over on the Senate side. President Biden and Democrats want to see that faucet continue to stay on. That has obviously been a contentious issue here for the House Republican Conference, and part of what some of the back and forth over the government shutdown, for example, issue was. That's another real world issue that could have major implications the longer this drags on. And then, of course, there's that uncertainty. What does it mean for the markets? Right now, not so much. Again, I think we have some time before there starts to be that ripple effect. But the question is, can this conference get it together to be able to put somebody forward in a relatively short time frame?
And Hallie, to that end, right, this has really highlighted the divisions within the Republican Party.
Yeah.
How much could this impact the 2024 primary or even the general election?
Yeah, you know, listen, I think when you look ahead to next November, Zinkley, a year from this November, I should say. I mean, that really is a question mark here. And here's why. These Republican so-called rebels, as Garrett has described them, these 8 people, most of them are districts that are comfortably Republican, right? Solidly red districts. That is not the case for people on the other end of the spectrum on the Republican side. These more moderate, vulnerable members who are in swingier districts, right? Districts that could go either way. The House Republicans don't have a ton of wiggle room to play with in the majority here. So even a few seats here or there could make a big difference for House Republicans staying in power. Now, I'm not saying that voters go to the ballot box and base their decision, you know, based on who the House Speaker is and like, was there drama in that process? But there are sort of trickle-down effects that you could see if this House is unable to govern in a sustainable fashion.
Really important point. There could be a lot of repercussions we don't know about yet. Hallie Jackson with the latest. Thank you so much. And, of course, you can catch Hallie on Hallie Jackson Now today at 5 p.m. Eastern on our streaming channel, NBC News Now.
Right now, a new major strike just beginning. This one impacting hospitals and medical offices nationwide, but especially out on the West Coast. More than 75,000 union members are picketing outside facilities of Kaiser Permanente after their contract expired on Saturday. The union says it's the largest healthcare walkout in U.S. history. Striking workers include vocational nurses, pharmacists, and various technicians, notably not doctors, walking off the job. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following all of this for us. Tom, the union wants better pay and benefits. I know that's not unusual when it comes to strikes, but I thought it was notable that they're saying they want to address staffing shortages. Why that?
They want more staff, bottom line. I mean, listen, they say they are burned out, that they have not recovered since COVID because, of course, as we have reported for years now, a lot of people simply walked off the job. Healthcare workers burned out and left en masse during COVID, and now they are understaffed. And they say they still haven't gotten the help they need to fill their ranks. Take a listen to one pharmacist I interviewed this morning in Springfield, Virginia, as he was walking the line.
We don't have enough pharmacists to do the daily job and the daily task. Always rush to catch up with these tasks. And it's becoming really frustrating and stressful on the pharmacist on a daily basis. This is not a subjective feedback. This is a reality that we're faced with.
Yeah, the union also says that people who are waiting for a Kaiser primary care doc can wait months for a doctor's appointment. And if you're going to the ER, you can wait 6 to 8 hours or so. They want more pay. They point out that inflation has taken a bite on their lives as well, and they want more help, more staffing. Kaiser says it has already made significant progress in its discussions with the union, but pay is a sticking point, says Kaiser. Keeping in mind that the union contract ran out on Saturday. They've been working without a contract since, and now you've got 75,000 out on strike, and that affects 13 million people nationwide, guys.
Right, a lot of patients. Tom Costello, thanks so much, and I know you'll have more tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. That's on your local NBC station.
Okay, former President Donald Trump has officially appealed the New York judge's ruling that the Trump Organization manipulated the value of its real estate assets for financial benefit. The request will be considered by Manhattan Appeals Court. But while that appeal is considered, the trial goes on. The former president was back in court today for a third day to determine penalties and damages for last week's ruling that could top $250 million. Our Lindsay Reiser is outside the courthouse for us and joins us now. Lindsay, what new information are we learning today from the courtroom?
Well, the former president has left. He has flown back to Florida. The attorney general is still inside and court has resumed. But things got fiery before the court recessed for lunch today with a back and forth between the judge and Trump's defense attorneys. The judge getting frustrated over the repetitive nature of the questioning, property after property, year after year. At one point saying, Bender, the accountant, isn't on trial, someone else is. At one point even shouting, this is ridiculous, and pounding the bench. Trump's defense attorney essentially saying this is our chance to defend our client. I've never had to negotiate, asking questions before. Now, in terms of the substance, we're hearing all of this from accountants because this is about his financial statements that the attorney general's office says are overinflated. We have heard from both Trump and the attorney general today. Let's listen to what they said.
But I'm here, stuck here, and I can't campaign. I'd rather be right now in Iowa. I'd rather be in New Hampshire or South Carolina or Ohio or a lot of other places, but I'm stuck here because I have a corrupt attorney general that communicates with the DOJ in Washington to keep me nice and busy.
I will not be bullied. And so Mr. Trump is no longer here. The Donald Trump show is over. This was nothing more than a political stunt, a fundraising stop. And now we can continue to go forward with our trial, and we are confident that justice will be served.
Now, the former president saying that he would rather be on the campaign trail. He was not compelled to be here. He chose to be here. He isn't compelled unless he is called to testify, which hasn't happened yet. We should note he has fundraised. He has sent fundraising emails over this. But throughout the day, we can expect to hear more testimony from the second witness now, also from a CPA company. And then Bender is expected to be back on the stand. Zinc Clay.
Lindsay Reiser with the latest from outside the courthouse. Thank you so much.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Demand for mortgage applications has dropped to the lowest level since 1996.
And the rideshare company Uber will now pick up your packages. Pippa Stevens joins us with the latest. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Kate and Zinclay. Well, there is more turmoil in the housing market as mortgage demand falls to its lowest level since 1996. Demand dropped 6% compared to last week, and rising interest rates continue to push demand down. The interest rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage climbed to 7.53% last week. Now, that's up from 7.41% just the week before. Meantime, Meta is planning on laying off employees in the metaverse-focused Reality Labs division that creates custom silicon. That's according to a Reuters report. Employees were told about the layoffs through Meta's internal discussion forum. Sources told Reuters that the company said workers would be notified by early Wednesday morning. Meta declined to comment on the plans. And Uber is now offering to return your packages for you. Both Uber and Uber Eats will provide a return a package feature that will allow customers to send up to 5 packages back to a UPS, FedEx, or USPS facility. The service costs a flat fee of $5 or $3 for Uber One members. Kate and Zinclay, back to you.
Ooh, dangerous development for my online shopping habit, I gotta say.
But thank you. Coming up, speed bumps ahead. Robot taxis causing major headaches on some of the nation's busiest roads. The concerns over country driving. The concerns over the new technology.
Plus, caught on camera, a dirt biker jumps on the back window of a woman's car before pointing a gun at her, which she says was going through her head as she stared down the barrel. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
I gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly 3 decades after the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur, the man now charged with his murder faced a judge for the first time today. Investigators say Dwayne Davis orchestrated the attack and was inside the car that opened fire on Tupac back in 1996. Investigators say he has confessed in the past, but this is the first time he's actually been charged. Here's an excerpt from a 2009 meeting with the LAPD.
So Orlando shot across Dre?
He leaned over on the window, we rolled down the window, popped. They would drove on my side. I would popped them. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side. Right.
NBC's Dana Griffin has been following this case for us. So, Dana, I understand you actually spoke with a detective who was in that room in 2009. What else did he tell you?
So Zen Clay, he says that this agreement was to get information about Tupac's murder because Dwayne Keefe Davis was facing a major drug charge. He was able to get that drug charge dropped down in order for him to testify, or not testify, but to give this information. But the detective said that did not provide immunity against prosecution in Las Vegas. So the charges that he is now facing also comes from Davis's own words because he wrote about it in his memoir. He also gave other media interviews talking about his involvement in this case. Listen to what else Detective Kading told me.
Las Vegas Police Department recognized that the optics were horrible because everybody's wondering why nobody's doing anything about it. And so now somebody's going to finally face charges.
Investigators say that the fight that happened at the MGM, which was retaliation, which was why investigators say Tupac was murdered. He says that that is part of it, but there's actually a much larger story involved here, and hopefully that comes out during this trial. Zen Clay.
Dana Griffin, thank you so much.
Frightening video out of Philadelphia. A dirt biker jumped on the back window of a woman's car and then pointed a gun at her when she got out to confront him. Now police are trying to track down that suspect. Aaron Baskerville from our Philadelphia station spoke with the woman who says she was just trying to protect her children.
They're not paying attention to lanes. They're just doing whatever. So now I'm turning in the lane and then hits the side of the car.
Nikki Bullock is showing us the damage to her car after she says a man on a motorcycle ran into her first. She says that led to the two arguing with each other as she continued to drive with riders all around her. It happened outside of City Hall, and the aftermath was captured by a tourist from Florida.
He jumped up here with 2 feet. He stepped his first foot down, didn't work. So then he was like, went through.
In the video, you see the man climb on the car and jump through the back windshield. A gun fell out of his waist, and he quickly aimed it at Bullock as she stared down the barrel of that firearm.
So the guy points the gun at you, and what, you didn't even flinch?
It was just like, it was a little gun, and then at that point, my windshield was already broken, so like, what was he really gonna do to me, for real? So I just started going off.
She wouldn't back down at all with her girlfriend and girlfriend's 2 young kids inside the car. The rider would headbutt Bullock, who responded by knocking over the motorcycle. At the end of the video, you see her carrying one of the children.
I'm just grateful that my kids are okay. There's not a scratch on them. It was just the simple fact that I had kids in the car. That's why I jumped out like that. That's why I reacted like that. It was just to protect them, honestly.
Wow, so glad they're okay. Coming up, police searching for a gunman who shot 5 people at a college in Maryland, what we know about the victims and the investigation. You're watching NBC News Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A history teacher in Texas says she's learned a hard lesson in the classroom this year, prompting her to quit her job. She says she finds herself at a stressful crossroads between students, parents, and politics. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has the details.
Amanda Guthrie is adapting to a new routine. After years as an award-winning history teacher in Texas, she says politics and religion compelled her to leave the job she loved.
What was it like being around your kids? Oh, it was the best part of every day.
But in recent years, her old school district of Grapevine-Colleyville passed sweeping policies, banning certain discussions of gender, regulating the bathroom use of transgender students, and restricting lessons on race, gender, and sexuality. While some parents are in favor of the new policies, Guthrie isn't. And she says she felt like she couldn't teach her students the full context about American history. So she quit before the school year was over.
Embrace simple truths. There's only two genders. Teachers shouldn't be forced to use your freaking made-up fantasy pronouns.
Why not stick it out a few more months? It felt unsafe. They were openly disparaging the work that teachers were doing in the classrooms of the district that they're supposed to advocate for.
Pastor and North Texas Representative Nate Schatzline is one of the state's most outspoken conservative legislators.
There's nothing more important that we could be doing than this right here, worshiping and praying in the middle of the Capitol.
He's also voted to hire religious chaplains as unlicensed mental health counselors in public schools. Schatzline spoke with NBC News for the new podcast, Grapevine. Do you believe in the fundamental separation of church and state?
I believe that church and state, in the Constitution, what was written about it was written to keep the state out of the church, not to keep the church out of the state.
We spoke to some North Texas students who say their education is too politicized.
It's frustrating, strange, and hypocritical to see the "In God We Trust" signs being put up everywhere, while at the same time books are being removed from our library shelves.
Did you ever get the sense that a teacher was trying to push their political or gender-related views on you in school?
Absolutely not.
Antonia Hilton, NBC News.
In sports news, the Texas Rangers defeated the Tampa Bay Rays last night in Game 1 of the AL wildcard. But it's not just the teams facing off. The series is pitting brother against brother. Josh and Nathaniel Lowe have squared off before, and they're not the first brothers to play against each other. But their meeting took on a special meaning for reasons that go way beyond baseball. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
In Florida, family on different sides of the diamond.
The first game of this 2023 postseason.
Nathaniel Lowe of the Texas Rangers taking on little brother Josh and the Tampa Bay Rays.
We could be friends on Saturday.
Nathaniel scoring the first run of the playoffs, even as baseball's on the back burner for the two rising talents.
Brothers Lowe taking out the cards for their respective clubs.
A few months ago, in their first professional showdown, their mom Wendy sported a split jersey with Lowe on the front. But right now, the family says she's resting at home, battling brain cancer and cheering for her sons through the TV screen.
It's a lot to go through, and yeah, it's a pretty heavy toll.
How much does it mean to your mom to see you and your brother play in person?
It means everything for her.
These two have had each other's back all season.
Well, not many people are able to say they have a sibling that plays the same professional sport as you. Having seen him have success that he has is it makes it feel really good.
But their love and support for their mom is now on full display under baseball's brightest lights.
She's one of the strongest people in our family.
As Wendy enters her third week of chemotherapy.
The more people that know about this, the more prayers that are going to be heard, the more people that are going to be praying for her for a healing. I mean, there's so many different things that are bigger than baseball.
Countless fans at home rooting not for a team, but for a family. Sam Brock, NBC News, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Coming up, Simone Biles and her teammates are going for gold today at the World Gymnastics Championships. What it means in the lead up to next year's Olympics.
But first, time for today's daily snapshot. It's really an incredible picture out of Croatia, where a massive fire ripped through a plastics factory today. Those huge flames and thick, dark smoke filled the air as firefighters rushed to put out the flames. Firefighters had a hard time putting them out due to toxic fumes from the plastics inside. Unfortunately, 3 firefighters were hurt. We're keeping them in our thoughts. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
At least 21 people are dead and 18 others hurt after a bus crash in Venice, Italy. Investigators say the bus was carrying foreign tourists when it fell from an elevated street and caught on fire. The mayor of Venice called the crash scene, quote, apocalyptic.
The Federal Communications Commission issued a $150,000 fine against the Dish Network. The agency says the company left a retired satellite too low in orbit around Earth. Dish launched the EcoStar 7 satellite in 2002. They planned to remove it from service in May 2022, but said it didn't have enough fuel to reach its disposal location. Dish has agreed to pay that fine.
Negotiations are back on today to end the actors' strike. Representatives from the Actors Union and the movie studios are meeting today to try and reach the terms of a new contract. Several high-profile executives from Disney, Warner Brothers, Netflix, and our parent company, NBC Universal, will be at that meeting. The actors' strike is now stretching into its 82nd day.
Classes are canceled today at Morgan State University in Baltimore. Police are searching for the individual who shot 5 people. That shooting happened after a homecoming week ceremony last night at the historically black university. 4 of the 5 victims are students there. Everyone is expected to be okay, thankfully. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from outside the campus. So, Gary, do we know how many suspects police are looking for, 1 or more?
So we know they're looking for at least 3 people. That's how many people they say had firearms last night and were involved in this shooting. We're told no arrests have been made yet. This all started after the ending of a coronation event for their homecoming week here at Morgan State. Some of the 9,000 people that go to this school were filing out into this main courtyard, and that's when the gunfire began. 5 people were injured, non-life-threatening injuries for all of them. In fact, one of them has already been released from the hospital. But this is becoming an annual occurrence, unfortunately, for the Morgan State community. This is the 3rd consecutive year there has been a shooting at Morgan State's campus during the homecoming festivities. Kate?
Oh, that is really disturbing. So, Gary, this is, usually a time for celebration, as you've said. How are students coping?
Well, the classes were canceled, as you said. The rest of the homecoming festivities are still up in the air because they have a week full of festivities. There's a gala, there's a parade, there's a pep rally, and then the football game on Saturday. No word yet on what exactly is going to happen in terms of the schedule there. But the students here, they don't want to go to these large-scale events anymore. That's what they told me earlier today. Take a listen.
I wasn't planning on going to homecoming, but seeing this now, I'm definitely not going because my safety comes first.
Which is really insane to me. As a student who goes here, I shouldn't have to fear for my safety or have to worry about if I'm even safe in my own building.
So no arrests have been made yet. The suspects are still at large. We don't have a description of these suspects yet, but we do know there are at least 3 individuals, and the FBI, the ATF, and local police are all on the case. Kate,
all right, Gary Grumbach following that for us. Thank you.
The late California Senator Dianne Feinstein is lying in state inside San Francisco City Hall Rotunda right now, where she spent a decade as the city's first female mayor. Feinstein died last week in her Washington, D.C. home after a series of illnesses. A memorial service will be held tomorrow outside City Hall. Vice President Kamala Harris, Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, and San Francisco Mayor London Breed will all speak. After the service, Feinstein will be buried in a private family ceremony. Well, it's no secret across America, more driverless cars are making their way onto more streets, and regulators are working to keep up with the controversial technology. But on the other side of the world, the vehicles are receiving much less scrutiny. Here's NBC News correspondent Jake Ward.
They turn heads in San Francisco. Robot taxis ferrying passengers all over the city.
I think the technology is amazing.
But also causing plenty of frustration, occasionally clogging streets.
Look at this.
Or interfering with a fire truck.
I'm seeing at least 1 incident a day now.
And even malfunctioning during NBC Bay Area's test ride with a long-time driving instructor.
This is not good.
Most robot taxis in this city are run by American companies, Google's Waymo or GM's Cruise, which say their cars are safer than human drivers despite the high-profile hiccups. But these cars don't just raise safety questions, they're also at the center of a technological arms race. An hour south of the city, this prototype roams the streets. It's made by Pony AI, a company founded here, but one with most of its operations in China.
Now buckle up, mask on, let's start the trip.
In fact, 10 of the 40 companies currently licensed to test self-driving cars in California are Chinese or operate under Chinese authority.
China is trying to corner infrastructure investment in a lot of different parts of the world.
Infrastructure like ports, mining, electrical grids.
And I think part of infrastructure is going to be autonomous mobility.
So while Chinese companies accounted for only 124 test vehicles in California last year, the Chinese push to build robot taxis here is starting to raise eyebrows. Even in Congress, there is growing bipartisan attention.
Any more inaction from Congress will result in the Chinese defining and owning the technology.
I am concerned that China and other countries are taking advantage of our inaction.
Some lawmakers have even proposed restricting Chinese robot car companies here, pointing out that similar U.S. companies are banned from test driving in China.
Think how much data the CCP is collecting on the United States and its citizens. That's a concern.
And the technology does collect a lot of data.
We utilize the data we collected from all operation sites, including the U.S. and China, for various driving scenarios.
A Pony AI spokesperson declined to comment on growing legislative pressure. Meanwhile, autonomous driving is a fiercely competitive business. In 2018, a Chinese national who'd worked for Apple fled the United States after his house was raided, and he was charged with 6 counts of stealing secrets from Apple.
Among the materials discovered from the devices in Wang's home was the source code for Apple's entire autonomous systems project.
And here's that same man in videos posted on YouTube listed as head of autonomous driving for Chinese company Jidu. Baidu, the Chinese megatech firm that runs that driverless car company, tells us he is no longer employed there. Efforts to reach him directly were unsuccessful. China's growing traffic problems has it desperate for efficiency. And as the world's largest car market, it is forecast to also be the world's largest robot car market. One study forecasts that by 2040, most mileage there will not involve a human driver. It's unclear exactly how many Chinese autonomous vehicles are driving in the U.S. today, but we do know they are on the road. 2, including one from Pony AI, reported collisions last month as required by California regulators. Nobody was hurt. Pony AI's CEO did not address U.S. testing in a recent interview with Bloomberg, but he did discuss the massive push happening across China.
We actually launched driverless operations in all 4 Tier 1 cities. I think the autonomous driving testing miles, at least it's equivalent or maybe even bigger than what's happening in the U.S.
As his company and others learn to drive on Chinese streets, it's clear that they are also eager to learn ours. Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
Ooh, so interesting. Well, it is college application season, and for tens of thousands of students out there, the first round of deadlines rapidly approaching.
But now, with artificial intelligence at our fingertips, some are turning to AI for help with that dreaded personal essay. Here's NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers.
ChatGPT, Bard, and Bing all offer free AI that can generate a college application essay in seconds, and it's sparking a growing debate. Are these apps giving students a helpful leg up or an outright way to cheat? With so much gray area, we tested them out ourselves.
I went back to school and I wrote a college admissions essay. I used one of the prompts from the Common app that asks you to describe a challenge or a setback and how you overcame it. What I decided to talk about was the anxiety disorder that I had when I was in high school. Now I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to ask it to write me a college essay using this prompt and giving it a couple of the details about myself. All I've told it so far is the prompt, and it's already writing an entire essay.
There are noticeable differences between the two. My essay sounds a little more casual and personal. I wrote, I worried constantly about saying the right thing to my peers, all people I perceived to be much cooler than me. I didn't want to get out of the car several days a week when it was time for my dad to drop me off. The ChatGPT version, more formal. It all started during my early teenage years when I began experiencing severe anxiety about attending school. Each morning, the simple act of stepping onto the school bus or walking through the school doors filled me with a paralyzing dread. But to really put it to the test, I brought both versions to the University of Maryland. Shannon Gundy has spent over 30 years in college admissions.
I think it's pretty obvious. There is a humanity in the essay that you wrote that doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist in the AI essay.
So for you, this would pretty quickly make you feel that the student had not actually taken the assignment in the proper way.
Absolutely. We get the same information, but I don't care about the person behind it.
Can you point out some things in
Sure.
this essay, the AI one, that just don't sound like a 17 or 18-year-old wrote it?
The sentence that ends the first paragraph. This obstacle not only reshaped my life, but also laid the foundation for my personal growth and success. That's not how students talk.
Gundy says an overly polished essay that doesn't sound like the student won't help gain admission.
It's not going to benefit a student to present a picture of themselves that's inauthentic, that's just not true in some cases, because then you don't land in the right place.
Is using AI in this college admissions process cheating?
I don't think using it is cheating. I think that using it to do your work for you is cheating.
The tools are going to get better, and admissions officers are going to have to figure out ways to police that.
Saul Khan, the founder of one of the country's largest education nonprofits, has created Conmigo, an AI education tool with a new college admission essay brainstorming feature to help students in a different way.
It won't write the essay for you, but it can give you feedback.
Used correctly, Khan says AI could help kids with fewer resources, like guidance counselors or tutors, improve their essay and democratize the admissions process.
It can brainstorm with you so that you can, to some degree, get the same help that some more affluent kids are already getting and, frankly, have been getting for decades.
Still, this may mark a new era in college admissions. The question is, are we ready for it?
Are you concerned that you're going to be inundated in the admissions office by essays that look and sound like this AI one, given how widespread the technology is?
I certainly hope not. What I would like in my ideal world is for students to understand that this is an opportunity for them to sort of open the door and allow us a peek inside who they are. We can't do that. If they choose to take advantage of this kind of technology, if they choose not to share that information with us, it's going to hurt them in the process.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
Well, let's keep the college conversation going, shall we? Coming up, what a former top admissions officer says families need to know about the process. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way. Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The White House has announced another $9 billion in student debt relief just days after loan repayments resumed.
Today's announcement impacts 125,000 borrowers under 3 categories: those who have worked 10 or more years in public service, those who've made payments on loans for 20 or more years, and those who cannot work because of a total or permanent disability.
President Biden says his administration is not done trying to help people who need relief.
This kind of relief is life-changing for individuals and their families. But it's good for our economy as a whole as well. By freeing millions of Americans from the crushing burden of student debt, it means they can go and get their lives in order.
The White House says it has canceled $127 billion in student debt during President Biden's time in office. In today's Modern Parenting, we're going to keep this conversation going because high school seniors across the country are gearing up for the college application process.
Yeah, and for many students, it can be a stressful time. I'm stating the obvious here. From writing the perfect college application essay to asking for letters of recommendation, it can be a little overwhelming. So here with some ideas on how to make it easier for young adults and for families, Dr. Barry Norman. She's co-founder and head counselor of Expert Admissions. It's great to see you. Thank you for being with us. I just lived through this with 2 kids. So the biggest changes, let's talk about that first with the Common App right now. What do people need to know about what's changed?
So with the Common App in particular, I think for those parents who have been through this before and just to know in general, the essay questions have changed at so many colleges this year. And so even if you just went through this recently with another child, you can pretty much bank that it's going to look different.
And does anything look different in terms of timing, or is it still kind of there's the early stuff and then regular admission?
Timing is one thing that actually hasn't changed.
Okay.
So we're looking at early deadlines starting in mid-October to early November and regular deadlines in January.
And we're touching on it, right? There are so many deadlines, early decision, just general application. How can parents help their students keep track of all of those dates?
Well, in the Common App, once you start adding schools to your list, it actually creates some deadlines and some graphs and grids for you. So you can actually keep track there. And it gives you a little notification as a deadline is approaching, which is kind of nice. But you need to be organized in some way. And that's one way that parents can help.
Can we talk about the essay for a minute? In our family, I found that we kind of had to outsource that a little and not have me be the one reading the essay that my kids wrote. It can be daunting. What are your tips?
So most importantly, and this is going to sound basic, but read the question. So many students will see a similar question from school to school, particularly in the supplements, and answer not quite what the school is asking. Similar, but not quite. Each school is writing that prompt themselves.
Right.
That's specific to them.
And that's gonna eliminate you right away if you don't answer the question.
They're not going to see you as a good fit, right? You might answer something else, and it might be a good essay for that, but it's not what they're looking for. Most importantly, this is not a school paper. Be yourself. It's a personal story, and that's the easiest and the hardest piece of advice to take.
And don't overwrite. What does that mean?
Students will overthink. They get overly formal. They edit, once it's still good. I mean, at some point, writing is a process. You should go through multiple drafts. That's just what good writers do. But at a certain point, you have to know when it's done.
I mean, briefly, we just had a whole package and report on artificial intelligence. Do you think people should be using that for their essays?
The thing about the AI piece is that it's going to generate like a well-written essay, but it won't have the personality that is going to distinguish you from the sea of applicants. So it kind of just perpetuates the problem, which is how do you stand out? And when you get something generated by AI, it's going to give you more of that generic approach.
Can we go to financial aid for a second? Because college tuition, room and board is very expensive. So for students who might need it, what's your best advice?
Well, the FAFSA is changing this year.
FAFSA is the form.
That's the main form, the federal form. Look, adhere to deadlines. I know that also sounds basic, but if you miss them, you miss them. The other thing I would make sure to do is to reach out and speak to individual colleges. They're open and willing to speak with you. Talk to them before you fill out the forms. Ask the questions. Don't be shy. It's not going to impact the award they give you, and you may get some knowledge that can help you get better aid. And there's merit aid. Don't forget about that.
No, it's so essential. I know I did federal work study. There are scholarships you can get outside of school. People should really utilize those. What about parents, though, worried that their student may not get into the school of their dreams?
From a college counselor, there are more important things than where you go to college. You have to find your people. You've got to find a place you're going to thrive. It's really more about you than where you go. It's what you're going to make of the experience. So go to a place where you can really make the most of it.
I came to think that there are so many choices. Like the more you look and the more you start investigating, there's so many great schools.
Right. And there's also a lot of places where you don't belong. And by the way, that's a good thing.
Yes.
It's a good thing to know.
I love that. Visiting colleges can help you suss that out, too.
Absolutely. In person is super helpful, but virtual programming is easy.
Amazing. Well, Dr. Barry Norman, thank you so much, and thanks for watching. We got more news ahead.
special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Gold medalist Simone Biles is back in a big way.
NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Belgium, where Simone and Team USA are taking the next step on the road to the 2024 Olympics.
Good to be with you. Look, Simone Biles is absolutely incredible. She takes 2 years off. She comes back, and it's like she never even left. She has been dominating this competition. So exciting to watch her. She's been making headlines left and right with these moves that only she can do. And now, of course, the countdown is on for the team finals. That's just hours away.
The excitement mounting as the U.S. women's gymnastics team is vying for their 7th straight world title. The team, led by legendary gymnast Simone Biles, who has dominated the competition from the start, already making history, becoming the first woman to execute the double pike vault on the international stage, an incredibly difficult skill that's now named after her. The team is heavily favored to win gold. For Biles, it's a full circle moment. A decade ago, the unknown 16-year-old vaulted onto the world stage right here in Belgium, going on to become the most decorated gymnast in history. The two-time Olympian memorably pulling out of multiple events at the Tokyo Games, telling Hoda days later the immense pressure was taking a toll on her mental health.
Physically, I feel good. I'm in shape. Emotionally, that kind of varies on the time and the moment, you know.
After a 2-year break, taking time to marry the love of her life, Green Bay Packers star Jonathan Owens, Biles is back and stronger than ever, winning the U.S. Classics and the U.S. Championship this summer in dominating fashion. Telling Hoda recently she's working to find balance on and off the mat.
I think I have to take care of myself a little bit more and listen to my body. And this time around, it's like being intentional, going to therapy, making sure everything is aligned.
Another American to watch, emerging star 21-year-old Shilese Jones, who managed to pull ahead of Biles on the uneven bar. The U.S. men's team also capturing bronze here at the World Championships and qualifying for next year's Games in Paris.
Now, keep in mind, the U.S. men's gymnastics team has not medaled in nearly a decade. I had a chance to catch up with them last night. They are stoked, so excited. They say this is a dream come true, and it feels surreal to them. Now, of course, all eyes are on the women's team tonight. They are expected to clinch the gold, led by our girl Simone Biles. But the action doesn't stop here. We are also looking forward to the weekend for the individual competitions, where once again, Simone Biles will be front and center. Back to you.
Megan Fitzgerald, thanks. Our girl Simone, I mean, I understand at least 5 gymnastic moves have been named after her.
I mean,
pretty impressive.
There's no one else like her right now. Let's take a look at some of the other trending stories, yeah?
Yeah.
Good grief. You get that reference? Apple TV Plus says it's going to be streaming the Charlie Brown Holiday Classics again this season. The streaming service nabbed the exclusive rights to the Charlie Brown specials back in 2020. Subscribers and non-subscribers, will be able to stream them for free around Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas.
That's what I call some holiday cheer right there. Well, speaking of cheer, Barack and Michelle Obama have something to celebrate. The former president and first lady took to social media to celebrate their 31st wedding anniversary. Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
In a sweet tribute, Mrs. Obama wrote, 31 years and a lifetime to go. I love going through life with you by my side. The Obamas tied the knot in 1992 after 3 years of dating.
Doesn't everybody aspire to be like them? Just as
cool.
a couple?
Yes.
As a couple.
Yes.
Next Girl Scout cookie season is going to look a little different. This is really interesting. The Girl Scouts announced that one of the most popular flavors, Raspberry Rally, will no longer be offered. Apparently what happened was they were introduced as part of a pilot, an online-only sales strategy, but the flavor sparked a resale fiasco. People were buying them and reselling them. They got so popular. So now they say they're going to prioritize the classics, like, you know, the Thin Mints and the Samoas. Fret not. You will be able to get your Do-si-dos and all the rest of your favorite Girl Scout cookies. I was a Girl Scout leader, so I
yes.
I understand the Girl Scout cookie thing very much.
It runs deep. It runs deep. Well, let's talk now about some polls. The polls are officially open for Fat Bear Week. What is it? Well, it's an annual tournament, kind of like March Madness, but for bears. Your vote determines which bear will be crowned the fattest brown bear of the year. The bears are all from Katmai National Park in Alaska. And yeah, get your...
So you vote for which is the fattest
You literally
bear?
vote for that. Polls close October 10th, so make sure you don't miss it. I'm Zing Clay.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Wednesday, uncharted territory for Congress after a historic vote ousting Speaker Kevin McCarthy leaves House Republicans scrambling to find a new leader. The government's ability to function and desperately needed aid to Ukraine hanging in the balance. Plus, the former president back in court for the first time after being hit with a gag order in his fraud trial in New York as he ramps up his inflammatory and at times violent rhetoric against his perceived political enemies. And we're live on the picket lines of the largest healthcare worker strike in U.S. history as more than 75,000 union employees walk off the job over disagreements in staffing, pay, and benefits. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez reporting in Washington, where the biggest question hanging over everything is what now? For the first time in American history, lawmakers on Capitol Hill are facing the fallout of a House Speaker's ouster instigated by members of his own party, leaving an entire branch of government effectively paralyzed. For how long? We have no idea, because right now it is unclear who can lead this House or what that leadership would even look like. Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McHenry, who is effectively serving as the acting House Speaker right now, has told a Republican conference that they will hold a behind-closed-doors vote to choose their candidate to be the new Speaker 1 week from today. The top candidates so far, Majority Leader Steve Scalise and Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan, both formally announced today they will run. sending letters to their colleagues asking for support. Scalise, Jordan, or anyone who puts their hat in the ring will have their work cut out for them. The ousting of Kevin McCarthy made it clear that House Republicans do not have a functioning majority, and there is plenty of animosity with the group of 8 Republicans who lit the fuse on yesterday's vote.
I think before we have a single discussion about Speaker, we've got to discuss the functionality of the position. If we're going to continue to have clowns like Matt Gaetz as part of the Republican conference, as part of this Congress, then you're going to have rules in place that prevent him from doing his charade every single week, every single month. Well, look, the reality is that Patrick McHenry could be in a scenario where he's in this position for an extended period.
They don't get to say they're conservative because they're angry and they're chaotic. That's not the party I belong to. The party of Reagan was if you believed in your principles that you could govern in a conservative way. They are not conservatives, and they do not have the right to have the title.
It is hard to see how this chaos in the House gets better before it gets worse. Having just flexed their muscles, Republican hardliners will surely want to back a speaker who gives them more power, not less, which doesn't bode well for picking a speaker or governing. With another government shutdown approaching and the White House trying to get Congress to fast-track much-needed aid for Ukraine. In fact, Jim Jordan already has said that if he's Speaker, reining in government spending will be his priority, not Ukraine. It all leaves Congress, our federal government, and our democracy in uncharted territory. Joining me now with the latest on Capitol Hill is NBC's Ali Vitale. And Ali, the biggest question for the House is what happens now? McCarthy has said he won't run for Speaker again, and Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise have officially tossed their hat into the ring. But what does the timeline look like, and could it shift?
It feels like this question is the one that we've been asking for about 2 weeks now. What happens next? Because at each turn of this, it brings us deeper into uncharted territory. And certainly that's where we are now with the ousting of Speaker McCarthy, the idea that last night he pulled himself out of contention for future Speaker votes. And now we're watching the rest of the field emerge. In an official capacity, we know that there are at least 2 men vying for the top spot atop the Republican conference. That's Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise. I caught up with both of them this morning. They're both trying to make their pitch to their colleagues, at least those that are still in town. Both of them, for example, stopped by the Texas delegation's lunch this morning, tried to make their pitch there. Someone else who's clearly mulling a bid is Kevin Hern, the head of the Republican Study Committee. It's a name that we heard 1 or 2 times during the 15 balloting rounds that ultimately elected McCarthy earlier this year. He's someone, though, who is not yet officially in. I asked him if he would be filing a letter and making it official with his conference. He really dodged on that one, just making clear that he's listening and talking to other members. But this is what it looks like right now. This is the jockeying behind the scenes. It's a lot of meetings, a lot of phone calls, a lot of trying to get an unofficial whip count and test the waters of who might be able to actually get to that magic number of 218 or however many people are actually in the chamber. That's going to be a tall order, frankly, for almost anybody. Each of these people who we've already talked about have their own problems on a numbers game if I'm looking within different parts of this conference. And that's nothing to say of what got us in this situation in the first place, which is the rules package that McCarthy agreed to way back in January, specifically the 1-person threshold on a motion to vacate. I have heard from members on both the Democratic and Republican sides, Gabe, who tell me that they desperately want to see a change to that rule so that this place can get back to governing without the constant threat of someone shutting down the speaker if he or she does something that they don't like.
So, Ali, Congressman McHenry is the acting speaker in the meantime, right? How long can he remain in that position, and what are the limitations of his role? He really can't do much. He can just preside over the vote, right?
Well, yes and no, because when we talk about uncharted territory, what we're talking about is things that have never been tested before. And so if you listen to some allies of McHenry, specifically people like Garrett Graves, they're going to see how they stretch or don't stretch the power of a temporary speakership here. Yes, McHenry's top job is to preside over the floor. He's going to have to play that role. You see him there walking in and out of the speaker's office. He can do things like open the floor. All of those are the basic procedural and traditional motions of what you would do as speaker. But because this has never been tested before, we'll have to see the ways in which he has leverage and power over bringing bills to the floor, how the floor functions. All of this is very untested, and so we'll see if McHenry makes history by doing anything in this role that no one has ever done before, and no one can say, hey, that's not how it works, because we don't actually know.
And Allie, have there been any discussions about possible repercussions for Matt Gaetz? Is there a lot of anger in the Republican conference?
A lot of frustration at Matt Gaetz and, frankly, the others who voted along with him and the Democrats to oust McCarthy from his speakership. As far as Gaetz goes, I asked him about the possibility of expulsion yesterday. And what we're talking about when we say expulsion is not expulsion from Congress, but expulsion from the House Republican Conference, basically saying, hey, Matt Gaetz, you can't sit with us at lunch anymore, and we're not going to help you get onto your committees. That's something that's an active discussion. You'd need 2/3 of the conference to actually do that. I have to tell you, from my text messages and conversations yesterday with Republican lawmakers, seems pretty clear that they would probably have the 2/3 of people to do that. Gaetz was well aware when I talked to him yesterday about this, and he basically said, you got to do what you got to do.
Allie Vitale, a long couple days for you on Capitol Hill. Allie, thank you.
Thanks.
And joining me now is Arkansas Republican Congressman Steve Womack. He presided over the House yesterday during that historic motion to vacate the speakership. And Congressman, take me back to that moment when that gavel came down. What was going through your head?
Well, first of all, I spent some time with the parliamentarian before I ever took the chair, just to kind of go over and war game, if you will, the potential options that could come out of yesterday's unprecedented, very highly charged emotional gathering. So I was prepared for that, and frankly, I wasn't thinking about outcomes at the time. I was just making sure that the integrity of the House of Representatives was preserved. And I think we did that yesterday. We managed the floor in such a way that it didn't get terribly emotional. There were no other outbursts that were totally out of the picture, and we were able to execute the process in such a way, the outcome being what it was, that the integrity of that chamber was protected yesterday. That was job one for me, and I think we passed that test.
And Congressman, speaking about that answer, picking up on that answer, you were speaking about that responsibility to the Wall Street Journal yesterday, and you said, quote, I didn't want anything to happen that would put a stain on the institution from a strictly process standpoint, which you just alluded to. You previously called yourself an institution guy. Do you still have faith in the institution?
I do. I do. I'll never give up on the institution. Look, we've been through a lot of things as a country down through the years. The events of yesterday certainly unprecedented, but remember, we've been through periods of time when we fought a civil war. I mean, an actual civil war, you know, and we've been through all kinds of other fits and starts as a country. That's what happens to young democracies, and ours is still, you know, pretty relatively young. And you're going to have experiences like this. But let me tell you, the bedrock foundation of what we're able to do as a country rests with what happens right across the street here at that Capitol. And in that institution, in that House chamber, and at the other end, on the north end of the Capitol, in the Senate chamber, there's some really important work that takes place there. And whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, or you lean left, lean right, it doesn't make any difference. That process has to be able to be carried out with the highest level of integrity possible, and I thought we did that.
And Congressman, take me behind the scenes, if you could. What was the level of outreach behind the scenes to try and save Speaker McCarthy's job?
Well, first of all, Kevin had a lot of support in our conference. You saw that back in January, during the speaker's vote. Not enough, but it's a thin majority. And there were some, you know, some of it was substantive, some of it was personal. I think that's fair to say. But he enjoyed widespread support. That's why Kevin stayed in the hunt, if you will, back in January for those 15 rounds. There was still a significant amount of support for Kevin yesterday, and I think it didn't meet with the vast majority of our conference when he basically said he wasn't going to pursue the speaker's race any longer after yesterday's vote. But you know, look, now I think it's important that Republicans, the governing majority, have a moment of introspection, try to figure out what is it that we did yesterday and why did we do it, and what can we do in the future to prevent that from happening. And if we can't get the answers to those questions, the threat of not being able to possess the gavel is real in 2024. So I think that's where we need to be.
And Congressman, looking ahead to the new speaker, looking towards the future, you know, Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise have already thrown their hats into the ring. Who is your top choice for speaker, and can they lead such a divided conference?
Well, that's a great question in terms of who can lead, and we're going to find out pretty quickly.
But who's your top choice, Congressman?
I'm a Scalise guy. You know, look, I think he's a majority leader. He's the next in charge. He's got an operation already built. He's been tried and he's been tested. He continues to be tested. And I told Steve last night in a phone call that if his doctors are in, if Jennifer's in, his wife, if Jennifer's in, I'm in. And I think we need the kind of leadership that Steve can bring us. There's no question about his conservative bona fides. He is an absolutely thoughtful conservative, and I think he has the potential to get McCarthy-style support within our conference, and look forward to seeing what happens on Tuesday.
What should happen to Matt Gaetz?
Well, first of all, let's just remember how it was possible that an individual like Matt Gaetz could pull off what he did yesterday. Speaker McCarthy made a deal with a lot of those individuals back in January when he got elected. I guess in exchange for those people voting present, there were 6 that voted present that allowed him to get the requisite number without being 218. And so he agreed to that motion to vacate. So you got to be careful what you agree to. I think that rule is an awful rule, and I think that there's a reason why this country has never gone through this before, because it's absurd. And so hopefully we'll figure this out.
And Congressman, you called yourself an institutionalist. Is Matt Gaetz bad for the institution?
Well, look, you can only get into the mind and the heart of a Matt Gaetz to figure out just what were the principal differences. Was it all about promises? Was it all? Look, we had a lot of victories. We had done a lot. H.R. 2, and moving appropriation bills. We were there.
Your colleague, Don Bacon, has said he wants to see Gaetz expelled from the Republican conference. Do you agree?
We need to think about that. We need to take a deep breath right now. As I said, a period of introspection. And when we come back next week, let the temperature go down in the building, let the rhetoric subside a little bit, then I think we can figure out what's next to do with or without a Matt Gaetz or any other member for that matter. And remember, he was not the only one that voted against Speaker McCarthy yesterday.
Yeah, but he led the charge. McCarthy didn't reach out to Democrats to save his speakership. What do you make of that decision? Should he have?
Speaker McCarthy made that decision, and he told us he wasn't going to cut any deals with Democrats, and I pretty well know what some of those deals might have looked like. They wouldn't have been good for the conservative movement and would have probably made the situation a lot worse. But if you got 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 members on your side that are just dug in and just will not support you for whatever reason, kind of litmus test sort of issues, then I think you got to figure out a way to go find votes elsewhere. And maybe there was an opportunity, but look, the Biden impeachment inquiry, some of the rhetoric that has been flying around the Capitol about who's responsible for this, who's responsible for that. I mean, I think all of that kind of fed into this notion that he wasn't going to get any Democrat support.
And Congressman, before I let you go, since you brought it up, I do want to ask you about the impeachment inquiry. The last time we had you on this program, you said impeachment, quote, requires high crimes and misdemeanors, and that has not been proven as we hold this conversation. That was last time you were on the program. And now that we've seen the first oversight hearing on this, what do you make of the evidence?
Well, I haven't seen high crimes and misdemeanors. I know there's a lot of, theories going around the country right now. But look, as I said back then, impeachments are a tool, should be the last tool in the toolbox you ever reach for, because it's a serious matter. So I don't have a problem with looking at issues, trying to chase down certain accusations and looking at all of the things possible that we can get evidence on. But if it's not there, it's not there, and we need to move on.
Congressman Womack, who presided over that historic moment yesterday, thanks so much for joining Meet the Press Now. We really appreciate your time.
Honor to be with you.
And joining me now is someone who needs no introduction on this program, NBC News Chief Political Analyst Chuck Todd. And Chuck, it is really good to see you. We just heard from Congressman Womack right there. One of the last institutionalists in the House. You heard his response there. Do you think Republicans will fill the Speaker's chair next week, and how do they even get there?
Well, it's sort of one of these things. This is going to sound both obvious, but you'll understand the point in a minute. This either gets done Wednesday, or it may not get done until the end of this calendar year, or honestly, all the way through. And what do I mean by that? I absolutely take what the congressman just said. Let everybody go away for the weekend. take a look in the mirror, ask yourself, what do you want out of this, and what happens? And if they come back and they sound a lot more like Congressman Womack does, then Steve Scalise is going to be the guy. He's going to be Speaker. Maybe they move up the motion to vacate to 5 votes instead of 1, something like that. 2 votes instead of 1, maybe. Who knows? Something just with a little more teeth into it, and we move on. But if Gates's issues are really truly with leadership and not McCarthy personally, and all this does is electrify him and others, I don't know how they come up with a speaker that gets 218 votes anytime soon. And if they can find a way to allow this no man's land where you sort of have a semi-speaker here with McHenry, I think some of the people like Matt Gaetz would love that because it's a powerless speaker, which is kind of what they want right now.
So, and Chuck, because you're so good at this, I want you to take us through the historical context here. Are Gaetz and his allies essentially fighting the same fight that took down John Boehner?
Well, I get it's obviously this feels like it's related. You know, this was all building. This was Tea Party. You could go back to then and say sort of that was sort of the beginning of where this splinter happened, right? This took Boehner out. You know, that was the group that took Boehner out. This was all pre-Trump, don't forget. Then Trump comes in and it sort of creates it's a similar group of people, not all the same, but a similar group. And so in that sense, you know, they're first cousins or even siblings if we're doing these comparisons to what Boehner went through, what Ryan went through, and then, of course, where we are now. But I also think we cannot overestimate Kevin McCarthy here. I don't want to underplay his unique ability to mess this up, right? You know, he bragged about the fact that he decided to lead every day as today, and whatever is tomorrow is tomorrow. He was such an ends justify the means. He actually doesn't, I mean, the problem McCarthy had, I think, in having any credibility with either a handful of Democrats to save him or even with some inside his own conference is one of the core critiques Gaetz has made of McCarthy is, hey, he tells everybody what they want to hear in that moment, right? He cuts the deal with Biden. He cuts the deal with Gaetz. He cuts the deal with... He was going to have to let somebody down, right? He couldn't keep every promise. And he obviously thought he could marginalize that far right wing. That if he, you know, got enough wins that it would be able to marginalize it. And that didn't work. I don't know how this works. I don't know who else can do this. That's the other aspect of this.
On that point, Chuck, what do you think McCarthy's legacy is going to be?
You know, it's not a great legacy. I think it will age well in the short term because he'll look like a statesman compared to perhaps the chaos that might follow him. But long term, I mean, you know, he created this mess. Congressman Womack sort of hinted at it. Be careful of the deals you cut, right? McCarthy's the one that cut the deal to get it down to 1 vote to essentially hand Gaetz a lightsaber to kill him at any point in time. And that's exactly what happened. So, you know, what I don't get with McCarthy is that he didn't have a plan to figure out how, you know, here's a guy at Womack, he's being honest here. You're going to have to find votes somewhere if you have such a slim majority. So you're going to have to figure out. He's somebody that can count, and he knows that the Democrats control the Senate and the Democrats control the White House. The House Republicans only have so much power, right? They don't have as much power as some of these far-right folks think they have. And so, but that doesn't mean, just because it's rational and logical, doesn't mean it'll happen. That's the biggest takeaway, I think, that you got to remember about this far-right faction. The chaos is the feature.
Chuck Todd, NBC's chief political analyst. Chuck, great to see you. Thank you.
You got it, bud. Thanks, Gabe.
And coming up, consequences and collateral damage. President Biden and senators are sounding the alarm about the war in Ukraine as desperately needed aid is held up amid the chaos and dysfunction on Capitol Hill. My one-on-one interview with a Senate Democrat is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back. President Biden is today expressing new concern about the future of aid to Ukraine in the wake of yesterday's historic ousting of Speaker McCarthy. Ukraine aid was already stripped from the stopgap bill to avert a government shutdown, and now the White House is worried that aid will become collateral damage amid the chaos on Capitol Hill. Here's President Biden this afternoon in an exchange with NBC's Peter Alexander.
Does the disarray on Capitol Hill after your conversation with allies yesterday worry you that you won't be able to deliver the aid that the U.S. has promised to Ukraine?
It does worry me, but I know there are a majority of members of the House and Senate in both parties who have said that they support funding Ukraine. With your, I'm going to be announcing very shortly a major speech I'm going to make on this issue, and why it's critically important for the United States and our allies that we keep our commitment.
Meanwhile, back on Capitol Hill, with the future of the aid to Ukraine potentially contingent on who the next speaker is, a group of 8 Democratic senators sent a letter to House and Senate leadership urging immediate legislative action on Ukraine, writing, quote, "Now that a government shutdown has been averted, we must provide Ukraine the resources necessary to defend themselves." And joining me now is Senator Michael Bennet, Democrat from Colorado, who temporarily delayed last week's stopgap funding bill after aid to Ukraine was omitted from that legislation. Senator, what's your reaction to what happened yesterday in the House? You know, President Biden, we just heard, he says he's worried about Ukraine aid given the disarray. How much harder did it just become to get Congress to appropriate more money?
It just became a billion times harder, but we can't fail. And the reason I held things up over the weekend was I was deeply worried that this was where we were gonna be. And in the end, we were able to get a commitment from McConnell and Chuck Schumer that they were going to work together to fund Ukraine aid. Obviously, there was nothing I could do about McCarthy, and now we've got people running for Speaker of the House that are saying they're not going to fund a single dollar of Ukraine aid. How these people could be for, 20 more years of war in Afghanistan and not fund, the Ukrainian people at this moment when democracy truly is on the line, I don't understand. And I hope over the next 45 days, we're going to be able to get to a place where broad bipartisan votes are happening in both the Senate and the House to fund Ukraine.
And Senator, I know you're in the Senate, but Chuck Schumer just warned that whoever the next speaker is about coddling the hard right. So how concerned are you that the next speaker will be so much more difficult to work with?
I think that it would be a disaster if the next speaker uses McCarthy's playbook. It is so obvious to everybody who's looking at this that he sowed the seeds of his own destruction when he made the deals that he did with the hard right part of his caucus, going back to those 15 votes when he couldn't even get the votes to become speaker. And then he would go up to the well and get one, make one more concession and one more concession after that and one more concession after that. We now know, but unfortunately, this isn't a tragedy just for Speaker McCarthy. It's a tragedy for the American people because we need a functional government. The world needs a functional government. And I think whoever is elected speaker next, I hope they promise the American people they're going to govern by bringing the parties together rather than making empty promises to their right flank, which they're not going to be able to keep.
And Senator, I want to ask you a tactical question here. Democrats in the House were all united in ousting McCarthy. But was that the right move? Should they have tried to get concessions out of him before that vote?
I'm not going to second guess that. I do think that it is really important when you think about things like funding for Ukraine that this can't be done just with a hope or a prayer. You have to make sure that we have commitments that are actually worth something. And I tried to do that in the Senate. We're going to have to try to figure out how to do that in the House. As I said earlier, we can't fail. This decision is beyond politics. Zelensky was here. He told us if we don't fund them, they're going to lose this war. The Russians are about to start a counteroffensive. And after all of the successes that the Ukrainians have had over the last 18 months, eclipsing what anybody would have ever predicted about how Putin's army would have been exposed for its weakness, the way the NATO would come together, the question Xi Jinping would now have about what he's going to do with Taiwan. With all of that facing us, the idea that we would walk away is, I think, unacceptable, obviously, would be an abdication of American leadership, unlike anything we've seen for generations.
You know, Senator, one idea that's been floated by some members of the House is a possibility of a discharge position to force a vote on more aid for Ukraine. Is that a viable strategy?
I don't know. I honestly, if I tried to become a House parliamentarian, I'd sound like all the people that become economists around here when the Fed raises interest rates by a quarter point or cuts them by a quarter point. I just don't know. I know that we've got to find a way to get people on record sooner rather than later that they're going to support Ukraine aid, and also that they're going to be out talking to the American people, including the President of the United States, including the President from the Oval Office, about why this is so important and why it's in the national security interest of the United States to do it.
On that point, Senator, a top NATO official said today that Ukraine is, quote, nearing the bottom of the barrel when it comes to ammunition. What are you hearing? How much time is there until Ukraine runs out of the munitions it needs?
I think that we have the time for Congress to act in a responsible way, and we need to act in a responsible way because of that Russian counteroffensive that I was mentioning earlier. So time is of the essence. I think that if we get our act together over the next 45 days, we'll be able to do what's necessary, but that's a big if. And we got to put our political, instincts aside and do the right thing for the country and the right thing for the world. That's what this moment calls for.
And Senator, you temporarily held up the Senate because of the CR, because the CR didn't include money for Ukraine. We just talked about that. But would you force a shutdown if it is not included in the government funding bill?
I hope it doesn't come to that. I don't want it to come to that. But, I think my mom was born in Warsaw, Poland in 1938, which is about the worst place on planet Earth that, a Polish Jew could have been born, which is who she was and when she was born. She's lived long enough to see another land war in Europe. And if that's what's going to be necessary to make sure that we get people's attention on this and we do what only the United States can do, I hope it doesn't come to that. But if it does, I certainly will be willing to shut the government down over this issue.
So that's a yes, Senator. You said, I hope it doesn't come to that, but you would be willing to shut down the government.
I hope it doesn't come to that. I think the stakes are high enough that may be, if that's what's required, we'll have to do what's required.
Well, that's significant, Senator. And I want to now move on to just a big picture question. All this dysfunction in the Hill in recent weeks, what message does that send to our adversaries who argue that democracy does not work?
I think it sends a terrible message, And the message I would send back is we until our own dysfunction was getting in the way, things were actually starting to look pretty good. Putin had made terrible miscalculations about the strength of his army, about the resilience and bravery of the Ukrainian people, about the way democracies all over the world would come together with the U.S.'s leadership to fight this war. Xi Jinping is having to think twice and three times about what he would do in Taiwan because of the way that we've come together. And before this craziness started right now, we had passed the first bipartisan infrastructure bill since Eisenhower was president. We'd passed the first bill since Reagan was president to bring an industry back here instead of exporting everything to China and Southeast Asia. And we'd passed the most significant climate bill of any country in the world, and on top of that, finally overcome pharma to require Medicare to negotiate drug prices in front of the on behalf of the American people. That is not nothing. And for those of us that believe in democracy, and I certainly do, you know, this is a moment where we should be encouraging our elected officials to move beyond this dysfunction, to build on the significant successes that we've had legislatively over the last couple of years, build on the significant successes that the Ukrainian people have had, and turn something over to our kids and our grandkids we can actually be proud of.
Senator Michael Bennet giving us a preview of the high stakes and the showdown on Capitol Hill over the coming weeks, especially over Ukraine funding. Senator Michael Bennet, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
And up next, trumped-up rhetoric and a rebuke from the court. We'll have the latest from day 3 of the former president's fraud trial in New York as the atmosphere between Mr. Trump's team and the presiding judge grows increasingly confrontational. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
And welcome back. Donald Trump once again inside a Manhattan courtroom for day 3 of the civil fraud trial brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James against him, 2 of his sons, and his company. This comes a day after the judge presiding over the trial imposed a limited gag order against the former president after he attacked a member of the judge's staff. Despite that order, Mr. Trump has continued to lash out at New York Attorney General Letitia James, calling the $250 million lawsuit politically motivated.
I'm leading Joe Biden by a lot, which is probably why this is all happening. Not probably, it's definitely. They're coordinating with Washington, 100%. But without that, none of these cases would be going on. They've weaponized justice in our country. This trial is a disgrace.
And joining me now is NBC's Lindsay Reiser outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Lindsay, that gag order applied only to the judge's staff, but not Attorney General Letitia James, who spoke out for the first time since the trial began. What did she say today?
Well, the former president has called James deranged. He's called her a derogatory term. Today, he called her a political animal. And today, the Attorney General stepped in front of cameras, and this is what she said.
Mr. Trump's comments were offensive, they were baseless, they were void of any facts and or any evidence, and comments, unfortunately, that appeals to the bottom of our humanity. This case was brought simply because it was a case where individuals have engaged in a pattern and practice of fraud, and I will not sit idly by and allow anyone to subvert the law. And lastly, I will not be bullied. And so Mr. Trump is no longer here. The Donald Trump show is over. This was nothing more than a political stunt.
And she made those comments after the former president had left. He flew back home to Florida. The attorney general just left because court adjourned for the day. She's been here all week. Unclear if she'll return to the courtroom tomorrow, Gabe.
And Lindsay, we just heard those comments, the back and forth outside the courtroom, but there were some heated exchanges inside the courtroom today. What happened?
Yeah, things got fiery, Gabe. The judge getting frustrated over the repetitive nature of the cross-examination of the accountant, Donald Bender, who was on the stand, Trump's former accountant, essentially saying, can't we lump all this together, talking about going year after year, property after property over these financial statements that he signed. The judge at one point getting very frustrated and even yelling something like this is ridiculous and pounding the bench. But Chris Kise, the former president's attorney, saying this was the CPA. He didn't meet those standards. He only seems to recall what the government seems to recall and saying this is the time to defend ourselves. Now, Trump, during that whole time, was shaking his head. The video that we were just watching was actually before proceedings began, but our reporter and producer inside tell us he was shaking his hand, at one point lifting his arms up in the air and saying he couldn't hear Bender, and then Bender appeared to speak a little bit more loudly into the mic. But also, interestingly, Gabe, before things adjourned for the day, the witness who was on the stand was actually the second witness. He testified for the first time about Eric and Donald Jr. during this trial, that they had signed off on some of these financial statements in 2021, introducing them. Of course, they are defendants in this case as well. And then it's a little confusing, but then we went back to Bender for more cross-examination, which Gabe is expected to continue into tomorrow.
Not every day, Lindsay, that you hear of a judge pounding the bench like that. Lindsay Reiser, live for us in Lower Manhattan. Lindsay, thank you. And after the break, dysfunction in D.C., conflicts in the courtroom, and the House at a standstill. We're digging deeper into the perilous state of U.S. politics. The panel is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. To come back to the big question in Washington, what now? 1 week before House Republicans try to select their new leader, and a little more than 5 weeks before we face another deadline to avoid a government shutdown. I'm joined now by the panel. Julie Manchester, national political reporter for The Hill. Maria Teresa Kumar, President and CEO of Voto Latino and an NBC News contributor, and Stephen Hayes, editor and CEO of The Dispatch and also an NBC News contributor. Thank you so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. All right, and Julie, I want to start with you. How do Republicans get anything done without a working majority here? What is next here?
Yeah, what is next is obviously figuring out who the next speaker is. And we know that Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise have both thrown their hats in the ring. I think the issue there, though, is that with Jim Jordan, you have a really good fundraiser, but he puts in a way, or could put, the moderates that are up for re-election next year at risk, because we know that he is very much a hardline conservative. For Steve Scalise, very popular among the conference, but we know that he's been dealing with his own health problems, blood cancer and such. So there's a lot of questions about what this looks like going forward and what unifying the conference looks like.
I'm curious, 5 years ago, did you ever think that Jim Jordan would be entertained as a possible House Speaker?
Absolutely not. And 5 years ago, I would never think that Matt Gaetz would have gotten the power he's,
right.
Accumulated.
He took down the House Speaker.
Yes, and to take down someone like Kevin McCarthy, that was pretty incredible to watch.
Maria Teresa, how big of a risk was it for Democrats to let Kevin McCarthy be ousted? Now, I know he didn't do himself any favors by going on the Sunday shows and essentially trashing Democrats, so it would have been very awkward to then ask for their help. But should Democrats have tried to get some concessions out of him, or at least, try to get something in exchange for keeping him in his job?
I think one of the biggest challenges that the Democrats had with McCarthy is the fact that when it was to be on the right side of history, when it was actually coming in to talk about what happened on January 6th, what happened with Trump and his impeachment, the fact that he was okay with the dysfunctioning government there, that I think is where people are saying the erosion of his trust in his leadership and his understanding of what little d democracy means. That's what happened with the Democrats at the end of the day.
But what happens if they get even more of a hardliner? Scalise, Jordan?
I think if anything, they're going to be able to demonstrate to the American people that the chaos right now in Congress is coming from one party, and it's coming from a dysfunctional government that's run by the Republicans. And I think we have to also remember that you had Speaker Pelosi. She only had 4 votes, yet she knew how to govern.
Right.
She knew how to bring people together. And so I think that it's recognizing the contrast of, do we believe in the institutions and how do we respect them?
The White House has been taking a hands-off approach here, and trying not to get involved and trying to establish this split screen, right? Trying to show what President Biden is doing for the country. Should they have gotten more involved in any way? Like, how does the White House play into all this?
I think it's one of the biggest challenges because they want a functioning government. And I think what he's been able to do is go around the country explaining what his policies are and his wins. I mean, today he was able to announce that he's giving another $9 billion in student loan forgiveness. He has that bully pulpit. The other part is get your party, GOP, in line so that we can be functioning.
Nancy Pelosi didn't have this whole motion to vacate issue. Going forward, is it possible, Stephen, that the Congress or the House still has this ability for one member to basically throw a firebomb into the whole institution?
You're certainly going to see the hardliners push to retain it, I think. What happened yesterday was predictable. I mean, remember, during the speaker fight, during those 15 votes, people raised this issue of the motion to vacate and what a problem it potentially would be. So we knew it was coming. I think the people who are sort of in this to, metaphorically burn the place down, they don't care. This is valuable to them.
President Biden today talked about bipartisanship as one of his favorite topics. He talked about it last week at the speech I attended in Phoenix, talking about announcing a new library for John McCain or funding for it. But with these events, is bipartisanship officially dead?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it was very much alive before these events. If you look back at the last 3 years, and look, I have to say, I think Joe Biden deserves some blame for that. You know, he came in as the guy who was going to return this place to normal, and he gave speeches suggesting that people who disagreed with him on voting rights were akin to 1960s era racists. He has fueled this a number of times, and I would say in the passage of legislation, even good faith Republicans who went to work with him, he sort of showed them the back of the hand on things like COVID relief, on things like the original infrastructure bills. But having said that, I can't stop there. No, I mean, look, Republicans have been...
I would actually park that and actually say that one of the things that makes Joe Biden so unique for the moment is that he understands how government works. He understands how to pick up the phone. He knows how to actually bridge bipartisanship. And while he may be having his rhetoric, you look at his policies, and the reason that you have an infrastructure boom, the reason we've been able to stave off an economic demise is because he brought bipartisanship in some of his signature legislation. And now Republicans are owning that signature legislation as if all of them had signed for it. In some cases, many of them didn't.
But does he understand how politics work, 20 or 30 years ago? Is there this nostalgia for the way things used to be, this more bipartisan era, the good old days? But, Matt Gaetz, Joe Biden, at the end of the day, he's from Scranton, Pennsylvania. He knows how to get into the mud. He knows how to do bare knuckle politics. But he also recognizes that he doesn't need all of the GOP. He just needs a few of them. So they, especially the ones that are in vulnerable districts, because they need to have something to show back at the end of the day to their constituencies. Julia, do you think that's where the electorate is now?
Look, in terms of the electorate, I think what we saw yesterday is very much a direct result of polarization, particularly in the House. We talk about Joe Biden's experience in Washington. Joe Biden is an alum of the Senate. Mitch McConnell obviously served with Joe Biden. But when it comes to the House, we've seen the House just grow increasingly polarized in these districts due to redistricting, a number of different factors. And I don't think Joe Biden, or really even Senate Republicans, for example, are necessarily prepared or understand how to handle this.
It's not just the vote for Speaker coming up next week. A couple of weeks after that, we have this whole funding debate, another potential government shutdown. Just today, earlier in this program, we spoke to Senator Michael Bennet, who said that he is willing to force a government shutdown over the issue of Ukraine funding. How troubling is it that we have all of these weighty issues coming up? And look, it's one thing for the Republicans might, force a government shutdown, but for Senator Bennet and potentially some Democrats, they view the issue of Ukraine funding as worth it to shut down the government. It's that important to them.
Yeah, and I would say I don't think Republicans in the Senate would go that far, but Republicans in the Senate, including Mitch McConnell, have been very vocal about how they want funding for Ukraine and how they're united with Democrats on it. This once again goes back to the GOP House conference and the divide there when it comes to support for Ukraine.
Stephen, I want to turn to some sound from former President Trump. He just weighed in on the speaker fight this morning. Let's play some of that.
All I can say is we'll do whatever's best for the country and for the Republican Party. My focus is totally on that. If I can help them during the process, I would do it. But we have some great people in the Republican Party that could do a great job as Speaker.
Stephen, the former president did not step in and save Kevin McCarthy. Will the next speaker need his seal of approval?
I mean, look, he's not going to be the person to save anything. And it's ironic to hear him talking about how much he loves the Republican Party when several times within the past few days, he's trashed the Republican Party and its prominent leaders. Look, Donald Trump, I think, bears a lot of responsibility for what we saw here over the past few days because he has elevated these kind of candidates, along with Kevin McCarthy, these kind of members of Congress who have done the kinds of things that they did over the last 48 hours, responding to the incentives that Donald Trump helped create. So I don't think he's going to be a solution to much.
Returning last question, I wanted to turn to 2024 really quickly. Where are we right now with, Ron DeSantis sliding down the polls? Nikki Haley seems to be having a moment. I know the next debate is quite a bit ways off. There's now talk about DeSantis and Haley going for donors, for those same donors. Maria Teresa, where do we go next on this? Does GOP field even matter in the 2024 race right now?
Grab the popcorn. I think one of the things is that most Americans are so turned off by what the antics that they're witnessing when they do turn on the debates that I think everybody's waiting for something to settle. And even though Haley is now surpassing DeSantis, it's not enough to all of a sudden say that she is the heir apparent after Donald Trump. So I would just say that we pace ourselves and see what happens. We've never been here before. And I think that most people who are political animals, we love to watch these political debates. But I have to tell you, watching it with my two kids, I had to explain things to them and apologize in a way that made me uncomfortable as a parent showing this spectacle to them. That was tough.
Difficult topics to talk about with your kids these days. So Maria Teresa Kumar, Stephen Hayes, and Julia Manchester, thank you so much for joining us here on the panel. And still to come, the largest healthcare worker strike in history is now underway. We're live on the picket lines with the latest next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. More than 75,000 workers at healthcare provider Kaiser Permanente walked off the job today, launching a strike at more than 40 locations across 5 states. It is the largest strike of healthcare workers in history. Kaiser workers are expected to walk picket lines for 3 days to protest the state of negotiations on wages and hospital staffing. The union says that an internal poll found that 2/3 of workers say they have seen care delayed or denied because of short staffing. Kaiser has disputed those results. Even a 3-day strike has potential implications for many currently seeking care. Kaiser is the largest healthcare nonprofit in the United States, responsible for coverage of more than 13 million Americans. NBC's David Noriega is reporting from one of those picket lines in Los Angeles. And David, what are you seeing and hearing from the workers on that picket line behind you?
Gabe, as you said, by far the top grievance that these workers have is around staffing levels. There is a serious labor shortage across the healthcare industry, and Kaiser is no exception. These workers say that they've been burnt out for years, particularly since the pandemic. We spoke to one striking worker today who's also a negotiator for the union. Here's what she had to say.
In the negotiations for the last 2 weeks, we haven't had a break day and night, 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and we are asking the Kaiser executives come to the table. I'm physically, mentally tired. I'm tired of seeing a short-staffing hospital. I'm sick and tired of coming to the table and Kaiser not showing up. My son was born here 19 years ago. My mother has diabetes, and I'm just terrified that, they would have an emergency and would have to come to the hospital and not get the care that they need and that they deserve.
Gabe, it's not just the staffing. The workers say that Kaiser is not negotiating in good faith. The objective of this 3-day strike is to bring Kaiser back to the table with a serious proposal to solve this issue.
And David, have we heard anything from Kaiser Permanente today?
We have. What they say, they recognize that staffing is a serious problem, but they say that they're already doing everything they can to resolve it. They already pay above market compared to their competitors. Now, the union, on the other hand, says that above market is still not good enough in an industry that's doing as poorly as healthcare. Gabe?
And David, Kaiser healthcare workers are the latest group to go on strike. We've been covering the UAW strike. Also, the TV writers only recently returned. Did this moment influence their choice to strike?
The short answer is yes. Every negotiation is different, but I have spoken to several Kaiser workers who have said that they felt inspired and empowered seeing all these other unions go out and strike. Not only that, these unions talk to each other, right? They collaborate, they share tips, they see the way that something like the writer's strike here in LA resolved itself, and they aspire to something similar. So this is all happening together, and we should think of all these labor actions as directly and explicitly connected. Gabe?
David Noriega, live for us in LA. Thank you so much. And that does it for us today. Kristen is back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. The news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air with the question mark hanging over the building behind me here. Who is going to lead? Who's stepping up to be the next Speaker of the House? Who actually wants that seemingly impossible job? Well, at least 2 people officially. That's what we're learning tonight as the clock ticks toward a government shutdown. What this historic moment means for the future of the Republican Party and for you and maybe your money. Plus, a scene all too familiar on a college campus. Multiple suspects still at large after a shooting at Morgan State University. What we're learning about the manhunt right now in Baltimore. Then opening arguments starting today in what's being called one of the biggest financial fraud cases in history. How lawyers for FTX head Sam Bankman-Fried say they're going to prove he didn't actually defraud anyone. Plus, stunning allegations of forced birth control from dozens of women in Greenland. One of those women telling us it feels like she has knives inside of her. The disturbing details we're learning and what these women want to see now coming up. And a new real estate law inspired by Katy Perry. What a fight over a $15 million mansion means for the state house there, and who this new law is supposed to protect a little bit later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with a choose-your-own congressional adventure story in this building behind me here. Who should be the next Speaker of the House? What should ultra-conservatives and moderates do from here? Call it unprecedented, call it uncharted, call it whichever cliche you prefer, as long as you also call it what it is: messy. Because right now, the House of Representatives does not have a leader. It is functionally paralyzed. It's not sustainable, but at least 2 people are officially volunteering to make this problem theirs to own. Steve Scalise, you see him there on the right side of your screen. He's the #2 House Republican. And Jim Jordan, the Judiciary Chair, both officially announcing they'll run for the top job. We could know who has a consensus behind him or if any other candidates emerge by this time next week. That's when the House GOP is supposed to hold an internal meeting to see how this sorts out. But until then, and maybe beyond then, you've got this temporary caretaker speaker, Patrick McHenry, in charge.
The reality is that Patrick McHenry could be in a scenario where he's in this position for an extended period. I told Patrick yesterday, you may want to get comfortable because, and that's why I suggested that he fully understand the parameters of authority, because look, there's scenarios where we could be here for a while.
So here's the deal, right? Here's why this matters to you. The longer this drags on, the more of a real-world impact we could see. A week without a speaker, probably not make or break. 3 weeks, 4 weeks with no speaker, different story. when you think about that government shutdown deadline, for example, coming up in 40-plus days away. This is the kind of the uncertainty that could affect the markets, which are already a little spooked today. You saw the Dow down a full %. That's over the last couple of days as this whole unraveling in the House of Representatives happened. And while folks might notice that chaos in D.C., if it hits their wallets, that is a potential here. Whether they care about Kevin McCarthy's ouster really depends on who you ask. Listen to what our teams fanning out across the country heard from voters, just regular people, this afternoon.
He says he's not going to run again for that position, and I think he was doing a good job.
It's historic that he was ousted. It's something that's never happened before in Congress. I mean, I just don't think. I'm a Republican, so I think, you know, the Democrats did him wrong.
Do you know who Kevin McCarthy is?
I've heard the name.
Let's get to our team covering every angle of this. We've got NBC's Ali Vitale live for us inside the Capitol behind me. Our economic analyst Caleb Silver is joining us as well. Ali, let me start with you. Give me the nuts and bolts here, right? Where are we here? 5:04 Eastern here in Washington. What are your sources telling you about what happens next?
Well, I'm going to try to add, because you really hit it all in your introduction with our latest reporting, Hallie, specifically around who's actually running for speaker in this instance. There's a lot of names being thrown around.
No, Ali Vitale, I did not hit it all in the introduction. I know that there's more on this, including names rumored to potentially throw their hats into the ring, including some of the other conversations that I know are happening behind the scenes. Talk us through it.
Which is exactly where I'm going. And the names that we've heard specifically are Congressman Jim Jordan and Congressman Steve Scalise. Those are the two that are officially declared. I talked with both of them this morning. They both spent some time with the members that are still in town at this point. The Texas delegation, for example, held a lunch. They came. The other person who was there is the guy in the middle of your screen, Kevin Hern, who's the head of the Republican Study Committee. He said that he's interested. I asked if he'd be filing a letter, which might sound silly, but it's actually what you have to do to actually tell your conference, hey, I want to officially run for speaker. He's not yet done that, but said that he's just taking conversations, taking the temperature of his conference. And then these other possibilities, I wouldn't put a ton of stock in these, specifically because Patrick McHenry is on there because he's currently the acting speaker. This is a guy who's close to the former Speaker McCarthy. Same with Tom Emmer, though. Our understanding is that he's not trying to move up to the top slot. He might just be trying to move up to whatever slot comes next if someone like Steve Scalise, who's currently the number 2, were to move up to the number 1 slot. And then there's the Donald Trump of it all. And I really want to be careful here because although you don't have to be a sitting member of Congress or a sitting member of the House to do that job, and yes, technically it could be Trump, and yes, there are technically some members of Congress who are saying that it should be him, I have a really hard time believing that that would happen.
I'm with you there on that, Ali, based on some of the conversations that I've been having. It's sort of an interesting, I don't want to call it sideshow, but maybe like side thing happening over here when there's so much swirling kind of in the center, Ali, as you well know, especially this idea of what does happen if this goes beyond next week from a governing perspective, right? I mean, we laid out the potential shutdown deadline is still mid-November, but is a thought experiment here. Could this temporary speaker actually run the House like a permanent Speaker of the House would? Do we know anything on that front?
Untested, so yes, and also maybe no. I think we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, because the role that McHenry has right now is untested. No one has ever been the temporary speaker before, and so we don't know the length of his powers. Yes, he does the basic things, opening the floor. Those are all mostly ceremonial, quite frankly. But whether or not he can run the floor and how long he can do that, those aren't actually things that have answers to them right now.
There's also this piece when you look at potential policy impact, this question of what happens as it relates to money for Ukraine. This is something that some, but certainly not all Republicans want to see. President Biden certainly wants to see it move forward. That's kind of an undercurrent that's happening here, too, right?
Yeah, definitely. Ukraine funding is going to be one of the key pieces that we're even seeing as sort of a litmus test for some of these potential speaker candidates. Jim Jordan, for example, I asked him this morning, would you back Ukraine aid? He said no. Steve Scalise, someone who's been part of leadership conversations on this issue before, no stranger to the fact that a lot of folks within the conference are not fans of continued aid to Ukraine. Meanwhile, on the Senate side, though, you've got Michael Bennet talking like this. Listen.
That's what's going to be necessary to make sure that we get people's attention on this, and we do what only the United States can do. I hope it doesn't come to that, but if it does, I certainly will be willing to shut the government down over this issue.
So you've got pressure from the Senate side to stick on Ukraine aid, and on the House, it's really in flux and unlikely.
Ali Vitale, lots of moving pieces here. Thank you so much for capably covering it, as you always do. Appreciate it. I want to get to Caleb Silver now. So, Caleb, we talked with Ali about some of the potential real-world impacts. We're seeing some of that churn up in the markets here. We know that what happens on Wall Street is not the economy, right? But what does this mean for people's money, potentially, if this uncertainty drags on?
Yeah, it's just another scoop of chaos into the gumbo of uncertainty that you have to deal with, because we do have that November 17th date. That's the date that the government pushed out to get the government shutdown things arranged and get them agreed upon. There's 12 spending bills that need to be agreed upon. You need a Speaker of the House to drive those conversations so we don't get a government shutdown, which means the closing of non-essential government offices. It means the delay in payments for Social Security, Medicare, veterans payments. So that's more uncertainty. Already, we're facing a ton of that. If you look at the stock market, it's down 8% from its highs earlier this summer, and the Dow has given up all of its gains. A lot of that uncertainty is bubbling up in the bond market because bond yields are spiking now because there is so much uncertainty. Will the Federal Reserve have to hike interest rates again? What does the jobs picture look like? We'll find out on Friday. So you put all of that together, and we have a lot of things that investors and households have to digest.
Caleb Silver, a lot for all of us to digest. Thank you so much. We're following every development on the Hill as it happens, but also new tonight, our first glimpse at the defense in one of the most historic financial fraud trials in history, with a lawyer for the disgraced founder of FTX saying point blank, nobody was defrauded just because a lot of people lost a lot of money. That's the perspective from Sam Bankman-Fried's side as opening statements are kicking off today. And it will not surprise you to hear that prosecutors totally disagreed, telling the jury that SBF stole billions of dollars from thousands of people and that he took customers' deposits and spent it on himself. The trial is looking at whether SBF was the alleged mastermind behind the operation. He has pleaded not guilty in what has been just a saga after his crypto empire collapsed. Billions of dollars to bankruptcy in just about a week. I want to bring in CNBC tech reporter Kate Rooney, who's covering all of it here. And opening statements, sort of the starting line here for a trial that is expected to potentially make history.
Yeah, Hallie, I loved how the judge described it today. He said, you're going to get the movie over the next 6 weeks. Today is the trailer from both sides. It sort of highlights of how they're going to play things out and how they're going to form their arguments. Prosecution kicked things off, describing Sam Bankman-Fried really as a villain. They said he knowingly committed these crimes and alleged fraud. They said that he stole customer funds, used them to really enrich himself by real estate in the Bahamas. They talked a lot about some of the celebrity endorsements, and they really tried to simplify what can be a complicated topic of cryptocurrency. They tried to boil it down really to fraud, and that's how they tried to frame it today. Said Sam Bankman-Fried was very much in charge and knew what he was doing, that he was hiding some of the stuff that was going on behind the scenes that he actually knew about. Got the defense on the other side saying Sam Bankman-Fried was running a fast-growing startup. They described him as a nerd, really. They said that he doesn't drink, he doesn't party, he was a hardworking startup founder. So we'll see where this all ends up over 6 weeks.
What's also interesting are the people who are coming to testify, the people who are being called as witnesses, including people who worked for him, who were friends with him.
We got one of those today. So a former college friend, somebody who lived with him in the Bahamas, very much an insider, who said he left Alameda, which is the sister hedge fund, because he was starting to discover some of the problems there and the issues. Speaking on behalf of the prosecution, they're also an FTX customer who lost about $150,000, $140,000. So you're getting some of those key witnesses. We do expect to hear a lot more, potentially from his parents, his brother, and investors, as well as other insiders over the next 6 weeks or so.
Kate Rooney, thank you very much. Tonight, the suspects, classes, and all homecoming events are now canceled for the rest of the week at Morgan State University, with the search for the suspects still happening and what the school's president called a senseless act of violence that left 5 people hurt. This happened on the campus of the historically black college. Students on lockdown for hours. You had armed police. Look at some of this video here, going room to room, looking for anybody who may have been involved. You see that shot right there? The victims ranging in age from 18 to 22. They're in the hospital. They are expected to be okay. This happened during homecoming week, and that's a big deal, right? That's when students and families and alumni all come together on campus for a whole bunch of events. Students were leaving a coronation ceremony for Mr. and Ms. Morgan State University when somebody started shooting, with some students saying they still don't feel safe.
I wasn't planning on going to homecoming, but seeing this now, I'm definitely not going because my safety comes first. So it's like I love the school, but it's like my safety comes first. So it's like I don't think I will be able to attend homecoming at all.
This is just the latest example of a shooter threatening a college campus. Over the last few months, we've seen things like this play out at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, at Edward Waters University, at Michigan State University. Ken Delanian is joining us now. And Ken, we know that classes were canceled today. There's this question of whether they keep going with some of the other homecoming events. Talk us through what it's like on campus and where this search goes next.
It's grim, Hallie, and actually they just announced they're canceling all of the rest of the homecoming events and even postponing Saturday's football game for the first time in the history of the university. And the reason I think they're doing that is that we didn't speak to a student today who wasn't headed home, packed suitcase, heading home. We talked to parents who are terribly frustrated, students who really seem to have lost confidence in the administration, saying they cannot believe that this oasis of learning that they thought they were attending turned into a field of gunfire. Take a listen to one sophomore we spoke to.
It was just really insane to me. As a student who goes here, I shouldn't have to fear for my safety or have to worry about if I'm even safe in my own building. I've heard that there were gunshots inside of the building. Like, all of this is crazy.
So police say that this was a dispute between two groups, and so those images of police going door to door, that didn't have to happen. There was no active shooter. There was a group of people who fled, and I heard some frustration about that today from students as well, Hallie.
And police suggest there were more than one shooter. What else do we know sort of in a concrete way about this investigation?
So they've said that they believe this was a dispute between two groups. Maybe two people had weapons. They haven't said really anything else. They have not been transparent about whether, for example, they have any leads that would identify any suspects, really. And that has caused some disquiet among some of the people I talked to. It makes them more reluctant to be here on campus. And in fact, when the president announced that he was canceling all of the homecoming events, he said essentially classes and other events would be canceled until these perpetrators are caught and brought to justice, Hallie.
Ken Delanian, thank you so much. Just before we came on the air late tonight, former President Trump saying online that the New York Attorney General, in his view, should be impeached over what he says are falsified documents in that huge civil fraud case she's bringing against him. That says he's leaving New York City court today pretty angry, going after the legal system, going after the judge. He says they're keeping him from being where he wants to be, which is out on the campaign trail. That's even after getting hit with a gag order yesterday, telling him to stop making personal attacks against people on the judge's staff. The New York Attorney General, Letitia James, saying after the former president left court today that she will not be bullied by him.
Mr. Trump's comments were offensive. They were baseless. They were void of any facts and/or any evidence. The Donald Trump show is over. This was nothing more than a political stunt, a fundraising stop.
Remember, the former president is accused of exaggerating for years about how much his businesses were actually worth. Lindsay Reiser is in New York City, just outside that courthouse. And Lindsay, even after this gag order, you've seen the former president not backing away from that sharp rhetoric, that occasionally veering into violent rhetoric at people involved in this trial. That was happening before. You're seeing those attacks on the attorney general after. What else has he been saying?
And the former president's tone was very angry today, Hallie. I mean, we saw yesterday he was a bit in better spirits after court adjourned. He came to the cameras and said today was a good day. Today, leaving when they recessed for lunch, going back to Florida in a rather angry mood and tone. He has called the attorney general deranged. Today, he called her a political animal, and he posted on Truth Social, this is yet another witch hunt for purposes of election interference. Letitia is a dirty cop who is driving business out of New York in record numbers. She should be impeached impeached for falsification of documents, Mar-a-Lago value being a prime example. Now, these are some familiar points that the former president has hit on this week when he has been here, and we need to add some clarity here for some of them. For example, when he says she should be impeached for falsification of documents, Mar-a-Lago value being a prime example. It was a Palm Beach County assessor who appraised Mar-a-Lago's value between 18 and 27.6 million. He says it's worth $1 billion, even $1.5 billion, because he didn't include his most valuable asset, his brand. I mean, this is the heart of the case that the judge will be deciding on in terms of fraud, falsification of business records. The former president says under this statute, 6312, you are not entitled to a jury. The judge has said neither side asked for a jury. It's unclear if that had happened, whether the judge would have allowed that. And also, he said, because this is happening because he is leading Joe Biden, we have to keep in mind that Letitia James started investigating this in 2019 when Michael Cohen testified to Congress about the alleged falsification, Hallie.
We heard James call this essentially a fundraising stop for the former president. And not long after he left, we saw his campaign send us email about this, what he described as unjust trial. He made very clear today he's got other places he'd prefer to be. Watch.
I'm here, stuck here, and I can't campaign. I'd rather be right now in Iowa. I'd rather be in New Hampshire, South Carolina, or Ohio.
He'd rather be in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, those early states in this Republican presidential primary that's coming up quick here. This is an issue, given the legal problems that he's facing, that is going to come up again and again over the course of the next 6 months or longer.
Hallie, the former president isn't compelled to be here. This is a civil trial. He only has to be here if called to the stand. He is on the potential witness list for the attorney general. If that happens, he will be compelled to come here and testify, but he could be in any one of those number of states. And when we talk about fundraising, he has been sending out fundraising blasts as part of this. And today, in front of the cameras, somebody asked the former president, why are you here? And he said, so I can prove how fraudulent and corrupt this is. So he's getting a chance to be in front of the cameras and to say his piece, Hallie.
Lindsay Reiser, live for us there in New York. Lindsay, thank you. Tonight, the biggest healthcare worker strike this country has ever seen is sending more than 75,000 union members walking off the job. Day one of a 3-day strike from staffers at Kaiser Permanente, targeting 40 medical offices and hospitals across a bunch of states, several of them. NBC's David Noriega is out on the picket lines.
In a year of labor unrest, a new record, the largest medical workers' strike in American history. Nurses, techs, janitors, the people who make a hospital run, walking off the job for 3 days by the tens of thousands in 5 states and Washington, D.C. They're demanding higher pay and better staffing from Kaiser Permanente, the largest medical group in the U.S. Rocio Chacon, a lead negotiator for the union, says Kaiser has not been bargaining in good faith.
I'm tired of seeing a short-staffing hospital. I'm sick and tired of coming to the table and Kaiser not showing up.
Kaiser used to be considered one of the best places to work in healthcare. It offered good pay and unusually good relations between labor and management. Clearly, that's broken down.
It used to be Kaiser was a place everyone wanted to work at, but now it's not.
James Bell is an X-ray technician who's worked at Kaiser in the LA area for over 20 years.
Everyone is being asked to do more and more and more with less and less.
How do these staffing shortages affect the patients?
They're made to wait longer for just basic care.
The union says the key to solving the staffing crisis is obvious: better money. They're asking for a 27% increase over 4 years, or about 6% a year. Kaiser is offering about half that. With bargaining stalled, Kaiser hired non-union temp workers to minimize disruptions. Now, executives say that wages aside, the two parties aren't so far apart.
You're saying the company and the unions agree on the staffing question?
We agree that it's a crisis.
Kaiser says it does a better job than others at retaining workers, partly because of their above-market pay. In California, they say 20% above market.
We're committed to that, but we also have to balance that with the affordability of health care, which is actually its own crisis.
For union members in an industry in rough shape, better than average is not good enough.
Well, that just means that they suck less. That does not mean that they're doing better. They just are not as bad.
If this 3-day strike doesn't get the workers what they're asking for, they're planning to walk out again in November, this time for 5 days, upping the ante in an already high-stakes contest.
David is joining us now. It is fascinating to see that look on the ground here. Talk about the impact on patients at this moment, what we're hearing from both the workers and from Kaiser on that, because there could be a pretty immediate impact this week.
Yeah, Hallie, so Kaiser has kept all of these facilities open, including, for example, this hospital behind me in L.A. That's because they brought in temporary non-union workers to fill in during the strike. Kaiser says that they have managed to minimize disruptions as much as possible. That said, there obviously are disruptions because the people who keep this hospital running and others like it are out here on the picket line, not inside doing their jobs. That has an impact on, for example, people who have had elective procedures, elective surgeries rescheduled. Now, as far as what the workers say about that, I've asked several of them what they have to say. They pretty much place the blame at the feet of Kaiser for not addressing the fundamental problems causing this in the first place. Hallie?
David Noriega, thank you so much for that reporting live for us from L.A. Appreciate it. Still ahead, some bombshell new details about the Mercedes at the center of bribery allegations against a sitting senator. How a police report shows it may be tied to a deadly accident involving the woman who's now his wife. Plus, a new plea from the people who call Lahaina home, why they say they're just not ready to get back to normal. We'll be right back.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We are learning tonight more about how a deadly car crash may be connected to the black Mercedes in the bribery case involving a sitting U.S. senator and his wife. According to police records obtained by NBC News, back in 2018, Bob Menendez's soon-to-be wife, Nadine, hit and killed a man when she was driving her black Mercedes-Benz in a New Jersey town. She was alone in the car, which you can see here in a picture from after the accident. She says that the man ran across traffic and jumped on her car. Now, police determined she was not at fault. Not long after this accident happened, the senator and his then-girlfriend, now wife, accepted a $60,000 Mercedes convertible as a gift from an Egyptian-American businessman, according to prosecutors, who alleged that the car was given in exchange for a favor. Here's Senator Menendez today, responding to a question from reporters about this.
That was a tragic accident, and obviously, we think of the family.
Tom Winter is covering this. He has been following this one, Tom. I know from the jump, really. What else do we know about this development here?
Right. So, Hallie, in the indictment, it was clear that at some point the Menendezes needed a new car, but the indictment doesn't say why. And the allegation is, as you laid out, that it was a gift for somebody in exchange for a legal favor, somebody named Jose Uribe, who was charged in this case as well and has pleaded not guilty. And so reports started coming out, and we've obtained a police report and the body cam video that you've seen, as well as a photo of the car, which illustrates what happened that evening. The injuries to the victim identified by police as Richard Koop were quite severe. The detailed police report is quite graphic in the injuries that happened to him. And during the course of this, as you accurately laid out, there were no charges that were filed against Nadine Menendez. They determined that she wasn't at fault. The police report does say that they asked her for her cell phone at one point. She agreed to give it over to police and then apparently almost immediately asked for it back. That's a step that's typically taken in a fatal accident investigation to determine whether or not somebody was texting or on the phone or using an app at the time of the crash. But ultimately, they say that there were no charges to be filed in this case. And you saw the aftermath, her Mercedes-Benz, that Mercedes-Benz totaled as a result of the crash.
Tell us more about the car, what prosecutors believe was part of this deal here. What else should we know?
Right. So this apparently around the time about February 2019, according to federal prosecutors, she starts talking to one of the people that she's alleged to be involved in a bribery conspiracy with about a gift and about a Mercedes-Benz, and that this individual at some point procures that Mercedes-Benz and then makes payments on it. It's a different Mercedes-Benz than the one that we're looking at on screen. And prosecutors allege that during the course of that, once the FBI went to talk to the individual who's making payments, the payments stopped. And they said that those payments and the Mercedes-Benz were part of the bribery conspiracy and for legal favors.
Tom Winter, thank you very much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the suspect charged in the murder of Tupac Shakur, making his first appearance in court in Las Vegas today. Dwayne Davis was supposed to be arraigned, but it got cut short because he says his lawyer can't show up to court for another couple of weeks. So now the arraignment is going to happen at the end of the month. Davis was arrested last week, remember, for that 1996 murder that just captivated the nation for decades. Number 2, people in Lahaina on the island of Maui want Hawaii's governor to push back plans to reopen part of the state to tourists, part of the island. It comes almost a week after some of these folks went home for the very first time since that horrific wildfire that killed nearly 100 people. They say the community is not mentally or emotionally ready to welcome back visitors just yet. Number 3, FIFA putting the world in World Cup clearly, because the 2030 tournament, we're finding out today, will have games in 6 different countries across 3 different continents. It's the first time that the tournament's going to be played on more than one continent. We're talking Spain, Portugal, Morocco, Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay. They will all get automatic entry into the World Cup. Number 4, too exhausted to return your packages, just not in the mood? Well, Uber may have your back. They're now adding a feature where drivers will go pick up the stuff that you want to return and then drop them off at UPS, or FedEx, or the post office. It'll cost you $5. You can send up to 5 packages at a time. A lazy girl life hack. There you go. Favorite time of the year, number 5 at Hallie Jackson now, Fat Bear Week. We do love a plump bear. First day of the Fat Bear tournament. It's in Alaska. You can vote on which bear you think should be crowned champion. 12 of these gorgeous brown bears are in the running this year. Which is your fave? We are blowing up that voting line, let me tell you. To the White House now, where another $9 billion in student loan relief is on its way to people trying to pay down the cost of college. This batch hoping to help about 125,000 people who have already been repaying their loans or who are working for the government or for nonprofits. Here's the president today saying this isn't just good for those individuals, it's also good for the country.
This kind of relief is life-changing for individuals and their families, but it's good for our economy as a whole as well. By freeing millions of Americans from the crushing burden of student debt, it means they can go and get their lives in order.
The administration is also touting that 3.5 million borrowers, 3.6 million, have had about $127 billion in debt wiped out since the president took office. Now, remember, his whole original plan to try to cancel student loan debt was overturned by the Supreme Court earlier this year. Kelly O'Donnell is joining us now live from the White House. So a smaller impact than the White House may have originally wanted, you know, when the president came into office. Talk about who this affects and what kind of a relief they can expect.
Well, Hallie, this certainly gets people's attention because it could have a very big and real, tangible impact in someone's life if they have been paying for student loans and could seek forgiveness under this kind of a program. And so what they're looking at is trying to target what is already existing in law. And that gives the president the authority to do that, the White House argues. And for example, someone who's been paying their loan off for 20 years could qualify for forgiveness for the remainder of that. It could also be about those capping how much of their disposable income, that's after some of the necessities have been paid for, capping that at just 5%, another way to bring down the real cost in a person's monthly budget. And so when you look at this, it is not tens of millions of people across the country, but it is real people who have been working in the public service component. Might be a firefighter, might be a teacher, who would be able to get this kind of relief. And the administration has been going back and looking at where in the law are there administrative fixes that could be done. There are changes that could be made to programs that exist to allow more people to get this kind of relief. We don't have a timetable yet on exactly how that will flow, but it could be very meaningful for those who qualify.
It seems like part of this, Kelly, too, as you alluded to, is the idea that the White House was looking for a way to make this less overturnable, if you will, by the Supreme Court, right? I mean, that's part of the intention behind this.
Well, we know politically there are many Republicans who say any kind of student loan relief is unfair to put that tax burden on the shoulders of others who did not make decisions to go to college, who might have gone a different route. So they will continue to litigate this, and there will be cases that will be brought forward. So by going into existing policy, existing law, the administration believes it has a more certain pathway to provide this relief. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell live for us there from the North Lawn of the White House. Big day there. Kelly, thanks. Coming up here, a primary fight before the primaries, why the battle over who goes first may keep President Biden off the ballot in New Hampshire next year. That's tonight's original. Plus, how one Utah neighborhood is taking Halloween decor to the next level in the year of the Barbie movie. That's next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
An investigation in Oregon right now after a small plane crashes into somebody's house. We've got that coming up in the local. But first, more to get to, including tonight new questions surrounding how an 11-year-old allegedly managed to shoot two 13-year-olds at football practice in Central Florida after they got into an argument over a bag of chips, according to officials. We've got this new surveillance video in from police. So here's what it is. They say this shows the moments after the older boys chased down the 11-year-old and when he allegedly grabbed a gun from his mother's car and shot at them. You can hear one of the teen's moms desperate for help in a 911 call.
Medical, my son got shot, miss. Your son was shot? Okay. My son. In his back.
This comes not long after we saw something somewhat similar happen back in August when police in Washington charged a 16-year-old with stabbing and killing another teen outside of McDonald's over sweet and sour sauce. Maura Barrett is joining us now. Help us understand what happened here in Florida, how these two teens are doing now.
Well, luckily, Hallie, the good news is that the teens appear that they will be okay. One of them was discharged from the hospital on Monday night, and the hospital also said that the other was in stable condition. So to start that off, that is the good news. But as you can see in the surveillance video that we just got, everything really did unfold so quickly in a really chaotic fashion. You see here how quickly the 11-year-old boy went to the car, grabbed the gun very quickly. Apparently, it was because the gun was in an unsecured and unlocked box before he fired a single shot. One of the teens was hit in the torso, another in the arm. But you can see how many people were around the situation, who saw everything unfold, and that it could have escalated to obviously an even worse situation. But it appeared that a woman pulled that 11-year-old aside before police came to the scene and ultimately arrested the suspect. But again, a very chaotic moment at what would have been a run-of-the-mill football practice, Hallie.
How are police handling the arrest of this 11-year-old now? Obviously a minor.
Right, a minor who is now facing an attempted murder charge, and the parent of the 11-year-old will also potentially face charges for not having that gun secured. And the police chief in Apopka, where this happened in Florida, said that this is obviously a very disturbing, devastating situation, that no one ever wants to have to arrest an 11-year-old. But he said that this is becoming way too common, that children, as a matter of fact, are turning to guns and firearms as what they see as a potential solution or resolution to their problems, and the fact that they have access to these guns, he says, is even a bigger problem. You know, he did point to the fact that he is, you know, at the beginning of his life, they're only going to charge one count of that attempted murder charge because there's no criminal history. He pointed to counseling and court diversion programs, but obviously, Hallie, that's a problem within itself that often doesn't have its own support. So a really troubling situation all unfolding here today.
Maura Barrett, thank you very much for bringing that story to us. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day. And because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, 2 people have been killed. Another is seriously hurt after this plane crashed into a house in Oregon. Did you see that? This is the plane spiraling out of control last night outside Portland. Several people were actually inside the home that it crashed into. They all got out safely, but 2 people on the plane died at the scene. A 3rd person was rushed to the hospital. Not clear yet what caused the crash, but you have a number of agencies investigating. Out of our Southeast Bureau, Florida has just launched high-speed train service, and it is already getting ready to expand. Brightline is going to boost the number of trips it runs between Miami and Orlando to 30 per day starting next week. That's double their initial schedule that only started a couple weeks ago. The train ride between 2 of Florida's biggest cities takes about 3.5 hours on this fast train. Out of our Western Bureau, it turns out Barbie Land does exist. Neighborhood in Utah. Look at this. For Halloween, it's going Barbie-core, man. It's a lot of Kenergy coming at you from that one. You got neon lights, you got the cutouts, you got the Barbie skeleton, you have the Mojo Dojo Casa House, of course. Wouldn't be complete without it, including, obviously, a life-size horse. They're going to get a lot of trick-or-treaters coming up at the end of the month. That's my guess. So tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. We're just about 4 months away from the New Hampshire primary. I know you are counting. I am. And there's a scenario, interestingly, where President Biden may not even be on the ballot. That's because of a fight over which primary goes first. The Democratic Party wants it to be South Carolina. That's where the president won big in 2020. That put him on the road to the nomination. But New Hampshire wants to go first, just like it's been doing for more than a century. So now, as potential kind of punishment, it's possible the DNC could ban campaigning in the state. NBC's Noah Pransky has the story.
Enjoy this 2019 video of Joe Biden filing to run for president in New Hampshire, because this iconic photo op may not happen in 2023. If New Hampshire leaders follow through on their promise to again leapfrog every other state to hold the nation's first primary,
we're just doing it the same way we've always done it.
Sorry, when New Hampshire leaders follow through on their promise to leapfrog every other state, the president might just leapfrog New Hampshire. He's pledged only to participate in primaries sanctioned by his national party, and New Hampshire is breaking the party's new rules. The Secretary of State here says he hasn't heard a peep yet about the president filing paperwork to get on the ballot.
There is a real concern amongst Democrats that if the president doesn't show up and file for the First of the Nation presidential primary, we've got to make sure that we do our part and write the president in.
A write-in campaign for the incumbent president of the United States. Matt Wilhelm is New Hampshire's House Democratic leader and one of the orchestrators of the old-school, grassroots-style, door-knocking campaign coming together. You know, just in case it looks like a Democratic long shot like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or Marianne Williamson might top a Biden-less ballot here.
All the Republican candidates are here, and so, you know, they'll have a story coming out of New Hampshire. It's important for the Democrats to as well.
The last time a presidential incumbent snubbed New Hampshire, 1968. Lyndon B. Johnson suggested there shouldn't even be a primary. He didn't file here, and as a write-in candidate, he barely beat an upstart challenger, Eugene McCarthy. Johnson's momentum was derailed. It prompted a guy by the name of Robert F. Kennedy to enter the race, and within weeks, as Johnson flailed and anti-war sentiment grew, the incumbent dropped out of the race. But there are other campaigns also courting New Hampshire Democrats with unusual pitches. And of course, each person only gets one vote. The goal of this campaign, convince Democrats just this once to vote in the Republican primary to try and stop Donald Trump's momentum.
If he only gets low 30s or high 20s and some of the competitors get close to him, all of a sudden people are going to start talking about how it's a competitive primary, not a coronation for Trump.
New Hampshire is one of 29 states where registered voters who aren't members of a specific party can pick any primary on Election Day. And the new Primary Pivot PAC is encouraging Democrats to switch their affiliations to undeclared.
Many of these people do not like the former president, and this is a way to channel that and actually make a difference.
Chris Christie's PAC also just started sending out mailers to Democrats pushing the same strategy. They're a bit late to the game in New Hampshire with an October 6th deadline here for voters to switch parties. But then Primary Pivot says they'll pivot to courting independents. In New Hampshire, exit polls have found nearly half the vote in contested primaries comes from undeclared voters. So you're a lifelong Democrat, willing to vote Republican this time around for anyone but Trump.
Speaks volumes, huh?
Noah is joining us now live from Manchester, New Hampshire. So Noah, talk through next steps then in this essentially showdown, right, between the DNC and the state.
So the DNC will meet on Friday. It is expected to address this showdown. They may assert penalties at that point on New Hampshire, or they could do what they've done for pretty much the last year, which is just continue to kick the can down the road. But they cannot kick it too much further. Filing opens up on October 11th, next Wednesday here in New Hampshire, and it's only open 17 days. So all eyes shift to Biden. He would have 17 days to get himself to Concord and file those papers. Now, the Secretary of State here says those are our dates. We're sticking to them, and we're holding the first primary. He's confident in New Hampshire's efficiency. He says we do it the best, and there will be results on election night next spring, he says, whenever they hold an election, and no matter how many write-in votes they have to count. Allie?
Noah Pransky live for us there in New Hampshire. Noah, thank you very much. A lot more to get to here on the show, including a pretty stunning story from overseas. Dozens of women in Greenland claim they were given IUDs without their consent. How this could have possibly happened, who's allegedly responsible, and why it took decades for this to be uncovered. One of those women speaking with our team. We've got that next.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
The future of potential real estate protections for older people tonight revolves around, of all people, it seems, Katy Perry. Why? Well, she's currently wrapped up in this fight over a Santa Barbara mansion she wants to buy. But the seller, a senior citizen, changed his mind, saying he wasn't fit to make the decision at the time. Now his family is pushing for a new law adding more protections for older people. Here's NBC's Steve Patterson with that story.
The queen of the camp, fighting for a $15 million house she wants to call home, of course, in California. But the whole ordeal is landing Katy Perry in legal trouble, and the battle could impact home buying for years to come. The 84-year-old would-be home seller is Carl Westcott, who founded 1-800-Flowers. Now he's trying to stop the sale of his 8-bedroom, 11-bath, over 9,000 square foot Santa Barbara mansion. And he's suing Perry's business manager, who he says orchestrated the deal. Westcott's lawyers saying in the suit that when he signed the contract back in 2020, he lacked the mental capacity to understand the nature and probable consequences.
If he didn't have the capacity at the time to make that agreement, there was no meeting of the minds. And that is a prerequisite to make sure that a contract is legally valid and binding.
The suit says he signed just after a surgery, arguing he was still recovering from pain and delirium, dementia from a Huntington's disease diagnosis, and under the influence of pain-killing opiates from his surgery. Within days, he wanted the deal unwound, despite the fact that, according to the suit, Perry offered him almost $4 million more than he bought the house for less than 2 months before, all cash. Perry now countersuing for more than $5 million, both for the rent she could not make on this house and expenses from her current house since she hasn't been able to move in. The Westcotts want Perry to testify on the issue of damages, and the court is requiring just that. We reached out to Perry's representatives for comment, but have not heard back. This isn't the first time Perry has been in a real estate battle with elderly people. Back in 2015, she wanted to buy a former Hilltop convent for about $15 million from the Archdiocese, but a group of nuns wanted to sell to someone else. Perry ended up prevailing in court, bankrupting the nuns. Although the sale appears to have fallen through, one of the nuns passed away at 89 years old during the legal proceedings. And now, Perry's challenges are blowing up. Now, Westcott's family is pushing for a new law to protect older people across the country from potential real estate exploitation. They're calling it the Perry Act, also known as the Protecting Elder Realty for Retirement Years Act. It would allow anyone over the age of 75 a 72-hour period to change their minds about parting ways with their property without any penalty.
It all boils down to allowing seniors to have that extra layer of protection so that they can fully scrutinize the decisions that they're making.
Westcott's son telling NBC News in a statement he hopes lawmakers will adopt protections so what happened to my father will never happen to anyone else's aging parents or grandparents ever again.
I want to bring in Steve Patterson, who's joining us now live. Have you heard anything from Katy Perry herself on this? And what about the actual standing up of this piece of legislation? Where does that stand?
So, Hallie, not to NBC News, not to the press, but according to testimony, Perry has expressed how much she and Orlando Bloom love the home, even sending a letter to Westcott saying that she wanted to raise their children there. So, meanwhile, Westcott supporters say that act has significant traction. There's a website. It's called KatyPerryAct.com. It claims broad bipartisan congressional support. Hallie.
Steve Patterson, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Tonight, we're learning more about the dozens of women in Greenland filing a complaint against the Danish government demanding compensation. Why? They say Denmark forced them to get IUDs decades ago as a birth control measure without their consent. You're seeing one of those girls here. Greenland is technically part of Denmark, which had a lot of control over it back then. Naya Lubert says a Danish doctor came to her school when she was a teenager, put an IUD inside of her, and did not ask her permission. Listen.
We stood in front of the Danish doctor one-on-one, and he told us that we should go to the hospital the day after. I was afraid, and I wanted to fight or flight somehow.
According to a 1977 report from Denmark, 4,500 IUDs were put into women and girls in Greenland between 1966 and 1970. Denmark and Greenland are now looking into how all this happened. They think an investigation could wrap up sometime in 2025. We spoke with the attorney who filed the complaint on behalf of those women. Here's what he told us.
Some of my clients just found out later on in life when they had, some medical trouble, that it was because they had like this huge old-fashioned plastic coil inside them. What they want is an apology and recognition of what they've been through.
Denmark's health minister tells NBC News the situation is, in her words, deeply tragic. And Greenland's government, in just the last hour or so, is telling our team, I'm quoting here, that the government supports the demand for compensation in this IUD case. We're going to stay on top of this story as it continues to develop. But for now, we'll be right back.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Simone Biles today leading the U.S. women's gymnastics team to victory in the Gymnastics World Championships in Belgium, their 7th straight world title. And for Biles, her first competition back on the world stage since the 2020 Games back in Tokyo. Boy, has this been an incredibly impressive run for her. Remember on opening day, we told you how she made history. Landing, look at this, she's literally flying. She landed this super complicated vault. First woman to ever do this thing. It's only historically ever been done by men at a competition like this. That move is now named after her. Megan Fitzgerald has more from Antwerp.
Hallie, 2 words for you. Simone Biles. She has once again led her team to victory. We are talking about the 7th consecutive world championship titles and also record-breaking consecutive titles. So this is not only history-making, but it's also record-breaking. And then when you think about it, Simone Biles taking 2 years off, coming back, and this is what we see. I mean, stellar performances, not only tonight, but all throughout the last several days. She has been flawless on the mat, so confident, even having another skill named after her. So that's 5, and we saw one of them performed tonight. Absolutely exciting and incredible. But we also saw Team USA really pulling their weight as well.